Until the invasion of the demon clan, the sacred land of Xiantian suffered the tragic fate of annihilation. The Zhongzhou shepherd relied upon your projection from 3 days prior, swiftly vanquishing 3 demon emperors and decimating an army of 300,000. It is only now that everyone realizes the singular fear the demon clan harbors for you. With but a sword in hand, you have subdued the demon race for a century, yet what you receive in return is nothing but disdain from your master. What I received in return was the disdain of my esteemed master and the aversion of my junior sisters. Even the latch at the door is stronger than you. Ultimately, you are subjected to slow slicing by the child of destiny. Now you have traversed through time, seeking to defy fate, only to be informed that you have but 3 months left to live. Simultaneously, bound by the oath of the celestial path, one must not depart from the demon's gate. Just as you were about to depart, a sudden pang of anguish seized your heart. What on earth is happening? I am not yet ready to leave. The guardian of the demons is a vow sworn by its predecessor in accordance with the celestial principles. Should the host attempt to depart forcefully, their heart of Tao shall waver, leading to a regression in their cultivation. As soon as those words were uttered, a seething hatred welled up within you, to the point of grinding your teeth in frustration. This infatuated original character is one thing, but must it be taken to such an extreme? What am I to do now? The only option left is to join the demon clan and await the protagonist's inevitable arrival to strike me down. Is there no remedy, my sovereign? The feature is not yet available. Kindly explore on your own, dear host. As you have surmised, this system, aside from providing a starter gift at the outset, serves no other purpose. Just as despair begins to settle upon you, a voice resounds through the air above the demon gate. Pastoral, now that your lifespan draws to a close, there is no need for futile struggles any longer. Surrender. Or perhaps be like the orchid. Upon the arrival of the visitor, memories within your mind stirred to life. Centuries of animosity towards the demon race surged forth, overwhelming your being. With a gentle lift of your hand, on the platform, a spiritual sword responded, launching itself towards the distant demon. The shadow of the demon race was pierced directly by the spiritual sword, subsequently dissipating. Once the spiritual sword returned, and the fragments of space twisted and restored, the demon's form sought to coalesce once more. He spoke again, his tone exceedingly feeble. Mugu, do you truly wish to pursue this endlessly? At this moment, you seem to have inherited fragments of the original's memories. As soon as you speak, an overwhelming aura of unyielding dominance pervades the air. A mere dream demon dares to engage in discourse with me? Summon your demon emperor forth. I demand to see him. In the depths of the boundless sea, a dream demon abruptly awakens. At this moment, his skin and flesh are ravaged and consumed by a backlash. Yet the astonishment upon his face and the disbelief within his eyes remain. Yet he conveyed to the assembly of formidable beings from the demon clan that your swift selection seems to have undergone a transformation. Mugu remarked, expressing the desire for the demon emperor to engage in dialogue. It appears there is potential for success. Upon hearing this, the assembly of demon deities was immediately taken aback. In times past, had they been aware of your animosity toward the demon race, they would have never considered such an alliance. However, now that his lifespan is nearing its end, it has prompted the demons to ponder his true intentions. Is it possible he seeks to ensnare us in a trap? That seems unlikely. Based on my understanding of Mugu, he has always been forthright and has little regard for deceitful schemes. Perhaps this time, he genuinely harbors thoughts of aligning himself with the demon clan. On the other side, as the corporeal form of the dream demon completely disintegrated, a sudden system notification echoed within your mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating the boundary creature. Certain functionalities of the system have now been activated. Please refer to them at your convenience. You were instantly filled with joy. The activation of the system's function implied the possibility of a means to escape the demon's realm. However, upon witnessing the cost required for this function, your heart ached with trepidation. The host possesses the ability to expend their lifespan to obscure the heavenly secrets, thereby evading the scrutiny of formidable beings who might seek to discern the host's fate. This power also serves to conceal the celestial laws, circumventing the oaths imposed by the Tao of Heaven. This ability can be utilized once, consuming half of the host's remaining lifespan. No, isn't it that other systems require points? Why does yours demand a sacrifice of life? Our lifespan is already limited, and now to have it, wouldn't that leave merely a month and a half to exist? After a moment's contemplation, you let out a sigh. So be it. If life must be sacrificed, then let it be. It is preferable to languish than to join the demon clan, where one might end up with nothing but a head remaining after being diminished by the protagonist. Just as you were about to employ this system function capable of concealing the secrets of heaven, the heavens suddenly transformed. Above the vast expanse of the sky, ominous clouds obscured the sun entirely, plunging the entire world into an eternal night in an instant. Soon, a figure approached slowly. With each step, the individual seemed to teleport several thousand meters forward. This person was none other than the most formidable being of the demon clan, the current leader, Emperor Tian. After many years of absence, an unmistakable recognition emerged. Taoist friend, Emperor Tian's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, imbued with an unintentional air of arrogance that seemed to overlook the world. Yet, there was a hint of restraint in his demeanor. With a sly glimmer in your eyes, you spoke with a hint of mockery, expressing surprise at my personal arrival. It has indeed been centuries since we last crossed paths, has it not? Your visit this time is surely to settle the score from that fateful duel of yours. In the vast expanse of the sky, the Emperor of Heaven displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he spoke with a smile, acknowledging, "It truly astonished me that you were able to wound me in those days. However, that was then, and this is now." As he spoke, the Emperor unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of a sovereign. Instantly, the tumultuous sea surrounding them was calmed by this immense force, transforming the once turbulent waves into a serene lake. Upon witnessing this, your gaze turned icy, simultaneously emanating a formidable aura that rivaled his own. Instantly, it collided with the imposing presence of Emperor Tian, transforming the tranquil surface of the sea into a boiling cauldron. The clouds in the sky were swiftly pierced by the overwhelming force unleashed by the two. The heavy clouds were pierced as sunlight cascaded down. At this moment, Emperor Tian gathered 7 paths. "I have come here, having heard that you have changed your mind. What say you? Should you agree to join the demon clan? I assure you, that which the hypocritical human race offers you, I too shall provide. What they will not grant, I shall bestow upon you as well." Upon hearing this, you also retracted your imposing demeanor. You indeed have a matter of utmost importance to convey to this demon clan sovereign. You have perused the novel and are aware of the impending calamities that await. Should you choose not to intervene, the original entity shall inevitably face annihilation at the hands of those human cultivators, leading to the obliteration of their entire lineage. The beloved junior apprentice, who has always occupied the thoughts and heart of the protagonist, will ultimately be regarded as a vessel by the world's champion, Yi Chun, and will find herself ensnared in the relentless onslaught of the hero's righteous fury. More importantly, the original figure guarded the demon gate for a century, yet none among the human race remembers his remarkable contributions. There are even many who believe that willingly residing within the confines of the demon realm is driven by a greed for its abundant cultivation resources, such as the dark essence of the demonic beasts in their cores. After their true selves succumb to darkness, they no longer conceal their intentions. In your previous life, while perusing novels, you pondered whether such a human race is truly worthy of the original's guardianship. Although you are not the original self, even after the amalgamation of memories, your response to this inquiry remains unchanged, encapsulated in 3 words: not worthy. I have indeed conceived some new ideas. There exists a proposition. I wonder if your demonic kin might be interested. I am willing to depart from the demon suppression pass, but on the condition that, should your kind invade the Central Plains, you must circumvent the Mu family and its members. The divine aura of Emperor Tian shifted from anticipation to indifference. In his gaze, there was an added hint of disdain. He emitted a cold snort and spoke once more. This time, his tone lacked the courtesy of before. A formidable presence emanated from his being once again. "Do you believe that with your frail existence, without the protection of our demon clan's secret arts to preserve your lifespan, you could endure for long? How long could you remain here to suppress us? If you are unwilling to join our demon clan, We shall simply await your demise before emerging from our confinement. Why should I acquiesce to your demands? You smiled indifferently, slowly beginning to speak. You sought a reason, but in the next moment, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed in your eyes. The sword intent that pierced through the heavens surged forth with ferocity. By the time Emperor Tian realized what was happening, the world had already transformed. The once tranquil sea was cleaved asunder by this strike, with waters retreating to either side. Above the firmament, the vast clouds were dispelled by this sword, as if even the great sun in the sky was fracturing beneath the weight of this singular blow. At this moment, the Emperor Tian, high above in the sky, found himself utterly petrified. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain composure, he could not suppress the tremors of fear coursing through his arm. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and every cell in his body screamed a dire warning. If that sword were to strike him, the fleeting sense of survival after calamity made his pupils constrict sharply. This sword is sufficient to awaken him to a singular realization. The disparity between realms of emperors is as profound as the chasm between heaven and earth. Even if your lifespan were to be exhausted, it would still be enough to vanquish him. You utter a single word in a frigid manner, and in an instant, the figure of the emperor vanishes. Once everything returns to a state of equilibrium, you exhale deeply, and a notification from the system resonates in your mind. Successfully consumed 3 days of lifespan, unleashing the ultimate strike of my true form, the sword that cleaves the heavens. Your lifespan has once again been diminished, yet you deem it worthwhile. With this instance of calamity, the demonic clan will begin to harbor doubts regarding the depletion of your years. Consequently, even if they truly invade the Central Plains, they will regard you and the Mu family with a sense of trepidation. Moments later, as you executed your incantation, the jade pendant within the formation began to float gently. A soft azure halo emanated from your forehead, gradually merging into the pendant. This is the art of concealing celestial secrets bestowed by the system. To encapsulate past memories within an object and subsequently employ a formation, one can successfully enclose the spellcaster's bygone recollections, thereby evading the celestial oaths. However, should this method be discerned by the heavenly principles, it would inevitably invoke divine retribution. Nevertheless, considering your remaining lifespan is but a fleeting 2 months, you are naturally unafraid of any celestial punishment. The halo of the formation gradually dissipated, and you opened your eyes. Instantly, a sense of relief washed over your mind. With a sudden motion, you rolled up your sleeve, revealing a long, dark mark on your wrist. The obsession left by the original self upon the host manifests as a tangible force, yet it does not wield a significant influence. After absorbing the system's elucidation, you refrain from further contemplation. The paramount priority now is to hasten your return to the Mu family. In an instant, your figure ascends, racing towards a singular destination. As you depart, you do not overlook the opportunity to collect the hundreds of imperial weapons strewn across the ground. Sailing towards the direction etched in your memory, you soon behold an island. Upon this island, towers rise like a cluster of lofts, resembling a quaint little town. In the heart of this town, a grand teleportation array dominates the expansive Jade Square, where sheep roam freely. You are confronted by 2 armored cultivators. Who are you to dare intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the Yi family? In a cold tone, you declared, "This is the forbidden ground of the Yi family." In the past, the 100 emperors traversed the Central Plains with ease, establishing the teleportation arrays. How has this become the domain of the Yi family? As your words settled, the overwhelming aura of the imperial realm erupted around you. In an instant, the disdain and contempt that had previously lingered in the air vanished for the 2 individuals who had come to inquire. They spoke with a newfound trepidation, unsure of the elder's identity. "Is it the pastoral song?" He let out a cold snort. Before you stood an individual, their face betraying a profound astonishment. Trembling, they stammered, "You are the one who severed the shark and defeated several demon emperors with a single sword." Before they could finish their words, another person swiftly grasped their arm and hurriedly departed from the scene. Observing this, you chose not to pursue them instead. You made your way directly towards the teleportation array. The array was exquisite, requiring only the infusion of spiritual stones to activate. just as you were about to retrieve the stones to initiate the mechanism. A colossal sword descends from the heavens. Like a perilous barrier, it lies before you. Who dares to intrude upon the domain of the Yi family? Before the arrival of any challenger, the sound precedes their presence. Soon after, a towering figure plummets from the sky, resembling a small mountain. With an air of arrogance, they gaze upon you. Gazing upon the seemingly confident yet malevolent little hillock before you, you furrow your brow. You intend to deceive me, you declare. No sooner have the words left your lips than shadows suddenly emerge around you, converging from all directions. Observing their attire, it is evident that they are all members of the Yi family. Amidst the crowd, a young man stepped forth. In a pastoral ballad, your lifespan has come to an end. Should you return to the Demon's Gate to fulfill your duties, we would still remember your lineage as the great emperor of humankind and would gather your kin for you. However, if you choose to force your way through the teleportation array, do not blame us for the ensuing misfortune. Upon the utterance of these words, everyone was taken aback. Before the teleportation array, the towering cultivator also restrained his arrogance, revealing a trace of ferocity. Should you defy their command, today you shall pay with your life. The youth is undoubtedly aware of your cultivation at the Imperial Realm. However, he remains unfazed. The Imperial Realm is merely a title, and the Yi family is not devoid of emperors. The tales of Mu Gu have become mere echoes of the past, and now he is but a decrepit sheep nearing the end of its days. What does it matter if one is powerful? Ultimately, a single pair of fists cannot contend against four hands. Even if one is an emperor, what significance does it hold? Before the Yi family, he must still bow his head in submission. He is already impatiently anticipating the sight of Mu Gu begging for mercy. However, your laughter interrupted his reverie. You cannot possibly believe that mere ants can inflict harm upon me, the emperor. How absurd! As the words fell, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy enveloped you, and an overwhelming aura of terror descended upon the realm. In an instant, the assembled members of the Yi family were rendered speechless, while those disciples of lesser cultivation on the periphery found themselves so overwhelmed by this surge of spiritual energy that they were utterly incapacitated. Not far from you, the monk residing in the small hillock found himself ensnared by this terrifying force, buried deep underground. His once proud, colossal sword now transformed into a lethal weapon hovering ominously above his head. Should he falter even for a moment, it would swiftly sever his very essence from his being. The young man who had just mocked you cast his gaze upon you, devoid of any fear. Instead, he seemed to believe that your restraint from striking him stemmed from a wariness of the Yi family. With a fierce glare, he glowered at you and exclaimed in anger, "Even if you set up an imposing formation, on the other side, the members of the Yi family, fleeing is futile. Mu Gu, you are destined to be a mere pawn, merely a fleeting existence of my Yi family." Ha ha! As you gaze upon the youth, who is propped up and laughing maniacally towards the heavens, a frown involuntarily creases your brow. Is it possible that this individual from the Yi family is truly as foolish as Shirliji? Moments ago, you were entirely focused on sensing the surroundings, attuned to any aura of formidable emperors. You did not strike him immediately, and after a thorough assessment, you ascertain that the most powerful presence on this island is merely that small mound behind you, no more than a peak of the respected realm, insignificant as an ant. In an instant, your might surges dramatically. The hundreds of Yi family disciples on the field are reduced to mere powder, the square rendered utterly vacant, devoid of even a single drop of fresh blood. Everything has disintegrated into dust, as if it had never existed from the very beginning. Only the young man who had just laughed wildly at the sky now finds himself unable to smile. His face, once bright, is now filled with terror. He cannot comprehend why you dare to act in such a manner. Do you not fear the retribution of the Yi family? Do you not fear the encirclement by the other great emperors? You slowly approached him, speaking with an air of indifference. Did you think? No, you cannot intimidate me. I am a member of the Yi family, and they will undoubtedly take action. The Mu family will also certainly respond. Before he could finish his words, 3 terrifying forces instantaneously subdued him, leaving nothing behind. You turned to gaze upon the distant hillside where the monk was unsealing the formation, and then proceeded to inform the disreputable members of the Yi family that I, Mugu, have returned. An aged figure shattered the fabric of space, materializing within the grand hall of the Mu family. The appearance of the elder instantly revitalized the despondent members of the Mu family within the grand hall, rekindling their hope. Great ancestor, this matter is of utmost significance. Now that the three great emperors have united to annihilate our Mu family, we implore you to intervene and bestow your protection upon us. The elderly man, draped in a long black robe, exudes an air of weariness and desolation, the frailty beneath the fabric starkly evident. His figure is thin and emaciated, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. With his aged body, Mu Xian slowly approaches the long bench that symbolizes the patriarch of the Mu family. After taking a seat, his breath began to steady. In just a few breaths, his waning fatigue was restored to its former vigor. Before long, he resembled a youth once more. To my surprise, even as I approach my twilight years, I find myself once again poised to fight for the Mu family. His tone, though steeped in the weight of experience, held no trace of reproach, but rather a hint of excitement. Mu Zhan hurriedly knelt before Mu Xian, bowing his head in repentance. I, the unfilial descendant, have disturbed our esteemed ancestor. I humbly beseech you to mete out punishment. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian waved his hand dismissively. No matter, he said, I have not emerged from seclusion for quite some time, allowing these mediocre fish and shrimp of the Central Plains to believe that the Mu family can be easily bullied. Mu Zhan turned to the elder of the Mu family beside him and inquired, Has there been no response from the Xiantian sacred land yet? Master, I have dispatched several spiritual talismans, yet I have not received a response. I have already sent the disciples of the Mu family, who are outside, to personally seek assistance from the sacred land. Interlude. A shadow loomed over Mu Zhan's countenance. It was uncertain what schemes the Xiantian sacred land was concocting. Should the opposing party refuse to intervene, then even with the prowess of the esteemed ancestor Mu Xian, it would remain exceedingly arduous to turn the tide. Mu Zhan felt somewhat anxious. He was not cowardly, rather. He was acutely aware that the current situation was a battle for the survival of the Guamping Mu family. Even without absolute certainty of victory, he was determined to elevate their chances as much as possible. As time slipped away, the crowd waited with bated breath. Outside the door, the resounding sound of the great bell echoes. My old friend Mu Xian, since you have emerged from the coffin, why not reminisce with us? The voice reverberated like thunder, startling the entire Mujiao family. By the time everyone regained their composure, the three great emperors of Qing have already appeared outside the Grand Hall. It appears that your Mu family does not desire to engage in negotiations with us, but rather seeks confrontation today. The members of the Mu family swiftly appeared outside the hall. Mu Zhan's brow furrowed deeply. The assistance from the Xiantian sacred land had yet to arrive. At this moment, should a conflict erupt, he was about to persuade the ancestor to momentarily retreat from the limelight. Unwilling to be associated with their kind, Mu Xian cast a scornful gaze toward the three great emperors in the sky, deriding their insignificance. During the battle at the Demon Gate, they merely cowered in the rear, boasting only with their words. Yet now, they dare to charge toward my Mu family, truly believing that we are without defenders. As the words fell, a terrifying wave of power surged forth, engulfing the three great emperors. This force was unlike anything the emperors had ever encountered. It harbored within it the essence of the snowy blood shark, akin to a tempestuous sea of snow, sweeping along with it boundless thoughts of the shark. One could easily find themselves transported to the chaotic battlefield of the demons, succumbing to madness. The ancestral figure of the Wang family intervened, thwarting the impending assault from the imperial realm. A flicker of rage flashed in his eyes, as if a sensitive nerve had been struck. Enough of the idle chatter. If you do not surrender the legacy and imperial weapon of the Mu family today, then this date next year will mark the day of your demise, Mu Xian. As the words fell, before the other two could continue their mockery, Mu Xian had already made his move. The furious spirit 9 coalesced into a colossal sword, hurtling towards the three great emperors in the sky. The ancestral figure of the Wang family instantly materialized its innate Dharma manifestation. A A striking crimson serpent python emerged, charging towards Mu Xian's spiritual sword. The two formidable phantoms clashed, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that, in an instant, reduced the surrounding houses to mere rubble. Though I am advanced in years, I am not easily intimidated by a few vicious hounds. If battle is to be waged, then let it be so. As a member of the Mu family, when have we ever feared the trifles of the world? Under the profound battle spirit emanating from Mu Xian's fearless gaze, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The members of the Mu clan below were also stirred by this formidable presence, igniting a fervent zeal within their hearts. Upon sensing the spiritual power emanating from the colossal sword, the ancestral figure of the Wang family was taken aback. He never anticipated that this ancient being, nearing the end of his days, still possessed such formidable strength. "Come forth and assist me," he urged. As the words fell, the ancestral figures of the Liu and Zhang families also entered the fray. A grand azure cauldron, adorned with ancient, intricate engravings, plummeted to the ground. Mysterious and formidable, it surged forward, accompanied by the spectral image of a white tiger, which roared as it soared towards the azure cauldron. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a one-sided affair. The three great emperors joined forces. Even the formidable Mu Xian could not withstand their might. At this moment, the warrior from a Mu family shouted, "Quickly activate the imperial formation to protect our ancestor." In the next instant, near the Mu family's residence, several beams of light soared into the heavens. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately captured the attention of the three great emperors. They wished to activate the formation. Let not concern for that old relic distract us. Destroying the grand array is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mu Xian suddenly unleashed his spiritual power once more. The colossal shadow of a great sword in the air seemed to respond to an unseen command, striking towards the other three manifestations. The trio was momentarily hindered by this sudden onslaught, causing a brief delay of a second. Above the great hall of the Baja, a delicate barrier of pale blue gradually materializes. Three celestial phenomena collided in the sky. The colossal sword was struck and marred. Mu Xian's figure fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the grand hall of the Mu family. The crowd hurriedly ascended to investigate the injuries of the venerable ancestor. Should Mu Xian be gravely wounded, the remaining members of the Mu family would be left utterly defenseless against the triumvirate of emperors. Fortunately, Mu Xian had merely lost some weight due to his injuries. The members of the Mu family hastily retrieved medicinal pills to mend his wounds. Mu Xian sat in meditation to recuperate from his injuries. Mu Zhan gazed outside with a grave expression. This grand formation could indeed withstand the assaults of three emperors for a period. However, if the support from the Xintian sacred land did not arrive soon, they would merely prolong their survival by a few hours. Was there still no word from the Xintian sacred land? At this moment, a hint of anger laced Mu Zhan's tone. The elder who was questioned shook his head, instantly casting an even darker shadow over the faces of the gathered members of the Wu family. At that moment, the mocking voice of the Liu family patriarch echoed once more from outside the grand hall. "You people of the Mu family are indeed rather careless. Do you truly believe that by employing such a tortoise shell, you could defend against us? Alas, you may protect the hall, but as for the multitude of Mu family members outside, I wonder if you could safeguard them as well." In the distance, the venerable ancestor of the Liu family was employing ethereal energy to suspend dozens of members of the Mu family in midair. As the spiritual pressure intensified, an agonizing chorus of cries echoed through the air. Those Mu family members, ensnared by the Liu's formidable power, found their physical forms grotesquely contorted, emitting a haunting symphony of despair. You are esteemed members of the great clans of the Central Plains. Do you not fear that such actions will bring disgrace upon your noble lineage? Upon hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Liu family chuckled sinisterly. Once you all have been rendered powerless, who will be aware of our actions? If you do not deactivate the grand formation and willingly surrender the legacy imperial weapon, I shall claim the life of one of your Mu family members every 10 breaths. In search of a way out, the elder Wei of the Mujia found himself yearning to break free from the great formation, yet he was swiftly restrained by those around him. Do not act impulsively. Mzichin intoned solemnly. He understood that the elder of the Liu family sought to provoke him. However, at this moment, with the ancestor gravely injured and the sunken sacred land yet to respond, if they could not even defend this final protective array of their clan, the entire M family would likely face immediate annihilation. Several elders beside Mu Zhan were well aware of this truth. However, as they gazed into the distance, witnessing the members of the Mu family being subdued by the ancestral figure of the Liu family, their eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Those who were vibrant and active before our eyes just a few days ago now remain as lifeless bodies. Among these remains, there are the elderly, the youth, and even children. Mu Zhan's gaze pierced the heavens. Beyond this realm lies an abyss of boundless darkness, reflecting the desolation of his current plight. Only despair envelopes him. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Zhan ultimately turned back into the Grand Hall, where the entire Mu family awaited his command before the palace. Abandoned child, you are the one among us with the least cultivation, the most adept at evading their scrutiny. Take this item with care. Mu Zhan retrieved a long sword from the storage room. Though the sword appeared ancient, its extraordinary essence was still palpable. Do not forsake the aged hands as they receive this supreme imperial weapon. The body trembles, and the eyes brim with tears. Father, once the grand formation is shattered, the ancestor will intervene to escort you away from this place. Should you encounter your elder brother in the future, do not hold any grievances against him, nor should you urge him to come and report on your well-being. Seek a sanctuary where you can preserve the lineage of the Mu family's snow veins. If you fail to meet again, speaking of the end, Mu Zhan paused momentarily, and a fleeting expression of sigh flickered in his eyes. You may seek a tranquil countryside to spend your twilight years, he suggested. As he finished speaking, Mu Zhan placed a reassuring hand on Mo Chi's shoulder and then turned a stride towards the outside world. At this moment, Mo Chi's frail body trembled uncontrollably, and his face was lined with tears of age. Figures of the Mu family passed by him, without a hint of hesitation or doubt, as if they had long perceived his fated demise, and departed with an air of serene acceptance. Mo Chi clenched his fists tightly. He yearned to offer his life for the Mu family, just like others. Yet, he found himself merely surviving. Countless lives at stake, all to preserve his own. He must not perish here. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, bowing before the members of the Mu family outside, and before his father, the clan leader. If one day I can restore the glory of the Mu family, I shall inscribe it upon stone tablets for all to remember. Before the endless sea's teleportation array, as the flowing light dissipates, your figure materializes upon an island in the South Sea. Before you, thousands of Yi family cultivators have gathered to besiege you. Indeed, quite a number. In the distant sky, the fabric of space suddenly fractured. A colossal force descended like a mighty wave. A youth clad in azure, adorned with martial sleeves, emerged from the rift. He wielded a trident, and wherever he passed, the very essence of space contorted. They proclaimed, "You shall be the greatest emperor of the human race." Yet now, in the twilight of his years, he may be unworthy of such a title. As the silhouette of the youth materialized, below, the ground erupted with several figures unleashing their spiritual might. For venerable beings stood forth. This assembly, if placed in the central plains, would suffice to vanquish a desolate imperial clan devoid of a great emperor. Yet now they emerged in full force. Only for you, pastoral elegy. You, a disciple of the Yi family. Today, regardless of who arrives, none shall safeguard you. A venerable practitioner, emboldened by the multitude, seeks to intimidate you. However, in the next moment, a small sword of spiritual energy instantaneously shattered its head. You calmly raise your gaze, showing not the slightest hint of fear upon your face. The remaining members of the Leaf family, upon witnessing a venerable master of the highest realm perish before their eyes, instinctively swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. Even those who had contemplated speaking boldly were stripped of their courage to voice their thoughts. The youth, instead, chuckled with considerable interest. Pastoral song, are you attempting to provoke my laughter? Such trivial tactics, are they truly worthy of mention? Or perhaps, have you begun to fear? With a mighty tremor of the long spear in Shengyan's grasp, the atmosphere erupted with thunderous roars. A tempest of tumultuous spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring a swirling vortex of storm and chaos. Mugu, heed this well. The one who seeks you is none other than Yi Shu, driven to madness. The furious gale billows your robes, yet you remain unperturbed, paying it no heed. As the tornado approaches, you raise your right hand, and a resplendent crimson spirit sword materializes from the void. Then, a sword was swung forth. The sword's energy enveloped in fiery, spiritual power. Colliding with the vortex, a magnificent fire dragon instantaneously engulfed the whirlwind, unleashing an even more ferocious surge of spiritual energy, raining down violently upon Yi Shu in the sky. The assembly of practitioners from the Yi family was suddenly taken aback. How could this be possible? Was it not said that Mu Ji's lifespan had been depleted, rendering him akin to a mere shadow of his former self? How could he still unleash such a terrifying display of skill? Yi Shufeng gazed at the approaching fire dragon, and his expression instantly shifted. He raised his long spear, and a Spirit 9 barrier materialized, intending to thwart the fierce assault of the fire dragon. However, the moment the Spirit 9 barrier came into contact with the dragon, it melted away in an instant. Yi Shufeng was taken aback with great astonishment. There was no time left to evade. In the next moment, a fire dragon surged forth, colliding with his protective aura. The searing heat wave melted several structures beneath it, igniting the surroundings in an instant. Many of the less powerful cultivators of the Yi family were reduced to mere ashes on the spot. Once the chaos subsided, high in the sky, Yi Shufeng appeared disheveled, his robes charred and reduced to mere tattered remnants. The furious and frenzied figure of Lan Yishufeng charged towards me, his wrath palpable. Behind him, a magnificent three-headed manifestation of spiritual energy coalesced, reminiscent of an ancient deity descending from the heavens. Wielding a long spear, it was hurled in my direction with tremendous force. The members of the Zhongye family were astonished. This was the secret technique of the Yi family, the ancient divine manifestation, or perhaps the manifestation of a chamber. They never anticipated that Yi Shufeng's mastery of the Nine Treasures Sutra had reached such a remarkable level. Coupled with the imperial weapon in Yi Shufeng's hand, defeating Mukezi would be undoubtedly assured. A colossal shadow of the Dharma approaches with an overwhelming force, compelling you to summon your spirit. The ethereal brilliance of the sword, known as the sheep's exquisite spirit blade, surges with magnificent intensity. In the next moment, an eerie silence envelopes the cosmos. There is no grandiose display of power, merely a singular, unadorned strike. As the blade sweeps through, a tumultuous storm comes to an abrupt halt, and the clouds in the sky are instantaneously dispersed. The fearsome figure of the giant is cleaved asunder beneath the weight of this singular sword strike. In the lofty heights, Yishu's frenzied smile still lingered upon his visage. His corporeal form was cleaved asunder, the P-body plummeting through the air, as a cascade of snow-like liquid poured upon the multitude of Yi clan disciples. Yi Shufeng has gone mad. The youngest emperor of the Yi family, a source of immense pride, was effortlessly slain by a single sword strike from Mugu. This was a formidable being of the imperial realm. Even if the family head were to intervene, such a decisive and swift outcome would be improbable, wouldn't it? Your frigid gaze settles upon the numerous descendants of the Yi family in the distance. The spiritual sword in your hand vanishes, and when it reappears, it has transformed into countless miniature blades, rushing towards the Yi clan cultivators present. A multitude of sorrowful wails resounds. With a detached gaze, you take a step forward, traversing the ancient path littered with corpses. In a fleeting moment, your form materializes above the island, unburdened by hesitation, as you surge towards the heart of the continent. In the sacred land of Xiantian, the revered master Su Aoyu occupies the exalted position. His brows resemble distant mountains, and his eyes glimmer like stars. There's a profound tranquility in his gaze, as if he possesses the ability to perceive the essence of all things in the world. Are you truly resolute in your decision to forge a bond of companionship with Yi Chen? Liu Ruyan, with her unparalleled intellect, hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately found her voice. The current situation of the heavenly profound sacred land is such that without the support of the Yi family, it may prove exceedingly difficult to contend against the other sacred land's formidable pressures. If you're not bright, there is no need for you to concern yourself with matters of the sacred land. It is not yet your responsibility. In your actions, have you ever considered your senior brother? Upon hearing these words, Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered with a blend of resentment and fury. Yet what of it? It was he who forsook me first. Now, with whom I choose to bind my fate is of no concern to him. With that thought, Liu Ruyan rose decisively and bid farewell to Su Aou, declaring her departure. As she gazed at the departing figure of her disciple, a fleeting complexity of emotions flickered in Su Aou's eyes. As Liu Ruyan stepped out of the hall of the Holy Lord, a figure had long been awaiting her arrival. "Senior sister, how fares our matter? Has Master granted his approval?" "Junior brother, I have already conferred with our master regarding this matter. However, is it true that the Yi family has offered assistance to our Xiantian sacred land?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed, it is true. My father, Tai, is rather rigid in his ways, insisting on orchestrating a marriage alliance. I find myself compelled by circumstance. Should my senior sister take this opportunity to torment me, I suppose I shall have to speak with my father once more." In Yi Chen's eyes, there was an abundance of grievance. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ruyan could not help but feel a surge of compassion. She wished to offer words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss for how to begin. Instead, she simply stated in a subdued tone, "I have some trivial matters to attend to. I must take my leave." After his figure vanished, a trace of malice surfaced on Yi Chen's face, with the greed and desire in his eyes laid bare, no longer concealed. Before the sacred gates of Xiantian Mountain, a rather slender figure of a youth descended before the two disciples stationed there. His name was Mu Feng, a scion of the Mu family. Due to his lack of cultivation aptitude, he had been assigned to oversee the Mu family's enterprises in the Central Plains. Upon receiving a plea for assistance from the ancestral grounds of the Mu family, he hastened to offer his aid. "The Wu Jia is in distress. I kindly implore the Xiantian sacred land to extend its assistance." Mu Feng retrieves a piece of the hepai to validate his identity. The disciple guarding the gate, after observing the current, felt a surge of tension within. He was poised to enter the sacred realm. At this moment, Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the mountain gate, blocking the path of the two individuals. "Brother Yi." This individual hails from the Mu family, claiming that the Mu family is in distress and requires a word of communication. Mu Feng observed the profound respect the two displayed towards the suddenly appeared youth, speculating that his status within the Xiantian sacred land was remarkable. In a moment of urgency, he once again produced the combined token and, with an anxious tone, implored, "I hope for your immediate assistance." Yet Yi Chen snatched the combined card from Mu Feng's grasp, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "The Mu family's combined card? A counterfeit. This individual surely aims to incite chaos and infiltrate the sacred grounds. Seize him at once." Upon departing from the South China Sea, you swiftly make your way towards the central continent. The moment you step into the realm of the central continent, you become acutely aware of your kin from the Snow Vein clan. Suspended among the clouds, you cannot help but pause, gazing downwards. This place is indeed within the domain of the sacred land of Xiantian. Gazing upon the remnants of a once cherished abode, you remain untouched, your eyes cold as ice. As Zheng Yu departs, he suddenly senses a trace of the snowy veins of the ninth realm. Could it be that the disciples of the Mu family are still cultivating within the sacred land of Xiantian? Before the mountain gate of the sacred land of Xiantian, a young man lay prostrate on the ground, his face bruised and battered. Two disciples of the Xiantian sacred land stood on either side, their expressions filled with disdain. "How dare you impersonate a member of the Mu family? We have shown mercy by not striking you down already. Depart at once, or beware your life may be forfeit." The shepherd, sprawled upon the ground, is drenched in fresh snow, evidently having endured inhumane torment. Yet he refuses to depart, instead extending his snow-tinged, blurred hand to grasp the ankle of a disciple. "There is peril, I implore you, hasten to his rescue." The man coldly lifted his foot and shoved aside Mu Feng's body, uttering, "This individual is cunning." Had it not been for senior brother Yi exposing the counterfeit of the Mu family's token, we would have truly fallen victim to his deception today. Mufa was forcefully kicked several meters away. His retreat had been severed during Yeching's earlier interrogation, leaving him to drag his feeble body with his hands. Bit by bit, he crawled towards the mountain gate adorned with a plaque inscribed with the characters Xiantian. In times of hardship, he hoped for assistance. Two disciples of the mountain guardians, having grown weary of the situation, witnessed Zhang Yu discarding the shark he had slain. Just as he was about to act, a fierce and formidable force suddenly surged forth, rendering the two disciples of the mountain guardians utterly immobilized on the spot. The disciple of Shoshan spat out a mouthful of fresh snow, his face a portrait of disbelief as he gazed into the distance. Who could this visitor be? This is indeed the sacred land of Xiantian. Chapter 10. The return after departing from the South Sea. Mo Fan hastened towards Zhongzhou. The distance from the South Sea to Zhongzhou is not insignificant. Yet in comparison to the endless sea, it is not overly far. With Mo Fan's cultivation at the emperor level, he required merely half a day to arrive. Upon stepping into Zhongzhou, he immediately sensed the presence of his bloodline kin. Suspended in the clouds, Mo Fan paused, gazing downward, where he beheld several towering peaks of the Xiantian sacred land. This location indeed lay within the territory of the Xiantian sacred land. However, as Mo Fan had reached the emperor level and intentionally concealed his presence, he went unnoticed. Observing his former residence from memory, Mo Fan felt no particular emotion. Instead, his gaze turned frigid as he intended to depart. Suddenly, he sensed a trace of bloodline power. Could it be that there are still members of the Mo family cultivating within the Xiantian sacred land? Intrigued, Mo Fan moved in the direction of his sense power. Before the mountain gate of the Xiantian sacred land, a white jade plaque bore the word Xuantian carved with a sharp sword intent. Beneath this inscription lay a young man, battered and bruised, prostrated on the ground. Two disciples of the Xiantian sacred land stood nearby, their expressions filled with disdain as they proclaimed, "How dare you impersonate a member of the Mo family? It is already a mercy that we have not killed you. Depart at once or risk losing your life." The mountain guards shouted harshly. The prostrate Mo phone was drenched in blood, evidently having endured inhumane torment. Yet he refused to leave, instead extending his mangled hand to grasp the ankle of one disciple. "The Mo family is in peril, please report, and hasten to save." The disciple, taken aback by the sight, could scarcely believe that this man, in such a dire state, was still attempting to deceive them. He lifted his foot and kicked Mo foam away, coldly stating, "This man is cunning. Had it not been for Brother Yu discerning the authenticity of the Mo family's token, we might have been truly fooled today." Mo foam was propelled several meters by the kick, his legs having been broken during Yi Chen's interrogation. Now, he could only drag his body with his hands, inching closer to the mountain gate adorned with the Xiantian inscription. "The Mo family is in danger. Please report." The two mountain disciples, now thoroughly irritated, were poised to execute Mo foam and dispose of his body. Yet at that moment, a sudden and formidable pressure descended upon them, instantly subduing both disciples. With a thud, one disciple was pinned to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed in disbelief at the distance. There, descending from the heavens, was Mo Fan, his countenance grim, exuding a chilling aura that suggested an impending eruption. "Who dares approach? This is the Xiantian sacred land," one of the mountain disciples shouted. However, in the next instant, the pressure surrounding him intensified dramatically, and in a fleeting moment, his form twisted grotesquely. The remaining disciple was struck with terror. This individual dared to commit murder at the gate of the Xiantian sacred land. Mo Fan paid no heed to the man's astonishment, instead channeling a thread of spiritual energy that enveloped Mo Fan. The latter's injuries soon began to improve, and his pallid complexion gradually regained some color. However, as a descendant of the Mo family, he had never seen Mo Fan's true visage. Mistaking him for a significant figure within the Xiantian sacred land, he hastily prostrated himself, humbly beseeching, "The Mo family is in peril. I implore you to relay this message and hasten to our aid." Despite having already surmised the identity of the other, Mo Fan, still somewhat unconvinced, inquired, "Are you the Mo family? What is your name? Since you have come here, why did you not bring a token?" Seeing Mo Fan's amiable demeanor, Mo Feng recounted the earlier events truthfully. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression darkened like stormy waters. He was taken aback by the sheer audacity of the Xiantian sacred land. He vividly remembered that when he had departed from the Xiantian sacred land, he had specifically entrusted his master, the sacred lord Su Aoyu, to intervene should the Mo family face hardship. To this end, he had even left behind a substantial sum of spiritual stones and precious medicines. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Mo Fan could not suppress his fury. Gazing at the numerous wounds adorning Mo Feng's body, he summoned a crimson spiritual sword into his hand. Turning around, the remaining disciples guarding the mountain sought to inquire about Mo Fan's identity. Yet in the next moment, a sword chi that pierced the heavens cleaved directly towards the mountain gate of the Xiantian sacred land. As the sword fell, it felt as though the entire Xiantian sacred land had been sundered. Several peaks collapsed in an instant, and on the once proud white jade plaza of the Xiantian sacred land, the statue of the founding ancestor was shattered, while the earth itself split open like a chasm. The entire Xiantian sacred land appeared to have undergone a divine retribution. This sudden upheaval startled many undying beings within the Forbidden Zone. What is happening? Who dares to annihilate my Xiantian sacred land? Terrifying auras erupted from within the Forbidden Zone. In the Sacred Lord's Hall, upon sensing this familiar surge of spiritual energy, Su Aoyu hurriedly rushed out of the hall, her pupils narrowing in disbelief as she gazed towards the mountain gate. Could it be that he has returned? Meanwhile, before the mountain gate, Mo Fan lifted Mo Feng with a surge of spiritual energy and headed towards the direction of the Mo family's spatial barrier, guided by memory. He did not fear the taboo entities within the Xiantian sacred land. Rather, given the imminent danger facing his family, he lacked the time to obliterate the Xiantian sacred land. It was imperative that he first return to the Mo family and rescue his kin. No sooner had Mo Fan departed than several figures appeared before the mountain gate. All elders or peak masters of the Xiantian sacred land, all formidable beings of the supreme realm. Su Aoyu was among them. Upon seeing the mountain-guarding disciple crushed into a pancake-like state, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Coldly, she demanded, "Who is it that dared to strike here? Who killed my Xiantian sacred land disciple?" The remaining mountain-guarding disciple had been rendered speechless by Mo Fan's earlier onslaught. Trembling under the scrutiny of the Xiantian sacred land elders, he stammered for quite some time before finally managing to utter that. That person claimed to be of the Mo family. I am not certain. At this revelation, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Su Aoyu's eyes, followed by a shake of her head. It cannot possibly be him. If it were, he would never lay a hand on the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land. Could it be that a malevolent force is masquerading as him? A thought flashed through Su Aoyu's mind. He was acutely aware that if his apprentice had truly returned, he would never dare to strike against the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land. The claim that the individual was a member of the Mo family inevitably led Su Aoyu to suspicion. Could it be that someone aims to sow discord between the Mo family and the Xiantian Holy Land? As the sovereign of the Xiantian Holy Land, her considerations must be broad and profound. However, the elders of the Xiantian Holy Land displayed anger upon their faces, vowing to locate this person and restore the honor of their sect. How dare he commit murder before our mountain gate? This is undoubtedly a provocation against us. This cannot stand. I shall confront the Mo family and demand accountability. One elder, filled with fervor, was restrained by another. Elder Wang, do not be so hasty. Consider this. Is such a method truly within the capabilities of the Mo family? Upon uttering these words, the elders turned their gaze toward the mountain gate. Witnessing Mo Fan's terrifying strike, which seemed to carve a portion from the very heavens, several elders at the revered level could not help but swallow hard. Such an ability. It must surely be the domain of an emperor-level powerhouse. Yet, when did the Mo family acquire a new emperor? Chapter 11. Invoking the Emperor's Armament. I urge you all to embrace death. The ancestral land of the Mo family, once a flourishing scene, has now turned to ash, with remnants of walls and structures barely standing. Scattered throughout are the lifeless bodies of the Mo clan. The atmosphere is thick with the stench of blood. At this moment, only a few hundred souls remain in the Mo family plaza. The protective familial formation has been shattered, and the clan leader, Mo Zhan, along with numerous elders, have perished in battle. Surrounded by three mighty emperors, the remaining members of the Mo family can only huddle together in despair. All who possess the divine realm of power have fallen. The remaining 100 are either too young or lack the talent and strength to stand against their formidable foes. Yet, this seemingly frail group displays no fear in the face of their powerful adversaries, the three emperors looming above them. Whether elder or child, their eyes are ablaze with defiance as they gaze up at the three sovereigns. Leading the crowd is the silver-haired Mo Qi. Mo Xian had intended to escort him away from the ancestral grounds, but they were intercepted by the three emperors, resulting in a failed escape. The last vestige of the Mo bloodline they wish to preserve is destined to perish here today. Clad in a blue robe, Mo Qi, though only at the Xiangang realm, hold a significant position within the Mo family. He is the younger brother of Mo Fan and the newly appointed clan leader. At this moment, he steps forward, confronting the oppressive aura of the three emperors, struggling to stand before his kin. Observing this scene from afar, the elder of the Wang family cannot help but regard him with newfound respect. Despite his meager strength, his courage is commendable. Hand over your treasures, and you shall be spared, the Wang elder coldly declares. This statement, of course, is nothing more than a ruse, aimed at avoiding the chaos of a massacre later. Mo Qi, leading the group, lowers his head and suddenly produces a long-held divine weapon of the Mo family, a sword, ancient yet resonating with an ethereal essence. The blade remains locked in its sheath, only to be wielded by a true descendant of the Mo bloodline. Clearly, it is an imperial weapon. The Wang elder scoffs inwardly. He believes Mo Qi is naive enough to take their words at face value, wishing to offer a treasure in exchange for survival. Such foolishness, it seems, seals the Mo family's fate today. The next moment, a surge of spiritual energy rushes forth, aiming to seize the imperial weapon. Yet, a brilliant crimson light erupts from Mo Qi. This blood-red radiance is blinding, akin to the scorching sun, emanating an intense heat. Mo Qi's grip on the sword is blistering, accompanied by the sound of sizzling. However, the pain coursing through his arm does not elicit a cry from him. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" the Wang elder exclaims, his expression shifting in alarm. Yet, Mo Qi does not respond. Instead, he raises the imperial weapon high, slowly maneuvering his charred hand to grasp the hilt. Witnessing this, everyone present is struck with astonishment. Is he about to wield the imperial weapon? To forcibly activate it at the Xiangang realm? Has he lost his mind? It is known that the cost of activating an imperial weapon is immense. Even a fully powered practitioner could only unleash about 50 to 60% of its true potential. The forceful invocation of a Xiangang realm would likely yield not even a single strike, resulting in the depletion of one's cultivation and the transformation into a mere skeleton. In the distance, the elder of the Wang family once again labeled this junior before him as mad and foolish. To forcibly wield an imperial weapon at the Xiangang realm is tantamount to courting death. Yet behind Mo Qi, the eyes of hundreds of Mo family disciples shimmered with tears. They understood that this newly appointed head of the Mo family, having held the position for less than an hour, was on the brink of death. Like previous family heads, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect the Mo family. Like moths to a flame, they knew the futility of their struggle, yet they chose to fight to the death. The head of the family in that moment. Countless Mo family disciples were inspired, unleashing their final trump cards. Far away, Mo Qi, raising the ultimate imperial weapon, prayed within his heart. With his cultivation at the Xiangang realm, he could scarcely manage to draw the imperial sword. Yet he had no alternative. Perhaps he would be unable to unleash this sword, but he must convey to everyone his resolve. Even in death, the Mo family would never kneel and beg for mercy. At the moment Mo Qi drew the sword, the color drained from his eyes. The strain of wielding the imperial weapon exacted a terrifying toll on his cultivation and life. In that instant, Mo Qi's life plummeted into an abyss of darkness, and his past experiences flickered through his mind like a lantern's glow. At the age of 8, he embarked on the path of cultivation with his elder brother, possessing mediocre talent, barely achieving the second level of vitality by 20. In stark contrast, his brother attained the Xiangang realm at 18 in the Xiantian sacred land. At 34, due to his lacking cultivation, he was relegated to managing a shop outside the ancestral land, gathering wealth for the family. During this time, Mo Zhan and Mo Fan sought various elixirs to prolong his life, allowing him to survive for over 600 years. At 650, his brother was dispatched to guard the demon gate, leaving behind a top-grade body transformation pill. With the aid of rare materials, he managed to advance to the Xian Gang realm, gaining over 100 years of life and returning to the ancestral land. At 740, the family faced calamity, with all formidable members perishing, and he was thrust into the role of family head in a time of crisis. His life had been humble, never receiving the regard of his elders. Yet at their dying moments, they entrusted him with their fates due to his weakness. Reflecting on this, Mo Chi found himself inexplicably smiling. In my lifetime, I have never been favored by the world. If at the end, I can protect my family one last time in battle against the three great emperors, it would not be in vain. With these words, a pillar of radiant light erupted from Mo Chi, exuding an awe-inspiring ancient aura. Under this terrifying pressure, his physical form gradually disintegrated into dust, skin, flesh, and bones. The ancestral land of the Mo family, shrouded in dust, awakened to this dazzling pillar of light. Within the light stood a figure, tears of blood streaming from his hollow eyes. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to draw forth that imperial weapon. He bellowed with all his might, ultimate imperial weapon. Arise! Behind him, countless members of the Mo family were profoundly moved by this epic scene. Their hearts already ignited with fervor. They too summoned their artifacts. Today, they would offer themselves to the imperial weapon and face death with unwavering courage. Upon witnessing this scene, the Liu and Zhang families contemplated intervening to suppress it, yet were halted by the elder of the Wang family. With a disdainful gaze, he remarked indifferently, "No matter. Mereans. He cannot unleash this sword and save anyone." The two remaining emperors, upon hearing his words, withdrew their hands. The elder's assertion held truth. Even if this supreme imperial weapon were to unleash a sword strike, what difference would it make? At most, it might leave a mere scratch upon their protective artifacts. Or perhaps, not even that. Ants will always be ants, and even when huddling together for warmth or exerting their utmost efforts, they remain incapable of shaking the stars. It is merely a grasshopper attempting to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. Gradually, a mocking glint appeared in the eyes of the three emperors, who grew intrigued. They wished to witness how this overconfident ant would ultimately be reduced to mere dust by the backlash of the imperial weapon. A smirk of derision crept across the elder's lips, but in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The supreme imperial weapon in Mo Chi's hand, which had remained immovable despite all efforts, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Then, that strike capable of annihilating heaven and earth was unleashed in an instant. Chapter 12. The imperial weapons, a resounding clang echoed throughout the universe as the supreme imperial weapon was unsheathed. Its speed so astonishing that even the three mighty emperors found themselves unable to react in time. By the moment they regained their senses, a sword capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence had already been unleashed. The entire right arm of the Wang clan's ancestor was obliterated by this terrifying strike, while the Zhang clan's ancestor was utterly extinguished in its wake. The ancestors of the Liu and Wang clans were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their pupils constricting in horror. Their faces turned ashen, and their lips trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? Below, Mo Chi suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes catching sight of a figure clad in black, quietly appearing beside him. The familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Mo Chi could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. "Ah Chi, you truly have grown old, but you have also made significant progress." Upon hearing these words, Mo Chi broke down in loud sobs. Entirely disregarding the dire situation around him, he paid no mind to the many clansmen present, resembling a child who had been bullied, his face drenched in tears. Montauk Fen, wielding a crimson longsword, descended before the crowd, taking the place that Mo Chi had occupied moments before. He channeled a thread of spiritual energy to help Mo Chi stabilize his injuries, softly stating, "They too shall meet their end." With that, he pivoted, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed. In an instant, the three ancestral figures of the imperial clans seemed ensnared by ancient, forbidden forces, their hair standing on end and their faces pallid with fear. The Wang clan's ancestor soon emerged from his shock, managing to stem his injuries. A chill cascaded down from his head, akin to being doused with icy water. Who are you? You cannot be Mo Fan. He is still at the Demon Suppression Pass. He could not have arrived so swiftly. My friend, the Liu clan's ancestor interjected, attempting to reason. We too are esteemed clans of Zhongzhou. Now that you have slain the Zhang clan's ancestor, why not take a step back and cease hostilities? They had never laid eyes upon Mo Fan's true form, assuming that the figure before them might simply be an external ally summoned by the Mo clan. Representing the three great imperial clans of Zhongzhou, they believed that, regardless of Mo Fan's prowess, he would still exercise caution. However, to their astonishment, Mo Fan's crimson spiritual sword surged forth, unleashing a sword shadow aimed directly at the Liu clan's ancestor with no intention of negotiation whatsoever. With a thunderous clash, the Liu clan's ancestor hastily summoned his azure cauldron to defend against the onslaught of the crimson sword. The moment the azure cauldron collided with the red spiritual sword, a terrifying sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the air. The Liu clan's ancestor was taken aback as he beheld his prized azure cauldron being pierced with ease, as if it were mere tofu sliced by a steel knife. This cannot be. Is your spiritual sword also an imperial weapon? His astonished words barely left his lips when the crimson sword struck once more. In a desperate bid, the Liu clan's ancestor unleashed his hidden trump card. A remnant shadow of a fierce beast erupted from his being, colliding with Mo Fan's spiritual sword, causing the sword shadow to rebound. However, a piece of dark ancient jade shattered upon the Liu clan ancestor, echoing the severity of the clash. It is truly heart-wrenching. This is an ancient artifact, rumored to be a protective treasure forged from the blood of the demon emperor. It could barely withstand a single strike from Mo Fan. This young man before me undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary background. The elder of the Liu family, realizing the gravity of the situation, contemplated retreating to avoid entanglement. However, in the next moment, the elder of the Wang family made his move. Instantly, a long spear materialized behind him, an extreme Dao imperial weapon. The Liu family elder's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated that the opponent still harbored hidden cards. Below, the members of the Mo family were filled with trepidation, silently praying for this sudden appearance of their savior, the emperor. An extreme Dao imperial weapon, each one infused with the essence of a peak emperor's blood. Moreover, it contained an extreme intent. If executed to its fullest, it could effortlessly slay an ordinary emperor, as easily as eating or drinking. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Mo Fan's earlier display compelled him to unveil his trump card. He believed that no matter how powerful Mo Fan was, as long as he had not transcended that threshold, he remained on the same level as them, an emperor. If he and the Liu family elder joined forces, they would undoubtedly subdue him. At that point, not only could they seize the extreme Dao imperial weapon from the Mo family, but also the imperial weapon on this individual. A glimmer of greed flashed in the elder's eyes, and the Liu family elder instantly comprehended his intentions. Without further hesitation, he summoned his own hidden weapon from the void, a green long blade. It too was an extreme Dao imperial weapon. The Liu family, being an esteemed imperial lineage, naturally had profound reserves. In the blink of an eye, the combined might of the elders from the Wang and Liu families overshadowed the lone Mo Fan. Fellow Taoist, to be candid, we have no intention of being your enemies. Simply surrender the Mo family's imperial weapon, and you may depart unscathed. We shall pretend you were never here. Otherwise, why sacrifice our cultivation for mere ants? The Liu family elder provocatively uttered, secretly seeking an opportunity to strike. The advantage lay with them. As soon as the opponent revealed a flaw, they could swiftly subdue him. Hearing this, Mo Chi below felt a weight in his heart and discreetly conveyed to Mo Fan, "Brother, they are numerous. You can take our family's secret treasure and leave. In the future, there will be opportunities for revenge." Mo Chi had always been intent on fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the family elders. With no other options earlier, he had chosen to sacrifice himself. Now that Mo Fan had returned, he was focused on ensuring the survival of the Mo family's lineage. The elder of the Wang family wore a grave expression, his consciousness firmly locking onto Mo Fan, should he attempt to flee. He and the elder of the Liu family would strike together, seizing any opening to subdue him. Yet, in the next moment, a cold laugh from Mo Fan echoed. Leave? Why should I leave? Merely 2 ants. Imperial weapons. Arise. As he spoke, countless streams of light erupted from Mo Fan's form. Each stream radiated an ancient and terrifying aura. The elders of the Wang and Liu families were immediately taken aback. These were all Imperial weapons. How could there be so many Imperial weapons? The Liu family elder exclaimed in astonishment. A single Imperial clan possessing an Imperial weapon is a rarity indeed. Yet this individual astonishingly possesses so many. What could his true identity be? Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family gazes in disbelief at the relentless stream of supreme Imperial weapons emerging behind Mo Fan. His body instantly stiffens, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Such a multitude of Imperial weapons he had only heard of in one place, the Endless Sea, the Demon Suppression Pass. In that fleeting moment, the elder of the Wang family felt as if his strength had been completely sapped, his pupils dilating in shock. Trembling, he uttered, These are the Imperial weapons from the Demon Suppression Pass. You truly are Mo Fan. Chapter 13. The Slaying of the Three Emperors. Montak Fen? The voice of the Wang family's ancestor resonated loudly, clear for all present to hear. Below, the members of the Mo clan gazed at Mo Fan's silhouette high above, their excitement bubbling like boiling water. What? He is the Mo clan patriarch who left the family a century ago. To think he has truly returned. He is indeed Mo Fan, the patriarch. The crowd erupted with exhilaration, as if they had discovered a beacon in the dark night, their inner fears dissipating in an instant. What remained was a profound reverence for the figure soaring above. No, it cannot be. If you are here, then the Demon Suppression Pass is left unguarded? The Wang family ancestor's eyes widened in madness, muttering to himself. He could not comprehend how Mo Fan had returned from the Demon Suppression Pass in such a brief span of time. Moreover, that person had clearly stated that Mo Fan was. After a pause, the Wang family ancestor suddenly glared at Mo Fan, rebuking him. Mo Fan, you were meant to guard the Demon Pass. Now, having abandoned your post, if the demon race invades, will you forsake our human race? I advise you to return swiftly, lest you become a traitor to humanity, despised by all. In response, Mo Fan let out a cold laugh. The disdain of the world? A traitor to humanity? I have guarded the demons for a century, and in return, I am met with scoundrels like you, who wish to annihilate my clan and seize my Imperial weapons. If humanity is comprised solely of your kind of scum, then it is better off without protection. With that, Mo Fan summoned hundreds of Imperial weapons in an instant. A terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down upon the Wang family ancestor. No, you cannot kill me. Do you know who informed us of your situation? As long as you spare my life, I will reveal who set the trap against the Mo family. Do you not wish to know? The Wang family ancestor screamed desperately, attempting to barter for his life with information. Yet Mo Fan showed no signs of mercy. The pressure descended. In an instant, the Wang family ancestor was obliterated from this realm. Beside him, the Liu family ancestor hastily attempted to flee, but in the next moment, a long sword cleaved through his skull. Ethereal blue flames erupted from his body, incinerating both flesh and soul into ashes. 3 powerful emperors, instantly extinguished. Below, the members of the Mo clan gazed at Mo Fan with a newfound astonishment. To slay 3 powerful emperors single-handedly. What a terrifying feat. The clan members had often heard tales of this true prodigy from their elders, yet had never laid eyes upon him. Now, witnessing him in person, they were profoundly shaken. As Mo Fan descended, the Imperial weapons returned to him. Brother, Mo Chi, with unsteady steps, approached Mo Fan. Gazing upon the face that seemed unchanged, a myriad of emotions flooded his heart. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he struggled to express his feelings. After a moment, he trembled, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and spoke. Brother, you truly remain as impressive as ever. Mo Fan regarded the elder before him, whose expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, yet chose not to elaborate further. He killed Liu Wang and Zhang, the 3 ancestral families, which would undoubtedly provoke their retaliation. With his lifespan dwindling to less than a month and a half, if he could not assist the Mo family in overcoming the imminent obstacles, once Mo Fan's body perished, the Mo family would inevitably face annihilation. Suddenly, Mo Chi before him knelt abruptly on the ground, followed by hundreds of Mo family members who also fell to their knees. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, confused by the scene. He saw Mo Chi kneeling before him, holding the sheath of the imperial sword high, and proclaiming loudly, "From this day forth, you are the new head of the Mo family. We are willing to dedicate our lives for the Mo family." The crowd echoed in unison, kneeling before him. Mo Fan surveyed them, noticing expressions of joy, excitement, and hope. It seemed they all yearned for him to accept the imperial weapon, become the new patriarch, and lead them to restore their former glory. The hundreds of fervent gazes stirred something within Mo Fan. He possessed an indomitable bloodline. Theoretically, as long as the Mo family survived, he would endure. Yet, with his body's lifespan reduced to less than a month and a half, even if he wished to assume the mantle of leadership, it might be a futile endeavor. Mo Fan summoned the imperial weapon inherited by the Mo family and slowly returned it to the sheath held by Mo Chi. He assisted Mo Chi to his feet and spoke solemnly. "This matter can be discussed later. Our immediate priority is to rebuild our ancestral land. There are numerous trivial matters that require your attention." Subsequently, a glint of cold determination flickered in Mo Fan's eyes. "The Liu Wang and the three families dared to invade our ancestral grounds and slay our kin. This enmity must not go unavenged." Mo Fan clenched his fists tightly. Although he had merely traversed into this realm, he still retained fragments of the original memories, harboring some remnants of emotion towards the Mo family and its members. Montaki, taken aback, expressed concern. "The three families hold considerable power in Zhongzhou. Relying solely on you, brother, may not suffice." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan waved his hand. With over 100 imperial weapons at his disposal, even a peak emperor could be easily vanquished. The three families may not be in haste, but before that, there is another matter I must attend to. I entrust the affairs of the clan entirely to you. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Mo Fan's inquiry, Mo Chi was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded resolutely. "I will not let you down, brother." With that, Mo Fan nodded and swiftly departed from the Mo family ancestral grounds. He understood that his time was limited, and he must swiftly eliminate all threats to the Mo family. His first destination was the Xiantian sacred land. Years ago, Mo Fan had left Xiantian's sacred land to head to the Demon Suppression Pass. The details were somewhat hazy, as if he had been bound along with the heavenly path oath within the Demon Suppression Pass. The only thing he clearly remembered was that before his departure, the sacred master of Xiantian, Su Aoyu, had promised the original body that if the Mo family faced adversity, he would come to their aid. However, now that the powerful members of the Mo family had perished, not a single soul from Xiantian had come forth, and those who sought aid from the Mo family were left crippled. Mo Fan's figure swiftly arrived above the Xiantian sacred land. His gaze turned icy. Had it been the original self, he would have been profoundly grateful to the Xiantian sacred land. Despite having reached the status of an emperor in the past, he willingly submitted to the sacred land, obediently complying with its every command. Even if the other party had not come to the aid of the Mo family, the original self would likely have found excuses for them, engaging in self-justification. However, the current Mo Fan is different. Regardless of the process, the result is erroneous. An error remains an error. Committing a wrongful act has led to a misguided outcome. Whether intentional or accidental, it amounts to mere sophistry concerning the result. The Mo family has been obliterated, and the original self's father, along with countless clan members, has perished. At this juncture, there is no inclination to debate right or wrong. Even if the Xiantian sacred land acted without malice, it must still bear the consequences. With an imperial aura, Mo Fan proclaimed towards the Xiantian sacred land, "I, Mo Fan, have come to demand accountability." Chapter 14. The Inquisition of Xiantian. Mo Fan's voice, imbued with the oppressive aura of the emperor, echoed throughout the sacred grounds of Xiantian. In an instant, all eyes within the sanctum, be they elders or disciples, were drawn towards the mountain gate. How audacious it is for someone to come to our Xiantian sacred land to demand accountability. Surely, they must be courting death. Who is Mo Fan? Could he be from the Mo family? Many of the newly arrived disciples, unfamiliar with Mo Fan's exploits, inquired curiously. Yet, before they could receive an answer, several streaks of light surged from the depths of Xiantian sacred land towards the mountain gate. The first figure Mo Fan beheld was Su Aoyu, clad in a flowing white robe. At that moment, she stood amidst the clouds, her long, azure tresses dancing in the wind. True to her name, she was as exquisite as jade, radiating an air of regal aloofness. An undeniable authority emanated from her presence. Su Aoyu spoke, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Mo Fan. A fleeting glimmer of surprise quickly replaced by cold indifference. Mo Fan, why are you not guarding the demon pass? What grievance do we hold against you in Xiantian's sacred land? In response, Mo Fan let out a disdainful chuckle. What grievance do we hold? Pray tell. What grievance? I ask you, when my elder from the Mo family sought assistance from Xiantian's sacred land, why did you not respond? You and I had an agreement that if the Mo family were in peril, you would come to their aid. Now, not only do you forsake your oath, but you also break the legs of a Mo family disciple seeking help, nearly leading to their demise. I have come today to seek an explanation. Taken aback, Su Aoyu realized she was unaware of the Mo family's plight. However, several elders from Xiantian sacred land emerged, their faces contorted with anger as they berated Mo Fan. So it is you. Just days ago, at our mountain gate, you killed our disciple. You vandalized our gate. Mo Fan, as a disciple of Xiantian's sacred land, how could you inflict harm upon your fellow brethren and desecrate our sanctum? Do you not realize your crimes warrant death? And yet, you have the audacity to come here to demand justice. Truly, you possess remarkable boldness. Su Aoyu sensed there might be a misunderstanding brewing. She attempted to mediate. I'm not aware of the Mo family's troubles. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Just then, two figures hurriedly approached. It was Liu Ruyan and Yi Chun. The moment Liu Ruyan set her eyes on Mo Fan, a flicker of joy shone in her gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, standing beside her, revealed a hint of malice. Liu Ruyan flew to stand before Mo Fan, her tone imbued with complexity. Senior brother, it has been a long time. Mo Fan gazed upon the graceful figure before him, memories of the past flooding his mind. Suddenly, a dark mark on his wrist flared with heat. Mo Fan frowned. This mark was a remnant of the oath sealing the heavenly path. Could it be that this young woman before him was connected to the heavenly path oath of his former self? With no time for contemplation, Mo Fan's attention was drawn to Yi Chen's figure in the distance. In that instant, he comprehended the unfolding circumstances. The massacre of the Mo family, as depicted in the novel he had read in his previous life, was indeed orchestrated by the protagonist, Yi Chun. The severing of ties between Xiantian's sacred land and the Mo family was undoubtedly the work of the same individual. However, in the present circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would believe Mo Fan, even if he attempted to explain himself. With a narrowed gaze and without a moment's hesitation, Mo Fan raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, hurtling towards Yi Chun with astonishing speed that left many present momentarily stunned. Yet in the next heartbeat, that attack was intercepted by Su Aoyu. Montak Fen, do you truly wish to harm a fellow disciple? Su Aoyu questing Gun Li. Yi Chen, taken aback by Mo Fan's sudden assault, stumbled in shock. In contrast, Mo Fan had already affirmed his innermost convictions. In his mind, the system issued a warning. Caution, the host currently possesses low fortune. Should you forcefully strike against the destined child of heaven, you will face divine retribution and calamity. Is it impossible to kill him? Mo Fan murmured, though he was uncertain of the system's meaning regarding low fortune. Nevertheless, he understood that in order to alter the fate of the protagonist who was destined to slay him in the narrative, Yi Chun must perish. From a distance, an elder of the Xiantian Holy Land spoke sharply. Mo Fan, you harm your fellow disciples and yet speak such nonsense. Do you truly think our sacred laws are non-existent? The tension in the atmosphere escalated instantly. Observing this, Yi Chun feigned injury and said, Elders, please do not blame Brother Mo Fan. He has not yet met me. Perhaps he is merely envious due to my close association with my senior sister. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's face bore an expression of reproach. Mo Fan, he is merely a newly accepted junior disciple. Your jealousy is unbecoming. I wonder where your century-long lifespan has gone. Su Aoyu, wishing to de-escalate the situation, interjected. Regarding the Mo family matter, I am indeed unaware, but you should not take action against your junior brother, nor should you attack the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land. Montak Fen, If you still recognize yourself as my disciple, and as a disciple of the Xintian Holy Land, then return to the mountain gate and seek penance. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Su Aoyu's expression was frigid, seemingly confident that Mo Fan would acquiesce to her demands. Indeed, had it been the original Mo Fan, he would have complied under such a combination of soft and hard tactics, retreating to the mountain gate for introspection. However, the current Mo Fan would not be swayed. With a cold laugh, Mo Fan glanced once more at the gathered individuals of the Xintian Holy Land. His gaze now filled solely with disdain. Master Su, our agreement was breached by you, resulting in the death of countless members of the Mo family. My father, Mo Zhan, perished in battle to protect our bloodline. My brothers and friends have become mere corpses because of this. And now, you demand that I return to the mountain gate to seek punishment. I have fought for the Xintian Holy Land for 6 centuries, safeguarding humanity against demons for 100 years. My lifespan has been exhausted, and now you tell me that I am guilty. Tell me, is there any reason to protect such a holy land, such a race of humanity? Mo Fan's relentless inquiries left Su Aoyu and the assembly of elders momentarily speechless. Frozen in place, Su Aoyu was perplexed. In the past, no matter how deeply his disciple felt wronged, a mere cold glance from him would prompt immediate submission. Yet now, it seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person, leaving Su Aoyu feeling alienated. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, continued to defend the Xintian sacred land, stating, "The master has declared that no plea was received from the Mo family. Thus, none was received. Even if you persist in this unreasonable disturbance, it will not alter the facts. Brother, you must regain your clarity. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness lead you astray." The elders of the Xintian sacred land echoed coldly. You chose to guard the demon pass of your own volition. We did not coerce you. The destruction of your Mo family is a consequence of your own inadequacies. How can you blame the Xintian sacred land for that? Even if you had an agreement with the sacred lord, a century has passed. Who would remain vigilant over your Mo family daily? Should you continue to defy the law, do not blame us for our ruthless actions. Chapter 15. To slay the chosen one? Upon hearing the words, Mo Fan replied coldly, "If I choose not to go today, what can you possibly do?" As his words fell, an immense pressure instantly enveloped everyone present. Several elders of the Xintian sacred land at the respected realm found themselves immobilized under this overwhelming force. Su Aoyu's eyes flickered with apprehension. Despite being the lord of the Xintian sacred land, his current strength was merely at the 9th level of the sage realm, still a step away from the emperor realm. Yet, he felt no fear, for within the Xintian sacred land, he was merely the surface's highest combat power, while several ancestors of the emperor realm resided in the forbidden grounds. Thus, Su Aoyu dared to maintain a superior stance before Mo Fan, believing that Mo Fan would not dare to act against him. With a furrowed brow, he scolded, "Mo Fan, are you truly going to repay kindness with enmity and turn against the sacred land?" Su Aoyu's hands clenched tightly as he leaned slightly forward. Beside him, Liu Ruyan wore a worried expression, unable to comprehend how her senior brother, who had previously obeyed their master, had seemingly transformed into a different person upon returning after 100 years. Only Yi Chun, hidden in the crowd, revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Mo Fan coldly surveyed the crowd before taking a deep breath, his mind suddenly becoming much clearer. In the next moment, he extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying suction force upon the gathering. From the crowd, a figure was drawn into Mo Fan's grasp. Yi Chen's face turned pale with terror as his head was gripped tightly, enveloped by an overwhelming pressure of the Emperor realm, rendering him unable to move an inch. "Montakfen, what do you intend to do?" Su Aoyu Baolao. He was acutely aware of Yi Chen's background. Should Mo Fan kill him, not only the Yi family, but the Xintian sacred land would also face dire consequences. At that moment, Liu Ruyan shouted towards Mo Fan, "Senior brother, I assure you that Yi Shidi and I are innocent. Please release him." The elders of the respected realm, despite the pressure, also called out Mo Fan. "Yi Chun is of the Nanhai Yi family. If you harm him, are you inviting disaster upon our Xintian sacred land? Or do you intend for your Mo family to lose its standing in the central continent?" In the face of their threats, Mo Fan instead grew calm, responding coldly, Mo Fan, have always been clear about my grievances and kindness. In the next moment, he exerted force with his hand, causing several streams of spiritual energy to invade Yi Chen's body. Soon, a faint yellow spiritual energy was extracted from Yi Chen's form. The elders of the Xiantian sacred land looked on in astonishment, recognizing this technique as one that could probe into memories. With a mere thought, various scenes materialized in the void. The memories within Yi Chen's mind were laid bare before the crowd. They witnessed scenes of Yi Chen conspiring with the Liu, Zhang, and Wang families to seize the Mo family's legacy and imperial weaponry, even intercepting the spiritual talismans sent by the Mo family to the Xiantian sacred land. What? It is indeed him. What is that ominous black energy in the memory? It appears so bizarre. The elders of the Xiantian sacred land began to murmur among themselves upon seeing Yi Chen's memories. In Mo Fan's mind, countless system alerts echoed incessantly. System warning. The host's forcible attack on the Chosen One will soon incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao. System warning. The host's forcible attack on the Chosen One will soon incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao. A cacophony of warnings erupted in Mo Fan's ears. Yet he remained expressionless. At that moment, a surge of black energy suddenly erupted around Yi Chen. The dark aura enveloped him, transforming his corporeal form into an ethereal state, allowing him to escape from Mo Fan's grasp. Mo Fan let out a cold laugh. Trying to flee? It's too late. With that, several chains of spiritual power ensnared the swirling darkness in an instant. The black energy struggled momentarily, but ultimately could not break free. Montauk Fen, do you know who I am? By harming this child, you will inevitably draw the attention of the Yi family, and even certain forbidden entities. You wish to die. The dark energy erupted with a force that rivaled Mo Fan's own oppressive aura. In the distance, the onlookers were astonished. They could hardly believe that the usually harmless Yi Chen harbored such a malevolent presence within him. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what this entity truly was. What? What is this? Suao yuet golim in shok. Liu Ruyan also looked on in disbelief at this scene. Meanwhile, Mo Fan merely smiled and said, "Oh, you ancient being, confined in the Nanhai Devil's Abyss for tens of thousands of years, you must have dwindled to but a wisp of your former soul. I am quite eager to learn how you intend to bring about my demise." Upon hearing this, the black energy seemed to tremble in fear. Its voice quivered. How do you know of the Devil's Abyss? Who are you really? Mo Fan, being well-versed in the narrative of the story, understood precisely what malevolent force was residing within the protagonist Yi Chen. Indeed, it was a great terror that had existed for millennia. However, he had no intention of relenting. Buzz, the spiritual chains tightened suddenly. Within the black aura, Yi Chen emitted a series of anguished cries. "Master, save me." The dark energy returned to Yi Chen's body, and he, with a hideous expression, pleaded for Su Aoyu's help. Su Aoyu pondered for a moment before addressing Mo Fan. Since the matter is now clear, Yi Chen is also one of our Xiantian sacred land's own, and it is only right that the sacred land address his transgressions. To kill him would be unjust. Hearing this, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed, and a surge of even greater pressure surged towards Su Aoyu. He coldly replied, "Are you attempting to obstruct me?" Upon sensing the terrifying pressure, Su Aoyu turned away, falling silent. Although Mo Fan and Su Aoyu were nearly equal in terms of cultivation, Mo Fan possessed hundreds of extreme Dao imperial weapons. Merely releasing a fraction of their aura could suppress an ordinary emperor. The crowd fell silent, understanding that if Yi Chen were to perish, the Yi family would undoubtedly seek retribution against Mo Fan, which could have repercussions for the Xiantian sacred land, and thereby affect them all. Yet, should they voice their intent to rescue Yi Chen at this moment, they might find themselves crushed by Mo Fan's hand. Just as Mo Fan was about to strike, the system's alerts continued to resonate within his mind. Suddenly, the sky was enveloped by a shroud of gloom. A terrifying spiritual pressure descended abruptly upon this realm. An imposing and ethereal voice resounded, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. "Young friend, would you spare his life?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd looked up in unison. There, high in the sky, a colossal phantom of materialized. The projection of the emperor. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for the spiritual pressure emanating from this emperor's projection indicated that the being was, at the very least, a pinnacle emperor-level powerhouse. Su Aoyu's pupils constricted in realization, for she had recognized the identity of this formidable figure. It was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Tian. He had been safeguarding Yi Chen all along. The onlookers were utterly astonished, yet Mo Fan remained composed, as if Yi Tian's appearance had been anticipated long before. Chapter 16. His immortality keeps me awake. The Yi family, deeply rooted in the South Sea, possesses a geographical advantage at the Demon Suppression Pass, enabling them to hunt countless demon beasts from the boundless ocean, thus acquiring demon cores and other cultivation resources. Over the past century, they have developed in secrecy, their true strength far surpassing that of ordinary imperial families in the central continent, even behind the major sacred lands across the 5 domains. The shadow of the Yi family looms. The head of the Yi family, Yi Tian, is lauded as one of the most formidable emperors of our time. This is precisely why the people of the Xiantian sacred land regard him with such trepidation. Besides his terrifying prowess, any offense against Yi Tian would result in retaliation from the forces under the Yi family's control, extending to the entire central continent, leading to relentless pursuits. Many believe that, despite any grievances, Mo Fan would relent upon encountering Yi Tian in person, for the Mo family still had surviving members. Continuing their development necessitated avoiding enmity with the Yi family. At this moment, other elders of the Xiantian sacred land also expressed their stances. Mo Fan. Yi Chen must have been bewitched by that malevolent creature to act against your Mo family. It would be best if we, the Xiantian sacred land, acted as guarantors. Release Yi Chen, and I assure you that the Yi family head will ensure his strict supervision. The elders dared not imply that Yi Tian would provide Mo Fan with an explanation, for he represented an imperial family and the Xiantian sacred land was not to be trifled with. At this time, Su Aoyu turned to Mo Fan, saying, Mo Fan, you have cultivated my Xiantian sacred land since childhood. Do you no longer heed my words? Can you truly disregard the 600 years of nurturing we have provided you? Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I would have expelled you long ago. In this moment, Mo Fan found himself once again the target of collective scorn. Though the truth was known that the destruction of the Mo family had been orchestrated by Yi Chen, they still chose to support Yi Chen. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Mo Fan was, he remained but a solitary figure, unable to rival the Yi family. The distinction between what is heavy and what is light became evident. Mo Fan stood in the air, his figure appearing somewhat solitary, yet unyielding, standing tall. The restraints on Yi Chen's spiritual power surged once more, and instantly, the sound of his bones being distorted rang out. Montauk Fen, what are you doing? Do you truly wish to drag the entire Mo family to their doom? An elder of the Xiantian sacred land exclaimed. In the high sky, the phantom of the great emperor displayed displeasure, and an imperial pressure surged toward Mo Fan. However, before it could approach, it was countered by the pressure Mo Fan released. Have you truly made up your mind? Do you wish to stand against my Yi family? The great emperor's phantom spoke, his voice reverberating with wrath, shaking the heavens and earth. The attendees, including the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land observing from below, felt a profound fear. Montauk Fen, cease your actions at once. Are you truly intent on bringing ruin to the Xiantian sacred land? Suaoyu Sautet, Liu Ruyan anxiously added, Senior brother, I know you feel aggrieved, but this is not the time for reckless emotions. Amidst the fervent pleas of the crowd, Mo Fan appeared oblivious, resolutely clutching the shackles in his hands. At last, he lifted his gaze towards the distant silhouette of the great emperor. To oppose the Yi family? How audacious! Is it truly the case that the Yi family wishes to stand against me? As the words fell, Mo Fan exerted a sudden force. The final, anguished cry of Yi Chen followed closely behind, only to be utterly crushed by Mo Fan's spiritual pressure, leaving not even a trace of his soul. In an instant, the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. Mo Fan, amidst their astonished stares, slowly revealed a smile and remarked nonchalantly, I am well aware that taking his life comes at a cost, but if he remains unscathed, I shall find no peace. An eerie silence enveloped the gathering. In a fleeting moment, the fury of Yi Tian's apparition was palpable, for he discerned a hint of mockery in Mo Fan's gaze, akin to the derision one might reserve for mere insects. In the Yi family, in the South Sea, in the central continent, no one had ever dared to regard him with such disdain. Was the other party courting death? How audacious to toy with a peak emperor. Yet, before he could react, Mo Fan's taunt echoed in his ears. I shall certainly pay a visit to the Yi family in the South Sea. Following this proclamation, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged forth, as if the very heavens were about to rend asunder. Mo Fan raised his hand, unleashing a force that obliterated the apparition of the peak emperor in an instant. At that moment, the gathering fell into an eerie silence, their breaths seemingly suspended. The elders of the Xintian Holy Land, Su Aoyu and Liu Ruyan, gazed at Mo Fan with palpable terror. You have slain Yi Chun and destroyed Yi Tian's projection. After a prolonged silence, Su Aoyu finally spoke, incredulous. Yet Mo Fan remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever. He spoke with measured words. I have always been clear in matters of enmity and gratitude. You have indeed played a part in this incident. But considering the 6 centuries of our shared bond and your guidance, I spare your life. As for the sect's nurturing over the years, I have avenged it by slaying foes and seeking spiritual treasures, thereby repaying my debt. From this day forth, I, Mo Fan, shall withdraw from the Xintian Holy Land. Our master-disciple relationship shall cease. As he spoke, Mo Fan summoned a strand of divine consciousness from his brow, the very essence that had been sown at the time of their sex contract. A wisp of white silk fell into his hand, only to be extinguished in an instant. In the depths of the Xintian Holy Land, a jade tablet inscribed with Mo Fan's name shattered simultaneously with the destruction of his divine consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the elders of the Xintian Holy Land transformed their sorrow into joy, sternly declaring, "Excellent. I shall eagerly observe how you, the Mo family, managed to survive the Yi family's pursuit. If only." Before the elder could finish his sentence, Mo Fan's spiritual pressure obliterated him. Upon meeting Mo Fan's icy gaze, the crowd immediately abandoned their thoughts of protest. Mo Fan then turned, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from the scene. After his departure, Liu Ruyan gazed into the direction he had taken, her thoughts a tangled web of emotions. On the way back to the Mo family, Mo Fan also opened the system panel. At that moment, the panel was filled with several ominous red characters. Host has slain the chosen one. The heavenly path has marked you. You are about to face calamity. Upon witnessing this, Mo Fan nonchalantly waved his hand, dispersing the crimson warning. Having traversed into this world, he was naturally at odds with the heavenly path. Since he would have to confront it eventually, he resolved to transform his passivity into initiative. However, as he glanced at the system panel, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. There, in the section detailing his lifespan, it read, "Remaining lifespan, 1 month." A mere month of lifespan, for one of the Emperor's realm, was but the blink of an eye. If Mo Fan could not discover a way to extend his lifespan, he would likely perish before the other major imperial clans could seek their vengeance. Chapter 17. In the prime of creation at over 700 years in the Grand Hall of the Yi family in Nanhai, the Patriarchy Tian abruptly opened his long-closed eyes. An overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The several imperial realm powerhouses waiting nearby immediately bowed and knelt. Yi Tian spoke slowly. "Go to Zhongzhou. Annihilate the Mo family." This succinct command left the imperial experts present momentarily stunned. The Yi family was undoubtedly the preeminent family in this realm, boasting 10 imperial warriors. As the mightiest emperor of the Yi family, Yi Tian rarely displayed such fury. The crowd quickly grasped that a significant event was unfolding. Subsequently, 2 emperors stepped forward from the assembly, bowed deeply, and then vanished like fleeting light. Meanwhile, beneath the endless sea at the Demon Suppression Pass, several demon emperors cautiously peered up at the platform from beneath the surface. It has been 3 days. Has he truly departed? It is possible, but he might also be executing a ruse to lure us out, only to ensnare us when we do. That Mo Fan is a force capable of repelling even Emperor Tian. We must not be careless. The demons debated fervently, although they were aware of the negotiations between Emperor Tian and Mo Fan. The fear of Mo Fan's strength had kept them from daring to step beyond the protective barrier for 3 days. Very well, we shall wait another 3 days. If Mo Fan does not appear, I shall venture forth to test him. At the ancestral grounds of the Mo family, the remains have been cleared. Yet the collapsed pavilions and cracked streets still bore testament to the devastation, evoking a sense of sorrow. Within the ancestral hall, countless spirit tablets stood solemnly, as if a multitude of burning gazes were fixed upon them. Mo Fan stood within the ancestral hall, his expression grave. The reason he had not completely annihilated the Xiantian Holy Land stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, the Xiantian Holy Land, despite its transgressions, was the ancestral faction of his original self, and Su Aoyu was his master. Although there had been past grievances, they did not warrant death. Mo Fan was one to repay debts of gratitude and vengeance alike, yet he was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. He possessed his own criteria for determining who deserved death. The more pressing reason was Mo Fan's current lifespan issue. The Xiantian Holy Land was one of the oldest legacies in Zhongzhou, with profound roots. If he were to destroy it, regardless of how the citizens of Zhongzhou would perceive him, those factions that had benefited from the Xiantian Holy Land or sought to legitimately encroach upon its interests would inevitably seek him out, targeting the Mo family. Mo Fan was not intimidated by slander. Even if the people of Zhongzhou labeled him ungrateful or a treacherous murderer, he would remain unfazed. However, if those factions were to pursue the Mo family, his life would truly be in jeopardy. After all, he had not extinguished his bloodline. As long as his family remained intact, he could be reborn without limit. Yet, having taken residence in this body, his lifespan was less than a month. Thus, finding a means to extend his life while ensuring the Mo family's safety became one of the most prudent strategies. But this did not imply that Mo Fan would retreat into hiding. He is not the type to greet with a smile after being struck, nor is he the sort to crouch for a decade or more seeking revenge. Mo Fan harbors enmity and often retaliates on the spot. However, at present, his ultimate goal is to discover a means of prolonging life. Mo Fan accessed the system and inquired, "Is there truly a method to extend life?" The system responded, "As long as a child of destiny is born from the bloodline of the host's descendants, the host will be rewarded with additional lifespan. Furthermore, a new system function will be unlocked." Mo Fan pondered deeply, his expression somewhat troubled. Descendants. Must they be biological? Not necessarily. A blood relation to the host suffices. Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief, for in this world, humans must possess comparable cultivation levels to conceive offspring. In other words, if Mo Fan wished to father a child, he would need to find a female cultivator of the great emperor realm. This was exceedingly difficult, and the current circumstances did not permit such an endeavor. However, if it merely required a blood relation, the task became significantly easier. Perhaps he could have Mo Chi bear children soon. Thus, Mo Fan summoned Mo Chi and conveyed the first and only crucial development plan since his return to the Mo family. To bear more children, to expand the clan. This left Mo Chi utterly bewildered. "Brother, we are still being pursued by the three great families." Yet, Mo Fan remained unperturbed. "No hurry. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the Wang family." Chapter 18, To the Wang Family. Although Mo Chi felt a sense of astonishment, his expression remained resolute as he accepted the task. Early the next morning, he departed from the ancestral grounds of the Mo family alongside Mo Fan. Mo Fan's speed was astonishing, and before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the Wang family estate. Unlike the Mo family, the Wang family chose to establish their headquarters in Zhongzhou, boasting two rich veins of spiritual stones, thus becoming a formidable power. This not only allowed the disciples of the clan to cultivate directly within the spiritual veins, but also enabled the management of various enterprises under the Wang family's banner. After years of operation, the area surrounding the Wang family's spiritual veins had been developed into a fortified city combining commerce and defense, Wang Family City. Countless cultivators queued outside Wang Family City, and with every figure that entered, a fee of 10 inferior spiritual stones was collected. This system effectively deterred many wandering cultivators who could not afford the entrance fee. As Mo Fan and Mo Chi approached the city, Mo Chi attempted to join the line, but was halted by Mo Fan. "You are not here to pay a toll," he declared, and with a swift motion, he transported Mo Chi into the sky above Wang Family City. "Flying is prohibited here. Who dares to trespass?" A booming voice echoed, and in an instant, two figures rushed toward them. The newcomers, dressed in black robes adorned with the Wang family insignia, bore expressions of arrogance. One of them addressed Mo Fan. "Dare to intrude upon Wang Family City? Do you seek death? Depart at once." Before he could finish, Mo Fan unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure that reduced him to dust. The remaining individual was taken aback. Someone had the audacity to commit murder within Wang family city. This scene did not go unnoticed by the throngs of cultivators below, sparking a flurry of discussions. Who was that? How dare he kill within the Wang family's territory? Does he wish for death? The Wang family disciple was a formidable figure in the divine law realm, yet he was slain without leaving a trace. That youth must be at least a revered level cultivator. Amidst the chatter, Mo Fan coldly commanded from above, "Summon your elder." The surviving Wang family disciple fled without hesitation. Soon, another figure appeared before Mo Fan, a man clad in a purple robe, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a prominent hooked nose and an air of arrogance. Recognizing him, some cultivators gasped, "It's the lord of Wang family city, Wang Tong." What? He is the one rumored to possess the potential of an emperor? It is said he attained the celestial realm at 300 and the revered realm at 700. He has always guarded Wang family city. Could truly be him. The crowd was astonished, while Mo Fan narrowed his eyes. In the distance, the purple-robed Wang Tong arrogantly declared, "Friend, this territory belongs to my Wang family. May I inquire as to your identity and purpose for being here?" At this point, Mo Fan had lost patience. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual power cleaved Wang Tong's head from his shoulders. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had a youth just slain a revered level cultivator in a single strike? Who on earth was he? As the spectators remained stunned, Mo Fan swiftly executed a hand seal. In an instant, a scarlet formation manifested within the royal city below, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entire estate. Mo Chi's astonishment was palpable. He recognized this technique, for it was the very same employed by the ancestral patriarch of the Wang family when sealing off the ancestral land of the Mo clan. Remarkably, it had been flawlessly replicated by Mo Fan. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The crimson formation swiftly shrouded the Wang family estate, generating a blood-red aura that formed an impenetrable barrier, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Mo Fan's expression turned icy as he bellowed with imperial authority towards the Wang family. "If you do not emerge, I shall slay 10 of your kin with each breath until you do." No sooner had his words echoed than a figure shot forth from the Wang residence. Clad in a crimson robe, the newcomer appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He spoke solemnly, "Fellow cultivator, hold on." Upon witnessing the arrival of this individual, Mo Fan directed his gaze toward him, unleashing a formidable imperial pressure that bore down upon the man. This oppressive force simultaneously subdued the gathered Wang family members and onlookers, instilling a profound dread within their hearts. Was that not Wang Yu, the head of the Wang family? He had truly emerged. What was the source of this terrifying pressure? It could only belong to a sage-level powerhouse. No, not merely a sage. This youth was an emperor. Some, upon observing Wang Yu's expression, deduced Mo Fan's cultivation level and were immediately astounded. In the sky, Wang Yu regarded Mo Fan with a malevolent glare. Despite his fury at Mo Fan's actions, the latter's imperial cultivation instilled a sense of caution within him. "Fellow cultivator, you come to my Wang family causing chaos without revealing your name or the reason for your intrusion. Do not presume that attaining the Emperor realm grants you the liberty to act with impunity. My Wang family also possesses beings of imperial caliber." Wang Yu attempted to intimidate Mo Fan, hoping to instill some trepidation. However, Mo Fan responded with immediate aggression, wielding a spear that pierced through the fabric of space. Hurtling toward Wang Yu, the latter was taken aback. An extreme Dao imperial weapon? This youth was indeed extravagant with his attacks. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the silver spear was upon him. Wang Yu hastily defended himself, conjuring a faint purple armor that manifested before him, absorbing the brunt of this terrifying strike. Yet even so, the residual force sent Wang Yu hurtling backward for several hundred meters. Regaining his footing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. What astonished him was not merely Mo Fan's cultivation level, nor the fact that he could wield an extreme Dao imperial weapon so readily, but rather the silver spear in the youth's grasp. It was none other than the Wang family's imperial weapon, the Overlord Spear. It should have been in the hands of the patriarch, Wang One. How could it possibly be in the possession of this youth? Wang Yu, perplexed, finally swallowed hard and inquired, Is the weapon you wield truly the extreme Dao imperial weapon of my Wang family, the Overlord Spear? Montag fin smedet fintly, evidently pleased that the head of the Wang family had finally come to this realization. He spoke. Your Wang family's ancestor seeks to annihilate my Mo clan, but he has been slain by me. I have come here for but one purpose: total extermination. At this, all present were taken aback. Below, those onlookers among the cultivators first stood in stunned silence, only to have their expressions shift from astonishment to sheer terror. Even Wang Yu found it hard to believe his own ears. Annihilation? It had been far too long since he had heard such a word from another's lips. Now, with the Wang family's immense power, having extinguished numerous clans, this was the first time he had heard someone daringly proclaim the intention to eradicate his family. Wang Yu could not help but let out a cold laugh, tauntingly remarking, "You young fool. What if you are an emperor? My Wang family is not without its own formidable emperors. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems you court death." With that, Wang Yu crushed a jade tablet from his possession. In an instant, the Wang family city below underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 19. I want to see rivers of blood. Beneath the entire Wang family city, bizarre blood-red runes emerged. In an instant, the cultivators within Wang family city felt an overwhelming force, as if their very essence and vitality were being drained away. They quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This was the blood vitality formation, capable of siphoning the life force of cultivators. How could such a formation be concealed beneath Wang family city? The cultivators, now ensnared within the formation, found themselves unable to escape, helplessly allowing their vitality to be consumed. Above Wang family city, a crimson streak began to coalesce, heading toward the ancestral grounds of the Wang family. From within those ancestral grounds, a brilliant rainbow surged into the sky, heralding the arrival of a terrifying imperial presence. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, and the earth trembled. In an instant, the sky was stained blood-red. It was the ancestral emperor of the Wang family. Mo Chi's body tensed, his expression grave. He understood that several powerful emperors still lurked within the Wang family. Yet he never anticipated that the Wang family would resort to sacrificing the life force of the cultivators within Wang family city to summon their ancestral emperor. Such nefarious practices were utterly contemptible to the world. Below, the cultivators of Wang family city erupted in curses. Meanwhile, Wang Yu revealed a smirk from a distance. "How is it, young ones? Do not presume that upon reaching the imperial realm, you are beyond reprisal. Today, not only must you return my Wang family's supreme imperial weapon, but you shall also forfeit your lives." Wang Yu taunted with delight. Beside Mo Fan, Mo Chi appeared anxious, urgently urging, "Brother, quickly sever the transmission of vitality from this blood formation. Otherwise, if the Wang family's ancestral emperor fully manifests, we shall be in grave danger." However, Mo Fan remained unfazed, instead offering reassurance, "Fear not. What I desire is for the Wang family's ancestral emperor to fully emerge. Today, I wish to witness the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, flowing with rivers of blood." Upon hearing this declaration, the cultivators below were left devoid of hope for survival. From afar, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, speculating that the opponent's confidence hinted at some hidden scheme. He discreetly retrieved another jade tablet from his bosom, prepared to crush it at a moment's notice should the enemy possess a contingency plan to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Before long, beneath the blood-red sky, a figure gradually approached from the horizon. The oppressive aura they exuded warped the very air around them. Clad in a blood-red robe, the figure radiated a menacing aura, resembling a god of slaughter returning from the battlefield. Behind them lingered the ominous specter of ferocious eyes, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. This was the ancestral emperor of the Wang family. Merely observing from a distance was enough to render one breathless. Such a display of lethal power was truly humbling. One cultivator lamented that should he behold the clash of two emperors before his demise, it would not be in vain. The figure finally reached Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu respectfully addressed Ancestral Emperor Zhan Tian. "This is the one who dares to declare the annihilation of my Wang family. I implore you, Ancestral Emperor, to take action and vanquish him." The figure known as the Ancestral Elder of the Wang family, Zhan Tian, suddenly revealed an overwhelming intent to kill in his eyes. In the next moment, a deep, hoarse, yet authoritative voice resonated through the realms. Rogue. D. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A tempest arose, and amidst the blood-red clouds, a scarlet blade shot forth, landing in the hands of the elder Jean Tian. He raised his hand, and the crimson light of the blade extended several feet, as if to cleave the very heavens and earth apart. The cultivators below were once again astonished. The weapon in Jean Tian's hand was, astonishingly, yet another supreme imperial weapon. Who would have thought that the Wang family possessed two such formidable artifacts? In the sky, that strike imbued with ultimate murderous intent descended upon Mo Fan like a falling sun. Yet, Mo Fan's expression remained composed. In the next moment, the silver spear in his grasp radiated an intense brilliance. A beam of silver surged forth, colliding with the blood blade in midair. The clash of immense spiritual powers erupted, creating shockwaves powerful enough to lift several surrounding mountains and fracture the earth. The sky seemed to shatter, raining down a cascade of stars. Around the point of collision between the two imperial weapons, the fabric of space began to warp and distort. Below, Mo Fan smiled faintly, channeling his spiritual energy. In an instant, the silver spear overwhelmed Jean Tian's blood-red long knife, breaking through his defenses. Wang Yu and Jean Tian were both taken aback. How could the opponent, who was also at the imperial realm, so effortlessly breach his attack? Just as they were astonished, a voice thundered in their ears. If this is the extent of your power, the Wang family shall not endure this day. Buzzed behind Mo Fan. Another shadow of a sword surged towards Jean Tian. The elder, who had barely managed to defend against Mo Fan's silver spear, now exhibited a flicker of shock in his eyes. He hastily dodged to defend himself. While he narrowly escaped, Wang Yu behind him was pierced through and met his demise in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators below erupted in applause. Yet, Jean Tian remained in a state of disbelief. Who on earth are you? How is it possible for you to wield two imperial weapons? Mo Fan remained silent, solely focused on wielding the imperial weapons to assail Jean Tian. Under the might of both supreme imperial weapons, Jean Tian quickly found himself at a disadvantage. He realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He swiftly moved to Wang Yu's side, channeling a portion of his spiritual energy to shatter the 3 jade tokens on Wang Yu's body. Instantly, a cacophony of anguish cries echoed throughout the Wang family city. 3 blood trails surged toward the ancestral grounds of the Wang family. Not good, brother. Hurry, stop him. He aims to awaken the remaining ancestral elders of the Wang family. Mo Chi shouted anxiously from the side, but Mo Fan remained unmoved. Jean Tian's expression brightened. The youth before him displayed remarkable power, yet he was overly arrogant. Once the 3 ancestral elders of the Wang family emerged, no matter how strong the opponent, he would be destined for annihilation. With this thought, Jean Tian fought with even greater fervor against the 2 imperial weapons. Meanwhile, Mo Fan calculated his strength, steadily wearing down Jean Tian bit by bit. Let them feel overwhelmed, yet still perceive a glimmer of hope. Only then can the adversary gradually unveil their ultimate trump card. Summon all the other formidable emperors of the Wang clan. After all, with merely a month left to live, if the looming threats are not swiftly resolved, the situation for the Mo clan will become increasingly perilous. Thus, the ancestor of the battle sky struggles desperately within the illusory hope presented by Mo Fan. At last, in the distance, 3 radiant beams of light ascend from the horizon once more. Beneath each beam lies an aura of terrifying imperial might. Below, the cultivators within the Wang city are taken aback. Indeed, the Wang clan lives up to its reputation as a millennia-old imperial lineage. Their foundation is truly formidable. In the void, 3 figures stride through the air. Meanwhile, a smile graces Mo Fan's lips. He had proclaimed that today, he would witness rivers of blood flow. Chapter 20, Blood for Blood. Who dares to oppose the Wang clan? With a thunderous roar, 3 blood shadows entered the battlefield, instantly altering the dynamics of the confrontation. Several emperors intervened to assist the ancestor of the war heaven, successfully suppressing Mo Fan's 2 imperial artifacts. At that moment, however, Mo Fan suddenly withdrew the 2 imperial artifacts. The four ancestors of the Wang clan stood in a row in the sky, their expressions filled with vigilance as they gazed at Mo Fan in the distance. One of the recently emerged ancestors spoke. "You have slain the patriarch of my Wang family, and now you wish to withdraw? Do you not think this is too late? You shall not leave here today." In an instant, the oppressive might of the four emperors bore down upon Mo Fan. Behind him, Mo Chi felt a surge of anxiety. Given the current situation, even if Mo Fan wanted to flee with him, evading the pursuit of the four emperors seemed nearly impossible. Mo Chi clenched his fists tightly, realizing that they appeared to be trapped in a dire predicament. Yet, Mo Fan retracted all his imperial artifacts, looked at the distant crowd, and laughed. "Leave? When have I ever considered departing?" The four emperors immediately tensed up. The next moment, Mo Fan activated his incantation, and 5 more imperial artifacts soared from behind him. The 4 ancestors of the Wang clan were left astounded. "You, how could you possess so many imperial artifacts? This is inconceivable. Who are you?" In response, Mo Fan did not conceal his identity, proclaiming loudly, "I am Mo Fan of the Mo clan." Upon finishing his declaration, 5 imperial artifacts shot forth like shooting stars, hurtling towards the 4 emperors. The overwhelming might of the supreme imperial artifacts rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Among the 4 emperors, one finally recalled the origin of these 5 artifacts. Even the pinnacle imperial clans of the central continent possessed, at most, 3 imperial artifacts. Could these have been retrieved from the Demon Suppression Pass? That individual was taken aback and then shouted furiously at Mo Fan, "Scoundrel! How dare you unleash the suppressive imperial artifacts from the Demon Suppression Pass? Do you not care for the safety of humanity? Is there no sense of responsibility or morality left in you?" In response, Mo Fan chuckled, "Your Wang clan established Wang City, trading the flesh and blood of those cultivators for the emergence of your ancestors. And now you dare to speak of morality to me? Did you ever consider their lives when you forsook them? 1,000 years ago, during the great emperor suppression of demons, your Wang clan alone survived until now. Have you ever contemplated your responsibilities to humanity?" In light of Mo Fan's cold mockery, the expressions of the 4 emperors in the distance became increasingly ferocious. Resisting supreme imperial artifacts was never an easy feat, particularly as these artifacts were bound to Mo Fan's bloodline, their power far exceeding that of ordinary imperial artifacts wielded by emperors. Mo Fan observed coldly, amplifying his lethal strikes, and declared, "If you have any hidden cards left, now is the time to reveal them. Otherwise, you will have no opportunity left." With those words, the 4 ancestors of the Wang clan felt the mounting pressure, leading to a more frantic assault of their imperial artifacts. Moments later, seeing that no more emperors from the Wang clan had emerged to intervene, Mo Fan sighed and took action. In an instant, dozens of imperial artifacts surged forth, swiftly decimating all 4 emperors. The commotion naturally attracted numerous members of the Wang family, who gathered at a distance to observe. Upon witnessing the fall of their 4 revered ancestors, the entire Wang clan was engulfed in panic. Mo Fan collected the spoils of battle and then lifted his gaze towards the distant Wang residence. As for the cultivators within Wang City, they had long been drained by the 4 great emperors, leaving it a desolate wasteland. The figures of Mo Fan and the elder Mo Chi descended into the Wang estate, where they were immediately surrounded by countless Wang disciples. Observing this scene, Mo Fan could not help but smirk. "Do you truly believe this will deter me?" In the next moment, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the crowd, clad in a scarlet robe. His esteemed position within the Wang family was evident from the respect the disciples showed him. He approached Mo Fan and suddenly knelt before him. "Esteemed elder, your might is unparalleled. The Wang family is willing to submit to you. We only request you refrain from harming our disciples." Despite his words, the surrounding Wang disciples exhibited no intention of submission, armed and watchful as they regarded Mo Fan. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the kneeling man. This individual had achieved the pinnacle of the revered realm, mere steps away from becoming a saint, yet here he was disregarding his own dignity. Montaki, standing beside Mo Fan, wore an expression of astonishment. He had expected the Wang family to resist fiercely, akin to the Mo family, yet was taken aback by such weakness. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes and suddenly inquired of Mo Chi, "What do you think? Should I spare him?" Mo Chi, caught off guard by the question, hesitated. He was unsure how to respond. The Wang family had already surrendered, and to slay them now would merely amount to senseless slaughter, akin to the ruthless actions of the Wang ancestors against the Mo family. Yet, gazing at the kneeling figure, Mo Chi's fists clenched tightly. The phrase "spare his life" lingered on his lips, but never escaped. To an ordinary observer, the man had clearly conceded, and to commit further acts of violence will be morally reprehensible. Since ancient times, it has been an unwritten rule to not kill surrendered foes. However, such rules were dictated by others. Those who stand atop the moral high ground proclaim that relinquishing the sword leads to enlightenment. But who among them has truly felt the agony of witnessing friends and family slaughtered, of brothers and fathers perishing in battle? Can a mere utterance outweigh the mountains of corpses and the rivers of blood resulting from endless conflict? The scenes of devastation and despair were still fresh in Mo Chi's mind. The members of the Mo family had already perished. Despite being the newly appointed head of the Mo clan, he held no right to forgive in their stead. To kill or not to kill? Mo Chi found himself in a quandary, and Mo Fan discerned his indecision. Thus, he made the choice for him. An overwhelming pressure descended. The kneeling revered realm cultivator, along with the assembled Mo family members who had come to thwart Mo Fan, all fell beneath this tremendous force. Witnessing this unfold, Mo Chi trembled, his emotions surging. Over the span of 6 centuries, he had witnessed and inflicted numerous deaths. Yet never has one witnessed a determination as fierce as that of Mo Fan in this present moment. In truth, Mo Fan had not taken a life in his previous existence. He merely assimilated the memories of his former self, with the accumulated combat experience of centuries. He now possesses a greater sense of composure. Given his limited lifespan, for the Mo family to thrive swiftly in the times to come, they must grasp the profound truths of the cultivation world. Plunder, and plundering necessitates slaughter, instilling fear in one's adversaries. It is essential to evoke terror. Only then can they ensure that even in Mo Fan's absence, the mere mention of the Mo family's name will inspire dread. It will invoke caution. This is the very aim of Mo Fan. He brought Mo Chi along to impart the knowledge of how the Mo family should evolve henceforth. After a considerable pause, once Mo Chi had regained his composure, he spoke solemnly, "Brother, this man must be eliminated." Chapter 21, Women, Mere Resources. Mo Fan remained uncertain whether Mo Chi recognized his earnest intentions or simply clung to her hatred. All he could do was proceed. The two made their way towards the Wang family's grand hall, where Mo Fan's second objective awaited. He sought to find a woman of exceptional talent for Mo Chi to marry. From the system, he had learned that he had reached the Emperor realm, rendering ordinary longevity elixirs ineffective for him. However, the system could still grant Mo Fan an extension of life, contingent upon the emergence of a descendant capable of bearing the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Such a favored child of destiny could either be someone of extraordinary talent, destined to dominate the world, or a person of shattered meridians, enduring various humiliations yet unwavering in spirit, ultimately seizing a divine opportunity to achieve greatness. Upon Mo Fan's inquiry, the system suggested he seek a union with a woman from an imperial lineage. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential for their offspring's innate gifts. Although Mo Fan possessed an indestructible bloodline, ensuring his reincarnation as long as the Mo family did not perish, it was likely that his cultivation would dissipate upon rebirth. Without the Emperor's suppression, the Mo clan, bearing extraordinary treasures, would struggle to survive in this central continent. Therefore, it was imperative for Mo Fan to strengthen the Mo family. He needed to encourage more offspring among the Mo clan to enhance the probability of producing a child of destiny, thereby potentially securing his longevity. Mo Fan and Mo Chi's figures appeared within the Wang family's grand hall. Inside, numerous Wang family members were present. Despite their numbers, they trembled before Mo Fan and Mo Chi, their expressions betraying their vigilance. An elderly figure shielded the younger generation of the Wang family, flanked by dozens of powerful elders, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, seemingly prepared for a desperate fight. "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed," Mo Fan began softly, a smile gracing his face, evoking a feeling of spring warmth. He bore no trace of the ruthless demeanor he had displayed moments earlier. Beneath his benevolent facade lay a hidden blade. Such cliché tactics, however, did little to assuage the elders of the Wang family. Who exactly are you? Even if we must perish today, we demand clarity. An elder of the respected realm inquired of Mo Fan. Still smiling, Mo Fan replied, I'm a member of the Mo family. You need not be anxious today. Apart from eliminating a few emperors, I wish to find a concubine for my brother at this. The members of the Wang family exchanged bewildered glances. To come here seeking a concubine, who would slaughter the elders of another family in such a manner? Several Wang family elders narrowed their eyes, speculating that this might be Mo Fan's ploy to seize control of the Wang family. Finally, after a moment of silence, an elder of the Wang family stepped forward, declaring, You shall not succeed. You have slain our ancestors and annihilated our clan leader. How dare you speak of marriage? You are nothing but a disgrace. The elder's fierce rebuke earned him the admiration of the Wang family members. Yet in the next instant, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. In an instant, the head of the elder who had just spoken exploded, showering the room with a grotesque spray of blood and brain matter. The younger generation of the Wang family was immediately struck with terror. The surrounding powerful beings, too, swallowed hard, gripped by a sense of foreboding. Observing their fear, Mo Fan continued with a smirk, I shall reiterate, I have come here for my brother Mo Chi to take a concubine. Who is in favor and who is against? Mo Fan's words echoed like a question, yet felt more like a soliloquy. His smile remained, yet to the members of the Wang family, it sent shivers down their spines. Mo Chi was astonished by his brother's audacity, never imagining that such a method of taking a concubine would ever unfold. Moments passed, and not a single person dared to speak. Mo Fan's erratic demeanor instilled a paralyzing fear, making the Wang family members reluctant to voice their thoughts, lest they become the next example of a grim lesson. Mo Fan's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon a younger generation of the Wang family, shielded by their elder. A tremendous pressure then enveloped the grand hall. All Wang family descendants were instantly subdued by this oppressive force, rendered immobile. With a mere gesture, Mo Fan summoned several strands of spiritual energy, lifting dozens of young women from among the Wang family and presenting them before himself and Mo Chi. These women trembled, casting pitiful glances at Mo Fan. Yet he felt not an ounce of compassion. Stripped of their flesh, they were merely bones, clad in garments, mere vessels of procreation. To Mo Fan, these women were but crimson skeletons, tools for reproduction. Those with superior talents were likely to bear offspring of high caliber. Ultimately, these individuals would grow to become the backbone of the Mo family. Given the current scarcity of members within the Mo family, extraordinary measures were essential for rapid expansion. Mo Fan signaled to Mo Chi, indicating he should make a selection. Blushing with embarrassment, Mo Chi, having lived over 7 centuries, found himself in such a predicament for the first time under the gaze of so many. Yet, he trusted his brother's intentions, recognizing that this was undoubtedly for the advancement of the Mo family. In the realm of cultivation, once one reached the level of bone tempering, their appearance and physique would gradually optimize, which rendered the presence of the unattractive quite rare. The Wang family was also a prominent clan, well-provisioned, and their women were naturally of considerable beauty. As Mo Chi's eyes scanned the crowd, the women averted their gazes, fearing selection would lead to becoming a rival's bride. After a moment, Mo Chi failed to choose any. Mo Fan, losing patience, simply selected the one with the highest potential from the crowd. A woman clad in purple was summoned forth, age 28, voluptuous and ample. Mo Fan's consciousness assessed her, revealing her to possess an exceptional would-attribute spiritual vein, the finest among the gathered women. As she was levitated before Mo Chi, she quivered uncontrollably, nearly on the brink of tears. What is your name? Mo Fan inquired coldly. The woman trembled as she responded, My lord, I am Su Bailing, not of the Wang family. It is not that I am unwilling to accompany you, but... Su Bailing's tone was somewhat reluctant, hesitating for quite a while before continuing, It's just. I'm already wed, and I fear. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan understood. She was indeed a married woman. However, this was of little consequence, so he inquired, Who is your husband? Su Bailing was taken aback by this unexpected question, her entire being quaking, and she remained silent for an extended period. Yet, her expression inadvertently darted toward a particular direction. This subtle movement did not escape Mo Fan's keen observation. He then cast his gaze in that direction, only to behold an elder of the Wang family clad in a purple robe. A cold smile crept across Mo Fan's lips, and in the next moment, the oppressive might of the emperor surged forth and instantly reduced the elder to mere dust. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Mo Fan then turned his attention back to Su Bailing and declared, "Very well, you shall henceforth be a concubine of the Mo family." With that, he levitated the woman using his spiritual power, bringing her before Mo Qi. Chapter 22. The Procreation Plan, Expanding the Scope. Upon witnessing this scene, many members of the Wang family clenched their fists in fury, casting menacing glances at Mo Fan, yet none dared to step forward to intervene. Su Bailing was in a state of panic, thrust into Mo Qi's embrace. Mo Fan, with a cold gaze, scanned the distant onlookers and declared, "Since there are no objections, I shall take the women of the Wang family with me." With a wave of his hand, a group of Wang family women appeared behind him. The members of the Wang family gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with rage, yet none dared to challenge him. They all feared Mo Fan's formidable power. This was precisely the response Mo Fan sought. With an indifferent expression, Mo Fan continued, "Tomorrow, members of the Mo family will arrive to take over your family's enterprises. Without several emperors, if the Wang family wishes to retain this legacy, it would be wise to remain calm." Having uttered these words, Mo Fan turned, leading Mo Qi and the group of Wang women away. As he departed, he left them with a final warning. Inform the Liu and Zhang families that if they do not come to the Mo family to apologize within 3 days, they shall be the next to face annihilation. Mo Fan's words, imbued with imperial authority, reverberated throughout the Wang family hall. Once his figure faded from sight, the members of the Wang family converged around the elder in their midst. "Elder Liu Ruyan, the Mo family has truly gone too far. Not only did they slay our patriarch, but they also executed our ancestor. Yet, given the current situation, what are we to do?" The crowd was incensed, engaged in fervent discussion. The elder known as Liu Ruyan ground his teeth in anger, declaring, "Do they truly believe that our Wang family's years of strategy are in vain? Just wait. I will summon the Liu and Zhang families. We shall ensure the Mo family meets its demise." Upon returning to the Mo family, Mo Fan summoned the eligible young men of the clan to select women of their liking. With only a month left to live, it was imperative to expedite the development of the Mo family. His foremost goal was to establish the Mo family's strength in the eyes of the world, to make it clear that the Mo family is not to be trifled with. Only through instilling fear would the Mo family, even in Mo Fan's slumber, maintain its stature and command respect. He chose not to annihilate the Wang family entirely for several reasons. Firstly, if all members of the Wang family were eradicated, Mo Fan would lack the time to seek out numerous imperial women for alliances. Secondly, the vast enterprises left in the wake of the Wang family's downfall would inevitably incite conflict. The major imperial families of Zhongzhou would come under the pretense of justice, seeking to attack the Mo family, rendering it a target for all. Though Mo Fan was confident in his ability to slay the ancestors of all the imperial families in Zhongzhou, he was not alone. The Mo family required the support of these clans to flourish. Therefore, he spared some members of the Wang family to prevent their enterprises from descending into chaos. He had anticipated that the remaining members of the Wang family would not submit easily and would seek assistance from other families, who would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to carve out their own share of the Wang family's lucrative assets. However, these matters are of little consequence. Within 3 days, should the Liu and Zhang clans fail to arrive, Mo Fan would merely have to make a few more trips. The crux lies in whether Mo Fan's displayed prowess could instill fear in the imperial clans, thereby ensuring the sustained and stable development of the Mo family. Within the grand hall of the Mo family, Mo Fan sat in a chair, taking a deep breath. In the battle that annihilated his lineage, the Mo family had suffered the loss of nearly all its elite combatants. Now, aside from him, the strongest in the clan was merely a celestial realm practitioner. Mo Fan summoned Mo Qi, who was contemplating which individual to send to assume control of the Wang family's enterprises. Upon entering the hall, he assumed there was an urgent matter at hand, only to witness Mo Fan withdrawing 3 imperial weapons and presenting them to him. Each weapon was imbued with Mo Fan's imperial spiritual power, enabling Mo Qi, who was of the Xiangang realm, to wield them with ease. Mo Fan spoke in a measured tone. These 3 imperial weapons are for your protection. Each contains my mark, and you may command each weapon 10 times. Subsequently, Mo Fan produced a vial of medicinal pills from his storage ring. This longevity elixir will secure you an additional 300 years of life. Upon receiving the pills, Mo Chi finally sensed that something was amiss. Anxiously, he queried Mo Fan, "Brother, why this? Have you been injured?" In truth, he had surmised that the expedition to the Wang family had caused Mo Fan to become overly anxious, instilling a sliver of worry within him. Currently, Mo Fan was the sole emperor of the Mo family. Should he fall, the family's survival would be in jeopardy. Mo Chi's expression turned grave. Mo Fan, without fabricating a falsehood, calmly reassured him, "Do not be concerned. Before I enter my slumber, I shall clear the obstacles for you. The Mo family will need your support henceforth." Although Mo Chi's countenance remained somber, he nodded in acknowledgement. After imparting a few more instructions, Mo Fan gestured for him to take his leave. The following day, within the Liu family's grand hall, Liu Min, the family head, gazed gravely at the elder from the Wang family. "You are saying that not only did the individual from the Mo family slay your clan's ancestor, but also our ancestor and that of the Zhang family? And now you expect us to go and offer our apologies within 3 days?" The elder from the Wang family nodded. Liu Min's brow furrowed even deeper. To be frank, he found it hard to believe that someone from the Mo family could be capable of slaying the ancestors of the Wang, Liu, and Zhang clans. However, there was indeed one ancestor from their own family who had yet to return after a prolonged absence. Despite his bloodline perception failing to detect anything, the rampant rumors circulating in the Central State compelled Liu Min to feel anxious. It is essential to note that among the imperial clans in the Central State, the Wang family ranked prominently. With 4 emperors in their ranks, they had thrived in one of the most prosperous regions of the Central State. If even they were wary of the Mo family's retaliation, then the Liu family would stand no chance against them. Liu Min, frowning, inquired of the elder from the Wang family, "If that is the case, why does your family not seek retribution? With the strength of the Wang family, surely a mere Mo family would pose no threat?" The elder from the Wang family refrained from divulging the complete truth regarding the demise of their ancestors, for revealing such information might prompt the Liu and Zhang families to hastily seize the Wang family's assets. The news from the Wang family city has been diligently suppressed by the Wang clan. However, whispers of it still circulate among the common folk. The revelation of the truth is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, until that moment arrives, the Wang family continues to exploit the esteemed name of their ancestral patriarch to procure certain resources. The elder of the Wang family, with an air of indifference, proclaimed, "That individual has threatened our clan, stating that within 3 days, if the Liu and Zhang families do not come to atone, they shall face annihilation. We of the Wang family harbor no fear. The Zhang family has already consented to seek vengeance against the Mo family, and is prepared to dispatch 2 formidable warriors of the Emperor's realm. However, when the time comes, the 4 supreme imperial weapons and the legacy of the Emperor within the Mo family may not be available for your Liu family." Upon hearing this, Liu Min felt an increased sense of vigilance. Why does your Wang family not take action? Where's Wang Yue? The family head and a number of esteemed ancestors are currently engrossed in profound cultivation of the Tao, and it is not advisable for them to emerge lightly. Were it not for this, such a fortunate opportunity would not have fallen to you. The elder of the Wang family maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no signs of deceit. Liu Min lowered his head in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Chapter 23. The resurgence against the ancestor Liu Min was acutely aware of the inherent risks involved. However, when weighed against the rewards of 4 imperial artifacts and the inheritance of a great emperor, he believed that the Liu family could certainly shoulder this level of risk. Moreover, the Zhang family had already consented to dispatch 2 emperors, and if the Liu family were to send forth 4 ancestors, 4 formidable beings at the emperor level would be more than sufficient to dominate the majority of families in Zhongzhou. Very well, the Liu family shall also dispatch 2 emperors. This time, we shall ensure that the Mo family understands the consequences of opposing us. Within the Mo family, the numerous female members of the Wang family had all been allocated, becoming concubines to the Mo family's progeny, with the sole purpose of bearing offspring with the potential for cultivation. Mo Chi, in his capacity as the head of the Mo family, issued a decree for the family members to proliferate as much as possible, thereby expanding the Mo family's influence. In the Grand Hall, Mo Fan reclined on a bench, the Mo family's imperial artifact resting across his lap, seemingly awaiting some event. At long last, the space above the ancestral land of the Mo family began to warp, and four figures emerged from within. A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped all members of the Mo family present in the ancestral ground. This time, however, drawing from their previous experiences, the Mo family members did not exhibit overwhelming panic. From the sky, a middle-aged emperor clad in a dark green robe bellowed, Mo Fan, come forth and face your demise. Within the Mo family's Grand Hall, a subtle smile graced Mo Fan's lips. He abruptly opened his eyes, transforming into a streak of light and appearing in the air above the Mo family in an instant. The four emperors were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mo Fan's figure. They had anticipated that the one capable of consecutively slaying three emperor-level adversaries would be an ancient and frail figure, likely having lived for several millennia. They were utterly unprepared for the youthfulness of their opponent. Upon sighting Mo Fan, the leading ancestor of the Zhang family spoke in a solemn tone. "You are Mo Fan? You're the one who killed my Zhang family's emperor. You dare to demand an apology from us?" As he spoke, an oppressive aura surged towards Mo Fan. The heavens darkened, and the surrounding space felt as though it had been weighed down several-fold, causing discomfort among many of the Mo family members below. Mo Fan merely raised his hand, effortlessly dissipating that overwhelming pressure, prompting the four emperors to frown in response. Mo Fan calmly stated, "Yes, it was I. And what of it?" In the face of Mo Fan's nonchalant demeanor, the Zhang family ancestor's fury was palpable. For so many years, no junior had ever dared to treat him with such disdain. With a wave of his hand, a colossal wooden spear materialized in the air, hurtling toward Mo Fan in an instant. Just as the four emperors believed this maneuver would instill a modicum of fear in the audacious youth, the wooden spear had yet to reach Mo Fan before it erupted with a thunderous explosion. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, whipping the garments of those present. The Liu family's ancestor felt a pang of trepidation. He possessed secret techniques and was convinced that the individual before him was no more than 800 years old. Yet he displayed no fear in the presence of four emperors. There must be some hidden trump card at play. The Liu family's ancestor silently prepared his escape technique, ready to flee at a moment's notice if the situation turned dire. Though the rumors of the Mo family's ability to consecutively slay three emperors were exaggerated, the reality was no less formidable. There is undoubtedly some truth to this. The ancestor of the Liu family came here solely to see if he could take the opportunity to divide the imperial weapons and inheritances. He was also prepared for the possibility that the Mo family harbored formidable powers within. After enduring the next strike from the ancestor of the Zhang family, Mo Fan once again spoke slowly, his expression remaining calm. "It seems that all of you have come today not to offer apologies." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Zhang family sneered, "Apologies? If it were just you, the Mo family would likely cease to exist today. If you were wise, surrender the imperial weapons and inheritances. It would spare us the effort and allow you to retain your complete form." As soon as the words left the ancestor's mouth, a greenish-blue spear shot toward him from behind Mo Fan. The latter was immediately alarmed. An extreme imperial weapon. The other three emperors rejoiced, believing the rumors were indeed true. There were indeed several imperial weapons within the Mo family. The ancestor of the Zhang family hastily conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to resist the spear's assault. However, as soon as the barrier came into contact with the spear, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Subsequently, the greenish-blue spear, enveloped in a terrifying spiritual pressure, lunged directly at the ancestor of the Zhang family. The speed was astonishing, and the power was immense. The ancestor barely managed to evade, yet still suffered the loss of an arm from the strike. Retreating, the ancestor was not overly shocked, but rather called to the three men beside him, "Attack. He is but one person, even with the support of the imperial weapon. He is certainly no match for us. If we kill him, the imperial weapon will be ours." The ancestor's voice rang out, prompting the other three emperors to act without hesitation. After all, The allure of the extreme imperial weapon was undeniable. No one wished to miss this opportunity. As the three emperors launched their assault, the celestial expanse above the Mo ancestral land began to warp. Three terrifying tides of spiritual energy surged toward Mo Fan like a raging tide. Yet, the latter once again summoned three imperial weapons from behind him. The three streams of light formed a triangular barrier in front of Mo Fan, each imperial weapon radiating an unparalleled brilliance, creating a formidable shield of spiritual energy. Boom! The spiritual energy tides unleashed by the three ancestors collided with Mo Fan's barrier. Instantly, the entire Mo ancestral land trembled with the impact. Below, countless members of the Mo family watched the astonishing scene above with anxious expressions, their admiration for Mo Fan growing once more. After all, those were four powerful figures at the Emperor realm. Mo Fan was actually facing four opponents alone. Just how terrifying was his strength? Well done. This is precisely to show them that the Mo family is not to be trifled with. In the air, the four emperors were all taken aback. They had thought that even if Mo Fan were strong, he could only wield two imperial weapons at most. But now, he had summoned four imperial weapons simultaneously. Astonishingly, he had managed to withstand their combined assault. This revelation sent chills down the spines of the four ancestors. Mo Fan was but one individual, yet he possessed the power to contend against four formidable emperors. If this person were not eliminated, the entire central continent would likely find it impossible to oppose the Mo family's existence in the future. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Zhang family patriarch. The Zhang and Liu families had already incurred the enmity of the Mo family, who would undoubtedly not let their clan off easily. Should he falter, the entire Zhang family would likely be devoured by the Mo family. With this thought, the patriarch of the Zhang family ceased to conceal his intentions, unleashing an overwhelming aura around him. In an instant, a terrifying pressure, even more formidable than before, descended upon the ancestral grounds of the Mo family. The three other patriarchs instantly grasped the situation. This was the Zhang patriarch's method, the blood-burning secret technique, capable of significantly enhancing combat power in a short span of time. The other three emperors were filled with trepidation, realizing that their adversary was prepared to fight with all his might. Meanwhile, Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, for he sensed the Zhang patriarch's strength had surged from the second level of emperor to the pinnacle of emperor in an instant. Chapter 24. The slaying of the emperor beneath the constellation of stars. The venerable ancestor of the Zhang family erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. This force churned violently, akin to boiling water. In the void, a sphere of spiritual power began to coalesce, seemingly intent on devouring all in its path. The sphere expanded rapidly, soon reaching the size of a celestial body, its shadow completely engulfing the estate of the Mo family below. The space surrounding this mass of energy showed signs of collapse, with countless fragments of reality cascading downwards, a spectacle of sheer horror that rendered onlookers speechless. The other three emperors, taken aback, ceased their actions and turned their gazes towards the Zhang family ancestor. Such a fearsome strike, if unleashed, would undoubtedly reduce the entire ancestral ground of the Mo family to ruins. The Zhang family ancestor bellowed, "Young ones, your prowess has compelled me to resort to this technique. But this is where it ends." With that, the immense surge of spiritual energy plummeted towards the ancestral ground of the Mo family. The overwhelming force resembled a falling star, causing panic among the Mo family members. Were they truly destined to perish here today? After narrowly escaping death, was annihilation still their fate? Anxiety gripped their hearts as they cast hopeful glances towards the imposing figure in the sky. The four emperors believed this strike was inevitable. Suddenly, Mo Fan summoned the ancient sword of the Mo family from the void. As the sword was drawn, an explosive aura of sword intent surged forth. The four emperors were instantly alarmed. This young man had actually condensed his sword intent to an extraordinary degree. The so-called ultimate intent refers to the mastery of a singular aspect to its utmost potential, reaching the very essence of the great Tao. Even those who had achieved the rank of emperor would find it a pipe dream to refine such ultimate intent without exceptional comprehension and innate talent. The Zhang family ancestor's expression darkened. No wonder he could slay three emperors. Yet, alas, he would still be no match for me. As he spoke, the whirlpool of spiritual energy in the air accelerated dramatically. Meanwhile, Mo Fan remained silent, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the vortex above. He raised his hand and cleaved with his sword. The world shattered. The sword's aura shattered the surrounding space, with countless silver lights streaming forth from the ruptured fissures. In an instant, the whirlpool of spiritual energy was utterly obliterated. What? The Zhang family ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this scene. A single sword strike shattered space. This young man was terrifically formidable. The other three emperors quickly regained their senses. With such power, it was evident that he was beyond their capability to contend with. They had initially come for the imperial weapon and inheritance. Should they fail to secure the imperial weapon and instead lose their lives, it would be an immense loss. In a fleeting moment, the ancestor of the Liu family swiftly executed a spell, transforming into a beam of light, aiming to traverse the void and escape the ancestral ground of the Mo family. But how could Mo Fan allow him that opportunity? You wish to leave? As the host here, I find that rather disheartening. With those words, an immense formation materialized over the ancestral ground of the Mo family, a technique only an emperor could wield. Heaven and earth were sealed. The silhouette of the Liu family's ancestral figure was abruptly halted by a barrier of spiritual energy. No matter how adept he was at employing evasion techniques, there was no escape. Upon witnessing this scene, the three remaining emperors were gripped by fear, each desperately attempting to flee the vicinity. However, Mo Fan had meticulously prepared for this moment. Escape was simply not an option. The members of the Mo clan, witnessing Mo Fan's terrifying sword strike, were instantly captivated, their admiration palpable. They had not anticipated that the strength of their elder had reached such terrifying heights. A single sword strike shattering the void. When would they themselves possess such prowess? In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the Mo clan's youth, the four emperor-level ancestors were now filled with dread, their faces reflecting disbelief. One of the emperor-level strongmen from the Liu family finally reacted, realization dawning upon him. You anticipated our arrival. Thus, you set this trap in advance. Upon hearing this, the other three emperors quickly grasped the situation. Why had their combined efforts to suppress not revealed a trace of fear on the young man's face? His calm demeanor was a testament to his certainty that they could neither escape nor defeat him. From the very beginning, this had been a ruse to lure them into a snare. Regret washed over them as they lamented their failure to see through Mo Fan's ruse. Had they exercised a bit more caution, they could have avoided this predicament. Yet, the allure of the four emperor artifacts and the legacy of the emperors had been too great. Learning that the Mo clan possessed only a single emperor had led them to tread carelessly, resulting in their current dire straits. The Zhang family's ancestor, no longer concealing his intentions, bellowed, "Everyone, we are now in a deadlock. If we do not exert ourselves fully, we may indeed perish here today." As he spoke, a phantom of an azure dragon suddenly coalesced behind him, signifying the emperor's profound technique. Another elder from the Liu family ceased his concealment, unveiling his artifact. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from the bronze cauldron, inscribed with countless celestial patterns, faintly shimmering with golden light, exuding an extraordinary mystery. "Junior, do not presume you have us at your mercy. Today, I shall grant you a glimpse of true power," cried the Liu family elder. As he spoke, the cauldron erupted with dazzling radiance, instantly warping the surrounding space. Could this be the Xianyuan cauldron from a millennium ago? The Liu family had searched in vain, only to discover it in your possession, exclaimed another Zhang family emperor. However, the urgency of the situation quelled any disputes, prompting all to reveal their hidden cards. Witnessing this, the members of the Mo clan were once again plunged into panic. After all, these were emperor-level powerhouses, armed with such an array of trump cards that Mo Fan's elder was in peril. In the sky, Missouri Fan observed the four desperate emperors with an impassive gaze. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Do you truly believe that I would dare to orchestrate such a scheme without having anticipated your hidden strengths?" Mo Fan's calm declaration sent the four emperor-level strongmen into a state of alarm, each one tense and fixated on his every move. In the next moment, dozens of streams of light erupted from behind Mo Fan, each radiating an aura of power rivaling that of the Xianyuan cauldron. The four from the Zhang and Liu families were left utterly astonished. What? Could it possibly be that these are indeed the imperial weapons of the underworld? How could this be? The elder of the Liu family exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, a colossal axe, an imperial weapon, hurtled towards the Xianyuan cauldron. At the instant of the collision between these two imperial weapons, the Liu elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The Xianyuan cauldron, radiating countless extraordinary energies, was struck by the enormous axe, and to everyone's shock, cracks began to appear across its surface. With a resounding crash, the Xianyuan cauldron was utterly shattered. The Liu elder was grievously injured from the backlash of the cauldron, sent flying hundreds of meters before crashing against the barriers of the Grand Formation. Almost immediately thereafter, another imperial weapon swiftly severed the elder's head. An emperor-level powerhouse fell in an instant. Chapter 25. Seeking reconciliation, how many imperial weapons does he possess? Did the Wang family not claim there were only 4? The elder of the Zhang family appeared anxious as he sensed Mo Fan's gaze fixated upon him from a distance. He understood that despite employing secret techniques, he was still no match for the individual before him. Thus, he resorted to temptation in a desperate bid for survival. Friend, do not be hasty. We can discuss matters. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you the spiritual veins, properties, and even the imperial techniques of the Zhang family. Seeing the elder of the Zhang family groveling, the remaining 2 emperors hastily began to offer their own terms of servitude. Friend, we harbor no significant enmity. Just spare my life, and my Liu family shall gladly submit. The Liu family, with their abundant resources and formidable strength, would be at your disposal. The 3 emperors clamored for mercy, but Mo Fan, wielding his long sword, sneered, "Do you truly believe that killing you would yield me any benefits? Surely you would plot revenge the moment you departed from here." Upon hearing this, the 3 emperors hastened to clarify, "We vow by the heavenly principles that if you spare us, the promised benefits will indeed belong to your Mo family." As the 3 emperors fervently defended themselves, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo Fan's eyes. It sounded enticing, yet, even if I were to slay you, those things would still belong to me. With that, several imperial weapons behind Mo Fan transformed into streams of light, swiftly dispatching the remaining 3 emperors. Mo Fan finally exhaled in relief. At present, aside from the Yi family, there were no remaining threats to the Mo family. As for the Zhang and Liu families, upon learning of their elder's demise, they would surely come to plead for forgiveness to avoid their own annihilation. Should they fail to do so, Mo Fan would simply make a few more visits. Retrieving all the imperial weapons, Mo Fan returned to the great hall of the Mo family. Within the Liu family hall, Liu Min paced anxiously before his kin, wearing a grave expression. The severance of his connection with their ancestor had already instilled a sense of unease. Earlier that morning, he had dispatched someone to the Wang family to inquire about developments. Yet the envoy had failed to return. This only intensified his trepidation. Could it be that the Mo family's expedition was a trap set by the Wang family to annihilate the ancestors of both the Zhang and Liu families? Liu Min could not help but question this, for the Wang family had always maintained cordial relations with both the Liu and Zhang families. The 3 great families had numerous collaborative ventures. Thus, it would be foolish for the Wang family to engage in such self-destructive behavior. As Liu Min pondered, a figure hurriedly approached from outside. It was none other than the envoy he had sent to the Zhang family to gather information. "Quickly, speak. Has the elder of the Zhang family returned? Has he encountered our Liu family elder?" Liu Min inquired anxiously. However, the individual hesitated, taking a long moment before finally responding. "The Zhang family reports that their elder's bloodline connection has been severed, and he has likely perished. The Zhang elder has taken his daughter to the Mo family to offer apologies." "What?" Liu Min was taken aback, astonished to learn that the Zhang family's elder had indeed fallen. Is it not true that the ancestor of the Liu family? For a moment, aside from Liu Min, the gathered members of the Liu clan were in a flurry of discussion, their anxiety palpable. After all, if the ancestor of the great emperor realm were to be lost, the Liu family's standing in Zhongzhou would plummet dramatically. They could even be swallowed whole by those formidable imperial clans. Fear spread like a tidal wave. What shall we do? Without the ancestor, how can the Liu family maintain its footing in Zhongzhou? Liu Min, you promised to take responsibility for this matter. The elders of the Liu family were filled with righteous indignation. Yet, Liu Min was deep in thought, unable to believe the situation at hand. The Zhang family had allied with the Liu family, yet deployed 4 formidable figures of the great emperor realm. How could a mere Mo family possibly withstand such force? However, the events had already transpired, leaving no room for doubt. The pressing matter was to devise a strategy to fend off the Mo family's retaliation. How could that old Zhang Zuofeng ascertain the news so swiftly? Furthermore, he sent his daughter over to make amends? Immediate reconnaissance was necessary. We must ascertain the true state of affairs with the Mo family. Liu Min, consumed by anxiety, hastily issued commands. At that moment, an elder of the Liu family stepped forward, reminding him, head of the family, the Zhang family's offer of their daughter may not solely be for the purpose of apology. Upon hearing this, Liu Min furrowed his brow, and then suddenly realized. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family possessed an exceptional celestial vein. She was already betrothed to the young master of the Liu family. If she were to be taken by someone from the Mo family, the Liu family would likely be compelled to intervene for the sake of honor, thereby allowing them to probe the Mo family's hidden strengths. Liu Min suddenly understood, deciding it was best not to approach the Mo family just yet, allowing the Zhang family to test the waters first. This would also provide a chance to observe the unfolding drama. In the skies above Zhongzhou, a splendid palanquin was being escorted by a host of powerful beings. Several flying vessels followed closely behind. The leader among them was none other than the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zuofeng. He stood at the bow of the flying vessel, clad in a flowing black robe that danced with the wind. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a sprinkling of gray at his temples and deep-set eyes gazing into the distant clouds. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of authority, his features subtly resembling that of a predatory eagle. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe emerged behind him, half kneeling with cupped fists. Zhang Zuofeng did not turn around to look, but continued to gaze into the clouds ahead. After a prolonged silence, he spoke solemnly. Has Yenner shown any signs of change? His voice was cold as iron, lacking any semblance of paternal concern, resembling an inquiry regarding an inanimate object. The figure in black responded cautiously. Miss has been in the carriage since early this morning and has not exited. However, the black-robed figure hesitated, and Zhang Zuofeng raised an eyebrow, appearing displeased with the figure's hesitance, and reprimanded. What is it? The black-robed figure, startled by the question, quickly replied. It is merely that the young lady has been in low spirits for several days and has not spoken a word. We fear there may be an issue with her health. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuofeng let out a cold snort. With disdain, he declared, She is a daughter of the Zhang family, and more importantly, she is my daughter, Zhang Zuofeng. It is imperative that she contributes to our lineage. Had her talents not been stifled by illness, she would not have been forced into a marriage alliance. Alas, we must make use of her as best we can. At this juncture, an icy glint flickered in Zhang Zuofeng's eyes. Keep a close watch on her. Should she go missing, none of you shall retain your heads. The figure clad in black bowed in acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared before the carriage, his countenance shadowed with gloom. He had been by Zhang Yenner's side since her childhood and had developed a bond with her. Now, witnessing the head of the family thrusting his own daughter into peril, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Ultimately, he merely sighed. As a member of the Zhang family, he was bound to obey the master's commands, regardless of his sympathy for the young lady. He could not betray the Zhang family. He could only hope that the Mo family would treat her with kindness. Chapter 26. A gift for my wife. The entire Mo family was exhilarated by Mo Fan's remarkable feat of battling 4 great emperors. Believing that the family was destined to surpass its former glory and embark upon an era of unprecedented prosperity. However, within the grand hall of the Mo family, Mo Qi found himself in a state of hesitation. Having ingested a potion that extended his lifespan, his appearance had reverted to that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Yet, he wore a troubled expression, exuding an air of melancholy. Since learning that Mo Fan would soon enter a deep slumber, he had spent countless nights pondering how to advance the Mo family in his absence. Without the support of an emperor, not only would the Wang, Liu, and Zhang family seek retribution against the Mo family, but their legacy and wealth would also attract the envy of other clans in the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Mo Qi himself was merely at the Xian gang stage, and the Mo family could barely muster a single figure of the esteemed level. Safeguarding their legacy after Mo Fan's slumber would be a formidable challenge. When Mo Fan's figure materialized within the hall, he naturally took note of Mo Chi's demeanor but refrained from offering words of comfort. For the Mo family to thrive in the Central Plains, it required a clan leader capable of shouldering such responsibilities. Otherwise, even if Mo Fan were to annihilate all the Emperor-level powerhouses among the other factions, the Mo family would still struggle to instill fear in them. He could only nurture Mo Chi, not wholly replace him. Upon seeing Mo Fan, Mo Chi hesitated for a moment before presenting the development plan he had meticulously crafted for the future of the Mo family. Just as they were engaged in discussion, a member of the Mo family burst into the hall in haste. Patriarch, individuals from the Zhang family have arrived at the ancestral teleportation array, seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was not taken aback. Having recently slain the Zhang family's ancestor, it was only natural for them to come seeking to preserve their family's interests. He waved his hand, signaling for the individual to permit the Zhang family members to enter. The ancestral teleportation array of the Mo family served as a conduit between the outside world and their ancestral grounds. However, the Mo family had long secluded themselves from the world, only utilizing the array for significant matters concerning external members of their clan. Those who had come to challenge Mo Fan, on the other hand, tore through space directly, traversing the void without needing the teleportation array. A flash of silver light flickered across the grand array, and dozens of individuals from the Zhang family appeared upon the platform. Leading them was the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zuofeng, accompanied by his daughter, Zhang Yin'er, surrounded by their kin. As they landed, the Zhang family members began to scrutinize the Mo family's ancestral grounds. Upon observing the still unreconstructed collapsed structures, they could not help but frown. A member of the Mo family stepped forward, stating, "Esteemed guests, the Patriarch has requested your presence. Please follow me." The Zhang family followed the Mo clansmen into the grand hall. Upon seeing the empty expanse of the hall, an elder from the Zhang family could not suppress his discontent. Is this how the Mo family extends their hospitality? My esteemed Zhang family head comes in person, and they send only 2 individuals to greet us? This is a blatant disrespect. At the forefront of the Zhang entourage, Zhang Zuofeng also furrowed his brow, yet he chose to remain silent. Their purpose for visiting was merely to assess the Mo family's true standing. If the Mo family truly has formidable experts stationed, then let Zhang Yin'er proceed to form a union, thereby granting the Zhang family a new ally in their foothold within the central state. Conversely, if the Mo family is indeed on the verge of collapse, they can leverage the engagement between Zhang Yin'er and the Liu family's young master, requesting assistance from the Liu family for this endeavor. In such a scenario, the Zhang family could still find a place in the central state by aligning with the Liu family. Within the grand hall, Mo Fan cast a cold gaze over the members of the Zhang family, ultimately fixing his eyes upon the incessantly chattering elder of the Zhang clan. In an instant, a tremendous pressure surged forth, and within moments, the elder was reduced to mere dust. The assembly of Zhang family members was left in sheer shock. Did the opponent truly resort to murder over a mere disagreement? How brutal! Furthermore, this youth had the capacity to effortlessly annihilate a respected elder in a single breath. How terrifying must his strength be? Would they too, like the elder, be obliterated in an instant? Before any dialogue could commence, a flicker of fear began to surface in the hearts of the Zhang family. From a distance, Mo Fan maintained a tranquil demeanor and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I prefer tranquility." His expression seemed to dismiss the presence of the crowd, inciting a mix of anger and trepidation among the Zhang family members, though none dared to voice their ire. Dressed in a flowing blue and white gown, Zhang Yin'er followed behind the crowd, her head bowed and her expression vacant. Gradually, her pale, delicate face lifted, and her dilated pupils quietly focused. Zhang Zuofeng cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and feigned indignation. "Young friend, our Zhang family has come bearing the goodwill of reconciliation. My personal presence here signifies my intent to commit murder before my very eyes. Do you not regard my Zhang family at all?" Upon finishing his words, the imposing aura of Zhang Zuofeng, an 8th-level sage, was unleashed. His eyes narrowed as he sought to gauge the background of this youth before him. However, he was met with Mo Fan's unwavering calmness, who responded with a dismissive smile. "Why should I regard your Zhang family at all?" The moment Mo Fan's pressure was unleashed, the members of the Zhang family were immediately subdued. Even Zhang Zuofeng found himself shaken by this overwhelming aura. Mo Fan continued, "Your two ancestral emperors of the Zhang family are already deceased. Thus, your family is akin to a toothless tiger. Otherwise, you would not be here. If you seek mercy, you must adopt the appropriate demeanor." Stepping forward, Mo Fan's icy gaze locked onto Zhang Zuofeng, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Since the head of the Zhang family had come here, he should not deceive himself. Mo Fan's threats ignited feelings of humiliation among the Zhang family. Yet they were rendered mute by the oppressive aura, hoping instead that their patriarch could salvage some dignity. Zhang Zuofeng then bowed respectfully and humbly stated, "You must be the esteemed emperor of the Mo family. We apologize for our previous offenses and hope you will overlook them." Witnessing this scene, the spirits of the Zhang family members dimmed considerably. However, Mo Fan found a measure of appreciation for Zhang Zuofeng. Recognizing his understanding of the situation, he possessed some intellect. Without a great ancestral emperor to guard them, the Zhang family was likely to meet a fate similar to that of the Mo family, being divided among the imperial clans of the central state. His personal arrival today speaks volumes about his attitude. Mo Fan, thus, decided to refrain from further complicating matters. His gaze swept over the Zhang family members, ultimately resting on the figure of Zhang Yin'er amidst the crowd. At this moment, Zhang Zuofeng exchanged a knowing glance, prompting the Zhang family to clear a path and present Zhang Yin'er. Zhang Zuofeng then proclaimed, "It has come to my attention that you, esteemed elder, are seeking a consort for your younger kin. Though my daughter possesses only the strength of the Xiangang realm, her talents are remarkable, and she is endowed with a celestial-grade spirit vein. To this day, she remains untouched, and I am willing to offer her to you. This union would bring joy to both the Zhang and Mo families, intertwining our fates." A disingenuous smile graced Zhang Zuofeng's lips, while the rest of the Zhang family remained silent, clearly harboring a sense of frustration. Chapter 27. Seizing a wife, Mo Fan extended his spiritual sense and surveyed Zhang Yin'er, his brow furrowing in dismay. The presence of a congenital absolute meridian. In that instant, he comprehended Zhang Zuofeng's intentions. The congenital absolute meridian is a form of innate affliction, destined to render the path of cultivation fraught with obstacles. Unlike Mo Chi's useless physique, one afflicted with this condition would experience excruciating pain upon commencing their training. And as their cultivation level increased, their internal meridians would become increasingly entangled. Should they forcefully cultivate to the realm of the celestial being, they would meet with a catastrophic demise. Although Zhang Yin'er possessed exceptional talent, her condition rendered her no different from a cripple. In Zhang Zuofeng's eyes, the only remaining purpose was the potential for a marital alliance. Mo Fan discerned the thoughts of his opponent, but chose not to articulate them directly. Instead, he spoke, "Your Zhang family's three ancestors have repeatedly sought to extinguish my Mo family, resulting in the demise of many within my clan. You believe that sending a woman in exchange will suffice to absolve this matter?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhang Zuofeng's face faltered, replaced by a hint of displeasure. "What does the esteemed elder propose we do?" Mo Fan understood that the other party had likely learned of his actions from the Wang family. The spies within the Wang clan must have informed Zhang Zuofeng of their fate. Thus, he stated plainly, "From this day forth, all resources and assets belonging to the Zhang family shall be surrendered to my Mo family. Should the head of the Zhang family consent, I shall accept this woman." At this proclamation, a voice from the crowd of Zhang family members erupted. "This is utterly excessive." However, they were swiftly silenced by Zhang Zuofeng. This action left the Zhang family in shock. Head of the family, you cannot be serious in agreeing to such terms. This would amount to making our Zhang family subservient to the Mo family. At the very least, we can fight back against the Mo family. Let us perish together, for in the end, no one will gain anything. The crowd seethed with righteous indignation, yet Zhang Zuofeng had already formulated a plan. He intended to feign agreement. For now, the Mo family had annihilated the Wang, Liu, and Zhang families, establishing themselves as the undisputed rulers of Zhongzhou. Such power would inevitably attract envy. At that point, the other imperial families of Zhongzhou would surely strike against the Mo family without any need for the Zhang family to intervene. Moreover, Zhang Yin'er was also bound by a marriage contract with the Liu family, which could conveniently implicate them as well. Very well, since it is the elder's desire, We are willing to present her, hoping only that you spare the lives of my kin, Zhang Zuofeng declared, his expression one of righteous determination. Head of the family. Several elders of the Zhang family gnashed their teeth, yearning to seize Mo Fan immediately. Seeing this, Mo Fan smiled and responded, "Then it is settled. The wedding shall take place in 3 days." At this, Mo Qi was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to voice any objections. Zhang Yin'er remained at the Mo family residence, while the remaining members of the Zhang family left after engaging in further conversations. After the elders of the Zhang family departed from the ancestral grounds of the Mo family, they could no longer contain their inquiries. Head of the family. By agreeing to that boy's terms, you have essentially surrendered the entire Zhang family. How can that boy instill such fear in us? In response, Zhang Zuofeng fixed a cold gaze upon the elder who had spoken. So you believe I am harming the Zhang family? Zhang Zuofeng surveyed the others with a disdainful snort. Humph. Short-sighted fools. If a youth truly possesses the strength to slay 3 formidable emperors, even if we do not surrender our family assets, it is likely that he would not spare us. Upon hearing this, an elder from the crowd expressed confusion. But what if the opponent merely fortuitously ambushed our ancestor? Today, the Mo family appears to be utterly devoid of support, and they may already be at their wits' end. Zhang Zuofeng discerned the concerns of the assembly, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his visage. If the Mo family is genuinely powerless, I shall lead you in annihilating them. However, the cost of such a test is beyond what my family can afford. At this juncture, the assembly finally grasped Zhang Zuofeng's intentions. So, you wish for the Liu family to serve as our test against the Mo family. Zhang Zuofeng nodded. As he articulated, the Zhang family has already lost 2 emperor-level ancestors, and to maintain a foothold in Zhongzhou, they must seek a new source of vitality. Zhang Yin'er represents that lifeline. Although her innate talent is lacking and her cultivation is modest, she possesses celestial-grade potential, capable of giving birth to offspring with celestial spiritual veins. This alone is enough to incite envy among other imperial clans. The news of Mo Fan's annihilation of 3 ancestors has not yet spread throughout Zhongzhou, and the Liu family remains oblivious. Inevitably, they will clash with the Mo family over Zhang Yin'er. At that moment, Zhang Zuofeng could adapt to circumstances, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, the Zhang family remains unscathed. Understanding Zhang Zuofeng's painstaking strategy, the elder members of the Zhang family finally settled down. Zhang Zuofeng commanded the dissemination of the news regarding Zhang Yin'er's impending marriage. In no time, the streets and alleys of Zhongzhou buzzed with rumors of the union between the Zhang and Mo imperial families. At the front of the transmission array in Zhongzhou, several figures engaged in lively discussion. Have you heard? The bride-to-be from the Mo family is none other than the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Yin'er, exclaimed one. Zhang Yin'er is betrothed to Liu Changkong, the eldest son of the Liu family. The Zhang family's actions are utterly dismissive of the Liu family. At this moment, the enthusiastic cultivator leaned in closer and whispered, "Moreover, I have a little insider information. Liu Changkong is the brother of Liu Ruyan, the saintess of the Xian sacred land. It is rumored that Liu Ruyan once had a connection with the former young master of the Mo family. Beyond the throng, 2 shadows, their auras faint, concealed themselves in the darkness. Both possessed emperor-level cultivation, but refrained from revealing their presence. Who would have thought the Mo family is about to marry? Quite fortuitous. They shall pay for offending the Yi family. We shall turn their wedding into a funeral," declared one with malice. The other, maintaining a calm demeanor, cautioned, "Eradicating a clan is inherently dishonorable. We must remain discreet. Let us not tarnish the Yi family's long-standing reputation." With that, the 2 figures hastened towards the headquarters of the Mo family in Zhongzhou. Within the Liu family, the patriarch Liu Guqing's furious roar echoed throughout the grand hall. "This is intolerable. The Zhang family has shown utter disdain for the Liu family. To think they would attempt to play both sides. How audacious!" He struck a nearby stone table into dust with a single palm, glaring at his eldest son, Liu Changkong. "Father, we must seek clarity from the Zhang family regarding this matter. The Mo clan is merely a once mighty imperial family, now fallen into obscurity without the protection of their great emperor. Who dares to abduct a bride from the Liu family?" Liu Changkong's face was also aflame with anger. Awakening to find his wife taken by another would stir indignation in anyone. For Liu Changkong, the Mo clan was not unfamiliar. It was the clan of Mo Fan, the young master who once pursued his sister, Liu Ruyan. Unexpectedly, he failed to win her heart and instead took his wife. Liu Guqing took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had sent someone to the Zhang family early that morning to inquire about the situation, and they ought to be returning soon. Just as he pondered this, he noticed a figure swiftly approaching from outside. Chapter 28. The Abduction of the Liu Family. What to do? Zhang's Wufeng, that old wretch, what did he say? Liu Guqing's face was contorted with rage as he inquired of the newcomer. The head of the Zhang family stated that the Mo family has slain the Zhang family's ancestor and threatened them to surrender their daughter, or else the entire Zhang family shall be annihilated. Upon hearing this, Liu Guqing was momentarily taken aback, his fury transforming into a shadowy gloom as he pondered deeply. Why would the Mo family seek to eliminate the Zhang family's ancestor? Could it be that they have set their sights on Zhang Yin, or S, celestial great spirit vein? As the head of the Liu family, Liu Guqing astutely sensed that there might be more to this situation than meets the eye. In the distance, Liu Changkong's countenance twisted into a grimace, his ornate robe trembling as he eventually spoke in a low voice. Father, I shall summon our ancestral grandfather to take action. The Mo family shall pay dearly for this. With that, he made a stride out. Although Liu Guqing had already sensed the underlying issues, he did not restrain his son. The news of the alliance between the Zhang and Mo families had spread like wildfire. If the Liu family did not step forward to demand an explanation, they would surely become the laughingstock of the realm. Moreover, the Mo family had already fallen into decline. Even if they had managed to slay the Zhang family's ancestor by some stroke of luck, they were merely a shadow of their former strength, hardly a cause for concern. Reflecting on the Mo family, Liu Guqing was reminded of the past, when the talented young master of the Mo family had humbly sought to curry favor with his daughter, allowing the Zhang family to extract numerous benefits from the Mo family. A flicker of greed glinted in Liu Guqing's eyes. Logically speaking, the Mo family should not have clashed with the Zhang family. However, if that young master of the Mo family had indeed returned, the Liu family could certainly profit once more from the Mo family. After a prolonged moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the ancestral grounds of the Liu family. A radiant arc ascended to the heavens, causing all members of the Liu family to turn their heads in astonishment. The ancestor has emerged, an aged figure soared from the celestial arc. The disciples of the Liu family fell to their knees. It was none other than their ancestor, Liu Ruyan. Clad in a black robe with flowing white hair, he stood in the air like an enraged deity, surveying the gathered members of the Liu family. How audacious of the Mo family to attempt to seize my Liu family's bride. Conger, let's go. Grandfather will surely have a word with them. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian sacred land, Liu Ruyan, having been informed by her peers, learned of the alliance between the Mo and Zhang families. Sister, the woman involved in the Zhang family alliance is your clan brother's fiancée, E. Are you certain you do not wish to investigate? In response to the inquiry, Liu Ruyan displayed an air of haughtiness, saying, on that day, Mo Fan openly severed ties with me before all. Now, he resorts to such tactics merely to capture my attention. There is no need to concern ourselves. Yet, after a few moments of contemplation, she inquired, who is the bride of the Mo family? Has there been any clarification? None, came the response. Frowning slightly, Liu Ruyan then declared, please inform my master that I require leave. My brother's engagement has been usurped, and, as his elder sister, I must seek clarification. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Mo Fan had chosen the ancestral residence of the Mo family in Zhongzhou as the venue for the grand wedding. In this place, a gathering of the Mo family, devoid of any cultivation aptitude, was tasked with managing the industries of Zhongzhou. Today, however, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with drums resounding and cheers filling the air. The square was filled with guests who had come to celebrate, yet the Zhang family was conspicuously absent. Even the Wang and Liu families had not sent representatives. The attendees were primarily other families engaged in business with the Mo family, creating a bustling scene of festivity. Nonetheless, atop the pavilion, Mo Qi, clad in red, wore a frown of concern. He turned to his brother, Mo Fan, and inquired, brother, none of the Liu Wang or Zhang families have arrived. Could this indicate some unforeseen complication? His expression was tense. Today was a momentous occasion for the Mo family, and should any disruption occur, they would likely become a laughingstock in Zhongzhou. Mo Fan, appearing unperturbed, sat on a bench and surveyed the crowd below. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Do not fret. I am fully prepared. You should focus on your wedding, and should anyone intrude uninvited, I shall attend to them accordingly." A smile graced Mo Fan's lips, providing Mo Chi with a sense of reassurance. As time swiftly passed, the wedding banquet approached its climax. Zhang Yin'er, adorned with a bridal veil, appeared alongside Mo Chi on the elevated platform. Just as they were about to exchange vows, an incongruous voice rang out. "Hold on." This voice, akin to thunder, startled all the guests present. They turned to the source and beheld an elderly man and a young man who had emerged from the crowd. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, having already taken note of the pair. However, since they had not made any aggressive moves, he refrained from expelling them. The young man, clad in a dark brocade robe and wielding a jade fan, stood tall and striking, unmistakably the eldest son of the Liu family, Liu Changkong. Behind him stood the Liu family's ancestor, Liu Yuan. Their intent was clear: to completely humiliate the Mo family before the eyes of all present. Liu Changkong pointed at Mo Chi on the platform and declared, "Zhang Yin'er has already been betrothed to me. You Mo family have threatened the Zhang family to seize her. Do you not fear becoming the object of ridicule for all under heaven?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? The Zhang family's young lady was actually taken by the Mo family? This cannot be a mere fabrication. The young man must be Liu Changkong, the heir of the Liu family. To have his engagement snatched away is a blow to the Liu family's pride. This wedding banquet promises to be quite the spectacle. Whispers filled the air as Mo Fan rose to his feet and gazed down at the two individuals. "May I inquire where you have obtained this information? Today is my brother's joyous occasion, and I wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. If you choose to depart now, I shall spare your lives." Mo Fan spoke coldly. "Liu Changkong, emboldened, retorted, Montag Fen. I never expected you to return. What is this? Have you gained some prowess in the years since we last met? Dare you to seize what belongs to the Liu family?" At this, Mo Fan furrowed his brow, recalling that in the past, the original owner of his body had shown deference to the Liu family in pursuit of Liu Ruyan, even going so far as to relinquish a substantial portion of the Mo family's assets. Upon reaching this point, a flicker of indignation appeared in Mo Fan's eyes. Yet he maintained his composure and calmly inquired, "So, are you intending to seize the wedding?" A murderous intent ignited within Mo Fan's gaze. In the distance, Liu Changkong stood tall, regarding Mo Fan with palpable disdain, and remarked, "Zhang Yin'er is already betrothed to me. Today, I have come to witness just how shameless your Mo family truly is." As his words hung in the air, an overwhelming force erupted from behind Liu Changkong, as Liu Yuan unleashed an intimidating presence. The oppressive aura of an emperor swept over the assembly, instilling a profound sense of trepidation among the guests. They were taken aback, realizing that an emperor-level powerhouse had been summoned. Who would have thought that the Liu family would mobilize such might? This was a clear intention to utterly disgrace the Mo family. This was the ancestral strength of the Liu clan. It seemed the Mo family was doomed, not only to lose their reputation, but also to incur a substantial price for their folly. Chapter 29. A tumultuous uprising? Annihilation. Mo Fan raised his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to shield the crowd from Liu Yuan's oppressive force. His expression then turned icy as he addressed the elder. "Are you truly going to allow this brat to wreak havoc here?" Liu Yuan, taken aback by Mo Fan's ability to withstand his pressure, replied, "Youngster, I advise you to return the Zhang family's daughter post-haste. Otherwise, it may not bode well for your Mo family today. It is as simple as that." Mo Fan's gaze remained indifferent as he prepared to mediate between the two. However, he soon noticed the space above the plaza beginning to distort. Two figures clad in black emerged from the rift. A shattered space. Could it be that two more emperors had arrived? Good heavens! To witness so many powerful emperors at the Mo family's banquet is unprecedented. The crowd gasped in astonishment, suddenly feeling a far more terrifying pressure descend upon them. As the two black-clad figures settled into the air, one spoke with authority, "Your Mo family has offended those who should not be offended. Today, you shall face annihilation." With these words, the guests below were plunged into chaos. Liu Yuan, noticing the two figures in the air, felt a wave of dread wash over him, mistakenly believing they had come to assist the Mo family. Little did he know they were there to stir trouble. The presence of two emperor-level warriors caused even Lu Chongkong to retreat slightly. He turned to Mo Fan on the loft and taunted Mo Fan. "Are you not going to return the Zhang family's young lady? Once you're dead, I might as well burn some paper money for you." Ha ha. The two figures in the air then took note of Liu Yuan, their brows furrowing. "This matter does not concern you. Withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we will slay you," commanded one of the emperor-level figures, his voice resonating like a tolling bell. Yet, in the next moment, Mo Fan on the loft suddenly struck. An imperial weapon transformed into a long rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, the emperor who had spoken was obliterated by the terrifying force unleashed by the weapon. The crowd fell into stunned silence. At that moment, it felt as if the very air had frozen. What? What just transpired? An emperor-level warrior had fallen so effortlessly? What kind of power does Mo Fan possess? The guests were utterly astounded. To encounter 4 emperor-level warriors in a single day was already exceedingly rare. Yet now the Mo family revealed the ability to annihilate an emperor with a single strike. Liu Yuan and Lu Chongkong gasped in shock. They were aware that Mo Fan had ascended to the emperor level a century prior. Yet they never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. The ability to slay an emperor with one blow. What a terrifying killing move. On the loft, Mo Fan cast a cold glance at the remaining black-clad emperor and remarked with a faint smile, "When did your Yi family adopt such stealthy tactics? If you intend to annihilate my Mo family, shouldn't you have brought more reinforcements?" The crowd gasped once more at these words. What? That was an emperor from the Yi family? The Yi family intends to strike against the Mo family? Everyone understood that the Yi family was a dominant force in the South Sea, having rapidly grown strong through the resources of the Endless Ocean. Their influence now spanned Central State, and those who opposed them often met with dire fates. The Mo family, now targeted by the Yi family, is on the brink of annihilation. The remaining Yi family emperor remains stunned by Mo Fan's earlier assault. In the next moment, various array patterns emerged around the Mo family plaza, sealing heaven and earth. This sudden turn of events sends a chill down the spines of Liu Yuan and the Yi family emperor, prompting them to hastily attempt to escape. Yet, it is too late. Liu Yuan suddenly finds himself frozen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as realization dawns upon him. Everything has been meticulously orchestrated by the opponent. The Mo family's ostentatious wedding was merely a ploy to lure them in. He had been overly complacent, thinking the Mo family was still that desolate imperial clan, unaware that they now possess such formidable means. Today is destined to be perilous. In the air, the remaining Yi family emperor's expression tightens. He had not anticipated that the Mo family would be so well prepared. No wonder they appeared so composed in the presence of 3 emperors. He then speaks, "Young friend, do you not fear the might of the Nanhai Yi family's army pressing down upon you?" Having acknowledged the opponent's readiness, he realizes that further attempts at combat would yield little success. Instead, he decides to showcase the power of the Yi family behind him, hoping it might prove advantageous. However, Mo Fan remains unfazed, even mocking, "If I were to let you go, would your Yi family refrain from coming? My friend, there is no need for further struggle. Today, you shall neither leave nor live." As these words resonate, the guests below collectively gasp in astonishment. Who in the entirety of Zhongzhou dares to speak thus to an emperor? Who would so boldly deride a powerful member of the Yi family? The crowd swallows hard, sensing that a monumental shift is about to occur in Zhongzhou. Seeing that communication is futile, the last remaining Yi family emperor discards his pretense. He raises his hand, and an overwhelming imperial pressure erupts forth. The vast spiritual energy instantly engulfs the realm. Behind him, a colossal shadow of a giant materializes, exuding a terrifying presence that is suffocating. All eyes gaze in horror at the majestic spiritual silhouette above. Should it strike, the entire Mo family plaza would surely be reduced to ashes. Liu Yuan raises his hand to conjure a protective spiritual barrier to shield himself and Lu Chongkong. Even he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a blow, let alone safeguard the guests present. If all the attendees of the Mo family's wedding were to perish today, the Mo family would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in Zhongzhou. Liu Yuan turns his gaze toward Mo Fan atop the loft. On the high platform, Mo Chi swiftly appears beside Mo Fan. Although he knows his brother is well prepared, the sight of the terrifying giant shadow in the sky still instills a sense of trepidation within him. In the air, the powerful emperor's eyes glow with a fierce light as he coldly declares, "Since you refuse to recognize your own good fortune, then today, the Mo family shall not have it easy." With that, the giant shadow in the sky raises its hand, bringing it crashing down upon the Mo family plaza. The sheer force of the wind from the strike obliterates several surrounding buildings. The guests instantly erupt into chaos, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan. It is over. It is over. This is the attack of an emperor. Even if the Mo family can withstand this, they are unlikely to take us into consideration. Are we to meet our demise today? Curse it. Had I known it would be so perilous, I would never have come. Amidst the complaints and curses, the colossal palm in the sky showed no signs of abating. Everyone's hearts were lodged in their throats, anxiously awaiting Mo Fan's response. Yet, in the next moment, atop the tower, Mo Fan smiled indifferently. "Do you think you can make things difficult for the Mo family? You are not even worthy of that." As his words fell, the heavens above were torn asunder. Countless silver rays of starlight cascaded down. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, from the gaping chasm in the sky, an immense hand slowly descended. Its grandeur was such that it could overshadow a significant portion of the central continent. All present fell into a hushed silence, gazing in awe at this terrifying spectacle above. Chapter 30. The Proposal. Do you consent to your marriage with Ruyan? A colossal handprint, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, descended towards the airborne emperor of the Yi family. In an instant, the latter froze in place, terror flooding his heart. Such a technique would be formidable even for his own family head to withstand. Though he stood at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, he was acutely aware that the disparity between emperors was far greater than that among ordinary realms. He never anticipated that a mere Mo family, a once great imperial lineage of the Central Plains now in decline, could harbor such an exceptionally gifted emperor. Yet, before he could further digest this shock, the immense handprint crashed down, obliterating the Yi family emperor's existence into the void. With a thunderous impact, those terrifying phantoms erupted in the air, unleashing a tempestuous storm that shook the very heavens and earth. Subsequently, all returned to tranquility once more. Below, both the guests and the citizens of the Central Plains, drawn by this celestial phenomenon, gazed blankly towards the Mo family pavilion. Their eyes were wide with astonishment, as if a fishbone were lodged in their throats. Their faces a tableau of shock. Silence enveloped the crowd, whether from fear, trepidation, or envy. All were speechless. Liu Yuan's gaze directed at Mo Fan gradually transformed into one of admiration. Initially furrowed, his brow softened, and, eventually, his pupils dilated as he regarded the young man atop the pavilion as if he were a monster. In the blink of an eye, he had slain 2 emperors. Such prowess was unparalleled across this continent. Liu Yuan extended his hand, shielding the still-dazed Liu Changkong behind him. He now regretted his decision to crash the Mo family's wedding. However, his grandson's provocative words had already been spoken, and it was unlikely that the other party would simply let it slide. Visita Montag Fin, Montag qui zait in relief. Once again filled with admiration for his elder brother's terrifying capabilities. Yet simultaneously, he became increasingly anxious. The crowd below finally regained their senses, showering Mo Fan with compliments. What a remarkable display from the Mo family. It seems that henceforth the Central Plains shall belong to the Mo family. Patriarch Montag, we have another unmarried daughter in our clan. I wonder if your family has any suitable disciples. Voices of congratulations echoed forth. Although the gathered guests were not from the imperial clans of the Central Plains, they were not naive. The Mo family's ability to slay 2 emperors had already assured that they would soon stand at the zenith of the Central Plains. They might even surpass the Yi family, becoming the dominant force. At this moment, the Mo family had yet to fully develop, making it an opportune time for investment. On the high platform, although Zhang Yin'er was veiled, she could still sense the enthusiasm of the guests below. With a glance from Mo Fan, Mo Chi immediately understood, reappearing on the platform to embrace Zhang Yin'er. Witnessing this scene, Mo Fan nodded, casting his gaze towards the Liu family members who appeared as if they were facing a great adversary. Sensing Mo Fan's hostility, Liu Yuan suddenly spoke. But the arrogance and disdain he had previously displayed vanished, replaced by a tone of respect. Young friend, it was my grandson who disrupted the Mo family's wedding. My Liu family is willing to compensate with 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. I hope you will not pursue the matter. Upon hearing these words, the guests present were once again astounded. Today they had truly opened their eyes. 100,000 superior spirit crystals. This amount equaled the entire savings of a small family clan. As a hard currency in the central state, spirit crystals serve not only as currency, but also assist in cultivation, enhancing the speed of one's training. Moreover, a single superior spirit crystal can be exchanged for 10 medium spirit crystals, while 10 medium spirit crystals can be traded for 10 inferior spirit crystals. Some small families in the central state earn merely a few hundred superior spirit crystals in a year. 100,000 spirit crystals, even within an imperial clan, constitutes a considerable sum. Yet, the young master of the Liu family had merely uttered a few curses towards the Mo family. Everyone assumed that Mo Fan would readily accept this offering of 100,000 spirit crystals as an apology. After all, the Liu family was considered an imperial clan. Under normal circumstances, few family powers would dare to provoke the animosity of an imperial clan. However, atop the pavilion, Mo Fan maintained an expression of indifference. Faced with the allure of 100,000 spirit crystals, he remained utterly unmoved. Old senior, I previously granted you an opportunity. Alas, you failed to seize it. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Liu Chongkong. Liu Yuan's expression instantly changed, hurriedly channeling his spiritual power to withstand Mo Fan's oppressive force. But the might of several imperial artifacts was not so easily resisted. Even if Liu Yuan exerted all his strength, the overwhelming force still forced both of them to kneel. The ground beneath them began to crack and sink. Liu Yuan's face contorted in agony, his teeth clenched tightly. The onlookers displayed expressions of terror. It was hard to imagine what kind of immense power could inflict such suffering upon a formidable emperor-level warrior. Doubt began to arise among the crowd. After all, this was the young master of the Liu family. Could Mo Fan truly dare to kill him? Did he not fear the Liu family's relentless vengeance? Below, the fierce-faced Liu Chongkong, unable to rise from the ground, struggled to roar in anger. Mo Fan, I am the young master of the Liu family. What you are doing is dishonorable. Do you not fear that the Liu family will sever ties with you and the Mo family? Among the spectators, a senior member recalled past events. It was said that Mo Fan, in an effort to win over Liu Ruyan of the Liu family, had once relinquished a significant portion of his family's wealth. Would he truly sever ties with the Liu family now? On the high platform, Mo Chi felt a flicker of anxiety within his heart. Over the past few days, he had noticed a change in his elder brother. No longer bound by love, he had become decisive and ruthless, even instilling a sense of fear in Mo Chi. Yet, he recalled how Mo Fan had once gone to great lengths to please Liu Ruyan, even guarding against the demon tribe at the demon suppression pass for her sake. These deeds had once proven one thing. Mo Fan had genuinely cared for her. But now, would he choose to forsake everything for the Mo family? For him? Mo Chi? At this moment, Liu Yuan also struggled to lift his head, gazing towards Mo Fan on the high platform. He had heard tales of the relationship between Liu Ruyan and Mo Fan. If the Liu family truly had such a powerful and extraordinary son-in-law, the future of the Liu family would undoubtedly be immeasurable. Thus, Liu Yuan spoke, "Young friend, do not let anger take hold of you. If you are willing to cease this conflict, I can take it upon myself to decide the matter of your union with Ruyan. Let us transform hostility into harmony, and from henceforth, the Mo and Liu families shall advance together. What say you?" At this moment, Liu Yuan's tone was devoid of any disdain or contempt. In fact, there was a hint of ingratiation within his words. Even the spectators believed that Mo Fan, being a member of the Mo family, would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, it was common knowledge that he harbored affections for the young lady of the Liu family. Such an opportunity would surely not be squandered. Yet, as the crowd eagerly awaited Mo Fan's response, a delicate yet forceful voice suddenly resonated through the air, echoing throughout the square. "Great-grandfather, your words bear no weight. I could never marry him." The crowd turned in the direction of the voice, and there, standing gracefully in the distance, was Liu Ruyan, holding a slender azure spear, clad in garments as pure as jade. Chapter 31. Liu Changkong, Death. Liu Ruyan descended fiercely before Liu Yuan, her face etched with fury as she directed her ire towards Mo Fan. Montauk Fen, is this all merely to draw my attention? You have betrayed the Xiantian sacred land, forsaken the vows made to me years ago, and even slain my junior brother. Do you believe that your actions will lead me to forgive you and reconcile? Let me be clear. It is utterly impossible. I shall never marry you. Release my brother at once. Otherwise, from this day forth, I shall sever all ties with you, and we shall never meet again. After her outburst, all present regarded Liu Ruyan with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. Confusion spread among the crowd. How could a mere insect at the third level of the dragon-elephant realm dare to speak to a great emperor in such a manner? Liu Yuan's astonishment mirrored the crowd's. He had been sealed within the ancestral grounds of the Liu family for far too long, and was unaware of the audacity Liu Ruyan had once displayed before Mo Fan. However, Liu Changkong was well aware. A smile crept across his face as he bellowed at Mo Fan. Why haven't you released her yet? Do you truly wish for my sister to sever ties with you? He then turned to the gathered guests, boasting, Sister, this is how you ought to treat him. You have been far too kind. He might think you are harming him. He needs to see some consequences. Otherwise, he will never understand his place. The assembly was taken aback by Liu Changkong's words, as he seemed to regard the recently victorious Mo Fan, who had just slain 2 emperors, as nothing more than a sycophant. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Liu Changkong appeared to revel in this, as if the oppressive aura surrounding him had lightened somewhat. At that moment, Mo Chi focused intently on Mo Fan, eager to discern his thoughts. To his surprise, Mo Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief at how the original self had indulged Liu Ruyan, leading her to harbor such ludicrous notions. Just as he was about to exert his formidable presence to crush Liu Ruyan completely, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced his wrist. Mo Fan instinctively examined the source of the agony, noticing the dark mark on his wrist, writhing as if attempting to break free. His eyes narrowed. This was the lingering obsession left by the original self. Its current agitation revealed just how much the original self had cared for Liu Ruyan. He divided a portion of his spiritual energy to suppress it, regaining his composure. He could not act against Liu Ruyan. Otherwise, the original self's obsession would become a liability. The matter was not yet entirely resolved, and he wished to avoid introducing additional variables. However, just because he could not touch Liu Ruyan did not mean he could not deal with the others of the Liu family. In the next instant, an imperial weapon materialized behind him, transforming into a radiant arc that shot towards Liu Changkong. In the blink of an eye, the once jubilant Liu Changkong found his head severed from his body. The imperial weapon returned to Mo Fan's core, and Liu Changkong's head, still adorned with a smile, rolled several times before landing at Liu Ruyan's feet. She stood momentarily stunned, while the assembly collectively gasped in shock. Mo Fan had truly killed Liu Changkong. Was he truly intent on severing all ties with the Liu family? Liu Ruyan's pupils dilated in shock, her entire being trembling. She crouched down stiffly, incredulously cradling her brother's head. Behind her, Liu Changkong's body continued to spout blood, staining her pure white garments crimson in an instant. Upon releasing his pressure, Mo Fan observed Liu Yuan's demeanor lighten considerably. Yet, upon gazing at Liu Changkong's lifeless form, he could not suppress a sigh. Lifting his gaze once more to Mo Fan on the loft, he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life. Mo Fan offered no response, merely coldly retorted, Your life does not come without a price. It is half of the Liu family's assets. Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately bowed again, uttering 2 words, thank you. He had assumed that, given Mo Fan's past relationship with Liu Ruyan and the 100,000 high-tier spirit crystals he had offered, he might secure Liu Changkong's life. Little did he expect that Mo Fan would harbor no lingering sentiments, brazenly slaying Liu Changkong before the gathered crowd, dismissing both him and the Liu family with such disdain. This audacity instilled a flicker of fear in Liu Yuan, the revered ancestor of the Liu family. However, Liu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Cradling Liu Changkong's head, she furiously shouted at Mo Fan, Mo Fan, I will make you pay with your life. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she brandished her sword, poised to strike. Yet in the next moment, Liu Yuan's spiritual power quelled her fury. My young friend, forgive our offense. We shall take our leave immediately. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with the bloodied and resentful Liu Ruyan. Should she truly act against Mo Fan, the entire Liu family would be unable to withstand the wrath that would ensue. With that, Liu Yuan, accompanied by the wrathful Liu Ruyan, transformed into a streak of light and departed. The scene fell once more into tranquility, leaving behind a multitude of astonished guests. The events of the day were likely unprecedented in their lifetimes. First, the Yi family sought to annihilate the Mo family, only to have the former S2 emperors subdued by the young master of the Mo family. Then, Liu Changkong from the Liu family arrived to claim a bride, only to be instantly quelled. Such occurrences, even if recounted in tales, would likely be met with disbelief. Once the crowd settled, Mo Qi promptly arranged for the bloodstains to be cleaned. On the square, aside from a few cracked tiles, no trace of the tumult remained. In that moment, the guests collectively resumed the atmosphere of the wedding banquet. However, the difference was palpable. Those who had previously shown indifference to the Mo family were now vying to curry favor with Mo Qi. It was evident to all that, following this day, the Mo family would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the central state. As night fell, Mo Qi bid farewell to the last lingering guests with a heavy heart. Ascending to the loft, he found Mo Fan gazing at the night sky. Thank you, brother. Had it not been for your presence today, I truly would not have known how to conclude this affair. Mo Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for despite being the head of the Mo family, his cultivation remained at the Xian gang level, even outshone by the younger generations of minor clans. I have always felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards my elder brother's nurturing. Moreover, I am deeply concerned about whether Mo Fan can bear the weight of the vast Mo family after his prolonged slumber. With a furrowed brow, I cast a worried glance at Mo Fan, hesitating to voice my thoughts. Yet, Mo Fan appears to be well prepared, responding with an air of tranquility. You need not fret. Although your cultivation is modest, the imperial weapon I bestowed upon you will ensure your safety. As for those restless families in Zhongzhou, Mo Fan shook his head and chuckled lightly. In 3 days, no one shall harbor any doubts about you or the Mo family. His few words fell upon Mo Qi's heart like a heavy stone, dispelling the uncertainty etched on his face. Ultimately, he resolutely declared, Rest assured, brother, I shall not let you down. With unwavering determination, Mo Qi's words seemed to resonate both with Mo Fan and with himself. Chapter 32. The Liu family must perish. What? Are you saying that Mo Fan not only slaughtered 2 of the Yi family's emperors, but also killed Liu Changkong? Within the grand hall of the Liu family, Liu Min slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Mo family dared to directly eliminate Liu Changkong. Did they truly not fear the repercussions from the Liu family? Or did they simply regard them with contempt? Moreover, the Yi family was also seeking trouble with the Mo family. At this moment, Liu Min was in a state of panic. Neither the Liu family nor the Yi family could be compared in stature. Patriarch, do you think we should visit the Mo family to apologize? One elder of the family inquired. Liu Min pondered this matter deeply. If the Mo family indeed possessed formidable experts, the Liu family's current predicament would be exceedingly perilous. However, they had previously dispatched their ancestor to provoke the Mo family, which had likely soured their relationship. Now, to mend such ties would undoubtedly require an exorbitant cost. Liu Min found himself wavering. Noticing the patriarch's indecision, an elder from the Liu family offered a suggestion. Patriarch, given the recent upheaval caused by the Mo family in Zhongzhou, even if their foundation is strong, they are likely to be depleted. Although our family has suffered considerable losses, we still have a powerful emperor in slumber. Perhaps we need not concern ourselves with the Mo family. Upon hearing this, Liu Min fell into contemplation. He recalled that Mo Fan had spared Liu Yuan while acquiring half of the Liu family's resources. Since the Liu family had no prior relationship with the Mo family, if they were to go and apologize, they would likely have to relinquish even more resources. Since learning of the Mo family's affairs, They had successfully withstood attacks from at least 6 emperors. Even a millennia-old imperial lineage would find it difficult to endure such onslaughts. After a moment of deliberation, Liu Min made up his mind, declaring, "Instruct all disciples of the Liu family to proceed with utmost discretion in their affairs. They must avoid any conflict with the Mo family." Everyone nodded in agreement, and a glimmer of hope returned to Liu Min's eyes. If they could endure this storm, perhaps the Mo family would eventually forget about the Liu family. Furthermore, it was possible that other families, either coveting or fearing the Mo family, would unite to launch an assault against them. Host's remaining lifespan is less than a month. Please elevate your status promptly. Within the grand hall of the Mo family, Mo Fan gazed at the incessantly flashing system prompt before him, narrowing his eyes. He had originally planned to pay another visit to the Yi family to thoroughly eliminate any lingering concerns for the Mo family. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. If he did not retreat into the blood coffin soon, this body, along with its emperor-level cultivation, would dissipate. Life expectancy is nearing an end. Please, host, urgently seek the child of destiny. The system prompt echoed once more. Mo Fan's expression remained cold and detached. At present, only a child born within the Mo family, capable of bearing the destiny-s fortune, could enable him to maintain his emperor-level cultivation. Otherwise, should this body perish, it would herald the downfall of the entire Mo family. Although Mo Fan could hide within the blood coffin to escape the ravages of time, however, it could only endure for less than a century, and during this brief period, once it emerges, is destined to face inevitable downfall. Mo Fan previously took decisive action to eliminate several great emperors, aiming to instill a sense of trepidation among other families in Zhongzhou, dissuading them from rashly targeting the Mo family. He sought to instill fear within the imperial clans of Zhongzhou. The following day, above the Liu family in Zhongzhou, a voice of authority reverberated through the air. The Liu family must be eradicated today. There stood Mo Fan in the sky, holding a spiritual sword, solitary yet commanding, instilling unprecedented fear in the hearts of the Liu family disciples below. They had all heard whispers of the events that transpired at the Mo family's wedding banquet the previous day. Shortly after Mo Fan's declaration, several figures from the Liu family soared into the air. Leading them was Liu Min, the head of the Liu family. Upon recognizing Mo Fan's presence, Liu Min was instantly drenched in cold sweat, trembling slightly, yet he mustered the courage to step forward and bow deeply. Forcing a smile, he said, "Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize for our absence in offering congratulations yesterday. Therefore, my Liu family is willing to present 300,000 high-grade spiritual crystals as a token of our remorse. I hope you will not take offense." As he spoke, Liu Min discreetly signaled to those behind him. Immediately, someone presented a storage ring containing the spiritual crystals. Liu Min, with a fawning demeanor, offered it with both hands. However, Mo Fan remained unmoved, his expression still one of indifference. "I recall instructing you 3 days ago, if the Liu family does not offer an apology, then death is the only outcome." With that, an overwhelming imperial pressure erupted from Mo Fan, rendering the Liu family members breathless. Mo Fan's gaze was cold and devoid of mercy. "I'm a man of my word. Today, none from the Liu family shall survive." In an instant, the terrifying pressure intensified, and countless Liu family disciples were slain on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Min's pupils constricted sharply. He never anticipated that this individual would leave no room for negotiation. Did he truly believe that the ancestral great emperor of the Liu family was non-existent? Liu Min furiously unleashed his spiritual power to resist Mo Fan's pressure. Then, with a fierce tone, he declared, "Esteemed senior, are you intent on driving the Liu family to the brink of annihilation? Our ancestral great emperor has already been slain by you, and we are willing to offer our apologies. Your actions are exceedingly ruthless." Liu Min's fists clenched tightly, and the elders of the Liu family behind him shared his fury. Yet, Mo Fan merely chuckled coldly, "Not worthy of fight to the death. You Liu family do not possess such standing." Realizing that there would be no retreat from his opponent, Liu Min crushed a jade talisman from his bosom. Instantly, A long rainbow tore through the heavens from deep within the Liu family. Who dares harm my Liu family members? A magnificent voice resounded throughout the realm. Emerging from the radiant light was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, who arrived beside Liu Min in the blink of an eye. Greetings, ancestor Yaoguan. As the Liu family members shook off Mo Fan's pressure, they all bowed reverently to the man in the blue robe. The middle-aged man, with his sword-like brows and bright eyes, approached Mo Fan with an air of arrogance, saying, "Young one, it is no small feat to cultivate to such a level. Should you choose to depart now, I shall not pursue the matter further. Do not overestimate your abilities, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Liu Quan's appearance undoubtedly served as a source of reassurance for all the members of the Liu family present. They regarded Liu Quan as a figure of imperial stature, one capable of instilling a measure of trepidation in Mo Fan, thereby enhancing the prospects of negotiation. Although the accounts of Mo Fan's recent slaying of 2 imperial figures had already spread in the minds of the onlookers, each imperial being was considered invincible in this world. The notion that Mo Fan could vanquish 2 such beings suggested he must have employed some form of prior preparation. Now, within the territory of the Liu family, their confidence soared. However, to their astonishment, Mo Fan dismissed Liu Quan's words with disdain, raising his hand to unleash a strike of the utmost imperial weaponry. The speed was so swift that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Chapter 33, Death. A long spear pierced the heavens. Liu Quan immediately summoned his artifact. Attempting to defend himself, a small azure sword shot forth from his brow, colliding with the silver spear. Amidst the clashing of gold and iron, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy roiled. In an instant, the azure sword shattered into fragments, directly pierced by the spear. Liu Quan himself was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. As a fellow emperor, he understood the sheer horror of Mo Fan's strike. The latter had already gained complete control over an extreme imperial weapon, utilizing its profound essence. Even a peak emperor would find it a formidable challenge. Yet Liu Quan wielded no such weapon. His only treasured artifact, nurtured over many years, was obliterated by Mo Fan's blow. Despite both being at the emperor level, their strengths were not even remotely comparable. A heavy realization sank in Liu Quan's heart. The Liu family had provoked someone they should not have. He hastily called out to Mo Fan for negotiations. "Friend, I am unaware of how my Liu family has offended you. How about this? We are willing to offer half of our assets as an apology. Let this matter pass, shall we?" Liu Quan uttered these words outwardly, while discreetly instructing Liu Min to activate the family's imperial formation immediately. He believed that offering half of the Liu family's assets as leverage might not guarantee Mo Fan's agreement, but it should at least sow seeds of doubt. Yet, to his astonishment, Mo Fan remained unfazed. He raised his hand, summoning another crimson long knife to strike. There was no intention of sparing Liu Quan. A surge of terror gripped Liu Quan's heart, for this long knife was also an extreme imperial weapon. With 2 imperial weapons attacking simultaneously, he could hardly withstand for long. Just as Liu Quan strained to fend off the 2 imperial weapons, Liu Min swiftly retreated to the Liu family estate. In the next moment, brilliant lights emanated from within the Liu family, enveloping the entire estate beneath a grand formation. The Liu family disciples hurriedly sought refuge within the formation. Even Liu Quan hastily darted over. All eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at Mo Fan in the sky, fearing any further aggression. Liu Min then stepped forward, calling out to Mo Fan, "If you would cease your assault, my Liu family would gladly serve you as our master. As long as you refrain from further action, everything can be discussed." Liu Min was utterly befuddled. He could not comprehend why, being of the same emperor realm, there existed such a disparity between their ancestor and this formidable being. He also regretted provoking such a terrifying presence. The Liu family disciples looked up at the figure in the sky with pleading expressions. They believed Liu Min had brokered a deal, hoping that their lives would be spared. Yet, Mo Fan remained silent, persistently urging the imperial weapons forward. The 2 imperial weapons collided with the formation, causing the entire Liu family to tremble in fear. Panic engulfed the Liu family members. Why? Why did he not relent? Was it true that even offering the entire Liu family could not safeguard their lives? How had they offended this harbinger of death? The disciples of the Liu family, entrenched in their humble status, remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Above them, the elder members of the Liu clan swallowed hard, their apprehension palpable. In the past, an esteemed ancestor of the Liu family had accompanied the Wang and Zhang families to annihilate the Mo family. This secret was known only to a select few within the clan, and now they chose to remain silent, fearing the repercussions of their knowledge. Liu Ruyan, the patriarch of the Liu family, observed that Mo Fan showed no intention of ceasing his onslaught. A flicker of panic ignited in his eyes. He turned to Liu Min, who stood beside him, his face a mask of terror. In the next moment, Liu Quan's expression hardened, and he raised his hand, decisively severing Liu Min's head from his body. A suffocating silence enveloped the scene, akin to the stillness of death. The elder Liu members stared at Liu Quan, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Ancestor, what madness is this? They were unable to comprehend the rationale behind Liu Quan's shocking act. Yet Liu Quan spoke. My friend, I am aware of the animosity between us. Today, I offer you the head of the Liu family's leader. I implore you, spare my life. Upon hearing these words, the Liu disciples were momentarily stunned. Then, they collectively gasped in horror. Their own ancestor was willing to sacrifice the family head for his survival. What would become of them if that ruthless deity accepted the offering? Witnessing such a ludicrous spectacle, Mo Fan indeed halted his offensive. At this, Liu Quan's heart soared with hope. If he could survive, sacrificing the entire Liu family would be a trivial matter. As long as he lived, the Liu family still held the potential for prosperity. Liu Quan hurled Liu Min's severed head towards Mo Fan. In Mo Fan's line of sight, the head flew towards him, but before it could reach, it exploded spectacularly in the air. In the next instant, a formidable imperial weapon erupted from Mo Fan's being. 3 imperial weapons simultaneously hurtled towards the Liu family's grand formation. At this moment, the Liu clan members finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. Mo Fan had no intention of showing them mercy. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 3 imperial weapons descended like a sun, shattering the Liu family's grand formation in an instant. Panic engulfed all within the Liu family. Liu Quan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a ruthless extermination, leaving no avenues for escape. Determined to flee using his escape technique, Liu Quan realized too late that Mo Fan was well prepared, leaving him no opportunity. A flying sword hurtled towards Liu Quan. He transformed into a streak of light, quickly leaving behind only an afterimage. Yet, Mo Fan was far from unprepared. With a wave of his hand, he sealed all surrounding space. This was a miniature formation capable of spatial confinement. Liu Quan immediately recognized the source of this technique. Though not as formidable as the grand formations that could seal the heavens and earth, it was executed with remarkable swiftness. Alas, Liu Quan, being an emperor himself, possessed numerous life-preserving trump cards. In the next moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Liu Quan erupted violently, with a splatter of blood mist. He vanished in the blink of an eye. The Liu disciples were utterly frantic. If their ancestor had resorted to a blood escape, what fate awaited them? As Mo Fan witnessed Liu Quan's escape, his eyes narrowed. He had intended to gradually consume their resources, compelling the Liu family's hidden cards to be fully revealed. Little did he anticipate that he would inadvertently grant the Liu family's elder a chance to flee. However, this was of little consequence. Mo Fan summoned his 4th imperial weapon, which in the blink of an eye vanished into the void. 1,000 miles away, Liu Quan, who had just been savoring the joy of surviving a catastrophe, was suddenly pierced through his body by Mo Fan's imperial weapon. The elder of the Liu family, Liu Quan, met his demise. With this, Mo Fan achieved his aim of instilling fear in the other imperial families of Zhongzhou. He turned his gaze toward the disoriented Liu family members below. My lord, if you spare me, I shall divulge all that I know regarding the Liu family's assets. My lord, we are but mere ants. Please, have mercy and let us be. I am willing to be your servant as long as you grant me my life. Within the Liu family, some fervently pleaded for Mo Fan's mercy, while others stealthily prepared to deploy escape techniques. Every action they took was under Mo Fan's keen perception. With a calm demeanor, Mo Fan regarded the crowd and slowly spoke. Death. Chapter 34. Into the blood coffin, the demonic tribulation. In an instant, the heavens tore asunder. A colossal handprint materialized in the sky, descending upon the Liu family estate. Those who still clung to life among the Liu family attempted to resist or flee, only to discover that the surrounding space had long been sealed by Mo Fan. Boom! The Liu residence was reduced to nothingness. Countless members of the Liu family perished in an instant. Henceforth, the Liu family would no longer exist on the expanse of Zhongzhou. Such a cataclysmic event naturally drew the attention of other forces in Zhongzhou. Upon learning that this monumental act was orchestrated by a young emperor of the Mo family, they were left in astonishment. The Liu family's annihilation, the Mo family's wedding banquet that claimed 2 imperial lives, the Mo family's execution of the Liu family's young master. Each event served as a declaration to the people of Zhongzhou. Henceforth, the Mo family would reign supreme over this land. In just a few short months, countless small families rushed to congratulate the Mo family, seeking alliances through marriage or seeking to attach themselves. The once near-extinct Mo family had, in the blink of an eye, become the most prominent entity in Zhongzhou. Within the ancestral hall of the Mo family, the atmosphere was heavy, with only 2 figures standing silently before the obsidian coffin. The coffin, entirely black, was faintly shrouded in a layer of crimson aura. Should one gaze upon it for too long, the eerie symbols etched upon the coffin seemed to beckon one into a blood abyss. Mo Qi tightened his grip on the ancient imperial sword, a legacy of the Mo family. After much hesitation, uncertainty lingered within him. The Wang and Zhang families had already submitted. The Liu family had been exterminated by Mo Fan. The 3 great imperial families that once threatened the Mo family had now been brought under control. Yet, Mo Qi remained unsettled. He understood that, in the current Zhongzhou, nearly all factions were fixated on the Mo family, though there was a sense of reverence and fear. This trepidation was less directed at the Mo family and more towards Mo Fan himself. Should news of Mo Fan retreating from the world become public, it would not take long for those coveting the Mo family's legacy and Mo Fan's myriad of imperial weapons to tear the Mo family asunder. If Mo Qi is unable to maintain the current state of affairs in Zhongzhou, the Mo family is destined for ruin. Mo Qi comprehended that his elder brother entrusted him with such a significant responsibility due to his unwavering faith in him. He bore this duty without evasion. Simultaneously, his gaze lingered on the silhouette of Mo Fan ahead, flooded with guilt. If only I possessed the strength of my brother, perhaps. Monta Kizite. Meanwhile, Mo Fan gazed intently at the system panel before him, his brow furrowed. Current lifespan, 28 days. 28 days. Even if he were to enter the blood coffin and retreat from the world, it would only extend his life by a mere century. Should the Mo family's descendants fail to give birth to a child of destiny within this century, Mo Fan would inevitably extinguish his chance at life. Indeed, under the influence of the undying bloodline, even if Mo Fan were to perish, as long as the Mo bloodline persisted, he would not vanish but instead be reincarnated. However, upon reincarnation, he would lose the cultivation of the Emperor realm, a reality Mo Fan found unacceptable. Hence, he urged the Mo family members to proliferate, to branch out and increase the likelihood of begetting a child of fate. Yet, even so, hope remained scant. It seemed that ultimately, one must resign to fate. Mo Fan's gaze dimmed. He despised this feeling of helplessness, yet it was beyond his control. The remaining 28 days of life were insufficient to eliminate all threats entirely, nor were they enough to discover a new child of destiny. The sole glimmer of hope was that Mo Qi could ensure the Mo family stood resilient for a century. After a moment, Mo Fan turned, his expression serene as he regarded Mo Qi. The length of the path ahead is contingent upon your own efforts. With that, Mo Fan presented an unremarkable jade token to Mo Qi. The latter, bewildered, listened as Mo Fan spoke. Within a century, I can intervene once. Should you encounter an insurmountable problem, I may assist you one final time. This statement struck Mo Qi with astonishment. He was acutely aware that those emperors who had reached their twilight still possessed the opportunity to act. However, each intervention consumed a significant portion of their lifespan. This jade token likely represented his brother's final chance to intervene. Understanding this, Mo Qi accepted the token with resolve. Rest assured, brother, I shall not fail your expectations. At the Nanhai Yi family estate, urgent cries echoed outside the ancient hall. This is dire. The demon clans have broken free from the demon suppression barrier. They have breached the barrier and are advancing towards the Yi family. The figure of the messenger burst into the hall, only to be instantly locked in by several formidable auras. The messenger trembled, quickly dropping to his knees. Cautiously raising his eyes, he glanced at Yi Tian, the head of the Yi family, seated high above. Upon meeting the gaze of those eyes, which seemed impervious to even the collapse of the universe, the messenger felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A few elders of the Yi family in the distance frowned. What is all this commotion? They are merely demons. I can eradicate them with a single hand. One of the Yi family's powerful members spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. The messenger, a lowly pawn, wished to speak up and provide a warning, yet fear of potential repercussions silenced him, forcing him to lower his head in silence. Montauk Fen, that exhausted and fated emperor, could still guard the demon gate. My lord, I shall go. 3 days. Within 3 days, I shall quell the upheaval. The formidable member of the Yi clan evidently sought to showcase his prowess before Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian remained unperturbed. He spoke with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Yi Gu, Yi Kong, you too shall proceed. Furthermore, proclaim to the world that the demon race is in turmoil, and the Yi clan shall intervene to eradicate the evil. 1 imperial weapon from the clan's treasury may be granted. Upon hearing this, the previously silent warrior immediately stepped forward to accept the command. Yi Kong, as one of the emperors of the Yi clan, found himself at the bottom tier among his peers due to his limited strength. Having long sought an opportunity for advancement, he boldly volunteered to suppress the demon race. Little did he expect that Yi Tian would permit him to retrieve an imperial weapon from the clan's treasury. This was an imperial weapon. Even the most elite emperors of the Yi clan seldom possessed one. At this moment, Yi Kong's mind was consumed by a fervent desire for the imperial weapon and the ambition to elevate his status. It is well known that within the Yi clan, rewards are distributed based on merit. Given the clan's vast resources, even those at the emperor level covet certain treasures. This includes the inheritance hidden within the ancestral grounds. Legend has it that even a powerful emperor could gain significant cultivation enhancement from the legacy of the Yi clan's ancestral lands. This filled Yi Kong with exhilaration, as he believed he had finally encountered his chance. He completely disregarded the dangers of the Demon Gate. The rationale was simple. Even that depleted and washed-up Emperor Mo Fan had managed to guard it for a century. Why should he, Yi Kong, be unable to do the same? A gate that even a spent lifespan could defend must surely be under threat from nothing more than a horde of insignificant pests. A hint of arrogance flickered in Yi Kong's eyes. For many years, the Demon Gate and the Endless Sea had become the Yi clan's private garden for unrestrained resource exploitation. Now, it was merely infested with pests. Truly, a matter of little concern. Chapter 35. The turmoil of the Demon Clan on the Boundless Sea. The silhouettes of the Demon Clan obscured the sky. Countless corpses floated upon the turbulent waters, as the waves were stained crimson with blood. The air was thick with the stench of carnage, evoking a scene reminiscent of the realms of the damned. Yi Kong and Yi Gu appeared above the blood-soaked sea. Behind them, a multitude of human cultivators, eager to witness the battle and scavenge the remains of demon beasts, wore expressions of exhilaration. These cultivators, having learned of the Demon Clan's upheaval from the Yi family, volunteered to assist. Some sought to cultivate favorable relations with the Yi family, while others were driven purely by the desire to collect the remnants of demon beasts once the chaos subsided. To those alchemists and artifact crafters, these demon remains were treasures beyond measure. High-level demon beasts were notoriously difficult to hunt, and with the Yi family dispatching 2 emperors to quell the turmoil. How could the others resist such a golden opportunity? The South Sea, rich in resources, was a gathering place for cultivators. The Yi family's formidable contingent had unknowingly swelled to tens of thousands. With the involvement of two eminent emperors, the demon clan was but a collection of insignificant pests. I have heard that during this upheaval, many demon clan members fled. If we can merely collect some high-level demon remains, we need not worry about cultivation resources for a year. Within the ranks, some were elated while others expressed doubts. How could the demon suppression pass be breached for no reason? Could this be a ploy by the demons to lure us in? Impossible. Rest assured, the Yi family leads this expedition. What other force in the world rivals the Yi family? I have investigated, and it turns out this turmoil stems from the foolish decision of that emperor from the Mo family a century ago, who abandoned the pass. Ha 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 ha. What a fool. The resources within the Demon Pass are surely countless. It has turned out to be a boon for us. Ahead of the procession, Yikong cast a scornful glance at the densely packed demon forces, his face a mask of disdain. Brother Gu, I alone am sufficient to quell this turmoil. Let the world witness the strength of the Yi family. With those words, a spear materialized in Yikong's hand. Clad in white, he darted forth like lightning, charging into the throng of shadowy figures. He resembled a silver dragon, with countless bolts of lightning illuminating his path as he plunged into the ranks of the demon army. In mere moments, he annihilated the vast horde of demons as if they were mere insects. Indeed, they are but pests. Let us storm the demon suppression pass today and eradicate this demon blight once and for all. Yikong declared with a hearty laugh, his voice echoing in the air. The human cultivators who witnessed this spectacle were invigorated, erupting into cheers. Those who had previously harbored doubts about the mission laid their concerns to rest. With two emperors providing protection, even the most unforeseen calamity could not harm them. Amidst the accolades of the crowd, the procession advanced steadily. Truly, the might of the Yi family was undeniable. So swiftly had the demonic army been vanquished, that the quelling of this turmoil would surely require no more than a mere breath. Such were the sentiments echoed among the ranks. However, ahead, Yigu abruptly halted, his demeanor shifting to one of grave intensity as he sensed a twinge of danger. In the next moment, the heavens and earth transformed. A blood-red spear cleaved through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the human ranks. Yikong, reacting in an instant, beheld the encroaching sanguine shadow. Undeterred, he instead wore a cold smile. With a flash of movement, Yikong collided with the oncoming blood shadow. The force of the impact sent waves surging through the surrounding sea. The crimson waves loomed like a chasm, engulfing all in their wake. Yet, Yikong's expression abruptly shifted, for he felt the might of the spear, which was on par with that of an emperor, the emperor of the demon race. Yikong quickly regained his composure, unleashing his spiritual energy to deflect the spear's assault. His gaze then turned solemn as he peered into the distant sky, vigilant for the impending arrival of the demon emperor. Before the figure made its appearance, a scornful feminine voice resonated through the air. I told you these individuals lacked strength. Must you test for so long? I have waited for this opportunity for tens of thousands of years. In an instant, the blood sea roiled. Two figures surged forth from the depths, one male and one female. The man was towering, his muscles coiled with strength, his entire form cloaked in dark green scales, resembling humanity, yet distinctly otherworldly. With a serpent's head atop a human body, cerulean gills adorned either side of his neck, and he wielded a trident, exuding a presence rivaling that of Yi Kong and Yi Gu. In stark contrast, the woman bore a human head but a serpent's tail, her skin clad in pale purple scales, also at the emperor level. The two figures charged toward Yi Kong, engaging him in fierce combat. Within mere exchanges, Yi Kong found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to fend off the assaults of the two demon emperors. A wave of dread washed over him. How could they possess such formidable strength? Logically, the previous decrepit emperor of the Mo family had been able to suppress the demon gate with his waning life force. There shouldn't be such overpowering entities present. Yikong could not reconcile the thought that he was inferior to the already incapacitated emperor of the Mo family. In the next heartbeat, a resplendent light erupted from the imperial weapon in his grasp, aimed at the two assailants. Simultaneously, from the far reaches of the Blood Sea, countless demon figures surged forth, charging towards the human ranks. The battle was on the precipice of eruption. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Yikong, no longer must you struggle in vain. Today, your demise is inevitable, roared a demon emperor at Yikong. Before he could respond, a colossal, ancient battle axe descended upon him. The force was tremendous, cleaving the Blood Sea in two with terrifying might. Yikong hastily extricated himself from the encirclement of the two demon powerhouses, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet he was battered and bruised, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. He was now at the end of his tether. Unless someone from the Yi family came to his aid, his death was assured. This time he had been careless. He had believed that the decrepit emperor of the Mo family, with his life nearly extinguished, could single-handedly suppress the demon gate. It should have been an effortless endeavor to reclaim what was lost. However, this time, the demonic forces beyond the demon suppression pass mobilized in full force. Not only were all of his companions annihilated by the demons, but he himself was also suppressed by several formidable demon entities. Now he faced imminent death. On the other side of the sky, among the remaining few hundred human figures, a middle-aged man clad in white gazed at the distant scene. His expression one of utter shock. It is over. Everything is lost. Nearly 10,000 human cultivators have been completely wiped out. How could those demons be so powerful? Even the esteemed Emperor Yikong was no match for them. How did that so-called waste of the Mo family manage to defend against them? This is utterly unreasonable. A surge of astonishment and doubt erupted from the crowd. They were human cultivators summoned by the Yi family, initially intending to seize opportunities amidst the Yi family's display of strength. With nearly 10,000 cultivators, they had believed that under the leadership of two emperors from the Yi family, they could easily quell the turmoil of the endless sea. Yet, within less than a month, only a few hundred of them remained from the original 100,000. The esteemed Yikong of the Yi family had even been slain by two demon emperors working in concert. This starkly contradicted the Yi family's earlier proclamations. They claimed that even the waste of the Mo family could defend the pass. How could they not withstand the onslaught with 100,000? It was nothing but deception. These demons were overwhelmingly powerful. They were simply beyond their capacity to resist. Many cultivators were unable to even employ escape techniques before being ruthlessly exterminated. Although they had contemplated fleeing, they were under the watchful eye of another emperor from the Yi family. Anyone who displayed cowardice would be executed on the spot. Yigu stared gravely at the approaching demon army, astonished that such seemingly minor demons could prove so difficult to contend with. Even the supreme imperial weapon in his possession had been seized by the enemy. Yigu understood that if he remained any longer, his fate would likely mirror that of Yikong. He felt no pity for Yikong's demise, nor did he harbor any intentions of offering assistance. It was clear that Yikong's recklessness had been the cause of his downfall. Otherwise, he would not have led a multitude of cultivators into the heart of the demon ranks. With a chilling gaze, Yigu transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Chapter 36. The schemes of the Yi family soon. The news of the turmoil within the Endless Sea Demon clan and the fall of the Yi family's emperor spread far and wide. The 5 domains were shaken. People found it hard to believe that a demon race, suppressed for millennia by their ancestors, had managed to break through the demon gate and reappear on this land. Hadn't the demon gate remained stable for 100 generations? How could it suddenly erupt in chaos? Even a mighty emperors could not suppress it. What on earth was happening? It was rumored that a certain useless emperor from the Mo family had colluded with the demons, releasing them. What? The Mo family dared to conspire with the demons? No wonder they had been so aggressive lately. It turned out they had allied with the demon race. Truly, they were traitors to humanity. Countless rumors infiltrated the ears of the citizens of Zhongzhou. Overnight, the Mo family became the most reviled entity, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Families that had previously sought to befriend them vanished without a trace. Given the terrifying methods employed by Mo Fan, no one dared to openly oppose the Mo family. After all, even the venerable Liu family had been annihilated. No one wished to provoke the Mo family lightly. Within the ancestral grounds of the Mo family, Mo Fan's presence was no longer felt. Mo Chi sat in the chair representing the family head, his eyes closed in contemplation. Though he possessed only the cultivation of a Xiangang, he remained calm and composed before several clan members whose realms far surpassed his own. He understood that his elder brother had entrusted him with the position of clan leader for a reason, and he could not afford to disappoint him. The hall was enveloped in silence until a voice broke the stillness. Family head, it is rumored throughout Zhongzhou that our Mo family has colluded with the demon race. Should we not invite Elder Mo Fan to clarify the matter? The speaker was an elder of the Mo family. Ever since the Liu family's demise, Mo Chi had taken full control of the Mo family. His first decree was to encourage the clan members to expand their families, take multiple wives, and increase their offspring. This left him perplexed. Indeed, the Mo family was currently thin in numbers and needed to bolster its population. However, this could not be rushed, with internal and external troubles. If not handled properly, the next generation of the Mo family might face extinction before they even had a chance to be born. Not only he, but many core disciples of the Mo family shared this concern. Yet, Mo Chi was personally appointed as the family head by Mo Fan. The accomplishments of the Mo family were entirely due to Mo Fan. Thus, they refrained from expressing their doubts. Mo Chi opened his eyes, dispelling any hesitation. A regal aura emanated from him. He declared to the other imperial families of Zhongzhou, if you're willing to form alliances with the Mo family, we can ensure your safety amidst the beast tide. At that moment, the foremost task of the Mo family was to expand and strengthen their clan. As Mo Chi's words echoed, the hall fell into an eerie silence, palpable with disbelief regarding his decision. However, in the next instant, 3 imperial weapons materialized behind Mo Chi. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. I shall say it once more, obey my command. If anyone has doubts, they may step forward. As Mo Chi's words resonated amidst the terrifying pressure exerted by the imperial weapons, a palpable tension enveloped the assembly, causing many present to swallow hard, their apprehension evident. Indeed, the family head, once the crowd dispersed, Mo Chi closed his eyes once more. Every decision he made was a contingency left by Mo Fan before his slumber. All he could do was place his trust in Mo Fan. In the South Sea, Yi Tian remained eerily calm upon receiving the news of Yi Kong's demise, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. Yet, those within the Grand Hall were acutely aware. Yi Tian was incensed. At that moment, the entire Yi family hall descended into a profound silence, where even breathing became a cautious endeavor. No one dared provoke a wrathful emperor. Is there no news from the Mo family? Yi Tian's sudden inquiry sent a shiver through the assembled Yi family powerhouses. A trembling individual replied, "We have received word that the 2 esteemed emperors dispatched to the Mo family have been slain by Mo Fan. Furthermore, the Mo family has not only subdued the Wang and Zhang families, but has also annihilated the Liu family." As he concluded, a flicker of astonishment swept across the faces of the attendees. Mo Fan had managed to slay 2 esteemed emperors. Was it not said that he was akin to a flickering candle, with but a short time left to live? How could he possess the strength to contend with 2 emperors? Despite their bewilderment, the attendees quelled their questions in the presence of the furious Yi Tian. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Tian remained seated, exhibiting no signs of movement or emotion, not even a hint of anger. Yet this very abnormality sent chills down the spines of those present. Mo Fan had already dispatched 3 esteemed emperors of the Yi family. With Yi Kong falling at the hands of the South Sea Demon Clan, the Yi family had now lost 4 emperors consecutively. In any ordinary imperial clan, such a situation would spell annihilation, especially considering the numerous coveted treasures that even emperors coveted within the Yi family. Yi Tian's cold gaze scrutinized the remaining 7 esteemed Yi family emperors. Was he enraged? Undoubtedly. The reduction of Yi family's strength by nearly half would incite fury. However, he understood that, given the circumstances, pursuing accountability was futile. After a lengthy contemplation, amidst the palpable fear of his kin, Yi Tian declared, "From this day forth, all ye family members shall enter the ancestral grounds to seclude themselves. No one shall emerge without my command." Upon hearing this, the assembled powerhouses were momentarily taken aback. A flicker of hesitation crossed their faces, but it was quickly suppressed. They all acquiesced and retreated. Once everyone had departed, the remaining 7 esteemed emperors of the Yi family gathered within a secluded chamber. What could the family head's command possibly signify? If we seclude ourselves in the ancestral grounds, what will happen to the resources in the endless sea? Are we to simply relinquish them to those demon clans? One Yi family emperor expressed his discontent, seemingly unsatisfied with Yi Tian's directive. Yet another quickly interjected, "Are you truly naive? Though the resources in the endless sea are abundant, the Yi family has already suffered a depletion of half its combat strength. Should we continue to entangle ourselves with the demon clan, even if we emerge victorious, we cannot escape the risk of being exploited by other families." Upon hearing this, the emperor who had previously questioned Yi Tian suddenly gained clarity. Could it be that the head of the family fears the Mo clan? As he began to voice his thoughts, another emperor interjected. No matter how formidable Mo fan may be, he could never match Yi Tian in strength. However, if the Mo clan seizes the opportunity to ambush us while we are engaged in battle with the demon clan, let us not forget how we initially secured control over the endless sea. Moreover, should we allow this group of demons to enter Zhongzhou, the burden of this hot potato will inevitably fall upon the imperial clans of Zhongzhou. Who among you believes they would willingly undertake such a thankless task? At last, the questioning emperor came to a complete realization. Indeed, by allowing these demons to infiltrate Zhongzhou, not only can we preserve the strength of the Yi family, but we can also weaken the power of the imperial clans in Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, the Mo clan has already been scorned by all as the treacherous accomplices of the demon clan. If they wish to absolve themselves, they must send their own to confront the demons. Once the Mo clan and the demons are mutually weakened, we shall strike, reaping both fame and fortune. Chapter 37. Rumors. In light of the tumultuous events surrounding the demon clan, the populace of Zhongzhou remained relatively unperturbed. After all, the endless sea lay a considerable distance from Zhongzhou, and the formidable presence of the Yi family served as a bulwark against any incursions. If the demon clan ever sought to extend their influence into Zhongzhou, their first course of action would undoubtedly involve dismantling the Yi family. Yet, what was the Yi family? It was the foremost imperial clan of the realm, not easily trifled with. Thus, with the threat still looming at a distance, the various imperial clans of Zhongzhou felt no urgency to act. Some even contemplated seizing this opportunity to forge alliances with the Yi family. Upon learning of the enmity between the Mo family and the Yi family, certain individuals began to conspire, spreading rumors of the Mo family's collusion with the demons throughout Zhongzhou. Consequently, the clamor for the Mo family's condemnation grew increasingly vociferous. Moreover, with Mo fans' absence from public view for several days, many other imperial clans were stirred to action. Within the territories of the Mo family, Mo Qi issued a decree for all family members to relocate to their stronghold. With the influx of members from the Wang and Zhang families, the Mo family's domain witnessed an unprecedented expansion. However, due to the rumors of collusion with the demons, no independent cultivators were willing to align themselves with the Mo family. Among those Mo family members whom Mo Qi could genuinely trust, the strongest was merely at the Dragon Elephant realm. In the Mo family's council hall, Mo Qi scrutinized the sand table before him, contemplating the future trajectory of the Mo family. Suddenly, a figure entered the room. It was Wang Peng, a revered cultivator from the Wang family. Following the Mo family's previous skirmishes with the Wang family, he was one of the few left to oversee the Wang family's affairs. Family Master Mo, Wang Peng began with a dismissive tone. The integration of Wang family resources has encountered some obstacles, and I request your presence to address the matter. Clad in a crimson robe, his expression was one of disdain. He clearly regarded Mo Qi with contempt. Truth be told, Had it not been for Mo Fan's formidable reputation, Wang Peng would have had no qualms about eliminating Mo Qi at first glance. After all, a cultivator of the Shuangguang realm was hardly a match for even the most novice practitioners among smaller families. Mo Qi's position as head of the family was, in all honesty, a source of ridicule. Without Mo Fan's backing, the vast expanse of the Mo family would swiftly face annihilation. Nonetheless, due to Mo Fan's continued existence, Wang Peng, despite his condescension, dared not overtly display his disdain in front of Mo family members. Family Master Mo. The leaders of several minor families affiliated with the Wang family are gathered outside, expressing their outrage over the Mo family's alleged collusion with the demons, a betrayal they cannot accept. They hope you can address these concerns to facilitate our future cooperation, Wang Peng said, lowering his gaze and speaking with a sinister countenance. The Wang family would certainly not relinquish their resources without a struggle, hence their current tactics. While Mo Fan was indeed formidable, Mo Qi was ultimately just a cultivator of the Shuangguang realm. With minimal hindrance, the Mo family could not hope to maintain control over the subordinate families of the Wang family. As long as Mo Fan remained absent from the fray, it would be a trivial matter to delay for 100 or 80 years. So long as the Wang family withheld their resources, the situation would remain unchanged, regardless of the actions of the other imperial clans in Zhongzhou. Once again, the Yi family of the South China Sea has vanquished the Mo family. They have managed to preserve their strength, biding their time for the right opportunity. Upon hearing Wang Peng's words, the members of the Mo family present in the hall understood that this meeting would likely prove to be quite challenging. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind Mo Qi. "Patriarch, I shall accompany you," said a middle-aged man named Mo Li, who had been penalized and sent to manage external family enterprises due to past transgressions within the clan. Now, possessing the strength of the dragon elephant 9th level, he stood as the mightiest among the external members of the Mo family. However, as Mo Li made his appearance, a hint of derision flickered in Wang Peng's eyes. The dragon elephant realm might hold significance among smaller families, yet in the presence of the imperial clan, it paled in comparison to Mo Qi's profound realm, rendering it almost inconsequential. Mo Qi made no attempt to deter him, while Wang Tong feigned a bow, saying, "Please proceed." They then made their way outside, with Mo Qi and Mo Li closely following. Soon, they arrived at a pavilion where a clear hierarchy was established. 21 middle-aged individuals clad in resplendent attire awaited them. Each represented a minor family affiliated with the Wang clan, and even the least powerful among them possessed the celestial human realm. Wang Peng swiftly claimed the main seat, gesturing for Mo Qi to take the adjacent chair. All eyes turned towards Mo Qi, filled with scorn and disdain, intermingled with a touch of curiosity. After all, it was Wang Peng who occupied the primary position, while Mo Qi was relegated to a secondary one. The guests were keenly aware of the power dynamics at play. They wondered whether Mo Qi would dare to take the secondary seat, which would signify submission, rendering him vulnerable to further humiliation. Conversely, if he refused to sit, he would have to contest Wang Peng for the primary position. How could a mere practitioner of the profound realm dare to challenge one of the venerable realm? The assembly was rife with contempt, having seemingly concluded that the newly appointed patriarch of the Mo family, being of the profound realm, was an easy target for ridicule. Yet, in the next moment, Mo Qi strode directly to Wang Peng's front. Wang Peng's expression darkened, and the onlookers watched with anticipation. Did this audacious practitioner of the profound realm truly dare to contest for the hierarchy in the presence of a venerable? With so many witnesses, Wang Peng would certainly not yield. The guests anticipated a spectacle, eager to witness the brewing conflict. However, the reality unfolded in an unexpected manner. Mo Qi abruptly turned to address the assembly, declaring, "The Wang family has been obliterated. If you wish to maintain your standing in the central region, you must obediently submit your resources. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." His words left the gathered company momentarily speechless. They were taken aback that he would audaciously proclaim the demise of the Wang family in front of a powerful venerable. Wang Peng's countenance visibly darkened, his fists clenched tightly, wishing to eliminate Mo Qi on the spot. Mo Qi's words had utterly stripped any remaining dignity from the Wang family, serving as a stark reminder that this territory now belonged to the Mo family. In this context, the chair representing the primary position appeared trivial. Wang Peng suppressed his fury, fully aware that should he act against Mo Qi, the last remnants of the Wang lineage would be eradicated entirely by Mo Fan. He had witnessed the harrowing scene of the Wang clan's ancestors falling that day, an experience far too shocking to bear. Thus, he suppressed the fury within, though his expression remained grim and fierce. Among the smaller families, some had inevitably come to realize this truth. They were unwilling to submit to a weakling of the Xiangang realm, yet equally reluctant to provoke Mo Fan. Therefore, they spoke with a hint of circumspection. Master Mo, it is not that we are unwilling to surrender resources. However, the entire central state is abuzz with rumors that the Mo clan has allied with the demon race, which has contributed to its current power. As you are aware, our human race has held a deep-seated enmity against the demon race for millennia. Should we submit to the Mo clan, we would likely become enemies of the entire human race. Of course, we understand that the Mo clan is unjustly accused. Nevertheless, given such slander, it would be prudent for ancestor Mo Fan to step forward and clarify the matter. This would bring us peace of mind and spare the Mo clan from enduring such calumny. What do you think? Chapter 38. To those who resist death. As the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. All eyes converged upon Mo Qi, eager to witness his response. In truth, others harbored doubts. Whispers had circulated throughout Central State for so long. Why had Mo Fan of the Mo family, the very subject of these rumors, remained silent? It must be noted that no family would willingly shoulder the burden of colluding with the demonic tribes and betraying their kin. Mo Fan's prolonged absence only fueled speculation, prompting this trial of resolve. Just as the spectators anticipated that the Mo family head, possessing only the strength of the profound realm, would surely acquiesce to allowing Mo Fan to clarify matters, the latter suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure. 4 imperial weapons materialized behind Mo Qi. 4 of them. These imperial weapons, each imbued with Mo Fan's prowess, could be wielded at will by Mo Qi. In an instant, one of the imperial weapons swept forth with a menacing force, reducing to ashes the individual from a minor clan who had dared to question Mo Qi. A chill coursed through the spines of all present, their disbelief palpable. They bowed their heads, trembling, too fearful to meet Mo Qi's gaze. It was known that this man was a pinnacle being, far surpassing Mo Qi in realm. Yet, he perished in the blink of an eye. What unfathomable power was this? Behind Mo Qi, Wang Peng also felt the oppressive aura. He gazed at Mo Qi's silhouette, gritting his teeth, an expression of resentment and ferocity crossing his face. Mo Qi, with a frigid gaze directed at the assembly, slowly declared, "This is the stance of the Mo family. Should any among you fail to comprehend your place, you shall meet the same fate as him." His words resonated with gravity, causing all present to instinctively retract their necks. Recollections of Mo Fan's prior slayings of the 3 great imperial clan ancestors heightened their unease. Even Wang Teng felt a flicker of trepidation. They could hardly fathom that a being of the profound realm could extinguish lives in the presence of numerous formidable adversaries. The implications were terrifying. Either he was foolishly fearless or possessed unshakable confidence in his dominance over them. As this realization dawned, the crowd's hair stood on end. Perhaps the ruthless individual who had slain several imperial powerhouses was observing this farcical display. Any excessive actions could lead to their entire clan being reduced to mere ashes. I, from the Bailey family, willingly offer all our resources to the Mo family henceforth. I from the Qian family also pledge my allegiance. I from the Zhong family as well. In an instant, all clans altered their perceptions of Mo Qi, eager to avoid the fate of the recently fallen and opting to voluntarily surrender their resources. Observing this, Mo Qi turned once more to Wang Peng. "Elder Wang, does your family still harbor doubts?" Mo Chi's icy tone reached Wang Peng's ears, causing his heart to tremble. He quickly forced a smile, declaring, "Of course not. We believe that with the leadership of the Mo family, you will undoubtedly soar to become the foremost family in Central State." Confronted with Wang Peng's flattery, Mo Chi chose not to respond. Instead, he directly exited the attic, leaving Wang Peng with a rigid smile plastered across his face, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. A tempest of anger brewed within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. The 4 imperial weapons in Mo Chi's possession had already fallen under Mo Fan's influence. Even if he were to intervene personally, it would be exceedingly difficult to counteract their power. However, he was acutely aware of the nature of those minor clans. They would greet him with smiles and acquiesce to all demands. Yet when it came time to request resources, they would undoubtedly present numerous obstacles. Wang Peng could not fathom that merely possessing 4 imperial weapons could lead Mo Chi to completely subjugate the Wang and Liu clans. As long as the opposing side remained at the Xiangang realm, true allegiance would forever elude them. Upon returning to the Mo family's council chamber, Mo Chi was already prepared for this test. Mo Fan had long warned him that these individuals would never genuinely submit. Yet as long as they harbored fear, they would refrain from acting against the Mo family. Mo Chi held unwavering faith in Mo Fan's words and was resolutely committed to his forthcoming plans. Although he sometimes struggled to comprehend the contingencies left by Mo Fan, he trusted that his elder brother would never lead the Mo family into peril. As Mo Chi pondered his next course of action, a reminder from a member of the Mo family interrupted his thoughts. "Patriarch, the Endless Sea has fallen, and the Demon Clan is in turmoil. The people of Zhongzhou wish for us to provide resources to suppress the Demon Clan in the Endless Sea. They claim that this incident arose from the Mo family and must therefore be concluded by us." Upon hearing this, other members of the Mo family expressed their indignation. Isn't this moral coercion? Why must we be blamed for the invasion of the Demon Clan? Let alone the merits of Mo Fan, who has guarded the Demon Pass for a century. Such nonsense. I think these people are courting death. Patriarch, we cannot sit idly by. Should we not send some personnel to mediate? The crowd buzzed with varying opinions and disputes. Yet Mo Chi seemed to anticipate this reaction, displaying little change in his demeanor. He replied calmly, "There is no need to concern ourselves with this. Inform the clans of Zhongzhou that the Mo family will not bear any responsibility for the demon invasion. If they seek the Mo family's protection, they may choose to submit or form a marriage alliance." Following his declaration, some among the assembly could not suppress their skepticism. "Patriarch, the entire Zhongzhou is saying that our Mo family colluded with the Demon Clan. Should we not respond at all?" Mo Chi lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance at the questioning disciple, who immediately felt a shiver run down their spine and lowered their head in silence. "Follow my directive." 3 days after the Mo family issued their announcement, numerous imperial clans gathered in southern Zhongzhou to discuss the upheaval caused by the Demon Clan. The Mo family is utterly shameless. Do they truly believe themselves to be the foremost in Zhongzhou? Such a significant incident as the demon unrest, and they remain completely silent. I believe they are in collusion with the Demon Clan. Just wait and see. Once the Yi family quells the turmoil in the Endless Sea, they will undoubtedly teach this audacious Mo family a lesson. The hall was filled with representatives from the families of southern Zhongzhou. Should the demon race indeed invade Zhongzhou, the first victims would undoubtedly be them. However, they remain unperturbed by the turmoil of the Demon Clan. After all, when the heavens fall, there are tall figures to bear the weight. The Yi family is undeniably the foremost clan in the realm. In the minds of these individuals, the Yi family would never allow the demon race to infringe upon their interests in the South Sea. This gathering is aimed at discerning whether they can seize some advantage from the chaos wrought by the Demon Clan. By raising the banner of suppressing the demons and acting in the name of justice, they can justify their pursuit of fame and resources, plundering from the scattered cultivators and common folk alike. Furthermore, with the Yi family holding the front line, their members need only remain in the shadows to reap the rewards. The remains of high-ranking demons, while perhaps commonplace in the South Sea, would become highly sought after in Zhongzhou. Countless alchemists and blacksmiths yearn for them, and the potential profits are substantial, which is why this assembly of clans has convened to deliberate on matter. Chapter 39. The onslaught of the demon clan within the Grand Hall. Several representatives from the southern families of Zhongzhou vociferously criticized the actions of the Mo family. Suddenly, one individual spoke up, directing his accusations towards a middle-aged man seated in the corner. Head of the Nangong family, I have heard that not long ago, you sent envoys to the Mo family for a marriage alliance, even establishing numerous betrothal agreements. Is this true? The speaker was the head of the Mu family, who had always been at odds with the Nangong family. By bringing this matter to light, he sought to make the Nangong family the target of scorn. Indeed, as soon as the words left the Mu family head's lips, all eyes in the room converged upon the head of the Nangong family. Surely, you do not intend to attach yourself to the Mo family, do you? I must inform you, the Mo family has offended the Yi family. Once the Yi family quells the upheaval of the demon clan, the first to be dealt with will undoubtedly be the Mo family. Head of the Nangong family, I advise you to sever ties with the Mo family while you still can. Do not be deceived by the current strength of the Mo family. It is merely a fade while the Yi family is preoccupied. Otherwise, the Mo family would certainly face annihilation at their hands. The crowd murmured incessantly, yet the head of the Nangong family remained unfazed. He had indeed solidified a marriage alliance with the Mo family, establishing a covenant that, should any suitable disciples arise among the next 3 generations of both families, they would unite as partners. With the Liu, Zhang, and Wang families no longer present, the Mo family could be considered the most formidable imperial clan in Zhongzhou. Aligning with the Mo family bore numerous advantages. Should the Yi family truly manage to suppress the demon clan's turmoil and engage the Mo family in battle, the Nangong family could withdraw at that juncture without consequence. With these thoughts in mind, the head of the Nangong family disregarded the opinions of those around him. After extensive deliberation, the assembly prepared to select elite members from various clans to form a team tasked with subduing the demon clan in the South Sea. Of course, all necessary resources for this endeavor would be requisitioned from the other families in Zhongzhou. However, before they could mobilize this force, a shocking piece of news arrived first. The demon clan had breached the defenses of the South Sea and was advancing toward Zhongzhou. Initially, the families in southern Zhongzhou found this news hard to believe. They suspected it to be a rumor spread by the demon clan to undermine morale, scoffing at the notion. After all, the reputation of the Yi family stood unassailable. No one could fathom that the foremost family in Zhongzhou would succumb so swiftly to defeat, especially against an adversary that had been suppressed by humanity for millennia. Within the residence of the Mu family, the head, Mu Long, leisurely sipped his tea, envisioning the fortunes and cultivation resources that awaited the Mu disciples upon their arrival at the Endless Sea. He even entertained the possibility of being favored by the Yi family, thereby climbing the ranks of power. However, the sudden, urgent cries that pierced the air caused his brow to furrow in concern. Disaster! Disaster, head! The demons from the Endless Sea have appeared on the periphery of the South Sea and are making their way towards Zhongzhou. It won't be long before they arrive. Upon hearing this, Mulong's teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, his heart racing in fear that he had misheard. With wide eyes, he gazed at the disciple from the Mu family who had come to deliver the alarming news, demanding, "Could you repeat that? The demon clan is approaching? How can this be possible? Well, the powerful members of the Yi family. Where are they?" The messenger, startled by Mu Long's sudden outburst, trembled as he replied, "Patriarch, I have confirmed it several times. It is indeed the demon clan's forces. We must flee quickly. Otherwise, when the demons arrive, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Mu Long immediately bowed his head, lost in troubling thoughts. It cannot be. How could this happen? The Yi family members cannot have been defeated so swiftly. Moreover, those demons have been suppressed for thousands of years. Even if they stirred chaos, their strength should be limited. After all, the foolish emperor of old managed to guard against them. The Yi family should not have fallen so easily. Panic swiftly replaced Mu Long's demeanor. If the demon clan truly breached Central State, it would be the smaller clans like his that would bear the brunt of the devastation. He needed to devise a strategy promptly. Soon, the prominent families of southern Central State convened once more. In the Grand Hall, presiding over the assembly was the patriarch of the Zhao family, the largest clan in southern Central State, donned in a deep blue robe, his expression grave. Esteemed guests, you are surely aware of the news regarding the demon clan's departure from the South Sea. With the demons now advancing upon us, we must unite and confront this threat together. As the Zhao patriarch finished speaking, others began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, the patriarch is right, but the full extent of the demon clan's strength remains uncertain. Even the Yi family could not withstand them. If we join forces, we may as well be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The assembly murmured in agreement, acknowledging that if even the Yi family could not resist the impending tide of beasts, their collective efforts would be futile. However, the Zhao patriarch offered a contrasting perspective. You are mistaken, my friends. Do you truly believe the Yi family cannot withstand this beast tide? His words shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating the hearts of those present. Curious glances were exchanged among the crowd. The Zhao patriarch continued, for what I understand, the main forces of the demon clan are still within the endless sea, likely held at bay by the experts of the Yi family. What approaches us now are merely the stray remnants of their defenses, not particularly formidable. As long as we unite our strength to subdue them, this encounter could become a fortuitous opportunity for us, allowing us to forge connections with the Yi family. After contemplating the Zhao patriarch's words, the crowd began to understand his reasoning. It made sense. As the foremost imperial clan, the Yi family should not have fallen so quickly. If what he said held true, then the impending demon assault might not be a catastrophe, but rather a monumental opportunity. The eyes of the assembly glimmered with fervor. Yet, in a shadowy corner of the gathering, the patriarch of the Nangong family appeared to have anticipated this situation, a glimmer of wisdom in his gaze. Upon learning of the demon clan's impending approach, he had already relocated most of his core disciples to the territory of the Mo family in Central State. The leaders of the various clans regained their confidence and began making preparations to resist the demon invasion. News of the demon clan's impending assault spread like wildfire. Many factions within the central continent soon became aware of the situation. Within the confines of the Xintian Holy Land, Su Aoyu promptly instructed the disciples to prepare for the defense against the demon horde. Situated in the southern part of the central continent, the Xintian Holy Land faced imminent danger should the smaller families in the south be devoured. Despite Su Aoyu's orders, many disciples of the Xintian Holy Land did not take the warning seriously. After all, the demon clan had been suppressed for millennia, and the present human race had long forgotten the terror that the demons once instilled. Their sole recollection was rooted in events from a century prior, particularly the folly of the young master of the Mo family, who ventured into the endless sea for the sake of a mere vow. Chapter 40. The shock of the southern families of Zhongzhou. The Xintian sacred land promptly organized a resistance force against the demon clan. This force gathered the younger elites from the prominent imperial families of Zhongzhou. However, conspicuously absent were any members of the Mo family. Those treacherous individuals of the Mo family are utterly unworthy of joining the crusade against the demon clan. Had it not been for Mo fans' dereliction of duty, how could these demons have possibly escaped from the demon suppression pass? The inability to defend even a mere demon suppression pass is nothing short of a disgrace for the human emperors. I predict that once the turmoil of the demon clan subsides, the Mo family will meet its end. The sentiments of the people of Zhongzhou towards the Mo family have grown increasingly hostile. Whether among the scions of the great families or the common folk of Zhongzhou, there is a palpable outcry against the Mo family. This has left many disciples of the Mo family feeling discontented, yet powerless. This is due to the Patriarch Mo Chi's decree that Mo family disciples must avoid conflict with other families and focus entirely on developing marriage alliances. Such a command has sparked discontent among many elders within the clan. Within the great hall of the Mo family, several elders have surrounded Mo Chi. Patriarch, do you know what is being said about our Mo family out there? They accuse us of colluding with the demon clan, of being disloyal and unjust. When has our Mo family ever endured such humiliation? A gentleman can endure much, but this is intolerable. Patriarch, with just a word from you, I will lead the charge to eradicate those vermin, restoring the honor of our Mo family. Indeed, Patriarch, even those minor families dare to slander our Mo family. If we do not take action soon, we will surely become the laughingstock of others. Amidst the fervent discussions, the consensus was clear. They sought to compel Mo Chi to issue orders to purge those minor families that spread rumors. However, Mo Chi remained resolute in his refusal. I have stated before, there is no need to concern ourselves with mere gossip. It poses no threat to us. The same holds true if they desire the protection of the Mo family. They must submit. As Mo Chi's words settled, some elders still voiced their skepticism. But Patriarch, what if the Yi family quells the turmoil of the demon clan? The people of Zhongzhou may turn against us, and if the Yi family decides to act against us, they will likely find ample support. At this utterance, the remaining elders lowered their heads, fully aware that the rapid spread of rumors regarding the Mo family's collusion with the demon clan likely had the Yi family or other imperial clans fanning the flames. Consider this. If the Yi family truly manages to suppress the demon clan's unrest, then the Mo family's alleged collusion would render them traitors to all humanity. Should the Yi family choose to strike, it would be entirely justified, and other imperial families would also find reason to act against the Mo family. This was a reality that Mo Chi understood well, yet he chose to disregard it entirely, as Mo Fan had reassured him that there was no need for concern regarding the turmoil of the demon clan, nor was there any need for the Mo family to respond. Patience would reveal clarity in due time. Mo Chi remained unshaken in his confidence in Mo Fan's judgment, but this only exacerbated the anxiety of the elders. They were unaware of Mo Fan's strategic intentions and could only see the Mo family beset by troubles both internal and external, like a castle built upon the clouds. In the southern region of Zhongzhou, dozens of colossal flying vessels hovered in the air, each as large as several lofts, teeming with people. Atop the largest vessel, the dark black banner of the Zhao family fluttered prominently. Flanking the vessel were countless sword-wielding cultivators, a formidable sight that obscured the sun. Zhao Yu, the head of the Zhao family, stood at the bow, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of time. Clad in a long robe of azure hue, his expression was grave. This expedition had assembled nearly all the prominent family factions of southern Zhongzhou, numbering approximately 30,000 cultivators. Moreover, the presence of two esteemed patriarchs from the Zhao and Mu families lent further weight to their ranks. Even should they encounter the forces of the Yi family, they possessed the capability to engage in battle. Yet, despite the sheer scale of their assembly, Zhao Yu felt a flicker of unease within him. Days prior, he had conjectured in a meeting that the Yi family was entangled in a conflict with the main forces of the demon race. However, this assertion lacked concrete evidence, merely a product of his speculation. Over the past few days, he had dispatched numerous scouts to probe for intelligence, but few had returned. If the adversary were indeed the main forces of the demon race, then Zhao Yu inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts and dispel such notions. It was simply implausible. The Yi family boasted no fewer than 7 formidable emperors, with the unparalleled Emperor Yi Tian presiding over them. Their defeat at the hands of demons was inconceivable. As for the rumors of collusion between the Yi family and the demons, such claims were utterly ludicrous. The Yi family had operated in Zhongzhou and the South Sea for a millennium, earning a commendable reputation. Even if some alleged their alliance with the demons, few would lend credence to such tales. Resolving to think no further on the matter, Zhao Yu signaled with his gaze, and this grand assembly of 30,000 set forth towards the South Sea. The youthful figures upon the deck were exhilarated, having seldom witnessed such a grand display. Their mission was to quell the turmoil of the demon race, safeguard their territory, and protect their lineage. This fervent generation was not lacking in zeal, yet possessed an air of naive folly. In their hearts, their family was everything, and they believed they would willingly sacrifice their lives for it, thinking that such valor would earn them honor and acclaim. As the fleet sailed toward the South Sea, they soon encountered the army of the demon race. At a mere glance, Zhao Yu sensed something amiss. He was no stranger to demons. In his youth, he had led expeditions to hunt them in the endless sea. However, the dark mass of troops before him was on an entirely different level. He observed the demons ahead, gliding effortlessly through the air. Though a myriad of bizarre creatures filled their ranks, all donned in black armor and wielding weapons, they exuded an unsettling aura of order and lethal intent. This was not the ordinary demon race. Zhao Yu instinctively reached this conclusion. Yet, the leaders of the smaller families, eager to claim glory, had already surged forward. In an instant, several flying vessels charged toward the dense throng of shadows, and countless sword-wielding cultivators followed suit. Just as the younger generation believed they could serve their families and achieve merit in battle, the next moment, a demon with dual wings emerged from the forefront of the black-armored horde, clad in ebony armor, and pointed imperiously into the sky. A resounding boom echoed as a beam of light shot skyward, cleaving through the billowing clouds in an instant. This terrifying strike, infused with chaotic spiritual energy, pierced through several advancing flying vessels. In an instant, those vessels erupted, and countless cultivators perished in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the scene, both the sword-wielding cultivators who had charged ahead and those who had not yet caught up with the throng halted in their tracks. All gazes were fixed in astonishment upon the spectacle before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could these demonic entities possess such formidable strength? Surely, this exhibited at least the prowess of a saint-level being. Had a squad of demons stealthily breached the defenses of the Yi family? Once the seed of doubt was sown, fear surged like a tidal wave, spreading through the crowd. Chapter 41. The Return of the Demon Emperor. How could this be possible? How could the demon race be so formidable? Was it not stated that we were merely facing a small squad of demons that had fled from the defenses of the Yi family? How could it come to this? The sword-wielding cultivators, having charged forward, sensed the impending doom and prepared to retreat. Yet, with a sweeping gesture, the demon leader commanded countless armored demons to charge towards the human ranks. In an instant, the human cultivators, already shaken by the terrifying strike of the demon leader, were utterly overwhelmed. Even before the battle had truly begun, the situation had turned dire. How could the demon race possess such strength? How had that useless Emperor, M.O. Fan, managed to hold them at bay all those years ago? No, I do not wish to die just yet. Though the human cultivators held numerical superiority, the majority of them were young and lacked the necessary cultivation. In terms of quality, they were far inferior to the black-armored demon soldiers. Within merely 10 breaths, the initial group of cultivators that had surged forward was completely slaughtered. Witnessing this calamity from their flying vessel, many clan leaders from the southern regions of Zhongzhou were filled with anxiety. These were to be the future mainstays of their clans. They had initially thought it would be an opportunity for them to gain experience and sharpen their minds, while also becoming more familiar in front of the Yi family. Little did they expect that they would all become fodder for the demons. Suddenly, someone shouted towards Zhao Yu aboard the main ship. "Patriarch Zhao, please summon the ancestor to take action. If we do not act soon, we shall be utterly exterminated by those demons." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu realized that further delay was untenable. As he chanted the incantation, a surge of crimson light erupted from the flying vessel. A figure emerged slowly from the blood-red glow. It was Zhao Wu, the ancestor of the Zhao family, standing amidst the clouds. Clad in a black robe that accentuated his muscular form, he emanated an air of pride and confidence, as if he could vanquish all under heaven. With a mere flick of his hand, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced before him. Before long, a long blade materialized. The heavens trembled. The seas surged. Zhao Wu thrust the blade forward, causing it to expand magnificently in the air. In just a few breaths, it enveloped the throng of black-armored demon soldiers. In the next moment, the blade of light descended, obliterating everything in its path. Boom! Thousands of demon soldiers were reduced to ashes with Zhao Wu's single strike. The previously unfavorable situation was instantly reversed. The young human cultivators, who had been engulfed in despair, were suddenly captivated by this astonishing spectacle. Wonderful! Is the ancestor Zhao Wu of the Zhao family. We are saved. The ancestor, Zhao Wu, possesses the cultivation of an emperor. Surely he will be able to subdue these vile creatures. The human youths were ecstatic, their gazes collectively fixed upon Zhao Wu hovering high above. Seeing this, Zhao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the current situation solidified, as long as their ancestor intervened, the turmoil wrought by the demon race would pose no threat whatsoever. However, just as he thought this, a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped the air. Zhao Yu's body tensed, his eyes fixated on the distant horizon. There, a figure of a demon appeared, gliding through the air, approaching the black-armored demon soldiers. The other demons made way. As they sensed the overwhelming presence of this being, all the human leaders present gasped in astonishment. It was none other than a demon emperor. How could this be possible? How could there possibly be an emperor among the demon clan? Hadn't the mighty emperors of the Demon Suppression Pass already eradicated the demon emperor long ago? The crowd was in utter disbelief. In the past, after forcing the demon clan into the endless sea, countless powerful beings from the human race would venture into the depths of the sea every millennium to hunt down the demon emperors and prodigies, thereby controlling the growth of the demon clan's powerful figures. As long as the demon clan remained without an emperor, they would forever be mere resources under the dominion of humanity, exploited eternally. Yet now, a demon emperor had emerged, signifying that the demon clan had regained the means to contend with the human race. In the air, Zhao Wu tensed, never imagining that after so many years, the demon clan would once again possess an emperor. The demon's sovereign approached, fully transformed save for the retained dragon horns. Clad in silver-hued martial attire, he radiated an aura of crackling lightning. The other black-armored demon soldiers respectfully made way for him. The demon emperor raised his gaze, his slitted eyes locking onto Zhao Wu in the sky. Then, with a swift motion, a long spear pierced the heavens, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards Zhao Wu. "Ancestor, be careful," Zhao Yu exclaimed anxiously. Although Zhao Wu reacted swiftly, conjuring a barrier to deflect the attack, he was still sent flying several miles by the overwhelming force before he managed to halt his trajectory. The young members of the human race below were thrown into disarray once more. What should they do? This was the emperor of the demon clan. Even their esteemed ancestor was no match for him. Were they destined for annihilation? Wasn't it just a small team of demons? How could the demon emperor have emerged? The members of the Yi family seemed utterly useless. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes as he spotted Zhao Wu reappearing above the human ranks, albeit in tatters and looking quite disheveled. Without uttering a word, he summoned a long sword from the void. In a flash, several sword shadows coalesced behind him, dense and numerous, resembling a myriad of swords paying homage. The blades spiraled through the air, trailing Zhao Wu's form as they surged toward the demon emperor. With a tremendous impact, the clouds were torn asunder, and the heavens were pierced. The two emperors became streaks of light, colliding in the air with ferocity. Below, Zhao Yu wore a grave expression, his face etched with disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. His ancestor had long since ascended to the emperor realm, yet he was now engaged in a fierce exchange with the adversary, and there were even signs of potential defeat. He had initially believed this expedition against the demons was merely an opportunity for the younger generation to gain experience. Yet they had encountered the demon emperor. At this moment, even Zhao Yu's psychological fortitude faltered. He immediately conveyed a message to the head of the Mu clan, Mulong. Mu clan leader, "It is high time for your ancestor to take action. If we wait until our ancestor is defeated, we may all perish here today." Mulong, standing on the deck belonging to the Mu clan, appeared increasingly grave. He indeed had the blood coffin of the Mu clan's ancestor aboard the flying vessel, originally intended to comply with the conditions set forth in the agreement with the Zhao family, and to simultaneously inspire the disciples of the Mu clan. There is never an intention to summon the ancestral figure. It is essential to understand that these ancient ancestors, who have lived for millennia, require an immense cost each time they emerge into the world. However, at this juncture, if he does not take action, once the demonic emperor deals with Zhao Wu, it is likely that the Mu clan will face annihilation as well. weighing the pros and cons. Mu Long steeled his resolve and shattered the jade token that sealed the ancestral blood coffin. In an instant, a terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from the Mu clan's flying vessel. A renewed sense of hope surged within the hearts of the Mu disciples. This was indeed their ancestor. Surely he would come to their rescue. Amidst the crimson rainbow, the Mu clan's ancestor, Mu Changchun, gradually emerged, clad in a green robe and bearing the visage of an elder. Yet, upon his emergence, he beheld the demonic emperor clashing with Zhao Wu in the sky, and his expression instantly hardened. Chapter 42. 30,000 practitioners perished. What is this? The great emperor of the demon race. When did a new sovereign of the demon race emerge? Wu Changchun was struck with astonishment. In an instant, he flashed forward to assist Zhao Wu in fending off the demon emperor. The skies darkened, and amidst the heavy clouds, three formidable beings of the emperor realm stood face to face. Wu Changchun and Zhao Wu surged with spiritual energy, simultaneously unleashing their lethal moves. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged towards the demon emperor. Yet, just as their attack was about to strike, the very fabric of space began to twist violently. A colossal handprint tore through the heavens, and an immense pressure instantly suppressed the two human emperors. Those below witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting in disbelief. How could this be? Another demon emperor? The vast imperial might pressed down upon Huayu. Above in the sky, an unmistakably domineering voice resounded. Ants! D! Upon utterance of those words, the gathered human practitioners felt an overwhelming, lethal pressure. The space shattered, and a figure slowly emerged. The leader of the demon race. Emperor Tian. Who is this person? Why does his imperial might loom so large? Such a powerful being still exists among the demon race. Zhao Wu was taken aback. Yet before he could react further, a skeletal spear had already pierced his shoulder. Emperor Tian's strike was so swift that the two human emperors had no time to respond. Zhao Wu hurriedly retreated from the battlefield, seeking to tend to his wounds. Wu Changchun sensed something was amiss. That demon from afar was no ordinary emperor. Both men suddenly harbored thoughts of fleeing. However, before they could cast their spells, this realm was completely locked down by Emperor Tian. In an instant, boundless terror filled the hearts of all human practitioners present. From a distance, Emperor Tian raised his hand, and a swarm of black-armored demon soldiers charged towards the human practitioners. The 30,000 young cultivators gathered in southern Zhongzhou were swiftly reduced to a mere handful. What on earth is happening? How can the demon race be so powerful? How did Mo Fan manage to withstand this back in the day? This is utterly illogical. Zhao Yu is still recounting his fears. The next moment, the pressure swept through. All the practitioners perished. Days later, a piece of news spread through the streets and alleys of Zhongzhou. The expedition from southern Zhongzhou to subdue the demons in the Endless Sea had been entirely annihilated. The periphery of the South Sea was littered with gruesome bloodstains and corpses. This news quickly reached the various families in Zhongzhou. Panic began to set in, and the weaker families started to seek powerful allies for support. Among them, the Mo family was foremost in the fray. After all, the Mo family had announced that any woman of their clan possessing exceptional single-attribute spiritual veins would qualify for marriage to a disciple of the Mo family. Furthermore, these women need not be from the family itself. They could also be acquired from elsewhere. Although the Mo family's reputation had plummeted to such depths in Zhongzhou that they were openly reviled, many smaller families still covertly sought to connect with the Mo family, hoping to secure a path of survival. Moreover, the demon hunting teams of the Xintian sacred land have become exceedingly fervent. However, this fervor has considerably waned following the complete annihilation of the first demon hunting squad organized by Suao Yu. Upon learning of the demon emperor's arrival among the demon ranks, panic ensued among the populace. How many years has it been since the emergence of a demon emperor? It was rumored that the ancestral figures of the Mu and Zhao clans from the south have already perished at the hands of this demon emperor. What? 2 great emperors have already fallen. The crowd was astounded by the birth of the demon emperor. Some families even opted for a mass migration northward, believing that evading the onslaught of the demon race would eventually provide them with opportunities for development. In an instant, the entire central continent was enveloped in trepidation. Within the grand hall of the Mo family, numerous information spirit talismans lay scattered across the table. Chi sat contemplatively to the side, his eyes closed. After a prolonged silence, an elder of the Mo family spoke up. Patriarch, the Xiantian sacred land has invited you to discuss the demon turmoil for the 13th time. They are, after all, one of the foremost powers in the central continent. Should we not respond? Upon hearing these words, Chi's expression remained unchanged. Observing this, the elders ceased further discussion. The other elders merely cast a glance at the communication talismans on the table, equally silent. When the Mo family faced an assault from the three great imperial clans, the patriarch sought assistance from the Xiantian sacred land. Yet, the sacred land remained indifferent, resulting in a brutal massacre of the Mo family. In truth, the hearts of the assembly were heavy with unspoken sentiments. They were reluctant to heed the call of the Xiantian sacred land. Nevertheless, the Mo family presently held the title of the foremost family in the central continent, and the Xiantian sacred land had once been Mo fans' mentor. If the Mo family were to decline, they would inevitably be the subject of gossip. Furthermore, the Mo family's reputation in the central continent had already plummeted to an all-time low. Chi opened his eyes and inquired, "Is everything prepared regarding the marriage alliances?" An elder promptly replied, "Patriarch, currently, both the external and internal members of the Mo family of suitable age are nearly all betrothed. Even the next 3 generations have established a majority of marriage contracts. However, many families wish to leverage these alliances to utilize our resources for their northward migration. They seem to aim to evade the demon incursions. With the current turmoil in the central continent, many clans have sealed their territories, rendering them unable to enter or exit. They intend to rely on the prestige of the Mo family to seek refuge in the north." Upon hearing this, Chi nodded. "That is acceptable. As long as the marriage alliances proceed without issue, let them go. The Mo family can also dispatch personnel to escort them." To Chi, the task of family alliances was entrusted to him by Mo Fan. It was the paramount duty of the Mo family. As for the migration of those families, he was indifferent. Yet, the surrounding elders of the Mo family appeared somewhat anxious. "Patriarch, this matter requires careful deliberation. If those smaller families all migrate northward, the demon race will face no resistance, and they will undoubtedly advance with unstoppable momentum, likely reaching the Mo family in no time." Upon hearing this, an elder of the family promptly concurred. "Indeed, esteemed patriarch, in light of the current turmoil within the demon tribes, it is rumored that an emperor of the demons resides among their ranks. Though our Mo family harbors no fear of such formidable sovereigns, it would undoubtedly be advantageous to have the support of surrounding forces, thus easing our burden considerably." Chi fell silent, recognizing that the elder's words held merit. The unrest among the demon clans, once it crossed the southern frontier, would inevitably clash with the territory of the Mo family. Presently, Mo Fan had sought refuge within the blood coffin. To say that even a mere emperor would pose a threat to the Mo family would be an understatement. Logically, in such dire circumstances, the Mo family should have sought to ally with the second most powerful force in the central continent, the Xiantian sacred land, in hopes of survival. However, Chi chose a different course. He not only refrained from soliciting assistance from other clans, but also neglected to prepare the Mo family for an impending confrontation with a great adversary. In fact, apart from circulating a few rumors, the entire Mo family seemed blissfully unaware of the looming threat posed by the emperors. Chi's unwavering confidence stemmed from the contingency plan left to him by Mo Fan. Chapter 43. Reactions from all sides in the sacred land of Xiantian. Su Aoyu gazed at the communication jade talisman that remained unresponsive, his brows furrowed in concern. He could not fathom the intentions of the Mo family. If the demon race were to invade the southern region of Zhongzhou, the Mo family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Despite the prior grievances between the sacred land of Xiantian and the Mo family, it seemed illogical for them to take action at this moment. As Su Aoyu recalled Mo Fan's actions within the sacred land, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Had it not been for Mo Fan abandoning his post to return to his family, how could the demon army have reached Zhongzhou? Now, it appeared that the Mo family was indifferent, as if this matter did not concern them. Very well, since you choose to remain passive, I shall observe how your family intends to fend off such a multitude of demons. Su Aoyu inhaled deeply and summoned a disciple of the sacred land, instructing, convey the message for the core disciples within the sacred land to proceed to the northern branch and summon the elders from each peak for a meeting. The disciple quickly transformed into a streak of light and departed. Truth be told, Su Aoyu held no confidence in completely subduing the demons. Originally, the Yi family, as a super-imperial clan possessing 10 great emperors, should have been able to resolve most of the issues in this realm. However, the Yi family had vanished without a trace. If it were indeed the demons who had obliterated the Yi family, Su Aoyu could hardly conceive of any means to resist them, aside from Mo Fan. This prompted the core disciples of the sacred land to move to the northern branch. Even if the sacred land were to face destruction, at least a flicker of hope could be preserved. In Zhongzhou, within the Liu family, Liu Guqing sat despondently among the elders of the Liu family. With the invasion of the demon race, the Liu family found themselves directly in the path of the oncoming threat. Although the Liu family was considered a prominent clan with considerable foundation, they still could not compete with the demon emperors. Master, perhaps we should also migrate northward and leave this mess to that accursed Mo family. We can return once the demons are repelled, suggested one of the elders. Liu Guqing's expression darkened as he pondered for a long while before replying. What news do we have from the sacred land? Yen'er, being the holy maiden, should possess significant intelligence. A voice responded. The young lady has informed us that the sacred land is also contemplating a move northward, yet most of the elders have chosen to remain at the sacred land. Liu Guqing narrowed his eyes and continued. What of the Mo family? Are they truly intent on remaining idle? Do they not fear that the demons will consume their territory as well? There was a hint of anger in Liu Guqing's words, causing the elder who had responded to hesitate. The Mo family remained utterly silent, seemingly disregarding the threat posed by the demons. Hearing this, Liu Guqing fell into contemplation. Logically speaking, as a dominant force in Zhongzhou, the Mo family's interests in the region would be no less than those of the Liu family and the sacred land. Their current inaction suggested that they were well prepared. This instilled a sense of suspicion in the ever-cautious Liu Guqing. Could it be that the Mo family possessed some secret means to suppress the demons? A glimmer of hope flickered within Liu Guqing, only to be swiftly quelled. The long-standing enmity between the Liu and Mo families had rendered their relations irreparably strained. In this present moment, even if the Mo family possesses means for self-rescue, it is unlikely they would divulge such information to the Liu family. Moreover, it should be noted that Mo Fan had previously slain his son, an event that stirred a considerable uproar in Zhongzhou. Should the Liu family seek assistance from the Mo family, they would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Liu Guqing's expression reflected his internal struggle. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally resolved, go, inform Ruyan to return to the family. There are urgent matters to discuss concerning our clan's survival. In the southern region of Zhongzhou, tens of thousands of demon creatures surged across the shores, advancing towards their long-coveted territory. The smaller families, having received prior warnings, had already relocated in their entirety. It was only the unsuspecting mortals who fell victim to this sudden and terrifying invasion. The land trembled, bloodshed spread across vast distances, as if the darkness of millennia past had returned. Wherever the demon creatures roamed, no matter the size of the nation or dynasty, even those immortal clans caught unprepared, all became fodder for the demons. While this sustenance temporarily slowed their advance, it did not satiate their insatiable hunger. The multitude of demons pressed forth towards the heart of Zhongzhou, and news of this calamity soon reached Su Aoyu, who could no longer contain himself and planned to send Liu Ruyan to the Mo family to request Mo Fan's intervention. However, he was informed by a disciple that Liu Ruyan had already taken leave to return to her family. Within the Liu family, Liu Ruyan stood anxiously before Liu Guqing. surrounded by the elders of the clan. "Father, you summon me back. What urgent matter requires my attention?" she inquired with palpable concern. Liu Guqing's expression was troubled, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. The turmoil caused by the demon creatures is imminent, and I fear our Liu family may struggle to protect ourselves." He barely finished his sentence when Liu Ruyan responded eagerly, "Father, do not worry. I have already sought my master's aid, and he has promised to assist the Liu family through this crisis amidst the beast tide." Upon hearing this, Liu Guqing sighed deeply and continued, "Ruyan, you do not grasp the situation fully. The Xiantian sacred land indeed possesses substantial heritage, yet given their recent actions, they may not be prepared to fend off the demon threat. Our Liu family has endured for over 10,000 years. Can you bear to see it decline under your father's watch?" Liu Ruyan hesitated, having heard that the sacred land had recently dispatched a group of core disciples to the northern domain. However, she was unaware of the true depth of the Xiantian sacred land's resources. Seeing Liu Ruyan's conflicted expression, many elders of the Liu family joined in urging her. "We have watched you grow. Now that the family is in peril, you must not stand idly by. Indeed, if it were not for our devoted efforts in nurturing you, how could you have ascended to become the saintess of the Xiantian sacred land so swiftly?" They admonished. "Ruyan, your uncles have always taught you to be grateful and to repay kindness." After this barrage of words, Liu Ruyan felt even more bewildered and directly questioned, "Father, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. If there is anything I can do, I shall not refuse." Liu Guqing's expression finally softened, and then he tentatively spoke. "Ruyan, back when the young master of the Mo family, Mo Fan, pursued you, he paid quite a hefty price. His infatuation back then moved not only me, but also your uncles." Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan instantly grasped her father's intentions, her countenance darkening immediately. "Father, he was the one who personally killed Chong Kong. How can you speak in his favor?" Liu Guqing chuckled lightly. "Ruyan, do not be agitated. The Liu and Mo families have indeed had some recent conflicts, but have they not already been resolved? As for the matter of Chong Kong, he brought it upon himself, and I have no words to say. However, the current situation is exceptional. If the two families can turn conflict into harmony and face the hardships together, it would be beneficial for everyone." At this point, Liu Ruyan could no longer ignore the fact that her father intended to use her to curry favor with the Mo family. She had long heard of the Mo family's notorious reputation for collecting talented women in Zhongzhou. How could she possibly agree to such a thing? Chapter 44. The engagement is nullified. Please take your leave. A few days later, outside the Mo residence, Liu Guqing arrived with Liu Ruyan for a visit. "I am Liu Guqing, the head of the Liu family, here to discuss the impending turmoil in Zhongzhou. Please inform your family head to come and greet me." Liu Guqing's demeanor was one of haughty pride. Despite the Liu family's current predicament, he maintained the air of a family patriarch. Upon hearing that the visitor was the head of the Liu family, the Mo family members guarding the entrance immediately adopted a more reserved demeanor. As an imperial clan of Zhongzhou, the Liu family's influence was undeniable. One of them stepped forward and said, "Please follow me." The two were led into the Mo residence and waited in a guest room. "The family head is currently occupied with important matters. I hope you can be patient for a moment," said the Mo disciple. Liu Guqing's expression soured slightly, but he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, arms crossed and fuming, exclaimed, "Where is Mo Fan? Just tell him I have arrived. He would not dare to refuse seeing me." The guiding disciple of the Mo family stifled a laugh and replied, "Mo Fan has been in seclusion for several days. He likely will not be able to meet with guests for the time being. If you both are pressed for time, you may return another day." Liu Ruyan shot an indignant glare at the Mo disciple, ready to reprimand him, but was halted by Liu Guqing. "It's no trouble. We can wait." As midday approached, Mo chief finally entered the guest room. "I apologize for the delay. I have been overwhelmed with trivial matters. Please forgive me, Liu family head." Though he uttered these words, his expression betrayed no hint of contrition. The strained relationship between the Mo and Liu families was well known and had persisted for some time. Liu Guqing had anticipated this response. Liu Ruyan's expression flickered with surprise as she asked, "You are the head of the Mo family? Shouldn't Mo Fan be the head? Has he truly entered seclusion?" Mo Chi raised his gaze to Liu Ruyan. He recognized her from both the Mo family's wedding banquet and from a century ago when Mo Fan had pursued her. His impression of Liu Ruyan was not particularly favorable. "My brother has entrusted me with the family's affairs. As for the two of you going to such lengths to visit, if it is merely to see my brother, I fear you may be disappointed," he stated. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes dimmed. Liu Guqing then spoke candidly. "Since you are now in charge, I shall be forthright. The union between Mo Fan and my daughter caused quite a stir, now that he has returned. Are we not to discuss the matter of their engagement?" Liu Ruyan instinctively wished to evade the topic as her father brought up their betrothal with Mo Chi. Mo Chi paused, looking at the somewhat bashful Liu Ruyan. "Miss Liu, did you not declare at my family's wedding banquet that the engagement was nullified? Did she not inform you?" Liu Guqing was taken aback, turning to Liu Ruyan. The latter, feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, protested. "When did I say the engagement was nullified? I have no recollection of such a thing." Mo Chi chuckled lightly. "Miss Liu, I distinctly recall hearing you at the banquet state that you would never marry my brother." In the present moment, Liu Ruyan's delicate visage flushed with a kaleidoscope of emotions as she absorbed Mo Chi's words. In a moment of desperation, she had once threatened Mo Fan to spare her brother, uttering those very words without anticipating that she would one day find herself beseeching the Mo family. Liu Guqing attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a laugh. "Ah, Master Mo, that day was merely a lapse in Yinner's judgment." She spoke out of anger. Moreover, this betrothal was a pact established between the ancestors of the Mo and Liu families. Can we truly allow a mere outburst to render such an agreement void? Liu Guqing wore a carefree smile, yet Mo Chi's expression darkened. "Master Liu, your memory serves you well regarding the ancestral pact of my family. However, when the three great imperial clans sought to annihilate the Mo family, your Liu clan stood by, indifferent to our plight. Is there still a shred of loyalty to be found in this matter?" At this, Liu Guqing's countenance shifted to one of gloom. He indeed had received a plea for assistance from the Mo family, but at that time, he had dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, in his eyes, Mo Fan was merely a sycophant of Liu Ruyan. Initially, to secure Mo family support for Liu Ruyan's candidacy for the title of Saintess of the Xiantian Sacred Land, they had forged numerous agreements. Though there was some camaraderie, the relationship began to deteriorate once Mo Fan was tasked with guarding the Demon Pass. Liu Guqing believed that since Liu Ruyan had successfully ascended to the role of Saintess, the existence of the Mo family had become irrelevant. There is no need to offend the three great imperial clans over a tool that had lost its utility. Thus, he refrained from extending help to the Mo family. However, in hindsight, Liu Guqing was filled with regret. That decision was undoubtedly the most grievous error of his life. Had he chosen to assist the Mo family back then, they would merely have awaited Mo Fan's return, and the Liu family could have comfortably secured its position as the second great imperial clan of Zhongzhou. They might have even leveraged Mo Fan's affection for Liu Ruyan to garner greater benefits. How had they fallen to such a dire fate? As he contemplated this, a flicker of remorse crossed Liu Guqing's eyes. Nevertheless, he turned to Mo Chi and spoke. "Master Mo, indeed. The matter was a result of the transmission discrepancies of the talismans. By the time I learned of the Mo family's misfortune, Mo Fan had already returned. My Liu family deeply regrets our inability to assist the Mo family. However, this is ultimately a matter between Yinner and Mo Fan. Perhaps you might consider allowing Mo Fan to meet with her for a face-to-face discussion." He remained undeterred. Since entering the Mo family, Liu Guqing had been probing his surroundings with his divine sense, yet he detected no signs of impending peril, nor could he sense any tension. This led him to conclude that the Mo family must possess some hidden strength capable of withstanding the Demon Clan. Hence, he had exerted considerable effort in seeking an alliance through marriage for protection. Mo Chi, well aware of the intentions behind Liu Guqing's visit, responded, "Master Liu, as for the matter of the betrothal, I believe it is unnecessary. If your Liu family seeks the protection of the Mo family, There are indeed other avenues beyond marriage. Liu Guqing's eyes instantly brightened as he inquired, could there possibly be other methods? Mo Chi's expression returned to calmness as he slowly articulated two words, surrender. All who submit to the Mo family shall receive our protection and safely evade the beast tide. Liu Guqing's gaze dimmed once more, while Liu Ruyan beside him grew anxious. The engagement is nullified? I refuse to believe it. Bring Mo Fan out. He would never agree to this. It is his affair. Even if you're the current head of the Mo family, you have no authority to interfere. A feeling akin to something being taken away surged within Liu Ruyan, an indescribable emotion. Yet, Mo Chi remained unfazed, coldly responding, Miss Liu, you need not be obstinate. This matter was conveyed to me directly by my elder brother. The engagement between the Liu and Mo families is indeed void. Now, please return. In an instant, a hint of panic flickered across Liu Ruyan's face. She had not anticipated that her ever-tolerant senior brother would truly make such a decision this time. Chapter 45. Xiantian confronts the enemy's impossible. My senior brother would never treat me this way, Liu Ruyan exclaimed instinctively, leaving Liu Guqing momentarily stunned. However, Mo Chi chose not to respond further and turned to leave the room. Seeing this, Liu Guqing immediately interjected, wait. The Liu family is willing to submit. We shall offer our resources. Father. Liu Guqing's words were abruptly interrupted by Liu Ruyan. With her fierce gaze fixed upon Mo Chi, she declared, I do not care what Mo Fan thinks. If he does not come to the Liu family to apologize within 3 days, I, Liu Ruyan, will sever all ties with him. With that, she tossed her hand and strode towards the exit. Liu Guqing felt unable to dissuade her at this moment. He recognized that the Mo family appeared calm, possibly harboring strategies to resist the demon clan. However, surrendering the entire Liu family was a price too steep for him to bear. As the two departed the Mo family's council hall, Mo Chi did not impede their exit. In truth, he was also uncertain about how to address the Liu family situation. The affair between Mo Fan and Liu Ruyan had become widely known. Although Mo Fan had informed him that there was no need for special consideration towards the Liu family, Mo Chi was acutely aware of the bond Mo Fan once shared with them. This understanding had restrained him from taking action against the Liu family. Outside the Mo family, Liu Guqing turned to Liu Ruyan and inquired, Ruyan, with the current turmoil in Zhongzhou, the Mo family may be the only force unafraid of the demon clan. I know you harbor grievances, but the fate of the Liu family is at stake. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan remained unfazed, raising her chin defiantly. Father, rest assured, my master has already summoned powerful allies to resist the demon clan. The Liu family will face no danger after the Xiantian sacred land. As for the Mo family, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Liu Ruyan's eyes. He will surely come to apologize. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian sacred land, dozens of esteemed elders convened. Among them, the lowest in cultivation possessed the rank of a revered master. I say, Holy Master Su, it is merely a handful of demons. Such a grand mobilization seems excessively dramatic, does it not? An elder clad in the robes of the Xiantian sacred land remarked, drawing agreement from many around him. After all, in their eyes, the Xiantian sacred land was one of the most ancient legacies of Zhongzhou, with unfathomable depth. Even the Yi family could not confidently seize it. Within the forbidden grounds, untold ancient and forbidden entities had existed for millennia. The trivial unrest of the demon clan was hardly sufficient to instill fear in the Xiantian sacred land. However, seated at a distance, Su Aoyu's expression was grave as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, this demon clan unrest is far from trivial. You have come from the South Sea, yet the Yi family has vanished without a trace before they could relay any news. Whether they were annihilated by the demons or chose to hide remains uncertain. Yet, I must emphasize that within this demon horde, there are at least 2 entities of imperial stature. As Su Aoyu's words fell, the gathered elders of the Xiantian sacred land erupted in chaos. What? Another imperial demon has emerged. How is this possible? How can this be? The demon suppression pass has been breached. The demon clan has not seen a formidable emperor for millennia. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Among them were ancient beings who had lived for over 1,000 years, and they had all heard the tales from antiquity, when the demon clan once dominated humanity. This was a forbidden history, seldom recorded even in the sacred texts of the Xiantian Holy Land. Yet, it was well understood that within this taboo history, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Amidst the throng, an elder who had long been in seclusion expressed his confusion upon hearing the news. The demon suppression pass has fallen. I recall that among the last disciples of our Xiantian Holy Land, there was a remarkable prodigy stationed there. Could it be that he has perished as well? As his words settled in, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly, and the others cast peculiar glances at the questioning elder. Su Aoyu hesitated for a moment before responding. Mo Fan has abandoned his post, allowing the demons to wreak havoc in the central continent. He has been expelled from our Xiantian Holy Land. What? Mo Fan? Has he truly left the Xiantian Holy Land? Several elders, just awakening from their meditations, looked at Su Aoyu in disbelief. Holy Master, is this true? Has Mo Fan genuinely exited the Holy Land? He was a prodigy destined to achieve the Emperor realm in 600 years. The only unparalleled talent likely to ascend beyond the Emperor realm. You truly let him leave? The faces of the elders flushed with urgency, their expressions reflecting a desperation that could almost consume Su Aoyu. It was well known that when Mo Fan joined the Xiantian Holy Land, even several ancestors were stirred. The ancestral spirits within the Holy Land had manifested. Yet now, this extraordinary being had been expelled by Su Aoyu. The elders felt as if their own child had been grievously harmed, their brilliant future extinguished. How could they not feel a profound sorrow? Su Aoyu was taken aback by the high hopes these elders harbored for Mo Fan. Flustered, she replied. This matter arose because Mo Fan was the one who betrayed our trust, even going so far as to slay one of our disciples right before our gates. Regardless of his talents, his character is too flawed. He cannot achieve greatness. As his mentor, I am more aware of this than anyone. As Su Aoyu's words echoed, the elders could only sigh in resignation. They mourned silently, acknowledging the fate of Xiantian. Nevertheless, Su Aoyu remained unconvinced. Although Mo Fan's departure had indeed stirred her emotions, it had only grazed her heart. She never believed she was at fault. Whether it was disregarding the Mo family's pleas for help or shielding Yichan from the various machinations directed at the Mo family, she remained steadfast in her convictions. In her view, Mo Fan's achievements were overwhelmingly supported by the resources of the Xiantian Holy Land. Otherwise, no matter how talented an individual might be, it would be impossible to attain the Emperor realm in just 600 years. Though her guidance of Mo Fan had been limited, she was certain that he had accelerated his growth by leveraging the resources of the Xiantian Holy Land. And on that day, he dared to mercilessly slay his fellow disciples before the gates of the Holy Land. He had blatantly disregarded the laws of the Holy Land. If Mo Fan merely strayed from his duties and inadvertently unleashed the demon race, it could be forgiven. Su Aoyu would not be excessively enraged. However, Mo Fan audaciously committed murder before her eyes, disregarding even the bond of master and apprentice. This utterly incensed Su Aoyu. My esteemed colleagues, there is no need for further discussion. The paramount concern at present is how to fend off the incursion of the demon race. I am prepared to summon the ancestral powers from within the confines of self-imposed seclusion. This time, we shall undeniably demonstrate the might of the Xiantian sacred land to Zhongzhou. An indomitable spirit of battle flickered in Su Aoyu's eyes. Previously, she had sent numerous spiritual talismans to the Mo family, urging them to engage in discussions regarding the turmoil caused by the demons. Yet, her overtures were met with utter indifference. This left her in a rather humiliating predicament. Now, she intends to make the Mo family realize that, even in their absence, the Xiantian sacred land is fully capable of repelling those demons. Chapter 46. The battle against the demon clan. Days later, the formidable army of demons had arrived above the Xiantian sacred land. Tens of thousands of black-armored demon soldiers darkened the heavens, led by 3 formidable beings, 2 men and 1 woman, all possessing the cultivation of great emperors. Exuding impressivora. Su Aoyu had already assembled the elders and disciples of the Xiantian sacred land at the forefront. Above the heavy clouds, the two factions stood facing each other. The disciples of the Xiantian sacred land wore solemn expressions, swords in hand, vigilantly observing the movements of the demon clan. Despite having mentally prepared for a long time, many disciples felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the terrifying visages of the demons. A fierce wind swept through, imbuing the surroundings with a palpable sense of impending doom. The three demon emperors spoke little, with a mere wave of their hands. The multitude of demons surged towards the Xiantian sacred land, their roars echoing incessantly. The Xiantian sacred land hastily activated its protective formation, enveloping the area in a faint blue shield. Shielded by the formation, the black-armored soldiers were kept at bay, allowing the disciples to exploit their advantage and commence their assault on the demon soldiers. Several esteemed elders of the sacred land unleashed their might, effortlessly vanquishing dozens of demon soldiers with a single strike. The black-armored soldiers generally possess strength at the level of celestial beings, and the power of the demon clan far surpassed that of human cultivators at the same level. Thus, the disciples within the sacred land often required the combined efforts of several individuals to slay a single demon soldier. Although their efficiency was slow, it ensured a greater degree of safety. The three demon emperors in the sky soon recognized the formidable nature of the Xiantian sacred land's protective formation. In the next moment, one white-armored emperor suddenly vanished from sight, a silver-white spear appearing in his grasp, propelled with terrifying force toward the protective formation. With a thunderous crash, the spirit energy surged, and the white-armored emperor frowned slightly. In the distance, Su Aoyu, wielding an ancient shield, managed to deflect his spear. Though she withstood the blow, her complexion turned pale. Possessing only the strength of a sage, she could endure this strike only by harnessing a portion of the formation's spirit energy and the ancient shield bestowed by her ancestor. However, should that demon emperor launch another attack, Su Aoyu might find it exceedingly difficult to endure. A trace of impatience flickered in the eyes of the demon emperor as he leaped into the sky, his figure vanishing into the dense clouds. Suddenly, thunder roared, and the clouds churned. Before long, a colossal, elongated shadow could be discerned drifting within the clouds. Among the elders of the Xiantian sacred land, one well-versed in lore exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be a dragon has attained emperor status? I never imagined the existence of the dragon clan in this world." Others snapped back to reality as they gazed into the sky, catching glimpses of a dragon's form amidst the flickering lightning. The dragon clan had once dominated the entire continent during a forbidden era, their physical prowess unmatched even among the demons. Later, the human race annihilated the demons, eradicating the dragon clan. No elder of the Xiantian sacred land had anticipated that descendants of dragons still existed today. Yet, before he could continue his astonishment, the silver dragon in the sky charged forth, ready to breach the clouds and collide with the protective formation of the Xiantian sacred land. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel heading to the northern domain, numerous core disciples of the Xiantian sacred land were gazing into a bronze mirror, witnessing the valiant efforts of their sect in fending off external foes. This bronze mirror, known as the observation mirror, possessed the ability to reveal specific scenes when spells were cast upon it. The majority of those on this vessel were esteemed core disciples of the Xiantian sacred land, gifted individuals regarded as the hope of their lineage. Upon hearing of the impending invasion by the demon clan, many elders of the sect decided to send a contingent of core disciples to the northern domain as a precautionary measure. Among them was Liu Ruyan, the sacred maiden of the sect. Initially reluctant to embark on this journey, she was persuaded by her esteemed elders to go and observe the situation in the northern domain, with the intention of returning once the turmoil in Zhongzhou subsided. As Liu Ruyan beheld the distressing image of her master in the observation mirror, a pang of anxiety gripped her heart. To her, the importance of the Xiantian sacred land was as significant as that of her own family. If the sacred land were to fall, her Liu family, sheltered under its protection, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant scenes within the mirror. She firmly believed that the Xiantian sacred land, being one of the oldest lineages in Zhongzhou, possessed an enduring legacy that surpassed mere appearances. Her master would surely repel the demon clan. Silently, she offered her prayers. Above the Xiantian sacred land, as the colossal dragon threatened to collide with the sacred formation, Su Aoyu ceased to hide his presence. In a void, 3 jade tokens materialized, only to shatter instantaneously. In that fleeting moment of destruction, 3 radiant rainbows surged skyward from the sacred land's forbidden zone, piercing through the thick clouds with formidable might. Instantly, the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land transformed their despair into elation. The ancestors had finally emerged from the forbidden area, and there were 3 of them. Surely, they would annihilate the demon clan. Someone called out in exhilaration. The elders of the Xiantian sacred land found themselves secretly relieved. In the skies, 3 figures flashed before the sacred formation. Each was adorned in the white robes of the sect's esteemed ancestors. One of them raised a hand, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy was condensed in an instant. The heavens trembled as a colossal shadow of a hand materialized, descending towards the dragon's silhouette amidst the clouds. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered, and the earth quaked. This was the hand of the sacred seal ancestor, the 35th sovereign of the Xiantian sacred land. 35 generations. It was said that he had lived for millennia. To think he still drew breath. The profound depth of the Xiantian sacred land's heritage was astonishing. Aboard the vessel, in front of the observation mirror, many core disciples of the Xiantian sacred land gasped in awe. As one of Zhongzhou's ancient lineages, the true extent of its legacy was beyond their comprehension. Only a few recognized the identity of the ancestor who had taken action, prompting fervent discussions among the crowd. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 3 sovereigns, Liu Ruyan felt as though a heavy stone had finally been lifted from her heart. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and she addressed those around her, proclaiming, "Our Xiantian sacred land has endured for tens of thousands of years, its profound heritage far surpassing that of the ordinary imperial clans of Zhongzhou. Just wait and see. Even without the assistance of the Mo family, the master would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing those demonic creatures to the point where they would dare not invade." A subtle smile graced Liu Ruyan's lips as she envisioned how, once the turmoil among the demon clan subsided, she would confront Mo Fan at the Mo family to hold him accountable for his insolence in ignoring her. Once the Xiantian sacred land triumphed over the demon factions, she would approach the Mo family under the pretext of collusion with the demons. At that moment, she was certain that Mo Fan would have to emerge to offer an explanation. Liu Ruyan reveled in her own cleverness, her gaze once again drifting towards the realm of observing heaven. Above the Xiantian sacred land, the handprint of the ancestor of the sacred seal descended upon the colossal dragon with unrelenting force. In a mere few breaths, the silver dragon was subdued by the handprint. The disciples of the Xiantian sacred land erupted in applause. Yet at that very moment, 2 remaining emperors from the demon clan made their move. Instantly, 2 projections of emperors reappeared in the vast sky above. Chapter 47. The defeat of Xiantian, the remaining 2 demon emperors assisted the colossal dragon in fending off the enormous handprint. Before long, the battlefield was delineated into 3 distinct areas. An elder from Xiantian sacred land engaged in combat with a demon emperor, while Su Aoyu led the remaining group to suppress the black-armored demon soldiers. Gradually, the situation stabilized, with Xiantian's sacred land gaining a slight advantage. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was Liu Guqing, accompanied by the elder of the Liu family, Liu Yuan, arriving to lend their support. The reason for this intervention was clear. Liu Guqing understood that should Xiantian's sacred land fall, the Liu family would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the demon race. With the arrival of Liu Yuan and the Liu family disciples, the previously tense battle swiftly clarified. On the flying vessel, the numerous disciples of Xiantian sacred land, observing the conflict, finally felt a sense of relief. With the Liu family's involvement, The pressure on Xiantian's sacred land from both the three demon emperors above and the black-armored soldiers below would significantly diminish. Just as everyone believed that the demon race was on the verge of retreat, a bone spear suddenly shot down from the heavens, carrying an ominous surge of spiritual power. One of the human emperors immediately sensed the threat, moving forward to cast a protective spell to counter the unexpected assault. However, in the next instant, the human emperor's body was pierced through by the bone spear. In an instant, the elders of Xiantian's sacred land were left aghast, while many disciples below stared in shock at their pierced elder in the sky, rendered speechless with fear. This was an elder of Xiantian sacred land, a being of imperial caliber. How could they be so easily gravely injured? The remaining two human emperors quickly reacted, retreating to shield the wounded elder. Liu Ruyan, with a grave expression, gazed into the distance, where a figure cloaked in black gradually emerged. It was none other than the leader of the demon race, Tian. He laughed heartily. "My friends, it has been ages. How is it that after all these years, your powers have diminished so greatly?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the three elders of Xiantian's sacred land were instantly struck with disbelief. As they discerned the full visage of the figure in black, their astonishment morphed into terror. You are Tian. You are still alive. This is impossible," one of the human elders exclaimed. The name Tian drew puzzled glances among the younger human disciples below, who were unfamiliar with him. However, several elder members of Xiantian's sacred land, who had lived long enough, displayed expressions of shock. On the flying vessel, in front of the observation platform, a Xiantian disciple queried, "Elder, who exactly is this Tian? He seems to have lived for millennia." Soon, an elder on the vessel, with an astonished expression, responded, "In ancient times, the demon race seized control of the Xianyuan continent. And this individual was the last leader of the demons before the human ancestors launched their campaign against them. The human emperors of that era suppressed him in the endless sea, employing secret techniques to wear him down. He should have perished long ago, yet he still lives." Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the hearts of all disciples of Xiantian sacred land sank. Liu Ruyan staggered a few steps, nearly losing her footing. She murmured, "No, it cannot be. The sacred land must have a backup plan. We shall not be defeated." With determination in her eyes, she gazed towards the observing heaven realm. The moment Emperor Tian appeared above the Xiantian sacred land, the black-armored demon soldiers below surged forward with newfound vigor, launching a frenzied assault on the great formation of the Xiantian sacred land. The rhythm of the human cultivators was disrupted, plunging them into a passive state. In the sky, the three Xiantian ancestors exchanged glances, and in unison, they began to gather a surge of spiritual power. A magnificent aura of spiritual might cascaded forth. Even Liu Ruyan felt an immense pressure from their combined energy. High above, the spiritual power of the three Xiantian ancestors converged, manifesting as a colossal and razor-sharp spiritual sword. Though formed from condensed spiritual energy, ancient runes adorned the sword, pulsating with a terrifying aura, as if it were a living entity, each character emanating an overwhelming presence. The three demon sovereigns, realizing they could not withstand this strike, retreated. Only Emperor Tian stepped forward, charging towards the three Xiantian ancestors as the massive ancient sword descended upon him. The heavens seemed to shatter under the weight of this blow. Boom! As the sword fell, the ground split for miles, while Emperor Tian bore the immense pressure of the colossal sword, his entire form being pressed into the earth. Witnessing Emperor Tian's apparent defeat, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, a tower of bloodlight surged from the crater where Emperor Tian had fallen. With a thunderous crash, the enormous sword shadow conjured by the three Xiantian ancestors shattered instantaneously. Within the crimson glow, Emperor Tian re-emerged, wielding a small crimson flag that flickered with an eerie and malevolent light. A human ancestor gasped in astonishment. "That is the five elements flag of the Wind and Thunder Sovereign. How could it be in your possession? Moreover, it has been refined?" The expressions of the other two sovereigns turned grim as they recognized the object in Emperor Tian's grasp, a supreme imperial weapon that had been fully refined by him. its power far exceeding that of ordinary imperial treasures. Emperor Tian, no longer concealing his intentions, chuckled. Those ants thought they could suppress me with this trinket? What I ist. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to return their own methods upon them. With that, the blood-red flag soared from his hand, rapidly expanding in the air until it blotted out the sun, enveloping the three Xiantian ancestor and Liu Ruyan within its shadow. The four human emperors suddenly felt an overwhelming pull as the crimson banner began to siphon their spiritual energy. The elders of the Xiantian sacred land below gasped in alarm, questioning what kind of sorcery Emperor Tian had unleashed that could even refine the energy of mighty emperors. Instantly, the four emperors comprehended their dire predicament. They attempted to cast spells to flee the area, yet found themselves as trapped as fish in a barrel, unable to escape regardless of their efforts. Emperor Tian observed their struggles with a light chuckle, saying, "There is no need to resist. Just as those ants dealt with me in the past, I shall repay you all in kind." With that proclamation, he adjusted his hand seals, amplifying the power of the blood-red flag even further. Witnessing this scene, the legion of dark-armored demonic soldiers below became utterly exhilarated, launching a relentless assault on the grand formation. The morale of the human cultivators, however, plummeted as the four great emperors found themselves ensnared, teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon the flying vessel, before the observation of Heaven Realm, the hearts of all disciples from the Xiantian sacred land tightened with anxiety. They were unwilling to witness their sacred ground fall under siege, yet their agitation proved futile, rendering them powerless. Liu Ruyan clenched her fingers until they turned pale, steadfast in her belief that Su Aoyu possessed a hidden strategy. However, as she beheld her master besieged by three emperors, perilously close to demise, the last flicker of hope within her was extinguished. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede. Envisioning a figure emerging within the observation of Heaven Realm, akin to the times a century prior when she had fallen into traps, saved from despair. Yet this time, no matter how fervently Liu Ruyan yearned for that presence, it remained elusive. With the three emperors joining forces in their offensive, the grand formation of the Xiantian sacred land was shattered, and tens of thousands of demonic beings surged forth, turning the sacred land into a river of blood. A scene so brutal it was unbearable to behold. Chapter 48. The reaction of the Mo family. Su Aoyu's demise, how could this be? Has the Holy Land truly been defeated? On board the flying vessel, several disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land, sent to the northern region, wore expressions of astonishment. They had initially believed their journey to the northern region was merely a trivial maneuver by the Holy Sovereign. Little did they realize that they had become the last bastion of hope for the Holy Land. The elders tasked with overseeing the disciples also bore grim expressions. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. "Where's the Mo family? Why has no one from the Mo family intervened? Are they truly just watching as the Xiantian Holy Land faces annihilation?" This declaration caused the assembled individuals to direct their ire towards the Mo family. Although they were aware of the discord between their Holy Land and the Emperor Mo fan of the Mo family, this was an invasion by the demon race. It concerned the survival of humanity. Even the most foolish members of the Mo family should not be throwing tantrums at such a critical moment. Indeed, where are those from the Mo family? Do they not understand that if the Xiantian Holy Land falls, the entire central continent will succumb, and their own family would surely meet the same fate? At this moment, Liu Ruyan felt utterly disoriented. Both the Holy Land and her family appeared to be crumbling before her eyes. She recalled the promise she had made to her father, assuring him that the Holy Land would safeguard their family as security. Yet now, even the Holy Land had been overrun by the demon race. Her vow had become a mere jest. Reflecting on her earlier refusal to submit to the Mo family at her father's behest, Liu Ruyan suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous Xiantian Holy Land disciples, who regarded her with pity. Their senior sister was not only witnessing the downfall of her sect, but likely the obliteration of her family as well. It was truly tragic. Liu Ruyan quickly settled into a cross-legged position, striving to calm the turbulent spiritual energy within her, stirred by her emotional turmoil. At that moment, an elder took action, casting a spell. The scene within the realm of observation shifted, revealing the estate of the Mo family. Upon witnessing this, many disciples of the Xintian Holy Land expressed their indignation. How amusing! I shall observe how these treacherous individuals of the Mo family withstand the might of the imperial heaven without the support of our holy land. Those who harm others while benefiting themselves will inevitably face extermination at the hands of the demon race. The crowd, furious, placed the blame for the Holy Land's demise squarely upon the Mo family's inaction. They refused to accept the notion of their Holy Land's failure, preferring instead to believe that their cherished faith had merely fallen victim to the machinations of villainy. In their fervor, the Mo family became the scapegoat. Entirely forgotten were the times when the Mo family was besieged by the three major imperial clans, desperately seeking aid from the Xintian Holy Land. The Holy Land had similarly stood by, even going so far as to shatter the legs of the Mo family disciples who sought assistance, leading to the horrific slaughter of the Mo clan. Within the estate of the Mo family, Mo Chi gazed at the pitch-black sky, his expression a mixture of emotions. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind him, respectfully stating, "Patriarch, all core disciples of the clan have taken refuge in the ancestral grounds. Should you also?" Mo Chi shook his head. He had allowed the core disciples to enter the ancestral grounds as a precautionary measure, having prepared for the worst. As for himself, he was confident that there was no need for him to hide. Gazing at the vast heavens, Mo Chi spoke softly, "How much longer until the demon clan arrives?" The man replied, "It will not exceed 3 hours." Upon hearing this, Mo Chi's expression grew grave. "Very well, follow me to the courtyard." With that, Mo Chi moved towards the exit. The man in the black robe hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed, fully aware that once the demon clan arrived, this place would swiftly be reduced to ruins, and he would meet his demise as well. Nevertheless, he did not waver in his decision. The remaining members of the Mo family, having faced death once, no longer feared it. Since the massacre, they had lost their dread of mortality, for they believed that even if the heavens crumbled, someone would rise to protect them. On the flying vessel, countless disciples of Xintian were taken aback upon spotting Mo Chi. Isn't that the head of the Mo family? Why hasn't he fled? Could it be that he truly intends to confront the demon clan? They murmured among themselves, eager to see what benefits they could reap from the Mo family's apparent inaction in the face of the sacred land's destruction. I heard that the head of the Mo family is merely at the Xiangang level. He likely cannot even defeat a single black-armored demon soldier. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all anticipating the scene of the demon clan annihilating the Mo family, a spectacle that would momentarily assuage their own discontent over the downfall of the sacred land. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Mo Chi sat calmly on a stone bench, a white porcelain tea set laid out before him, the tea leaves dancing gently in the cup. He appeared serene and content, as if preparing to meet an old friend after years apart rather than bracing for an onslaught of tens of thousands. Witnessing this, the Xiantian disciples in front of the observation mirror were perplexed. What is going on? Has the head of the Mo family lost his senses? The demon army is approaching, and he still has the composure to sip tea? Is he confident or simply foolish? Reflecting on the tragic fate their sacred land had faced, the remaining disciples felt an even greater imbalance. These disgraceful members of the Mo family, while we fight valiantly to slay demons, he lounges here, indulging in tea. They are worse than beasts. These core disciples of the sacred land, accustomed to the refined life, would not stoop to the level of vulgar street brawls. Otherwise, their words would undoubtedly have been far more scathing. Liu Ruyan finally managed to suppress the violent energy surging within her and lifted her gaze towards the observation mirror. Recalling her father's earlier warning that the Mo family possessed means to fend off the demon clan, a flicker of defiance ignited within her. If even the sacred land could not triumph over the Emperor of Heaven, then even with Mo fans' presence, the Mo family would surely be of no assistance. She yearned to reclaim her last shred of dignity, to prove her father wrong. Even if Liu Guqing had led the Liu family to submit to the Mo family, they too could not escape the fate of annihilation. It seemed that if this perspective were validated, Liu Ruyan's heart would find some solace. Within the Mo family's courtyard, Mo Qi prepared the tea but did not drink. Instead, he sat quietly awaiting something. Beside him, the cloaked figure remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to the impending arrival of the demon clan. This stood in stark contrast to the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land aboard the flying vessel, who were fervently wishing for the demon clan to eradicate the Mo family entirely. Time passed inexorably, second by second. Suddenly, a tempest arose, swirling through the heavens and earth, sending leaves cascading through the air beside Mo Qi. He rose, lifting his gaze, and an ancient long sword appeared in his hand, though it remained sheathed. In the distant sky, the ominous clouds deepened to an even darker hue, tinged with a sinister crimson. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be countless soldiers of the demon clan clad in bloodied armor. The blood of the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land and the Liu family had stained their black armor a vivid red. 3 figures of demon emperors emerged, alongside the presence of Emperor Tian. Just then, a rotund sphere fell into the courtyard of the Mo family. In the observation realm, all disciples of the Xiantian sacred land were taken aback at the sight of this sphere. Many disciples felt blood welling from their clenched fists, and Liu Ruyan, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, for that sphere was none other than the head of Su Aoyu, the revered leader of the Xiantian sacred land. Chapter 49. Temptation. The appearance of Mo Fan. This detestable group of demons must be exterminated. The disciples of the Xiantian sacred land were seething with rage, their expressions reflecting an extreme sense of indignation. They never anticipated that these demons would dare to behead their own sovereign. The decapitation of the sovereign of the Xiantian sacred land was an affront so grievous it was nearly unbearable. Amidst the crowd, several impassioned youths yearned to return and exact vengeance for their sovereign. However, they were swiftly restrained by the elder sages of the sacred land. The sacred land has fallen. Even if you were to return, it would merely provide sustenance for those demons. If you truly wish to avenge the sacred land, then train diligently. Once your powers are formidable, you shall eradicate these vile creatures. The disciples of the Xiantian sacred land bowed their heads in silence, and the atmosphere grew somber. They understood that returning now would be nothing more than a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. Those demons were of the Emperor realm. Even among them, how many possessed the talent to ultimately ascend to that level? A collective frustration simmered within their hearts. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan gazed at the lifeless head suspended in the observation realm, her heart torn asunder. That was her master, her closest companion aside from her father. Yet at this moment, they were treated as refuse, discarded carelessly. The gaze of the crowd returned to the observation realm, and they found themselves at a loss for what they truly desired. They wished to witness the annihilation of the Mo family by the demons, while simultaneously hoping for some hidden stratagem within the Mo family to avenge the Xiantian sacred land. Above the Mo family, the figure of Emperor Tian materialized. However, he did not approach the Mo residence, but called out from a considerable distance. The Mo family is a friend of our demon kin. Upon hearing that Mo Fan has been oppressed by the human race, I could not bear to see such humiliation and have come bearing a gift. I hope the Mo family will find it to their liking. As these words echoed, the entire assembly of black-armored demons bowed towards the Mo family, performing a rather peculiar gesture of respect. A full 30,000 demons dared not venture within 100 meters of the Mo family estate. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Xiantian sacred land aboard the flying vessel suddenly realized the truth. No wonder the Mo family seemed unafraid of the demons. They had already allied with them. In an instant, the crowd was ignited with fervor. It was no surprise that the demon suppression pass had kept the demons at bay for millennia, yet was so easily breached. Mo Fan had colluded with the demons. Excellent. I shall observe how the Mo family intends to confront the human race henceforth. Before the observation realm, even the elders of the Xiantian sacred land decried Mo Fan vehemently. Collaborating with demons is an unforgivable sin, regardless of the era. Even if the Mo family evades the current demon upheaval, they shall find no foothold among the human race in the future. Above the Mo family, Emperor Tian continued to speak. His intention was quite straightforward. He sought to ascertain whether Mo Fan was still alive. It is worth noting that when Mo Fan departed from the Demon Suppression Pass, his lifespan was nearly exhausted. Upon arriving in Zhongzhou, Emperor Tian's foremost task was to ascertain the whereabouts of Mo Fan. Upon learning that he had returned and had subsequently slain several formidable Emperor-level warriors, he surmised that Mo Fan's days were numbered. By eliminating such a plethora of Emperor-level foes, Mo Fan aimed to instill fear within the major factions of Zhongzhou regarding the Mo family, ensuring that after his demise, they would hesitate to strike against them. Deep down, Emperor Tian felt a 90% certainty that Mo Fan had indeed fallen. Yet, even that remaining 10% of uncertainty deterred him from taking any risks. He understood that should Mo Fan engage with over 100 Emperor-grade weapons at his disposal, even he would meet an unavoidable demise. However, he was loath to withdraw entirely. By decapitating Su Aoyu, he sought to provoke Mo Fan, having heard of the deep bonds of mentorship cherished among the human race. As Su Aoyu was Mo Fan's master, it was inevitable that he would respond. In fact, Emperor Tian had prepared for a confrontation with Mo Fan even before the Demon Clan invaded the Xintian sacred land. To his astonishment, Mo Fan remained conspicuously absent, further solidifying Emperor Tian's belief that Mo Fan was indeed dead. After a brief interlude, Emperor Tian felt he had probed sufficiently. He discreetly signaled to a nearby demon emperor, who immediately comprehended the cue and charged toward the Mo family estate. Witnessing this, many disciples of the Xintian sacred land felt a surge of apprehension, fearing that the Demon Clan was finally poised to strike against the Mo family. They believed the Demon Clan's rhetoric was indeed untrustworthy, and that the Mo family's collusion with the demons had led to their impending ruin. Yet, just as the Demon Emperor approached within 100 meters of the Missouri estate, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. Blood gushed forth as the Demon Emperor was instantaneously cleaved in two, his very soul obliterated, dead beyond any chance of revival. An overwhelming shock rippled through the crowd. What transpired? Did the Mo family possess the means to slay a demon emperor with a single blow? On the flying vessel, the disciples of the Xintian sacred land were astounded. Liu Ruyan's expression turned icy. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed forward. She was aware that Mo Fan had the capability to vanquish Emperor-level warriors with the aid of Emperor-grade weapons. Yet, she had not anticipated that he could strike down a demon emperor with such ease, all while remaining unseen. In the distance, Emperor Tian's brow furrowed, his entire being tensed. Fortuitously, he had only dispatched a subordinate for reconnaissance. Had he ventured forth himself, he too would likely have faced a similar fate. Even if he survived, the consequences would have been dire. He focused intently, soon recognizing Mo Qi within the Mo family courtyard. It was Mo Qi's Emperor-grade weapon that had delivered the lethal blow. Upon discerning the weapon's form, a wave of trepidation washed over Emperor Tian, for it was the very weapon that had once inflicted harm upon him. Moreover, the blade hovered in the air, clearly manipulated by an unseen hand. Nevertheless, Emperor Tian remained unconvinced, for he had yet to behold Mo Fan himself. His lingering doubts could not be assuaged. He understood that in Zhongzhou, as long as there were no forbidden entities that had evaded countless eras, Mo Fan was the sole adversary capable of posing a genuine threat to him, and he was continually evolving. If this opportunity is not seized, there will be no chance to restrain Mo Fan in the future. With this thought, he waved his hand decisively, preparing to advance personally. Although the sword strike from the imperial weapon was fierce, it was not beyond the grasp of his immense experience accumulated over countless years in the boundless sea. Before long, the figure of Emperor Tian gradually approached the Mo family estate. Below, Mo Qi, clutching the sword sheath, furrowed his brow slightly. All the disciples of the Xintian sacred land were fixated on the unfolding scene in the observation realm. As Emperor Tian drew near, the imperial weapon struck again, cleaving the air with a sword. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the world. The rapid sword shadow left behind only a slender silver thread, which suddenly erupted against the pitch-black sky. Bang! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Before Emperor Tian, a blood-colored small banner was raised, remarkably blocking this strike capable of obliterating an emperor. A smile crept upon Emperor Tian's lips. My friend Mo Fan, since I have come all this way, would it not be exceedingly arrogant of you to remain hidden? If so, I dare say the Mo family may no longer see a reason for existence. With these words, he had already concluded that Mo Fan was dead, surviving only on the remnants of power within the imperial weapon. In all of Central Continent, no entity could withstand Emperor Tian's might. On the flying vessel, the disciples of the Xintian sacred land were plunged into despair. The stunning strike of the imperial weapon had indeed given them a glimmer of hope, yet now, even that faint hope had been utterly extinguished. The entire vessel fell into a deathly silence, as if they had already foreseen humanity plunging once more into a dark age. Emperor Tian, filled with self-satisfaction, was accompanied by two astute demon emperors who quickly followed suit. In an instant, tens of thousands of demon clans descended like a celestial curtain, overwhelming the scene. Mo Chi gazed at the terrifying demon army above, tightening his grip on the sword sheath, yet showing no sign of retreat. Finally, as the demon clans approached the Mo family estate, a towering beam of light suddenly surged upward from within the Mo family's courtyard. Chapter 50. The External Avatar. The demise of the demon clan, Liu Ruyan's heart shattered. A pale, blue pillar of light soared towards the heavens. The surging spiritual energy within the void surged like tumultuous waves, coalescing into an exceedingly terrifying force. In the courtyard of the Mo family, upon sensing that familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy, Mo Chi first froze in place, only to subsequently relax completely. The slight tension on his face, born from the attack of the imperial weapon by Emperor Tian, was instantly swept away. On the flying vessel, all the disciples of the Xintian sacred land gazed intently at the soaring pillar of light within the observation realm. Liu Ruyan clenched her fists, her breath nearly suspended, when she beheld a familiar figure emerging from within the light. Her heart inexplicably fluttered. Around her, some disciples of the Xintian sacred land scoffed. Is he a Mo Fan? So audacious. Does he truly believe he could defeat Emperor Tian? Yet, these words failed to stir much commotion among the crowd. These disciples had only been in the sect for a mere century, while Mo Fan's legendary feats in the Xintian sacred land were known only by the older generation. Several elders of the Xintian sacred land, upon witnessing that stunning silhouette once more after a century, were left with expressions of deep regret. Had Su Aoyu not allowed Mo Fan to leave back then, perhaps the Xintian sacred land would not have met such a fate today. Above the Mo family estate, both Emperor Tian and the two demon emperors beheld Mo Fan's figure gradually emerging. Instantly, an inexplicable dread took root in their hearts. They recalled the day when the demon clan had exhausted all their strength to assault the demon gate. Hundreds of remaining emperors had emerged to intercept, only to be slaughtered. Having depleted their resources, they had once believed their emergence would be successful, yet they were thwarted for hundreds of years by a single man wielding a sword. In but a century's time, Mo Fan's name had become an indelible nightmare for them. Witnessing this scene, the two demon emperors began to waver. However, Emperor Tian still clung to a thread of hope. Impossible. Back then, he bound over 100 imperial weapons. Even peak emperors would be drained of their lifespans. There is no way he could have survived until now. Though he spoke thus, his body betrayed him, retreating 100 meters away. He then gestured for another demon emperor to advance and investigate. Yet before the demon could approach, a terrifyingly overwhelming sword intent surged skyward. In an instant, the very fabric of the world began to unravel. The heavy, inky clouds were cleaved asunder by this blade. As the clouds parted and the mist dissipated, countless corpses of black-armored demon soldiers plummeted from the sky. Below, the earth fractured, forming a massive chasm that cut through the landscape. With a single strike, Mo Fan had decimated 2/3 of the demon army. Only then did the remaining demons truly succumb to fear, retreating in droves, unwilling to advance any further. In the courtyard of the Mo family, Mo Chi and the black-robed assassins behind him were awestruck by this shocking spectacle. Their hearts brimmed with joy, their gazes toward the figure in the sky, filled with increasing reverence. This was an army of demons capable of annihilating even the Xiantian sacred land. Yet they had been decisively vanquished by Mo Fan with a single blow on the vessel soaring through the skies. The disciples of the Xiantian sacred land beheld the astonishing sword strike unleashed by Mo Fan, their expressions a tapestry of envy, jealousy, lamentation, and resentment. They pondered the potential shift in fate had Mo Fan acted sooner, before the invasion of the demon clan, or if he had remained within the sanctuary. Perhaps the outcome would have been wholly different. Among the elder sages of the sacred land, regret and sighs permeated the air, as they silently cursed Su Aoyu for his previous actions. Upon witnessing Mo Fan's devastating blow that obliterated the demon horde, Liu Ruyan found her composure shattered, desperately attempting to sit cross-legged to stabilize her spiritual energy. Yet, she was met with a violent backlash, spewing crimson blood repeatedly as her internal energy spiraled out of control, leading to a catastrophic fall in her cultivation level. Nevertheless, her focus remained fixated on the resolute silhouette within the observation mirror. Her voice barely a whisper. If you are still alive, why do you not return? Is it because of me? A tumult of emotions, self-reproach, indignation, bitterness, guilt, and regret echoed within Liu Ruyan's heart. The destruction of her family and the sacred land was indeed a cause for sorrow. Yet what tormented her further was the knowledge that this tragic conclusion was wrought by her own hand. She had personally condemned the sanctuary that nurtured him for decades, had slain her mentor who treated her as a daughter, and had even taken the lives of her kin, including her father. The weight of these sins surged forth like a torrential flood, transforming into heavy stones that pressed down upon her heart. In a moment of overwhelming anguish, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Senior sister. Several disciples of the Xiantian sacred land hurriedly supported Liu Ruyan aside. Within the observation mirror, after witnessing Mo Fan's terrifying strike, Tian finally wavered, yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, stating, Mo Fan, my friend, it has been a long time. Haha, I have honored our previous agreement. I shall take my leave and spare your Mo family. With that, Tian attempted to vanish from sight. However, Mo Fan's expression turned icy. In an instant, barriers materialized in the surrounding space, sealing off the entire area, rendering it impenetrable. Tian's countenance shifted as he anxiously inquired, What do you mean, friend? He raised his gaze, only to find Mo Fan uttering not a single word. With two swift sword strikes, the remaining two demon emperors were instantly transformed into a torrential rain of blood. In mere moments, 30,000 demons and 3 demon emperors were annihilated. Such a horrific achievement left the remaining disciples aboard the vessel gasping in disbelief. They had anticipated Mo Fan's strength, yet they had not fathomed him to be this formidable. The very demons capable of decimating the Xiantian sacred land had been dispatched with such ease. Witnessing this, Tian's expression hardened. The black-armored demon soldiers were invaluable. Each one had been meticulously selected and cultivated at great expense. Their power far surpassed that of ordinary demons. The 2 demon emperors were his subordinates who had accompanied him from the demon realm. Emperor Tian has already felt the sting of loss. The cost of this probing has been exceedingly high. Yet, Mo Fan remains unfazed by such matters. After dispatching the minions, he finally directs his gaze towards the distant figure of Emperor Tian. With a furrowed brow, he utters his first words since making his appearance. An external incarnation? Is this the courage of a demon emperor? Upon hearing this, everyone is taken aback. The disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land are collectively incredulous. What did Mo Fan just say? That Emperor Tian is merely an external incarnation? How could this be possible? Is it conceivable that Emperor Tian could subdue the 3 revered ancestors of our Xiantian Holy Land solely through an external incarnation. This is utterly absurd. The younger generation is stirred with fervor, while the elders remain relatively unfazed. An external incarnation is a form of division magic, capable of manifesting an entirely new physical form. The incarnation can inherit a portion of the original body's strength, and even if the incarnation is destroyed, the original body only suffers backlash, not death. They are well aware that Emperor Tian has survived since the ancient era, having never entered the blood coffin, and his profound foundation is beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Chapter 51. A new chapter. The Chosen One awakens. Mo Fan finally spoke, and Di Tian, with a benevolent tone, said, "My friend, we have known each other for a century. Let's each take a step back, if you spare this avatar of mine. I assure you that my demon clan shall never again lay a hand on the Mo family." Di Tian found himself at a loss, for this physical form was the culmination of thousands of years of effort. He had even invested the remains of several human emperors to forge this body. The worth of this imperial physique was equivalent to that of 100,000 black-armored demon soldiers. Having already sacrificed so much, he could only hope for Mo Fan's mercy. Yet, such hope was in vain. In the next moment, four imperial weapons materialized behind Mo Fan. A terrifying spiritual pressure enveloped the entire area. The imperial weapons soared towards Di Tian, each strike rivaling the one Mo Fan had previously unleashed to obliterate the demon soldiers. A brilliant white light engulfed the heavens and the earth. The flying vessel trembled, and the celestial mirror displayed several cracks. The transmitted imagery vanished, leaving behind an ordinary copper mirror. Was this the extent of Mo Fan's power? How could even Di Tian not stand against him? There was palpable astonishment among the disciples of Xian Tian, and their attitude towards Mo Fan began to shift slightly. After all, Mo Fan had vanquished the demons that had annihilated the sacred grounds of Xian Tian, thus avenging them in a sense. Suddenly, within the crowd, a disciple spoke up. "In fact, Mo Fan was once the holy son of our sacred ground, but for reasons unknown, he relinquished that title to senior sister Ruyan and ventured to the demon gates to suppress the demon clan. It has been nearly a century since." The speaker was among the most senior disciples, holding considerable prestige within Xiantian. The newly arrived disciples, hearing this, were momentarily stunned. "You mean to say that such a powerful emperor was once a disciple, just like us, and held the title of Holy Son?" The young disciples aboard the vessel were among the most gifted of recent generations in Xiantian. They had been diligently cultivating to secure higher ranks within the sect, rarely engaging in gossip. Thus, when they received this revelation, their astonishment was considerable. If Mo Fan had once been a member of the sacred ground, why did he appear indifferent to its destruction at the hands of the demons? Why did he stand by as the Holy Lord was slain? A disciple inquired, and the elder who had spoken earlier lowered his head, replying this. "I cannot say. Perhaps when senior sister Ruyan awakens, you may ask her yourselves." The discussions among the disciples were ultimately interrupted by an elder aboard the vessel. The destruction of the sacred ground had dealt a significant blow to them. Yet the Xiantian sacred ground still possessed a flicker of hope. Upon reaching the northern domain, they could gradually develop and perhaps even regain their former glory. Within the Mo family, a flash of white light surged forth. The skies cleared to reveal a boundless azure, as if tranquility had been restored to the world. Di Tian, along with the remnants of the demon clan, was reduced to dust by Mo Fan's strike. Once the tumult subsided, Mo Fan's figure gently descended. As he approached Mo Chi, his figure began to waver, soon transforming into wisps of ethereal energy that flowed into the ancient sword. This was a contingency left by Mo Fan, a projection imbued with a fragment of his soul. A flicker of disappointment surfaced in Mo Chi's eyes. He had hoped to see his brother once more, only to discover it was merely a projection. Meanwhile, the black-clad death warriors behind him were increasingly astonished. The elder of the Mo family could annihilate an army of 30,000 demon clans with just a projection. Such prowess was truly breathtaking. Mo Chi's momentary disappointment faded as he gripped the ancient sword tightly and proclaimed to the death warriors, "Let our kin return from the ancestral land. From now on, The Mo family of Zhongzhou shall no longer fear the demon clans. The black-clad warriors immediately vanished into thin air. Mo Qi turned his gaze back to the sky, a grave expression settling upon his features. He was well aware that although this demon army had been held at bay by Mo Fan, the demon gates had been breached, and a relentless tide of demons would continue to pour into Zhongzhou. The only remaining contingency left by Mo Fan was a jade tablet. If those demons were to return, the Mo family would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. To ensure the Mo family's longevity, Mo Qi had to maintain the illusion that Mo Fan was still present within the Mo family, fulfilling the task entrusted to him by Mo Fan to strengthen the clan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The relentless invasion of demon clans towards Zhongzhou continued. In the northern core of Zhongzhou, several cities established by the Mo family stood like a formidable bulwark, isolating the demon clans from the southern regions. This was not due to a specially organized resistance force within the Mo family, but rather because any demon encountering a member of the Mo family would take a wide detour, fearing association. On the western flank of this bastion, the demon army, like a raging tide, still attempted to invade other lands of Zhongzhou. However, the three great demon emperors had been vanquished, leaving only one emperor remaining among the demon clans. Di Tian was nowhere to be found, causing the pace of the demon invasion to slow, even to the point of stagnation. Yet, they still managed to seize many areas surrounding the Mo family's territory. The entirety of Zhongzhou was now divided by the Mo family stronghold, with the Mo clansmen leveraging the prestige left by Mo Fan years ago, rapidly developing by venturing into the already fallen demon territories in search of resources. They had undeniably become the foremost imperial clan of Zhongzhou. However, this was merely a fade. The repercussions of the Mo family's past rampant expansion began to surface. Presently, the head of the Mo family, Mo Qi, had 34 wives and 281 concubines, with countless offspring. Most of these wives and concubines were gifted women sent by other families seeking to align themselves with the Mo family, and their progeny exhibited commendable talents. Yet, the vast family structure led to numerous factions within the Mo family. In the ancestral land, within the blood coffin where Mo Fan lay in slumber, signs of activity finally emerged. The system detected a descendant of the host who met the criteria of the destined child template. The host's lifespan increased by 1 year. The awakening of the system template function occurred. Mo Fan, roused from his slumber by this sudden notification, did not, however, open the blood coffin. He opened his eyes within the blood coffin, his gaze filled with chaos and the weight of time. Over the past 30 years, Mo Fan had not merely slumbered. Rather, he had observed the life of his original self from a third-person perspective within his mind. He not only acquired most of the skills and techniques of his predecessor, but also experienced a profound enhancement of his character. Life and death, battles and strife, felt as though a millennium had passed. The once naive Mo Fan of Earth had transformed into an unparalleled emperor. The system's notifications persisted. System template activated. Emperor Yin template. Template owner, host's nephew. Mo Hua age. 18 current cultivation. 4-fold vitality and blood destiny compatibility. 1 destiny event, betrothal cancellation. Due to Mo Hua being drained of his cultivation by the Medicine King Valley's esteemed master, his reputation as a genius has crumbled. Tomorrow, he will face a betrothal cancellation from the Nangong family, specifically from Nangongya, establishing a 2-year agreement. Mo Hua will inherit the legacy of the esteemed master and embark on a path of vengeance. Chapter 52. Mo Hua within the confines of the blood coffin. Mo Fan dispatched a fragment of his consciousness to wander through the realm. Having regained a year of lifespan, he was now able to employ some minor techniques. His consciousness soon floated to the training square of the Mo family disciples. Following the system's guidance, he quickly located a boy, head bowed, diligently sweeping the ground in a corner. The boy was slender, yet his sweeping motions and slightly tanned skin exuded an air of maturity and resilience. He resembled a young sapling, weathered yet unable to fully mature, hiding in solitude within the shadows. In the distance, A platform constructed of bluestone was bustling with dozens of youths engaged in sparring. Each punch and kick resonated with explosive sounds that reverberated through the air. They represented the new generation of Mo family disciples, possessing talents that were the finest among several generations of their lineage. Mo Hua set aside his broom and took a seat beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. The scorching sun was oppressive, and sweat had thoroughly soaked his tattered short shirt. With cultivation only at the blood realm, sweeping the expansive training square capable of accommodating thousands was indeed a formidable task. Mo Hua retrieved a piece of fruit from his pocket and took a bite. The sweet juice slid down his throat, yet it could not quell the bitterness and discontent that lingered within his heart. Once, he too had been like those youths, receiving the clan's support and growing ever stronger. Suddenly, a few individuals clad in Mo family attire approached him from a distance. "Oh, isn't this our genius? Why not go and spar with your cousins?" One called out mockingly. "I heard you've stopped digging in the latrines and taken up sweeping instead." They regarded Mo Hua with derision. Then, one of them kicked toward him, and he was caught off guard, taking a blow to his abdomen. The sharp pain nearly made him retch. Observing this, another Mo family disciple exclaimed, "Hey, don't kill him. If he dies, we'll lose our mascot." Laughter erupted among them. Mo Hua kept his head bowed, his fists clenched and then relaxed, ultimately refraining from raising his head in defiance. Instead, he reached down to pick up the half-eaten fruit. His expression bore no signs of anger, nor even a hint of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the group lost interest in continuing their taunts. After all, even a stray dog would exhibit some form of anger or fear when kicked, whereas Mo Hua's behavior seemed even less than that of a mere street dog in their eyes. Once they departed, Mo Hua, dragging his pain body, returned to the shade of the tree. He wiped the half-fruit clean, and when the group of boys had sufficiently distanced themselves, a flicker of discontent surfaced in his gaze. Yet, even this fleeting emotion vanished almost instantaneously. This life had persisted for several years, ever since his inexplicable loss of cultivation. His standing within the Mo family had plummeted. Mo Hua's mother, Su Bailing, had been taken from the Wang family by Mo Qi years ago. She was one of his legitimate wives. However, Su Bailing was not of the Wang lineage, and those from the Wang family, having become servants of the Mo family, harbored considerable resentment toward this woman who had once been seized from them. In contrast to Mo Qi's other wives, Su Bailing lacked familial support and soon became a marginal presence within the Mo household. Her son, Mo Hua, experienced a sudden depletion of his cultivation, rendering both mother and son devoid of value in the Mo family. Naturally, those from the Wang family, harboring feelings of resentment, came forth to exact their revenge. Above, Mo Fan observed this scene with a cold gaze. He had long anticipated the current predicament of the Mo family. With Mo Qi's cultivation only at the Xinjiang realm, he sought to maintain stability within the family by minimizing internal conflicts. "System, is this child truly the destined one?" Mo Fan inquired in his heart. He soon received a response, replying to the host, "Mo Hua currently possesses only the qualifications to become the destined one, with a destiny compatibility of 1%. Only when this compatibility reaches 100% can he truly become the destined individual. To be the destined one in this realm grants the qualification to open the heavenly gate and ascend to a higher realm." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed. In his nearly millennium of memories, he had encountered the term sin in heavenly gate. It was said that upon reaching the Emperor realm, one must ascend to progress further. However, this continent had not witnessed a successful opening of the heavenly gate for several millennia, leading to the slumber of countless forbidden existences within ancient legacies. They awaited the day when someone could once again open the heavenly gate, thus emerging into the world and seeking a glimmer of hope. Understanding the mechanism of this destined child, Mo Fan was not anxious to reveal himself before Mo Hua. Instead, he chose to observe further. After a brief respite, Mo Hua resumed his cleaning of the square, his gaze once again vacant, as if nothing had transpired. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings, and Mo Hua returned to the dilapidated woodshed located not far from the square. within this crumbling abode. A makeshift wooden bed constructed from a pile of firewood and bricks was laid with a thin layer of straw, serving as Mo Huahua's dwelling. Since his mother's passing, he had been confined to this place. Shortly after entering, an old yellow and black dog emerged from the corner of the shed, bringing a crack bowl to Mo Huahua's feet. Inside the bowl were several green wild fruits. Mo Huahua sat on the bed and affectionately patted the dog's head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Now, apart from you, old Huang, it seems no one in the Mo family cares for me anymore." A palpable sense of desolation filled the air. Mo Huahua picked up one of the wild fruits and began to eat. It was not that he could not afford food. The meager wages from his cleaning duties were sufficient to sustain a young boy's needs. However, Mo Huahua aspired to save money to purchase some qi condensing pills. These pills, essential for cultivating the initial stage of alchemy, would allow a typical child to gather their first thread of vital energy within, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. Mo Chi rummaged through a worn cloth bag, from which several small crystal shards tumbled out. Mo Huahua meticulously counted them, silently calculating how many spirit crystals would be required to exchange for a single qi condensing pill, allowing him to once again tread the path of cultivation. Although his cultivation had indeed dissipated, he had never relinquished his struggle, believing that one day he would regain his talents. Mo Fan was certain he would reclaim his former glory. He observed everything around him with an air of indifference. Such scenarios he had encountered numerous times in various novels during his previous life. The hardships and struggles that Mo Huahua endured elicited no sympathy from him. However, the faint glimmer of tenacity and resilience within the boy stirred a flicker of interest in Mo Fan. Failure is not inherently terrifying. What truly frightens is the absence of courage to start anew. Perseverance is, indeed, a rare virtue. The following morning, after refreshing himself, Mo Huahua was preparing to head out for work when he was intercepted by a member of the Mo family. "Young Master Mo Huahua, your fiancé, he has arrived at the clan. The clan leader wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Mo Huahua was momentarily taken aback. Fiancé? It took him a while to recall that, in his childhood, he had overheard adults discussing this engagement. The son of the Mo family was to be wed to the daughter of the Nangong family. Initially, the Nangong family had arranged this union to curry favor with the Mo family. However, since Mo Huahua had lost all his powers, the two engaged parties had not met even once. What could the other party want now? Without overthinking, he made his way toward the council hall, but was halted by the family member in front of him. "Are you planning to go dressed like that?" Hoping others will laugh at the Mo family, Mo Huahua felt quite helpless. He had no other clothes to wear. Thus, he was pulled aside to change into more suitable attire. Inside the Mo family's council hall, Mo Chi regarded the young woman before him with a displeased expression. The girl, clad in red and white armor, had a striking figure. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded a certain spirited charm, yet her demeanor was one of haughtiness. She was Nangongya, a fire affinity spirit vein, and the most gifted young woman of her generation in the Nangong family. At merely 18 years of age, she had already reached the first level of bone tempering. Behind Nangong, you stood an elderly man in a white robe, whose mere presence instilled a sense of unease among many of the Mo family's elders. This man was at least a revered master. "Uncle, the Nangong family does not wish to provoke the Mo family. We have come solely because he has a personal request unrelated to the family." Upon seeing the formidable presence behind Nangongya, Mo Chi had already surmised that their visit likely bore ill tidings. Nevertheless, he replied, "Feel free to speak." Upon hearing this, Nangongya looked towards the elderly man in white, who nodded in understanding. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a wooden box suddenly appeared on the ground. As the box opened, it revealed an abundance of high-quality spirit crystals. Seeing this, Mo Chi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Nangongya replied, "I realize this may seem abrupt, but I kindly ask you to rescind the engagement between me and Mo Huahua. These 30,000 spirit crystals shall serve as compensation to the Mo family." As her words fell, they ignited a flurry of discussions among the surrounding Mo family elders. Annul the engagement. How dare you attempt to dissolve the Mo family's betrothal? Does the Nangong family seek to bring about their own downfall? Or do you believe the Mo family is easily bullied? In an instant, the hall was filled with hostile glances directed at her. Mo Chi remained silent, and thus the elders of the Mo family did not truly enact any threats. Nangonya, undeterred, bowed slightly and said, "Esteemed elders, I harbor no disdain toward the Mo family. However, I have heard that my fiancé has lost all his cultivation and has been expelled from the ancestral home of the Mo family. Although I, Nangonya, may not possess the highest talents, I refuse to accept a marriage to a mere invalid." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a momentary stupor as they recalled that the one betrothed to the daughter of the Nangong family was none other than the once promising genius of the Mo family, now regarded as its failure, Mo Huahua. After Mo Huahua's complete loss of cultivation, he and his mother, Su Bailing, became the two least regarded members of the Mo family, leading to rumors that he had been cast out. Upon realizing that Nangonya's intended was indeed Mo Huahua, the elders of the Mo family displayed a flicker of understanding, even expressing a semblance of sympathy. Alas, that lad, Huahua, was truly a genius in his time, but now, 30,000 spirit crystals, while not an insignificant sum for the current Mo family, were indeed considerable. Relinquishing a marriage to an invalid in exchange for such a sum seemed a worthwhile trade. Within the confines of the room, the elders of the Mo family believed this transaction to be a fair compromise. Yet, without Mo Chi's consent, they felt unqualified to draw conclusions. Mo Chi sat upon a bench, not even casting a glance at the box of spirit crystals, but instead directed his inquiry towards Nangonya. "Is your father aware of this matter?" Nangonya, momentarily taken aback, mustered her courage and stepped forward, stating, "This decision was made independently on my part. However, should the head of the Mo family acquiesce, I am certain I can persuade my father." At these words, Mo Chi's countenance turned icy, prompting a silence among the other elders of the Mo family. Over the years, Mo Chi's standing had risen significantly within the Mo family. Despite his only possessing the Xiangang realm, the core members of the clan held him in high regard. Instantly, an unspoken aura of authority enveloped Mo Chi, akin to a lion fixating on its prey. "Thus, you come bearing 30,000 spirit crystals, thinking to dissolve my family's engagement? Are you aware of the fates that befell those families who once refused to ally with the Mo family?" Mo Chi's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Yet, to Nangonya, his words struck like a thunderclap. She hurriedly replied, "This is my personal decision, and it bears no relation to my family." Just then, an elder clad in white stepped forward from behind Nangonya, proclaiming, "Head of the Mo family, I am Elder Qin Kong of the North Domain's Huanyan sect. Nangonya is a disciple of our sect's leader. I hope you could facilitate this matter by dissolving the engagement." Upon hearing that they were visitors from the North Domain, the expressions of the Mo family elders grew peculiar. After all, most of the women in the Mo family were remnants of small clans from the Central Plains, who had sought refuge in the North Domain through the Mo family. Many families in the North Domain had ties to the female members of the Mo family. As the assembly learned that Nangonya was a disciple of the leader of the Huanyan sect, a wave of hesitation swept through them. In the northern regions, the status of the Wild Flame sect is comparable to that of the Mo family in the Central Continent. As one of the oldest sects in this realm, its foundation is even on par with that of the former Xintian Holy Land. Mo Chi cast a displeased glance towards the elderly man in white robes. "Elder Qin, do you intend to use the name of the Wild Flame sect to threaten my Mo family? Or do you believe that my Mo family is akin to a soft persimmon, easily kicked about by any stray cat or dog?" There was a hint of anger in Mo Chi's tone. Instantly, all the elders of the Mo family turned their unfriendly gazes upon Qin Kong. The air around them crackled with the powerful presence of several esteemed elders. The entire hall was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Observing this, Qin Kong could only smile and respond, "You misunderstand, esteemed head of the Mo family. I merely think that matters of marriage should ultimately be decided by the young people themselves. Otherwise, should a farce ensue post-wedding, it would reflect poorly on the Mo family's reputation. Under pressure, Nanganya also stood up and said, "Uncle, I simply do not wish to marry a useless person. I implore you to support my decision." Before Mo Chi could respond, a bitter laugh echoed from outside the hall, catching everyone's attention. "Ha ha! What a declaration of not wanting to marry a useless person." Turning to look, they saw Mo Hua, now clad in a clean long robe, stepping into view. Having eavesdropped outside for quite some time, he could no longer contain his outburst. Pointing at Nanganya, he exclaimed, "Did you not wish to annul the engagement? Very well, I shall grant you that." Chapter 54. The 2-year pact before him, Mo Hua knelt down, proclaiming, "Father, I wish to annul the engagement with her. Grant me 2 years. I shall personally cleanse the Mo family of its disgrace." Though Mo Hua could endure the scorn and even the blows of others, it did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Perhaps it was a remnant of his once proud spirit that refused to allow the Mo lineage to be tarnished. Rising once more, he cast a fierce gaze towards Nanganya, demanding, "Dare you forge a pact of 2 years with me? 2 years hence, I shall confront you at the Huangyan sect." For cultivators, a span of 2 years is but a fleeting moment. Even for 2 young individuals such as themselves, it is merely a heartbeat. Observing the furious youth before her, Nanganya noted a discernible maturity since their last encounter. Currently at the first stage of bone refining, she acknowledged that Mo Hua, merely at the 4th stage of blood energy, could never hope to match her progress in that brief time. With a proud demeanor, she replied, "Very well. We shall meet at the Huangyan sect in 2 years." In the void, Mo Fan's spirit lingered, observing the unfolding drama. Just as Nanganya prepared to depart, Mo Hua coldly interjected, "Take back what you brought with you." Casting a final disdainful glance at him, Nanganya's eyes brimmed with arrogance. Qin Kong, gathering the box, offered a glance at the distant Mo Hua, murmuring, "I never imagined such a genius could exist within the Mo family. Truly, it is a disgrace to your lineage. It seems his mother is not of noble descent, merely a commoner, foolishly hoping to ascend through the Mo family. How pathetic! An ant will always remain an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, the fury within Mo Hua surged beyond restraint. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he would not allow disparagement of those he cherished. "You seek death." In the astonished eyes of onlookers, Mo Hua clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he uttered those words. He then charged towards Qin Kong, his right fist poised to strike. Yet, in comparison to Qin Kong, a master of the esteemed realm, Mo Hua stood no chance. Qin Kong, sensing the opportunity, wore a subtle smirk. He intended to provoke a reaction, allowing him to counterattack. Even if he inadvertently injured Mo Hua, he believed the Mo family would not pursue a mere commoner's offspring over a respected elder of the Huangyan sect. Many elders of the Mo family observed in quiet astonishment. How could a youth at the 4th stage of blood energy dare to strike at a powerful cultivator of the esteemed realm? Was it folly? Or did he possess the misguided confidence that his lineage would prevent any severe retribution? As Mo Hua's punch descended, the gathered crowd already anticipated the outcome. He would undoubtedly be struck down by Qin Kong. However, just as his fist was about to land, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene. Mo Fan discreetly infused a fraction of his spiritual energy, enveloping Mo Hua with merely the strength of his 4-fold vitality. He was unexpectedly propelled backward by a mere flicker of spiritual energy. Bang! Qin Kong's figure soared through the air like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and fracturing the stone tiles beneath him. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Nanganya gazed at Mo Hua in disbelief, while even Mo Hua himself looked in astonishment at his own hands. How could a mere punch from a youth in the vitality realm send a formidable expert of the revered realm flying? How could this be possible? When had Mo Hua become so powerful? Was there another who had intervened? The crowd quickly considered this possibility. But who could that be? Mo Chi. Everyone's eyes turned towards Mo Chi, seated calmly in his chair, his demeanor unperturbed as if nothing could sway his emotions. The crowd understood. It must have been Mo Chi who acted. Despite Mo Huahua's lack of talent, he remained the son of Mo Chi, and outsiders had no right to mock him. Struggling to rise from the ground, Qin Kong felt a surge of rage, yet dared not unleash it. He feared that at a single command from Mo Chi, the several experts present would swiftly subdue him. With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, he turned and departed. Nangong followed closely behind, leaving the Mo family estate. Once the two had fully exited, the hall erupted into a flurry of discussions. Mo Huahua, a mere fourfold vitality realm waste, have set such a 2-year agreement, bringing nothing but shame upon yourself. Even if you regain your talent in 2 years, you will likely still fall short. You will only bring disgrace upon the Mo family. If you are ultimately paraded out from the Huangyan sect, where will the dignity of the Mo family be placed? Seated, Mo Chi wore a grim expression and remained silent. Mo Huahua clenched his fists tightly, refraining from further argument, and instead approached his father. Kneeling before him, he declared, "Father, I shall not allow the Mo family to bear such disgrace. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let the Mo family suffer shame." Upon hearing his words, the elders of the Mo family ceased their discussions. After all, Mo Chi was Mo Huahua's father and the head of the Mo family. The final decision lay with him. After a moment of silence, Mo Chi, with a stern face, replied, "You would do well to understand what you are doing. This matter ends here. You may return." Mo Chi's indifference astonished everyone. They had anticipated that, given Mo Huahua's sincerity, he would at least receive some support. To their surprise, it appeared that Mo Chi did not regard this engagement as significant at all. The flames of determination in Mo Huahua's eyes were extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He could only lower his head and reply solemnly, "Yes." In the gaze of the onlookers, he exited the discussion hall like a forlorn dog. As he walked down the path to the woodshed, memories of Mo Chi flooded his mind. Yet, he realized that his father's presence only lingered in his recollections from childhood, during those days when he was crowned a genius. Aside from this meeting, they had not been in contact for a considerable time. He was reminded of that fateful snowy day when his mother passed away. It seemed his father had never made an appearance. During the silent years that followed, the only one who truly cared was the old Huang. Mo Huahua instinctively revealed a wry smile, mocking himself. How cruel this world is, where the weak are oppressed and the strong are clung to. Even the bonds of blood and kinship cannot escape such fate. In the sweltering summer, Mo Huahua felt little warmth. Instead, there was a profound chill within. Approaching the vicinity of the woodshed, he suddenly froze. A wave of metallic scent filled his nostrils. Upon regaining his senses, he dashed towards the woodshed as if driven mad. At the moment he pushed open the door, he could no longer contain his emotions. Inside the dilapidated and humble abode lay the lifeless body of an old black and yellow dog, quietly resting by the bedside. The blood had not yet congealed, releasing a pungent odor into the air. Chapter 55. I refuse to accept fate. Mo Huahua stepped forward to lift old Huang. The latter had long since departed from this world. Even his body had lost its warmth. It felt as though a heavy stone was careening within Mo Huahua's chest. His entire being was tense as he struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet his bloodshot eyes betrayed him, allowing a solitary tear to escape. Old Huang had been by his side for 7 years, accompanying him through the frigid night when his mother passed away. Unbeknownst to him, Old Huang had become his new pillar of strength. He could endure anything, scorn from others, insults, physical assaults, and the pangs of hunger. None of these trials would shake his resolve. Even as he witnessed fate strip away everything he cherished, he still found the courage to start anew. But this time, he truly found himself unable to press on. Amidst the stench of decay and blood, Mo Huahua rose. Silently, he exited the woodshed and immediately spotted a few pairs of eager eyes in the corner, anticipating a spectacle. "Ha ha ha! Look, his expression is like he just ate dung. And he is supposed to be engaged to the genius of the Nangong family. He can't even keep his own dog. No wonder he needs to raise a dog. Birds of a feather flock together. He is just a wild dog. Three youths clad in the attire of the Mo family disciples snickered, their excitement palpable as they finally witnessed the long-faced talisman display anger. This greatly stimulated their peculiar psyche. Seeing Mo Huahua glance their way, they dropped the pretense and boldly approached him. One of them, with a vicious expression, jeered, "So, cousin, how do you like the engagement gift I bestowed upon you?" Mo Huahua's fists clenched tightly, turning pale as he fought to quell his rage. However, the youth persisted relentlessly. "I'm glad you're satisfied, but I heard that the genius from the Nangong family personally came to annul the engagement with you. Cousin, this simply cannot stand. How can the son of the Mo family, a renowned genius, allow someone from a Nangong family to break off an engagement with him? Oh, I remember now. You are a waste, just like your unwanted mother. Both of you are nothing but discarded refuse." With a resounding thud, Mo Huahua could no longer restrain himself. He swung a fist at the mocking disciple. Yet, with his mere fourth layer of vital energy, how could he possibly contend with an opponent at the peak of vitality? His desperate strike was easily deflected by the youth before him. The two companions of the latter appeared even more exhilarated. Look, he has made a move. The little beast is desperate. You think you can match me?" With a powerful kick, the youth sent Mo Huahua flying. The blood that had long been pent up within his chest was finally expelled. But that was not the end. Three figures surrounded him, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Mo Huahua, possessing only the fourth layer of vital energy, was utterly outmatched against these disciples at the peak of their strength. Completely defenseless, he could only lie on the ground, enduring the relentless kicks. As dusk approached, the three assailants spat on the bloodied Mo Huahua, uttering a few curses before departing. Mo Huahua, sprawled on the ground, was engulfed in agony, devoid of strength to shift his body. All his energy had been expended in a desperate attempt to protect his vital areas from harm. Now, lying there like a lifeless dog, akin to the old Huang within the room, he gazed at the darkening sky, gritting his teeth in frustration. With a fierce roar, he attempted to expel the humiliation festering within his chest, only to cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. After a prolonged struggle, he remained immobile, resorting to pounding the ground with his relatively unharmed right arm. A wave of humiliation and unwillingness surged within him, and gradually he lost all strength. Fixating on the empty night sky, suddenly, a faint blue figure materialized before him, startling Mo Huahua. He instinctively tried to evade, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Mo Fan chose to reveal himself, channeling a strand of spiritual energy towards Mo Huahua. As the energy enveloped him, his injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Noticing the assistance, Mo Huahua's wariness diminished slightly. He rose and inquired of the figure hovering above. "Who are you? Why do you save me?" Mo Fan replied with an indifferent expression. "I understand why you are unable to cultivate, having lost your powers overnight. I possess a method to resolve this issue." Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Mo Huahua's eyes, yet instinctively he grew cautious. "What price must I pay? If you can restore my cultivation, what will it cost me?" Mo Huahua understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. This elder before him would not simply assist him out of pity. The affliction that hindered his cultivation had been a pursuit of many high-ranking alchemists and herbalists, yielding no results. He still held a degree of skepticism towards Mo Fan. Mo Fan refrained from revealing his identity as the ancestor of Mo Huahua, aware of the young man's burgeoning disdain for the Mo family, and thus opted for a probe. "I need you to steal something from the ancestral hall of the Mo family. If you can procure it, I promise to restore your cultivation and impart techniques that will elevate you to the pinnacle of this continent." Mo Fan observed Mo Huahua's expression, noting his apparent hesitation. After a long contemplation, he exhaled a sigh. "I'm sorry, Elder. You may have mistaken me for someone else. I will not assist you in stealing anything from my clan." A flicker of admiration arose within Mo Fan, who feigned curiosity. "Why? Do you not wish to avenge your dog and yourself? If you do not regain your powers, how will you face Nangonya of the Wild Flame sect in 2 years? Or are you merely afraid of being discovered by your kin for betraying the family?" Mo Huahua recalled the myriad humiliations he had endured in the past. He turned to Mo Fan, his gaze resolute, and declared, "Indeed, I am defiant. I refuse to accept the fate that this world has imposed upon me. Yet I possess my own principles. Even if I seek vengeance, I shall do so with my own hands. I am no one's puppet. I, Mo, shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I will reclaim everything I have lost." Upon hearing Mo's fervent words, Mo Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Though this youth still bore a hint of innocence, he already possessed the most essential qualities of a formidable warrior: perseverance and an unwavering heart amidst adversity. Mo Fan extended his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the jade necklace adorning Mo's neck. Instantly, an ancient voice resonated, saying, "Fellow cultivator, this child was first chosen by me. You should seek another." Chapter 56. Father and Son, Master and Apprentice. The necklace around Mo's neck began to shimmer, and a spectral image of a soul gradually emerged. The figure, clad in a blue robe with a benevolent expression and a white beard, addressed Mo Fan, saying, "Friend, I am Danyangzi from Yaoguan Valley. I have observed this child for many years. His character and perseverance are commendable. I wish to take him as my disciple. If you seek to seize his essence, you have chosen the wrong person." As he spoke, the soul that identified itself as Danyangzi suddenly unleashed a surge of power, attempting to intimidate Mo Fan. However, even in his physical form, Danyangzi's cultivation was merely at the level of a revered one. Moreover, now, he was reduced to a wisp of residual spirit. His oppressive aura had no effect on Mo Fan whatsoever. Instead, Mo Fan's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, a terrifying force obliterated Danyangzi. "No, you cannot kill me. I am a revered alchemist. I can." In the final moments of his life, Danyangzi felt a chilling fear. Yet he could not utter a plea for mercy before being extinguished by Mo Fan. Mo Fan had never been fond of listening to others prattle. He shifted his attention back to Mo and said, "You are quite impressive, and I can aid you in becoming stronger. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Having witnessed Mo Fan's decisive action against Danyangzi, Mo realized that the man before him was undoubtedly a formidable elder. A sense of wariness crept in. Mo Fan, perceiving his caution, reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not seize your essence. The soul that siphoned your cultivation has been vanquished, and your potential has been restored. However, if you wish to catch up to Nangonyu within 2 years, it may prove challenging. If you take me as your master, that 2-year goal will be easily achievable." Upon hearing this, Mo felt a surge of joy. He instinctively activated the blood energy within him, discovering that the long-dormant vitality was now flowing under his command. It was indeed true. Had the soul within the necklace been siphoning my cultivation all along? He realized that with the elder's capabilities, there was no need for deception. Even if he declined, his fate would likely not be much better. Thus, he knelt down directly and proclaimed, "Master, I bow to you." In Mo Fan's mind, the system promptly delivered its notifications. Destined child Mo successfully bound. Congratulations, host, for receiving system rewards. 1 year of Emperor's lifespan. Congratulations, host, for receiving system rewards. Growth-oriented technique, Fendenju, and a map of divine fire. Mo's destiny compatibility increased. Current destiny compatibility is 10. Mo Fan's mind was flooded with the knowledge of a new technique, Fendenju. This was a method that required the mastery of the spirit fires of heaven and earth to continually grow stronger. Moreover, this technique was not merely a cultivation method, but also a compendium of alchemical wisdom, containing countless recipes and insights into alchemy. Following a dual cultivation path of alchemy and martial arts, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed as understanding dawned upon him. This technique perfectly aligned with Mo's cultivation trajectory. Had he not appeared today to subdue Danyangzi, this Fendenju might have fallen into Mo's hands. The destined individual is naturally aided by heaven. Mo, with an expression of fervent excitement, inquired of Mo Fan, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed master?" He had long pondered how Dan Yangzi had concealed himself within his necklace for so many years. How had his current master managed to discover him? What was his true identity? Mo Fan chose not to reveal his own identity, responding coldly, "You may refer to me as your teacher. As for my true identity, you shall learn of it 2 years hence, upon your ascension to the Huanyan sect." With that, Mo Fan pointed a finger at Mo Huohua's forehead. In an instant, the entirety of the burning pill scripture merged into Mo Huohua's consciousness. Initially overwhelmed by the sudden influx of vast information, Mo Huohua soon regained his composure, his face alight with astonishment. It was indeed a dual cultivation technique for alchemy, and of remarkably high quality. He hurriedly bowed deeply several times towards Mo Fan. "Thank you, esteemed master, for bestowing this technique. I shall diligently practice and strive to meet your expectations." After discussing a few matters, Mo Huohua buried old Huang's body in the backyard and returned to the firewood room to meditate. The cultivation of the burning pill scripture primarily requires a rare celestial fire, which is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Mo Huohua had already resolved to leave the Mo family and venture far away, but before doing so, he felt the need to eliminate a few deserving individuals. Mo Fan did not provide extensive guidance to Mo Huohua. As a child of destiny, Mo Huohua's compatibility with the burning pill scripture would undoubtedly surpass his own. There was no need to worry about him going astray in his cultivation. His spirit drifted through the air, arriving above Mo Chi's study. Even though it was late at night, the study remained brilliantly illuminated. Outside the study, four esteemed realm cultivators vigilantly protected Mo Chi. Despite being the current head of the Mo family, wielding immense power, Mo Chi's cultivation remained at the Xiangang realm. Over the years, he had attempted numerous elixirs and secret methods to enhance his cultivation, yet he remained stagnant. Although the Mo family was currently the foremost family in Zhongzhou, the repercussions of previous excessive intermarriages had led to internal strife. There had even been instances where female members of other families attempted to assassinate Mo Chi to usurp the Mo family's power. But all such plots had been thwarted by the imperial weapons left by Mo Fan. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the candle flames on the table to flicker. Mo Chi seemed to sense something, rising and calling out towards the door, "Disperse." At his command, the esteemed realm cultivators outside immediately scattered, vanishing without a trace. Mo Chi exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, he beheld the figure he had longed for. "Brother, you are well." Mo Fan, however, said nothing, merely gazing intently at Mo Chi. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "You have aged once more. A person must inevitably grow old, but I am grateful to have accomplished the task you entrusted to me, dear brother." The usually stoic and serious Mo Chi finally appeared to shed all burdens. Smiling as he asked, "Is that child the one you sought?" "He is indeed exceptional," replied Mo Fan. "Will you blame me for not taking good care of him? After all, he now finds himself in such a predicament, for which I bear some responsibility." A flicker of remorse passed through Mo Chi's eyes. Mo Fan remained composed, fully aware of Mo Chi's own tribulations. As the head of the Mo family, his strength was woefully inadequate, so much so that anyone who encountered him would feel emboldened to provoke and question him. In the past, the Mo family resembled a royal court. Women without connections or support found it exceedingly difficult to survive. If Mo Chi were to insist on intervening to assist Mo Huohua and Su Bailing, it would only yield counterproductive results. Since that fateful encounter with the demon clan, Mo Fan had not made another appearance. Those families that feigned allegiance to the Mo family were naturally restless, eager to find something to test Mo Chi's limits. Su Bailing, being utterly alone, was a prime instrument for their schemes. Unfortunately, Mo Chi's past demeanor had been excessively ruthless. He did not even attend Su Bailing's funeral, which ultimately dissuaded those families from taking action against the perceived worthless Mo Huohua. Furthermore, that so-called engagement was merely a contingency plan that Mo Chi had long devised for Mo Huohua. Chapter 57, Murder. Mo Fan gazed upon the figure of Mo Chi, his eyes betraying no emotion. To him, whether it was Mo Chi or Mo Hua, or indeed the entire Mo family, they were merely instruments, tools on his path to greater power. The amalgamation of a millennium's worth of memories had rendered him emotionally desensitized. Only the so-called heavenly gate, as mentioned by the system, sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. In his current state, Mo Fan sought not the mundane emotions of the world or familial ties. What he yearned for was a power that transcended all, as well as eternity. His support for the Mo family was largely due to the existence of their unyielding bloodline. That child is about to depart. You may assist him one last time, Mo Fan stated calmly. Mo Chi appeared to be prepared, retrieving a spatial storage pouch. No need for your reminder, brother. I have a fondness for that child, he replied. He reminds me of my younger self. It is time I pass on what our father entrusted to me. In the woodshed, Mo Hua sat cross-legged with closed eyes. The burning pill technique resonated profoundly with his body, as if it had been tailor-made for him. As the dormant vitality surged within him, he experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of qi and blood in the span of a single night, traversing 3 significant realms. This was largely due to his years of unyielding dedication and the cumulative effects of his training. Following the tenets of the burning pill technique, the vitality within Mo Hua began to coalesce in his palms. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a crimson flame erupted from his hands. Blood fire. This was a secret art within the burning pill technique, capable of igniting one's own vitality to form flames, though it exacted a considerable toll on his body. For Mo Hua at this moment, it was a formidable offensive move. Morning light streamed through the window above Mo Hua and backlit. One could see a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. Outside the shed, the 3 disciples of the Mo family who had appeared the previous day returned to the entrance. Brother Hu, do you think we were too harsh yesterday? If we were to kill him, it would be difficult to explain to our mother, one disciple queried. Mo Hu scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, that brat is a waste. His mother passed away long ago. Keeping him alive is a disgrace to the Mo family. Our parents have long viewed him with disdain. Even if we were to kill him, who would know if we buried him in a pit? You need not worry. If anything arises, I shall personally explain it to our mother. The 2 companions of Mo Hu nodded begrudgingly, aware that the boy was the son of Zhang Yan'er, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Currently, she represented the most significant external force within the Mo family. Rumors circulated that once Mo Chi perished in a century, the son of the Zhang family would succeed him as the new head of the Mo family. Given the current trajectory of the Mo family, such rumors might very well come to fruition. However, despite being Zhang Yan'er's child, Mo Hu's aptitude among his brothers was not particularly distinguished. Though he was destined to be deprived of the position of family head, it was precisely this circumstance that fueled his animosity towards Mo Hua, once a prodigy of the Mo family. Let us go. I didn't have my fill of beating yesterday. Today we continue. Mo Hu strode towards the humble abode of Mo Hua, flanked by 2 underlings, exuding an intimidating presence. With a swift kick, he forced the door open. The trio was met with the sight of Mo Hua, seated on his bed, glaring fiercely at them. How does he seem to have already recovered? Questioned one of the Mo family disciples, standing to Mo Hu's right. In an instant, Mo Hua's figure seemed to materialize before the startled individual, who gasped in shock. Attempting to retreat, he was met with Mo Hua's sudden strike. Transforming his finger into a sword, he unleashed a flicker of crimson flame that pierced through the man's throat in an instant. Blood sprayed forth. The Mo family disciples' eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the very youth they had pummeled just the day before could now so effortlessly strike him down. Vivid red blood flowed like a fountain from his neck as his figure crumpled to the ground. It was only then that Mo Hu and the other Mo family disciple reacted. Mo Hua, how dare you commit murder? You are finished, cried the other disciple in alarm. Mo Hu, however, remained comparatively composed, regarding Mo Hua with a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. He had long harbored thoughts of eliminating Mo Huahua, yet the clan's rules forbade it. Killing a fellow clan member meant death. This was why he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow until now. But now, with Mo Huahua as the initiator of the violence, he could slay him without fear of repercussions. Without delay, Mo, who launched an all-out attack, fueled by the peak of his vitality, aimed directly at Mo Huahua. A confident smile adorned his face even before his fist descended. With hundreds of experiences behind him, he was certain that Mo Huahua would be incapable of withstanding this strike. Yet, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The move that had always proven successful faltered as Mo Huahua's fists intertwined to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, Mo Huahua leaped, his left palm lunging towards Mo, who instinctively attempted to defend himself. However, Mo Huahua feigned an attack to his chest before sharply retracting his hand, transforming his right hand into a claw aimed directly at Mo Hu's eye. With a sickening squelch, his fingers pierced the eye socket. A harrowing scream erupted from Mo Hu. With force, Mo Huahua wrenched both of Mo Hu's eyes from their sockets, leaving him in agony on the ground. The other Mo family disciple, witnessing such a brutal scene, collapsed in sheer terror. Mo Hu rolled on the ground, clutching his face. His eyes, along with their nerve endings, gripped tightly in Mo Huahua's hands, still warm and dripping with blood. "You, Mo Huahua, how dare you? You are finished. My father will not spare you. My mother will not forgive you." Mo Hu continued to shriek, but Mo Huahua, unperturbed, crushed the eyes in his grasp. Once more, he transformed his finger into a sword and struck decisively at Mo Hu, deprived of sight, even with his formidable cultivation. Mo Hu was rendered helpless, swiftly meeting his end as Mo Huahua pierced his neck. The fiery essence of vitality can easily rend the flesh of those beneath the realm of Xiangang. Mo Hu lies sprawled on the ground, blood flowing incessantly, seemingly devoid of life. In this moment, a profound sense of exhilaration envelopes Mo Huahua's heart, akin to a long-suppressed stone finally being displaced. He feels an unparalleled lightness. The last remaining disciple of the Mo clan gazes upon Mo Huahua, whose visage is stained with blood, his eyes filled solely with terror. As he watches the other approach, the arrogance of yesteryears dissipates, leaving only a choked plea. "Please, don't kill me. I can testify for you. I have seen nothing." With a hum, the crimson light flashes, and the flames at Mo Huahua's fingertips extinguish. 3 corpses lie neatly arranged before the earthen mound in the small courtyard. Suddenly, several figures materialize at the doorway of the woodshed. A group of middle-aged men, clad in the elder garments of the Mo clan, cast malevolent glances. Chapter 58. Interrogation. Mo Huahua. You have slain a member of your own clan. You have violated the family laws. The penalty is death. Seize him and take him to the dungeon for interrogation. In an instant, several elders of the Mo family, clad in long robes, captured Mo Huahua. Each of them possessed at least the strength of the dragon elephant realm, rendering Mo Huahua utterly incapable of escape. He could only be escorted to the dungeon. Yet surprisingly, Mo Huahua bore no semblance of regret, his expression one of calm acceptance. Soon, the entrance to the storeroom was encircled by numerous members of the Mo family. Drawn by the commotion, what is happening? Has someone died within the clan? Did the demon tribe strike? Have they not refrained from attacking our Mo family for decades? Why would they suddenly infiltrate and assassinate our kin? Look closely. The wounds on those bodies are clearly not inflicted by beasts. What? Not by beasts? Could it be the work of humans? As the implications sank in, waves of alarm swept through the crowd. To turn against one's own kin in the Mo family was a crime punishable by death, regardless of intent. When the onlookers recognized the identity of the deceased, their horror intensified. The fallen was none other than Mo Hu, the son of the clan leader, Mo Chi. Though Mo Chi had many children, Mo Hu, being the son of Zhang Yener, was untouchable within the clan. It was unimaginable that he had been killed today. The surrounding Mo disciples gasped in disbelief. It seems the murderer is doomed. Although Mo, whose talents were modest, his mother, Zhang Yin'er, ensured that the Zhang family left behind only these two heirs for the Mo family. When his brother, Mo Wu, returns from the Zhang clan, he will surely exact a gruesome revenge upon the killer. I hear the murderer has already been subdued. Our Mo family's dungeon is not a place for the faint-hearted. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, two figures suddenly darted forward from within the throng. Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted, they lunged at two of Mo whose attendants. My son, he was just fine yesterday. How could this happen today? Who killed you? Who? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. The two mourners clutched the body, wailing in despair. Amidst the crowd, someone spoke up. I recall that Mo Huahua used to reside in this storeroom. Could it be that he is the murderer? Mo Huahua. Impossible. That worthless wretch could never have slain Mo Hu. If he truly did, the clan leader would face grave scrutiny. At midnight, within the Mo family's assembly hall, several clan members surrounded the chamber. Among them were notable elders of the Mo family, some even at the celestial realm. Yet, Mo Qi remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this gathering. Squinting his eyes, he addressed the assembly. Are you all plotting treason? His voice carried a hint of anger, and the pressure of his authority bore down upon them. Though they felt no tangible force, the hearts of the assembly sank. The foremost elder quickly bowed, expressing contrition. Forgive us, clan leader. We have come only to seek an explanation. As soon as the man finished speaking, another interjected, indeed. Patriarch, you cannot be so biased. My son was slain by Mo Huahua. His corpse is still warm. As the head of the family, you must provide us with an explanation. The speaker was the father of a subordinate of Mo who, although not a high-ranking member of the Mo family, was emotionally charged due to his son's death and was attending the council for the first time. The elder at the forefront of the gathering shot him a sharp glance, and the man quickly realized his transgression, closing his mouth and retreating. Mo Qi raised his gaze to the leading elder, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He recalled a member of the Mo family who had been tasked with overseeing the Zhang family's affairs, named Mo Ji, a being of celestial realm. Mo Qi revealed a chilling smile. Is this how you all perceive the situation? Upon hearing his words, the members of the Mo family were struck by his gaze and lowered their heads. Only Mo Ji, with a troubled expression, spoke up. Patriarch, after all, among the deceased is Mo Hu. Now that the matriarch has returned to her family for a visit, if she discovers her child has perished, Mo Hu is your son as well, after all. Mo Ji continued, pulling the emotions of the crowd back into focus. Whispers began to circulate among the assembly. Patriarch, this matter should not be taken lightly. Mo Hua lost his powers years ago, and now that he has regained a bit, he has become bloodthirsty. He has murdered his own brother. If this spreads, the Mo family's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Indeed, Patriarch, Mo Fan has been unable to cultivate for years, but suddenly regains his powers. He must have employed some dark arts. We beseech your judgment. The clamor grew louder, throwing the entire hall into disarray. Silence. Mo Qi's commanding voice silenced the assembly, and all present bowed their heads, refraining from further speech. Suddenly, several figures clad in black robes appeared beside Mo Qi. Each was of the revered realm. These were the assassins cultivated by the Mo family over the years through vast resources and various means. They were entirely loyal to Mo Qi alone. Mo Qi did not defend Mo Huahua. Instead, he instructed the assassins, go to the dungeon and bring that wretched creature here. Upon uttering these words, two figures swiftly departed. Witnessing this scene, the raucous members of the Mo family finally settled down. Soon, Mo Huahua was brought into the hall under the guard of the two figures. Monster, you took my child. Upon Mo Huahua's appearance, the father of the subordinate slain by him lunged forward, only to be intercepted by the guards. Though his attack failed, the action reignited the tension in the hall. Patriarch, this is the one. He is a bloodthirsty fiend. We implore you to see the truth. Someone shouted. Mo Huahua knelt in the center of the hall, enduring the accusations and insults hurled at him. Yet, his expression bore no trace of fear or regret, as if the cacophony of voices was merely the barking of wild dogs from the mountains below. However, it was Emoji who stepped forward at that moment, pointing at Emohuahua and demanding, "But you have slain Emohu and two others. Speak the truth." Emoji had already arranged numerous witnesses among the crowd. Even if Emohuahua denied it, he would undoubtedly be convicted. However, Emohuahua's actions took Emoji by surprise. In a deep voice, Emohuahua declared, "I killed him." Indeed, the crowd was momentarily stunned, gasping in disbelief. How audacious of him to admit it in front of so many people. The atmosphere became even more tumultuous. "Patriarch, what is there left to deliberate? Such a lawless, bloodthirsty scoundrel deserves the utmost punishment according to clan regulations," one exclaimed. At that moment, Emoji remained silent, gazing at Emohuahua with an expression akin to that of a fool. "Why did you kill him?" Emochi inquired. Emohuahua raised his gaze to meet his father's eyes and replied, "To avenge my mother." "Exile? Do not speak nonsense. Your mother clearly perished in the snowstorm. What does that have to do with Emohu?" Emoji's countenance turned anxious upon hearing Emohuahua's response, as if he intended to conceal something. With a face full of anger, he asserted, "Patriarch, this child has brutally slaughtered his kin in a manner too horrific to endure. According to clan law, he should be sentenced to death." The crowd behind Emoji echoed in agreement. "Yes, such an ungrateful wretch, even if he grows up, will be a calamity for the Emo family. We implore the patriarch to take action and eliminate evil." The discussions swirled among the crowd. Though they were merely a small fraction of the Emo clan, they fancied themselves capable of stirring the winds and influencing Emochi's judgment. They believed these opinions would pressurize Emochi, especially since the Zhang family, benefiting from the Emo family's support, had risen to prominence and posed a potential threat. If Emochi did not execute Emohuahua, the Zhang family could use this as a pretext to act against the Emo clan. After all, Emohuahua was merely a worthless individual. They presumed Emochi would not make a decision detrimental to the Emo family over the life of a mere waste. However, they underestimated his resolve to protect Emohuahua. Emochi turned to Emohuahua and asked, "You claim to seek vengeance for your mother. Do you have any evidence?" Emohuahua's eyes remained dim, his expression calm. Meanwhile, Emoji felt anxious, rapidly recalling the details of his confrontation with Su Bailing, realizing there was no disclosure, and stared at Emohuahua in astonishment, expecting him to present some evidence. Instead, Emohuahua simply stated no. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in murmurs. "No evidence. What basis do you have to prove your mother's death is related to Emohu? Is it merely out of hatred? Your actions are utterly deranged." Seeing that Emohuahua possessed no evidence, Emoji, with righteous indignation, turned to the crowd and again urged Emochi to take action against Emohuahua. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Emohuahua laughed. "I, Emohuahua, dare to act and dare to admit. I killed those 3 beasts, though I took their lives. I have no regrets. But do you dare to acknowledge that my mother's death was not influenced by the Zhang family? Compared to me, you wretched individuals are even more repulsive." Emohuahua spoke candidly. A sinister expression flickered across Emoji's face, causing the crowd to gasp in alarm. The relationship between the Zhang and Emo families has long been a taboo subject within the clan. Everyone is aware of it, yet dares not speak of it openly. Memories of Su Bailing's demise came to mind, stirring various speculations in their hearts. Emoji hastily turned to Emochi and clasped his fists, saying, "Clan head, this vile individual, knowing his demise is imminent, still seeks to sow discord among our kin. I propose we execute him immediately to uphold our clan's integrity." Emochi maintained an expression of calm. Suddenly, he glanced at Emoji and remarked, "It has been said that his crimes are unforgivable. But what if I choose to forgive him?" At his words, all present were taken aback. Emohuahua had brutally slain a fellow clansman and confessed to it. This was an undeniable fact. Yet, Emochi was considering sparing him. Emohuahua had violated clan laws. And, as the head of the Emo family, wasn't this tantamount to slapping his own face? Emoji felt a heaviness in his heart and took a step back, stating, All matters concerning the Mo family are, of course, at the discretion of the clan head, but he asserted his views. As the clan head, you too must adhere to our laws. Otherwise, our clan regulations would become meaningless, mere scraps of paper. Clan head, I may speak harshly, but you surely understand. If we fail to provide our kin with an explanation, Lady Mo may also express her displeasure. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd fell silent, daunted by the veiled threat in Mo's words. Yet, this only amused Mo. He regarded Mo with cold eyes, raising a hand, at which a loyal assassin behind him instantly comprehended. The pressure emanating from the esteemed realm bore down, and Mo found himself half-kneeling, unable to rise. Clan head, please see reason. I am solely concerned for the Mo family. I am, Mo exclaimed anxiously, but was interrupted by Mo's mocking laughter. You just demanded an explanation. Is this explanation for my Mo family or the Zhang family? I believe your head would suffice for the Zhang family. With that, Mo's gaze turned frigid, and the assassin acted swiftly. In an instant, blood was spilled, and Mo's head rolled away. The remaining dozens of Mo family members in the hall instantly froze, their heads bowed, seemingly unable to breathe. Mo's cold gaze swept over them, his voice icy as he spoke. Is there anyone among you who still seeks an explanation for me? The hall fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word. Mo rose, his expression devoid of compassion or fear beneath the flickering flames, and commanded the assembly. Send Mo's and Mo heads to the Zhang family. If there are any issues, let the head of the Zhang family come to me personally and convey this message. Do not forget how the Mo family established itself in Zhongzhou. Instantly, all present knelt, fully aware that Mo had become enraged. To provoke him further would be sheer folly. Mo gazed at the distant figure, which, for some inexplicable reason, seemed to loom larger. Just when he believed that his father had finally reconsidered his feelings towards him, Mo cast a cold, indifferent glance in his direction. Montak Huul, a disciple of the Mo family, had violated the clan's rules and was consequently expelled from the Mo family, stripped of his ancestral ties. At these words, all those kneeling on the ground were taken aback. They could not comprehend why, despite Mo having slain Mo, he still chose to cast out Mo. What could be the motive? Was it merely to uphold the clan's regulations? They dared not ponder further, remaining silent, awaiting Mo's decree to permit their departure. As the crowd dispersed, night descended. However, the elders of the Mo family, upon receiving the news, wore expressions of astonishment. The Zhang family had rapidly ascended in Zhongzhou, leveraging the Mo family's reputation. Perhaps the head of the family felt it was time for a reckoning. In a state of utter shock, Mo was fitted with a hood. After being escorted through the shadows, when the hood was finally removed, he found himself surrounded by a dense forest. In the distance stood 3 figures cloaked in black. A wave of dread surged within him, as he feared that the Mo family would not relent regarding his transgressions. Yet in the next moment, the central figure turned, and Mo's heart raced with astonishment. It was none other than his father, Mo. Mo raised his hand, unleashing a sword-like aura that severed the bindings upon Mo. He tossed a light blue pouch to the ground and addressed Mo in a chilling tone. Take these items and get as far away as possible. Mo stood frozen in place. Father, you must believe in me. The circumstances surrounding Mother S' death are shrouded in mystery. You have to trust me. I have already regained my cultivation speed. Just give me time, and I will surely restore my prowess. I could be of help to the Mo family. Mo clung to this glimmer of hope, aware that this was the closest he had ever come to the dreams he had envisioned countless times. A reconciliation with his father, the reclamation of his status as the Mo family's prodigy. Alas, the only response he received was the icy words of Mo. Leave. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chapter 60. I will stand before you, Father. Must it be this way? Can you not trust me just once more? Mo questioned fervently, yet Mo abruptly turned away. With a fierce glare directed at Mo, he scoffed, Trust? How pitiful. How laughable. A foolish child. Still wet behind the ears. How old are you? How much have you truly lived? You dare speak of trust. Have you witnessed your clan suffer a brutal massacre due to your own weakness? Have you seen the near extinction of a lineage spanning thousands of years? Have you experienced the helplessness of giving your all, yet still failing? You are merely a touch fortunate in this relentlessly cruel world, blessed with a slightly better background and a fleeting moment of acclaim. Do you think that this meager praise and lineage can render you formidable? I tell you, it is impossible. Your future is bleak. Failure will relentlessly haunt you, drowning your fervor. Ultimately, you shall become a mere ant, surviving in some obscure corner. Why should I believe in you? On what grounds? Based on your paltry cultivation? Based on your naivety, despite having grown up, unable to even control your own emotions? After sternly reprimanding him, Mo-Chi's expression returned to calm, as if he were chastising his younger self. In his eyes, only indifference remained. Dreamer, take these things and roll out of the Mo family. Mo knelt on the ground, fists clenched tightly. He bowed his head in silence, seemingly suppressing the discontent within. Just as Mo-Chi was about to turn and walk away, Mo suddenly stood up. Just you wait. I will stand before you again with dignity. Mo shouted, picking up the cloth bag from the ground and sprinting into the darkness. The forest returned to silence. A faint smile appeared on Mo-Chi's lips as he vanished into the night. Gradually, the moonlight cascaded like silk, sprinkling the ground like salt, blanketing the entire forest in a pristine white. Mo ran aimlessly, feeling as though his chest might explode, sweat soaking his clothes. His body brimmed with vitality, every meridian feeling as if it had been opened like a valve, an inexhaustible force surging forth. He was unaware of how far he had run until Mo Fan's figure reappeared before him. Mo Fan's spirit hovered in the air, his eyes coldly scrutinizing Mo. His demeanor was perpetually serene, sending a chill through Mo. Master, Mo lamented, still shrouded in sorrow. Yet Mo Fan had already used his spiritual power to snatch the cloth bag from Mo. This was a spatial artifact, with a storage capacity of about 10 cubic units. However, its contents were exceedingly sparse, containing only a few dozen spirit crystals and an ancient sword wrapped in black silk. Mo Fan tossed the ancient sword to the ground, and Mo looked on in confusion. Master, what is this? He approached to touch it, sensing it closely, only to find no trace of the extraordinary. He attempted to lift it, extending his hand to rest upon the blade. The ancient sword, shrouded in dark silk, seemed as though it were rooted to the ground. No matter how forcefully Mo exerted himself, he could not budge an inch. Summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, he finally managed to lift the sword, drawing upon the full power of his sevenfold vitality. However, mere moments later, he discarded the dark blade onto the ground once more. What on earth is this? It is far too heavy. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling with great effort. Pick it up, Mo Fan commanded coldly. Mo hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Mo Fan continued, if you wish to grow stronger, then lift it. After a brief silence, the fire ignited once more in Mo's eyes. He raised both hands and hoisted the dark sword onto his shoulder. Mo Fan, observing this, revealed no emotion but merely pointed in a direction. Head west, toward Xianwang Mountain. He offered no explanation, and Mo did not inquire further. Thus, a youth bearing the heavy sword began his slow journey towards Xianwang Mountain. As Mo Fan's spirit dissipated, a system notification chimed, detecting the destined child's completion of a crucial storyline. Current destiny compatibility. 3. Host receives system reward. Lifespan 3 months. Acquired memory of Dan Yangzi's alchemical techniques. The ring around Mo's neck glimmered with ethereal light. After slaying Dan Yangzi, Mo Fan had taken refuge within the necklace, his spirit residing there. Upon sensing the influx of new memories within his consciousness, he rapidly mastered numerous alchemical methods. He raised his gaze towards the system interface. With a glaring 3 compatibility stood out. This was one of the system's rules. Only by aiding the destined child to achieve a compatibility of 100 could Mo Fan utilize their power to discover the means to unlock the heavenly gate. The reason Mo Fan directed Mo Huahua to Xianhuang Mountain was because there lay the divine fire indicated on the sacred fire map, the existence of the devouring flame. Once tamed, Mo Huahua's destiny compatibility would surely rise even further. Closing the panel, Mo Fan found his feelings towards the Mo family had grown indifferent since his awakening. What filled him more was an insatiable thirst for the realms beyond that of the emperor. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family of Zhongzhou, under the support of the Mo family over the years, they had claimed the convergence of 3 major spiritual veins for their estate and even established cities around them. Their scale had grown immensely, rivaling that of the formidable Mo family. Within the Zhang family's city, magnificent palaces rose like forests, and countless flying vessels traversed the skies, a true testament to their prosperity. In the core residence of the Zhang family, the patriarch, Zhang Zuofeng, sat regally in the main seat, his hair streaked with gray, adorned in a gold-trimmed robe patterned with white clouds, exuding an air of authority. At this moment, however, he remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly upon 2 severed heads within a distant box. His expression was grave, his right hand absently rubbing the edge of his sleeve. The grand hall around him was opulently decorated with an array of precious stones, overwhelming to behold. In the distance, dozens of elder members of the Zhang family stood, similarly bowed, their faces etched with concern. Suddenly, an elder from the Zhang family spoke up. Patriarch, the Mo family has completely overturned the table. If we do not respond, I fear that the Zhang family, being one of the few prominent clans in Zhongzhou with a great emperor ancestor overseeing them, is the only faction capable of confronting the Mo family head-on. There are already individuals within the Zhang family who are eager to take action. After all, the Mo family's position and the reputation of Zhongzhou's foremost family could yield substantial benefits for the clan. However, despite numerous elders suggesting the overthrow of the Mo family, the patriarch, Zhang Zuofeng, consistently disagrees. The reason is simple. His daughter, Zhang Yan'er, is the wife of Mo Qi and has given birth to an extraordinary prodigy for the Mo family. Her standing within the Mo family is of great significance. And Mo Qi, though at the Xiangang realm, how many years can he maintain his life, even with an abundance of elixirs? Once Mo Qi passes away, is it not destined for Zhang Yan'er's child, Mo Wu, to inherit the position of head of the Mo family? Since it is possible to capture the Mo family without a single soldier being deployed, why resort to great upheaval? Chapter 61. The Fierce Beast in Truth. Many individuals in the Central Continent are perplexed by the enmity between the Mo family and the 3 great imperial clans, particularly why the Zhang family was able to preserve the existence of their imperial lineage, while others remain in the dark. Zhang Zuofeng possesses a clear understanding. The Mo family was nearly annihilated by the 3 great imperial clans, their bloodline almost extinguished. With their dwindling numbers, even if Mo Fan were to eradicate all forces threatening the Mo family, their clan would still struggle to thrive like a candle flickering in the wind. The Wang family serves a purpose by assisting the Mo family in managing their enterprises and deterring other families that may harbor ambitions. The Zhang family's role, conversely, is to maintain a balance of power with the Wang family. The 2 clans secretly vie for dominance within the framework established by the Mo family, while the Mo family seizes this opportunity to flourish with the support of both families. Zhang Zuofeng, however, is not oblivious to the Mo family schemes. Yet, the Zhang family has not suffered any losses. In fact, they can expand their influence under the auspices of the Mo family's reputation. The so-called alliances merely serve to render this exchange of interests more aesthetically pleasing. Although the Zhang family has triumphed over the Wang family in recent years, the Mo family has also undergone a significant reorganization. As interests begin to clash, conflicts inevitably arise. The Zhang family, once allies of the Mo family, has now become their adversary. This scenario was foreseeable years ago, yet Zhang Zuofeng has chosen not to relent. This is due to his repeated inquiries into the key factor that enabled the Mo family to turn the tide and emerge as the strongest in the Central Continent. Mo Fan has not been seen since he defeated the Demon Emperor. The Zhang family has accumulated a wealth of resources over the years, and Mo Wu stands as the strongest talent of his generation within the Mo family, having reached the 7th level of bone tempering at a young age. This prospect ignited a flicker of hope for Zhang Zuofeng to undermine the Mo family. Gazing at the two bloody, severed heads before him, Zhang Zuofeng maintained a calm demeanor as he contemplated whether the current moment was ripe for action. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. As matters stand, the arrow is knocked. It must be released. Relay my orders to prepare everyone for the return of Wu to the Mo family. Thus the plan commenced. Within the grand hall, the expressions of all the elder members of the Zhang family brightened with joy, and they responded in unison. Beyond the formidable gates of the Mo family lies a continuous range of mountains. Within these mountains, numerous small clans once resided in seclusion. However, since the turmoil instigated by the demons, the entire mountain range has become the domain of the demon race, with various demon kings establishing their strongholds. Yet, due to the presence of the Mo family stronghold, the sightings of demons in the mountains near the gates have significantly diminished, primarily consisting of low-tier demon beasts. Consequently, many treasure-seeking teams from the Mo family venture into the mountains. A veil of mist drapes over the landscape like a delicate gossamer, softly enveloping the terrain. The forest remains eerily silent, concealing terrifying dangers in its obscure corners. Suddenly, a deafening crack as a tree splinters shatters the tranquility. The figure of Mo Huahua collides violently with a tree, the immense force causing the giant trunk to splinter instantly. Injured and battered, Mo Huahua clutches a black sword tightly in his right hand. A deep gash exposing bone mars his left arm, blood flowing relentlessly. The pain causes his left arm to tremble uncontrollably, yet he grits his teeth, resolutely suppressing his physiological response through sheer willpower. In the distance, a pair of ferocious eyes emerge from the forested mountains. A black tiger, towering at the height of a man, slowly stepped forth. Its face bore the unmistakable marks of scorching, a testament to the encounter with Mo Huahua, which rendered the creature hesitant to advance recklessly. The black tiger bared its razor-sharp fangs, lowering its body in a predatory stance, emitting a chilling hiss. Its menacing gaze was fixated on Mo Huahua, poised to strike at any moment. Injured and on the brink of collapse, Mo Huahua clung to his willpower, as the searing pain in his left arm threatened to send him spiraling into unconsciousness. This black tiger was a second-tier beast, even among creatures of the same realm. The demon race naturally surpassed humanity, especially given that Mo Huahua was currently only at the blood chi stage. The situation appeared dire, yet Mo Huahua refused to concede. He gripped the black sword tightly in his hand. Above, Mo Fan observed the terrifying scene with a cold, detached gaze, harboring no intention of intervening. He was curious to see the limits of this so-called child of destiny. If it could not even subdue a second-tier beast, it would indeed be a disheartening spectacle. Suddenly, the black tiger lunged forward with a speed akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging at Mo Huahua with murderous intent. Mo Huahua's pupils constricted as he struggled to raise the black sword in defense. The tiger's fangs were mere inches away, the stench of decay and blood momentarily paralyzing him. With a swift motion, the black sword tilted, just managing to wedge itself between the tiger's teeth. Mo Huahua felt the weight of the beast pressing down upon him, as despite its fangs being caught, the creature's sharp claws were still aimed at him. Desperately, he raised his right hand to fend off the assault, engaging in a fierce struggle against the black tiger. A terrifying roar emanated from the creature's throat, reverberating perilously close to Mo Huahua's ears. The sheer force of the sound causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Having traversed these past days while bearing the black sword, Mo Huahua's physique had far surpassed that of an ordinary blood chi warrior, granting him a fleeting chance to contend with the tiger. Yet, he was acutely aware that prolonging this battle would lead to his inevitable demise. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he raised his left arm, now revealing bone, and swung it towards the black tiger. Blood gushed forth from the injury, the intense pain making Mo Huahua grit his teeth until they bled. However, the attack failed to penetrate the tiger's defenses, proving futile. Blood splattered into Mo Huahua's eyes, casting a crimson hue over his vision, while the sight of the tiger's menacing teeth only intensified the primal fury within him. With a sudden surge of madness, he gathered his blood-chi flames within his mouth. The flames seared his skin, producing wisps of smoke, yet he paid no heed to the pain. Timing his attack perfectly, he lunged for the tiger's neck, sinking his teeth in with ferocity. The tiger's skin was thick, yet it sensed the imminent threat of death. It thrashed desperately, but Mo Huahua clung on with the last remnants of his strength. As the blood-chi flames scorched the tiger's neck, Mo Huahua's teeth finally broke through the salty, metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, only to be expelled instantly. He felt a wave of heat wash over his face as he held onto the black tiger with all his might. Gradually, the struggles of the black tiger diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Only then did Mo Huahua slowly release his grip, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless corpse. His chest heaved violently as the air, mingled with the briny warmth of blood, rushed into his lungs, prompting a cough. At this moment, his entire being was saturated with the thick, searing blood of the black tiger. His gaze was fierce, his expression grotesque, momentarily blurring the line between himself and the beast. As he reached to wipe the blood from his obscured face, Mo Huahua finally glimpsed the cerulean expanse of the sky. In that instant, he truly comprehended the profound intentions of his master. It is only in the precarious balance of life and death that one can achieve enlightenment. Having embarked on the path of empowerment, he must be prepared for the ever-looming specter of mortality. This brutal world, for him, was merely at its inception. Chapter 62. The Zhang Family's Rebellion. Mo Fan descended from the sky, extending his hand to channel a thread of spiritual energy to heal Mo Huahua's wounds. At this moment, he found a semblance of admiration for the young boy before him. The journey ahead would grow increasingly arduous. Should he choose to abandon his path now, an opportunity for retreat still awaited him. However, should he press onward, turning back would spell his utter destruction. Mo Huahua sat slumped on the ground, having narrowly escaped death moments ago, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He had learned from his past experiences that fate, that relentless force, would repeatedly present him with the same trials until he offered a different response. With the inevitability of adversity looming, Mo Huahua resolved to forge ahead. Even if he were to perish on this treacherous road, he would refuse to succumb to a life of mediocrity. With Mo Fan's assistance, his injuries visibly healed, soon returning to their original state. The forest still bore the stench of the black tiger's corpse, which would undoubtedly attract more predators. The beast that had nearly claimed Mo Huahua's life became the sustenance that would empower him to continue his journey. He stored the beast's flesh in his spatial pouch, hefting the black sword once more as he ventured forth. Within the Mo residence, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the household ever since Mo Chi severed Emoji's head. Though nothing appeared to have changed, everything continued as usual. Yet, the disciples of the Mo family could distinctly sense a shift in the attitudes of those around them. It was difficult to articulate the nature of this change, but it felt as though the once amiable and united kin had suddenly divided into two factions. Outside the Mo mansion, a flying vessel descended gracefully. Inside its chamber, Zhang Yenner donned a flowing scarlet gown. Before her stood Mo Wu, clad in a fitted azure outfit, his head bowed in hesitation. "Wooer," she admonished gently, "your brother's demise is entirely your father's fault. You must exercise utmost caution." His cold demeanor could lead him to act against you, just as he delivered her as head to the Zhang family. Remember, only your mother and grandfather truly care for you. Once you become the head of the Mo family, everything will improve. Zhang Yan'er caressed Montag Wu's youthful face, her eyes filled with affection. "Fear not. As long as you obediently follow my guidance, all shall be well." Mo Wu nodded resolutely, harboring no doubts. After all, what mother would deceive her own child? Upon Zhang Yenner's return to the Mo family, Undercurrents began to flow within the Zhang clan. On this particular day, Mo-Chi convened in the Grand Hall to discuss matters. Esteemed elders, do we have any dissent regarding the expedition to subdue the demons? He inquired, as was his custom, seeking the opinions of the elders present. Yet this time, the responses carried an unusual tone. Head of the family, we hold no objections regarding the demon subjugation. However, there is another matter that requires your consideration. One of the elders spoke up from the crowd. Mo-Chi narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. What is it? The elder stepped forward, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Patriarch, recently there has been considerable dissent within the clan regarding your autocratic leadership. I dare to speak on behalf of the elders of the Mo family, requesting a vote to elect a new head of the family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Mo family elders varied greatly. Some were utterly astonished, marveling at the audacity of such a proposal, while others maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly prepared for this moment. Meanwhile, among the dozens of elders present, a dozen stood up in solidarity. Patriarch, your unilateral rule may very well lead the Mo family into a new crisis. Given the current state of affairs, it would be wise for you to retire and pass on the reins to the next generation, allowing you to focus on refining your own cultivation. Indeed, Patriarch, it has long been rumored in the Central Plains that your prowess no longer commands the respect it once did. Perhaps we should establish a position of junior master today to prevent the Mo family from lacking a successor. Several elders of the Mo family echoed these suggestions. An invisible pressure began to permeate the hall. Yet, Mo-Chi remained unperturbed, revealing not a trace of panic. Are you attempting a coup? An elder immediately interjected. Patriarch, you misunderstand. We would never dare to force a coup. We merely voice the concerns of many within the Mo family. This is, after all, a family affair, not solely yours. We hope for your understanding. From his elevated position, Mo-Chi's eyes glinted with a cold light, yet he responded with a smile. Ah, indeed, I must be getting old. It seems you have already identified the next heir of the Mo family. As soon as he spoke, the crowd parted, and at the entrance of the hall, Zhang Yinner entered with Mo Wu. From this day forth, Mo Wu shall be the new head of the Mo family, Zhang Yinner proclaimed assertively. This declaration startled the previously silent elders of the Mo family. They had all received subtle hints from the Zhang family, urging them to align with Mo Wu. Yet they never anticipated that Zhang Yinner, a mere woman, would dare to appear in the Mo family's council hall. From his high seat, Mo-Chi observed the reactions of the Mo family members below with a cool gaze. He understood well that in this world, when tempted by the allure of benefits, anyone could be swayed and change their stance. These individuals had once exerted considerable effort when the Mo family was in dire straits. Thus, in the current era of prosperity, they took certain imprudent actions for granted, failing to realize that such behavior could plunge the entire Mo family back in a crisis. It is difficult for anyone to maintain their original intentions indefinitely, especially amidst meticulously woven temptations. Mo-Chi had secretly sensed the brewing discontent, yet he turned a blind eye as long as they did not encroach upon the core interests of the Mo family. He never expected the situation to escalate to this point. The slightest crack could lead to a great disaster. Remaining composed, he spoke again. Is there anyone among you who wishes for Mo Wu to inherit the position of patriarch? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of the elders like a thunderclap. Those elders of the Mo family who did not step forward buried their heads even lower, reluctant to speak. Observing this, Mo-Chi understood the situation instantly. In the next moment, 4 black-cloaked assassins of the esteemed realm appeared by Mo-Chi's side. Zhang Yinner, witnessing this, scoffed. Mo-Chi, do you truly believe that with these individuals, you can alter the circumstances of today? Let me inform you. All my actions today stem from your heinous act of slaying Hu-Er. You have murdered your own son for that wretched offspring. Do you possess even a shred of paternal compassion? Remember this. Everything that transpires today is your own doing. As her words fell, several figures swiftly entered from beyond the hall. 12 individuals, all formidable beings of the Zhang family's esteemed realm, encircled the elders of the Mo family and Mo-Chi. The previously silent elders suddenly sensed the gravity of their predicament. Chapter 63. The Zhang Family Emperor. Killing the donkey after the grind, the 12 esteemed realm cultivators undeniably exerted considerable pressure on those elders still aligned with the Mo family. Yet, Mo Qi remained unfazed. As he raised his hand, 3 imperial weapons materialized behind him, each exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. These weapons, left by Mo Fan in years past, combined with the 4 esteemed realm cultivators at Mo Qi's back, ensured that stabilizing the situation was not an issue. Zhang Yin'er nudged Mo Wu beside her. He, feeling the tension, stepped forward nervously and called out to Mo Qi, "Father, just trust me this once. If you relinquish the position of family head, I promise everything will return to normal." Mo Qi's expression remained icy, sending a chill through Mo Wu. It was as if the bond of father and son between them had long been severed, leaving only animosity. Mo Wu, I acknowledge your youthful ignorance. If you cease your actions now, I will not harm you. However, should you persist in your folly, do not blame me. Zhang Yin'er stepped forward to shield Mo Wu. At merely 20, he had already attained the 7th level of bone tempering. Truly a prodigy. You are so cold-hearted and unfeeling. You are unworthy of being the head of the Mo family. Her words had barely escaped her lips when another figure appeared beyond the hall. Zhang Zuofeng, the head of the Zhang family, emerged amidst the crowd. The pressure of his 4th-level, saintly presence made everyone present tremble. They had not anticipated that the head of the Zhang family would personally arrive. It seemed that the conflict between the Zhang and Mo families had reached a point of no return. The elders speculated among themselves. From a distance, Zhang Zuofeng flicked his cloud-patterned sleeves, his face contorted with rage as he proclaimed, "Mo Qi, why did you kill my grandson? Mo, who without cause? Today, even if you are the head of the Mo family, you shall pay the price." Though Zhang Zuofeng spoke thus, the crowd remained clear-minded. The relationship between Mo Hu and Zhang Zuofeng was far from cordial. They had scarcely met. Otherwise, when Zhang Yin'er returned to the Zhang family, she would not have left Mo Hu in the Mo family. Zhang Zuofeng's current claims were merely an excuse for his own actions. If you do not provide an explanation today, then let my Zhang family flatten this Mo family hall. The pressure of his saintly presence surged, causing many lower-ranked elders of the Mo family to feel discomfort. Witnessing this scene, Mo Qi exhibited little reaction, merely uttering a single word, "Kill." In an instant, the 4 revered assassins behind him sprang into action, charging toward Zhang Zuofeng. With a resounding crash, the roof of the Mo family hall was instantly torn away. When the onlookers turned their gaze, they found the figures of the Zhang family members and the Mo family's assassins already soaring above the clouds. Alongside the 4 assassins, several elder members of the Mo family also ascended into the sky, engaging in battle with the revered members of the Zhang family. Countless streaks of light clashed in the air, shattering the clouds on both sides. Below the battlefield, Zhang Zuofeng glared fiercely at Mo Qi, stating, "It is indeed a remarkable feat for your Mo family to have gathered such a multitude of powerful individuals in just a few decades. Yet, the foundation of my Zhang family is not something you can hope to match in such a short span. Without these assassins, no one can protect you now." As the words left his lips, Zhang Zuofeng struck, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy aimed at Mo Qi. The force of his attack, emanating from a 4th-tier saint, was beyond the capacity of the elder members of the Mo family to fend off. However, just as the energy was about to descend upon him, 2 figures clad in white robes suddenly appeared before Mo Qi. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Zuofeng's attack was thwarted, leaving him astounded at the sight before him. Before Mo Qi, the 2 white-robed elders stood resolutely, shielding him from harm. Surrounding these elders, the fabric of space itself fractured, revealing their formidable power to manipulate spatial energy. These 2 individuals had clearly attained the strength of saints. Zhang Zuofeng was taken aback. The Mo family's resurgence had occurred in a mere century. How had Mo Qi managed to attract such high-tier cultivators? In truth, these powerful beings were not directly recruited by Mo Qi. Instead, bearing the title of the foremost imperial family of Zhongzhou, Many strong individuals were inevitably drawn to them. Among the families devastated by the turmoil of the demon race, several had succeeded in escaping. Whether out of gratitude or a desire for vengeance against the demons, they sought to develop their strength within the Mo family. The emergence of the two saintly cultivators diminished Zhang Zuofeng's advantages. Now, should he wish to forcibly claim Mo Qi's head, he would have to confront the two saints directly, a daunting task indeed. The elder supporters of the Mo family finally breathed a sigh of relief. A flicker of concern crossed Zhang Yin'er's face as she glanced at her father. Observing her expression, Zhang Zuofeng reluctantly retrieved two ancestral jade tokens. Mo Qi, your family's current standing is largely attributable to the Zhang family's contributions. Since you intend to betray our past alliance, do not blame me for disregarding old ties. With that, he shattered the jade tokens in his grasp. Within the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family, two beams of radiant light soared upward. Moments later, the once clear sky above the Mo family turned ominous. Distorted rifts began to appear in the void. In the next instant, two colossal figures, reminiscent of ancient deities, stepped forth from the spatial fissures. This commotion finally captured the attention of all Mo family disciples. What is happening? Who dares to attack my Mo family? They shattered the void. Could it be the presence of two imperial-level beings? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a mighty emperor from the Zhang family focused intently on Mo Qi. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, pinning all members of the Mo family present, save for Mo Qi, to the ground. Only Mo Qi stood tall, three imperial weapons surrounding him, repelling the oppressive force. Mo Wu's expression was complex as he glanced at his father, feeling a twinge of guilt. Zhang Yin'er clutched Mo Wu's arm tightly, granting him the courage to persevere. Observing that their great emperor had arrived, yet the Mo family's Mo fan remained silent, Zhang Zuofeng felt his earlier suspicions validated. A hint of arrogance crept into his gaze directed at Mo Qi. Mo Qi, I offer you one final chance. Relinquish the position of the Mo family head to Wu, and your clan may continue to thrive in Zhongzhou. Otherwise, my Zhang family's two emperors shall emulate your past actions. We will cleanse the Mo family in blood. Zhang Zuofeng believed Mo Qi was now at the end of his rope, devoid of options. However, he was unprepared for what unfolded next. Among those present, not only Mo Qi, but even the Mo family's elders, suppressed by the emperor's pressure, exhibited no signs of fear or surrender. A sense of unease began to stir within Zhang Zuofeng. Suddenly, a vibrant surge of blood energy erupted from the Mo family's ancestral grounds. The very space above the Mo family's council hall quivered with a palpable disturbance. An overwhelming force descended. The heavens and earth trembled as if all of creation awakened with the arrival of that singular figure. The silhouette of a youthful figure materialized amidst the fractured void. A familiar voice resonated throughout the Mo family. Zhang Zuofeng gazed at that figure in disbelief, his eyes reflecting nothing but terror. In the air, Mo fan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke with a calm, yet commanding tone. Who dares to disturb my Mo family? Chapter 64, A Fatal Blow. In an instant, both Zhang Zuofeng and Zhang Yin'er, along with the disciples of the Zhang family, stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at the figure of Mo fan hovering in the air. It was inconceivable that this formidable emperor, who had been declared to have exhausted his lifespan decades ago, was still alive. Zhang Zuofeng suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap he had sensed from the beginning. The reason Mo Qi dared to present Mo Qi's severed head was because he possessed the trump card that was Mo fan. Zhang Zuofeng had entertained a glimmer of hope, believing malicious whispers that suggested Mo fan had long since perished. But how could he have entertained such an absurd notion? His thoughts were shrouded in a fog, as if some unseen force was deliberately obscuring vital truths, as if someone were manipulating him from the shadows. In the air, the two emperors of the Zhang family, having slumbered for many years, had little recollection of Mo fan's name, mistaking him for merely an ordinary emperor of the Mo family. One of them declared in a deep voice, "You dare to stand against us alone?" Do you wish to perish? Yet, no sooner had the emperor spoken than a divine weapon surged towards him in an instant. Boom! An overwhelming surge of spiritual power swept through the air, like a crimson tide engulfing the heavens, instantly painting the sky in blinding scarlet. The emperor was struck with astonishment. Such terrifying power far surpassed that of an ordinary supreme divine weapon. He hurriedly sought to summon a protective artifact, but the next moment, another beam of light hurtled towards him. Two divine weapons. In a heartbeat, the body of the Zhang family emperor was pierced through, an emperor's presence obliterated in the void. Was this the might of the Mo family elder? To annihilate an emperor in a single blow? This was utterly terrifying. What of it? You haven't witnessed the scene of the Mo family elder vanquishing demons in the past. With a single sword, he could slay tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Even the head of the Yi family back then would have been cleaved in two by the Mo family elder's sword. The younger disciples of the Mo family were abuzz with discussions, lacking any sense of urgency or unease about the family under attack. Instead, they expressed admiration and reverence for the figure in the sky. Below, Zhang Zuofeng gulped nervously. Few knew of the Mo fans' past exploits against the demon race. The tales circulating in the world spoke of a single sword extinguishing tens of thousands of demons and dispatching multiple demon emperors, rumors that seemed almost unbelievable. He was aware of Mo fans' ruthless methods, his decisive killings, and formidable strength. Yet he had not anticipated that, even after decades of decline, Mo Fan could still retain such power. Zhang Yin'er gazed at Mo Fan's silhouette in the sky, her disbelief transporting her back to the Mo family wedding banquet decades prior. Clad in bridal attire, she had stood upon a high platform, facing an unstoppable force so immense that all she could do was close her eyes beneath her veil, silently praying that death would not find her. But this time, the person beside her was her father, not Mo Qi, the last remaining Zhang family emperor. Witnessing his companion's instant annihilation at Mo Fan's hand could no longer harbor any arrogance in his gaze. Even in his speech, there was a tremor. Fellow Taoist, today, my Zhang family is heired. Whatever your demands may be, please voice them. I shall certainly. Boom. Before Mo Fan, pleading for mercy was the most futile act, for he would not leave any unnecessary threats unaddressed. The usefulness of the Zhang family had been exhausted. Any resistance would only hasten their demise. Two imperial weapons shattered the remaining body of the Zhang family's emperor, who didn't even finish his final words of supplication before dissipating into the void like dust. Mo Fan's gaze swept across the scene, and in an instant, the Zhang family's esteemed cultivators, engaged in combat with the four death warriors and the elders of the Mo family, were reduced to a crimson rain by the overwhelming pressure. In that moment, all the advantages and strategies of the Zhang family crumbled beneath Mo Fan's formidable power. Zhang Zuofeng felt a suffocating despair. He was akin to the once mighty demon race. If he were to survive, Mo Fan's figure would undoubtedly become an indelible nightmare in the remainder of his life. Zhang Zuofeng had anticipated his defeat, yet he never imagined it would be so complete. Suddenly, his body softened, collapsing to the ground. Beside him, Zhang Yin'er hurriedly supported him, her face contorted with rage as she glared at Mo Qi. Mo Qi, after decades of cordial relations between the Zhang and Mo families, must it come to such an end? If your Mo family refrains from action against the Zhang family, could we not also submit? Have you considered how your reputation would fare if you truly annihilate the Zhang family? In her desperation, Zhang Yin'er spoke truthfully. The reputation of a family is undeniably significant. Collective credibility yields greater benefits than individual merit. If the Mo family were to eradicate the Zhang family, the world would know them as treacherous, discarding alliances once the burden was lifted, showing no mercy even to their spouses. Consequently, few would be willing to trust the Mo family thereafter. However, Zhang Yin'er had forgotten that decades ago, the Mo family's rise in the central continent was not built on reputation, but rather on Mo Fan's overwhelming strength powerful enough to trample all rules. As long as Mo Fan remained in the Mo family, the so-called rumors would never impact them. Should anyone seek trouble because of such slander, they would only be met with the edge of Mo Fan's sword. Mo Qi did not respond to Zhang Yan'er's words. Instead, he coldly regarded the assembly. The elders and death warriors of the Mo family soared back to the ground. Everyone bowed once more, awaiting Mo Qi's command. Mo Fan also descended behind Mo Qi. With a mere glance from Mo Qi, several elders of the Mo family were plucked from the crowd. They were the ones who had previously sided with Mo Wu, urging Mo Qi to abdicate. They had thought that by blending into the throng, they would remain unscathed. Yet Mo Qi had long remembered each of them. Despite the absence of any overt display of pressure, an invisible, terrifying weight made these elders tremble with fear. Some were unable to maintain their footing and collapsed to the ground in a heap. Head of the family, I am wronged. I am absolutely loyal to the Mo family. I harbor no treachery. Head of the family, please spare me this once. I shall never dare again. Do you not remember? In the present day, the Mo family stands as a testament to our collective efforts in rebuilding. Indeed, my lord, we are all kin. We are Mo family. You cannot turn against your own brethren. They wept and pleaded, desperate to persuade Mo Qi to show leniency. In truth, Mo Qi felt a twinge of hesitation. Most of these individuals were high-ranking members who had served the Mo family during its revival decades ago. If he were to truly execute them, he feared it would cast a shadow over the younger generations within the clan. He turned to his elder brother, but Mo Fan coldly declared, "The affairs of the Mo family are your responsibility. You shall judge as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Mo Qi's resolve solidified. Loyalty is not absolute. It is a form of profound disloyalty. He intended to make it abundantly clear to all members of the Mo clan that the consequence of betrayal is singular: death. Chapter 65. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind with a mere command from Mo Qi. Those from the Mo family were dragged away, awaiting their fate in the courtyard of the Missouri estate. Zhang Zuofeng and Zhang Yan'er had their spiritual powers sealed. Now, they knelt there as mere mortals. Under the watchful gaze of the elder members of the Mo family, a long sword materialized in Mo Qi's grasp as he slowly approached Zhang Yan'er. At that moment, the collective breath of the onlookers hitched in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Mo Qi was truly prepared to take such a step. Zhang Yan'er stood firm, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Zuofeng. Her eyes filled with a mix of pity and stubborn defiance as she gazed at Mo Qi, evoking a sense of empathy. Mo Qi remained silent, lifting the sword high above his head. At this juncture, Zhang Yan'er still harbored a flicker of disbelief that Mo Qi could bring himself to act. She was a woman who believed herself to possess both beauty and talent. Having devoted decades to serving a man, even bearing him children, she felt that as long as Mo Qi retained a shred of moral integrity, her chances of survival were not entirely extinguished. She believed that despite failing to ensnare Mo Qi completely, she had carved out a significant place in his heart over the years. However, when she dared to meet his gaze and encountered the frigid coldness in his eyes, her heart sank into turmoil. This disquiet did not stem from any anticipation of the failure of love's outcome, but rather from a pure and unadulterated fear of death. The sword was poised to descend. Yet at that moment, a figure clad in blue appeared, interposing himself before Zhang Yan'er. Mo Wu's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down his cheeks, his expression suffused with desperation. "Father, Mother has realized her mistakes. She has been by your side for decades. Must you truly take her life? Can't you, like others, enjoy a long life and the joys of family? Father, Mother knows she was wrong. Please spare her." Everyone watched this poignant scene unfold. Mo Qi held the executioner's blade aloft, his gaze fixed upon his 20-year-old son and the wife who had stood beside him for countless years. Mo Wu's cries indeed instilled a flicker of doubt within the resolve of Mo Qi's raised sword. As a child transitions from infancy to adolescence, Mo Qi experiences an almost surreal sensation, as if separated by epochs. There was a time when he nearly succumbed to this illusion. Yet, inexplicably, each time he immersed himself in this blissful atmosphere, his heart would flutter with unease. In his dreams, he perpetually witnessed the harrowing day when his family was mercilessly slaughtered. the bloodied handprints imprinted upon his pristine garments. He could vividly recall the scene where hundreds of his kin entrusted him with the ancient sword of the Mo family, each one marching toward their demise. For decades, everyone believed that Mo Chi had inherited Mo Fan's indifference, perhaps even surpassing it in resoluteness. Yet, only Mo Chi understood the truth. He had not been ruthless enough. His heart lacked the steadfastness required. The lives of thousands of clansmen and the millennia-old legacy of the Mo family rested heavily upon his shoulders. He had no alternative. Tears had long since dried amidst the anguished cries of his kin and dreams. Fear could not sway him in the slightest. He mustered the hopes of all and resolutely pressed on. If he did not slay Zhang Yin'er in Zhang's woofing today, the women of other families would surely follow suit. They would witness Mo Fan's enduring strength and choose to conceal themselves, only to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment for the Mo family's survival. This was a threat that could not be disregarded, one that Mo Chi would not permit to exist. "I spare your life for your ignorance. Step aside," Mo Chi remarked with an unwavering expression. Yet, in response, Mo Wu's shouts grew increasingly desperate. "If you wish to kill her, then you must first take my life." Mo Chi's hand froze mid-air, hesitating, unable to summon the resolve. He was not as decisive as Mo Fan. Behind him, two esteemed guardians, under Mo Chi's signal, restrained Mo Wu to the side. Then, before the astonished gazes of Zhang Zuofeng and Zhang Yin'er, the blade was drawn. In an instant, blood flowed freely. Two round heads tumbled to the ground, crimson liquid staining the azure tiles, seeping through the cracks below. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. Mo Wu stared in disbelief at the severed heads on the ground. His father had truly killed his mother before his very eyes. In that moment, a surge of hot blood rushed through Mo Wu's chest, desperately striving to break free from his restraints. Yet, as a mere practitioner of the Forgebone realm, all was futile. Mo Wu did not comprehend why his mother sought to overthrow his father, nor did he understand why his father felt compelled to slay his mother. It resembled a silent war, leaving only the innocent, oblivious to the conflict, as the true casualties. As Mo Wu was dragged from the council hall, his gaze toward Mo Chi grew increasingly ferocious. This place, once a source of countless honors and accolades for him, now filled him with revulsion for the first time. Moments later, the bodies and blood were cleared away, and all the elders of the Mo family took their leave. Mo Chi's actions today had utterly extinguished the ambitions of those who lurked in the shadows. This event would be recounted, exploited by those with nefarious intentions. Yet, Mo Chi felt no fear. At last, only Mo Fan and Mo Chi remained within the Grand Hall. This time, the encounter between the two was marked by an unusual silence. "I believe you have reached an age where you can clearly discern your actions. However, I must remind you that the current situation is merely beginning. The Zhang family is but a pawn, and you must exercise caution," Mo Fan remarked. He was certainly not questioning Mo Chi's reasons for wanting to eliminate Zhang Yin'er in Zhang's woofing. Rather, he was cautioning that if he did not act against Mo Wu, he too would become a future threat to the Mo family. Mo Chi understood Mo Fan's implication. In fact, he had been attempting to justify his own actions. Yet, he invariably found himself conjuring various reasons to defend his child. He was still young, the most outstanding prodigy of the Mo family at present. Once the Zhang family was eradicated, the Mo family would face no threats in Zhongzhou. "Brother, should you not tell me the true reason behind your actions?" Mo Chi harbored numerous questions regarding Mo Fan. Why had he sought refuge in the blood coffin? If it were due to the depletion of his lifespan, how could he now emerge so easily? Why had he chosen Mo Huahua as his successor? Mo Chi had previously believed that Mo Fan had his own plans and had thus complied with his wishes. However, now that the Zhang family had been vanquished, he yearned to uncover the entire truth. Yet, Mo Fan interrupted him. "No threats? Do you truly believe you have played a masterful game? Utilizing the Zhang family to develop your position, only to discard them when they have served their purpose. In reality, the true adversary of the Mo family has yet to reveal themselves." Mo Chi was momentarily taken aback, as if enlightenment dawned upon him. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, The Zhang family balanced the Wang family, while the Mo family dealt with the Zhang family. Everyone vied to be the Oriole, yet in the end, none escaped becoming mere instruments for others. Mo Fan, however, held disdain for such games. Should he choose to act, he would obliterate the entire board. Chapter 66. To gain, one must first lose yet. Mo Fan was well aware that within this realm, there existed entities far more formidable than those at the Emperor level. The forbidden beings that had lain hidden in the boundless sea for millennia, should they all emerge, would indeed warrant caution even from Mo Fan. However, caution was all he would ever experience. He would never succumb to fear. His aspiration was to ascend the heavenly gate in pursuit of the eternal, which had long been lost for countless years. As for the Mo family, it merely served as a contingency plan for him. As long as the Mo bloodline endured, he would always possess a glimmer of hope. In the Mo family square, dozens of family elders were bound and their powers sealed. Before the watchful eyes of numerous clan members, they faced execution. The ensuing days heralded a significant cleansing within the Mo family. Outside the imposing Mo fortress, many hunters spontaneously gathered in nearby villages and markets. This congregation arose primarily because the Mo family had constructed the fortress to facilitate hunting expeditions, from which they would claim a share of the profits. While the Mo family collected these benefits, they also guaranteed the safety of the hunters within their domain. Yet, there were always those unwilling to pay this fee. Thus, in areas outside the Mo fortress where monstrous beasts were not rampant, small towns emerged, serving as supply points for these hunters. Here, individuals sold restorative elixirs, materials from magical beasts, and spiritual herbs. Clad in a black robe and bearing a dark sword, Mo Huahua traversed the paths of the town. Though his attire appeared peculiar, it did not draw undue attention, for most solitary figures within the town were akin to him, concealing their identities. Typically, those who ventured into the mountains did so in groups. Few chose to embark alone. Such individuals were either exceedingly confident in their own prowess or woefully ignorant of the dangers that lurked within the territories of the demon tribes. Mo Huahua approached a vendor selling spiritual herbs. After nearly a month of cultivation, his strength had surged to its zenith. However, to break through to the next stage of bone refining, he required additional assistance. The burning pill formula was a technique that harmoniously fused alchemy and martial prowess, with relevant records contained within. Following Mo Fan's indication, Mo Huahua picked up a vibrant crimson herb. Instantly, the vendor's enthusiasm surged. "Ah, my friend, you possess keen insight. This bloodroot was unearthed from the demon territory just this morning. If you desire it, a flat price of 10 low-grade spirit crystals." Mo Huahua understood that even in the Mo city, this bloodroot would cost no more than 7 low-grade spirit crystals. He retrieved 5 crystals from his pouch, and the vendor's eyes brightened immediately, not from the crystals themselves, but from the sight of the storage pouch at Mo Huahua's waist. Such an artifact, capable of spatial storage, signified an extraordinary identity. 5 low-grade spirit crystals, Mo Huahua stated coldly, and the vendor made no counteroffer. "Very well. Consider this a gesture of friendship. I hope you will visit often in the future." While his words were warm and welcoming, a fleeting glint of malice flitted across his eyes. All of this was observed clearly by Mo Fan's spirit from void. However, Mo Fan had no intention of preventing Mo Huahua from being reminded. The guidance of others is not always a blessing. He is not Mo Huahua's caretaker and is not obliged to smooth out every bump along his path. It is not necessary to lose something to gain something. Rather, it is through loss that one learns to cherish what they have. Mo Huahua himself was quite vigilant, and after circling the small town to ensure he was not being followed, he finally left. Yet, shortly after his departure, a group of individuals pursued him. "Brother, this kid is merely at the blood chi realm, yet he dares to come here to buy medicine. I just saw him take out money. That was a spatial artifact. An ordinary blood chi cultivator could never possess such a thing. He must be a plump target." A lean youth, adorned with a skull pendant around his neck, remarked. His beady eyes were filled with shrewdness and greed. To his left stood 2 others. One was a muscular giant, wielding a broad, dark blade. his body adorned with scars from past battles. The other was a stocky figure, significantly bulkier than the other two, exuding an air of dullness. The three hastily advanced in the direction Mo Huahua had taken. Among them, both the lean and stocky individuals had reached the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm, while the burly man with the broad blade had already attained the Xiangang level. To them, Mo Huahua had become a succulent morsel, destined to be devoured. As Mo Huahua traversed the forest, he was secretly delighted at the prospect of breaking through to the bone-forging realm. Suddenly, Mo Fan's spirit appeared before him. "Master." Mo Huahua quickly bowed, showing great respect for Mo Fan. "You can put away the black sword now," Mo Fan said coldly. Mo Huahua was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his master's meaning. But the next instant, he became acutely aware of movement behind him. A dagger shot toward him like a cold arrow. Had it not been for Mo Fan's warning, he would have been struck, potentially facing grave injury or worse. Panic surged through Mo Huahua as he quickly obeyed Mo Fan's instruction, stowing the black sword into his bag, and then fled without looking back. The moment the sword separated from him, he felt an immediate lightness envelop his entire being. With a single stride, he found himself soaring into the air. His speed had increased, exceeding 3 times that of before. Mo Huahua was astonished, while the 3 bandits behind were equally perplexed. The speed of this plump target was certainly beyond that of an ordinary blood-chi cultivator. The lean one, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, shouted, "This kid must possess some artifact that enhances speed. If we can capture him, all those treasures will be ours." At this, the burly man with the blade said nothing but increased his pace to give chase. Despite Mo Huahua's newfound swiftness from discarding the black sword, he still found himself struggling against the pursuit of someone at the Xiangang level. It wasn't long before he was overtaken. As another dagger strike hurtled towards Mo Huahua's back, Mo Fan intervened, utilizing his divine consciousness to shield him. The burly man with the back knife furrowed his brow, his speed momentarily faltering. Meanwhile, Mo Huahua suddenly heard Mo Fan's voice. "I will infuse a trace of spiritual energy into your body. Focus on your comprehension." Mo Fan's spiritual energy coursed through Mo Huahua's body, ultimately converging in the meridians of his legs. Upon reaching a pivotal point, Mo Huahua's speed doubled in an instant. Filled with joy, he realized that the path of the spiritual energy within him was akin to a technique of movement. Perhaps he truly possessed innate talent, or perhaps it was the pressure of facing death that spurred him on. He swiftly grasped the route taken by the spiritual energy, and his speed increased exponentially. The burly man behind him also quickened his pace. However, the next moment, a cacophony of beastly howls erupted from the distant woods. Mo Huahua's heart raced with alarm. It was a beast tide. Countless ferocious creatures surged past Mo Huahua. Once again, Mo Fan's voice echoed in his ears. "Rush forward." Trusting Mo Fan's words implicitly, Mo Huahua charged into the oncoming tide of beasts. Behind him, both the burly man and the other 2 were left in shock. This young man was truly reckless. He dared to charge into a beast tide. The thin man exclaimed. In the territory of the demon race, beast tides frequently occurred. Even a formidable dragon elephant realm expert would not easily venture in. Did this young man truly fear death? The 3 paused before the beast tide, realizing that entering such peril for a spatial artifact was far too reckless. The burly man gazed at the ferocious beasts, a sense of reluctance evident on his face. The thin man advised, "Brother, that blood-red grass bears the mark we planted. He may escape the monk, but not the temple. Once the beast tide passes, it will be his end." As Mo Huahua leaped into the beast tide, he felt a sudden lightness enveloping him, as if his body was no longer under his own control, moving fluidly. "Relax, surrender your body to me." Mo Fan's words resonated in Mo Huahua's mind, bringing him tranquility. Mo Fan's spirit attached itself to Mo Huahua's form, navigating through the chaos, skillfully evading countless trampling beasts and collisions. Ultimately, they found a concealed cave to take refuge. Inside the cave, remnants of a campfire and some provisions remained. Hunters, too, faced beast tides, and would prepare these temporary sanctuaries. Mo Huohuo rejoiced at having escaped death. Yet, Mo Fan had no intention of halting. He found a corner to sit cross-legged, retrieving a pre-prepared furnace and medicinal materials. In an instant, Mo Huohuo comprehended Mo Fan's intent. He intended to concoct a pill, the second rank bone-shaping pill. This could assist blood qi practitioners in achieving a more perfect breakthrough into the bone-forging realm. I will demonstrate this once. Observe closely. Mo Fan articulated through Mo Huohuo's body. A crimson hue emerged from his palm, igniting into flames fueled by blood. The temperature within the cave surged dramatically. Flames danced beneath the alchemical furnace as a medicinal herb was cast into the cauldron by a divine thought. Commencing the process of refinement, Mo Huohuo had studied the art of pill concoction through the burning pill technique, yet had never attempted it herself. Meanwhile, upon inheriting the alchemical memories of Dan Yangzi, Mo Fan, who already had made significant strides in the path of alchemy, ascended to new heights. At this moment, he utilized Mo Huohuo's body to complete the alchemical process, presenting a considerable opportunity for her. After all, only through personal experience could she swiftly discern her shortcomings. Although the pill was merely of the second tier, Mo Huohuo's cultivation was regrettably feeble. Even with Mo Fan's soul amplifying her efforts, success required a considerable amount of time. However, just as Mo Fan was engrossed in alchemy, several figures abruptly rushed into the cave. A sense of urgency gripped Mo Huohuo's heart. While Mo Fan maintained an air of tranquility, he had already discerned the marks left by bandits on the blood-red grass. It was only a matter of time before they would come seeking it. Yet, Mo Fan felt no haste in erasing these traces. To the bandits, Mo Huohuo appeared to be a lamb waiting for slaughter, whereas Mo Fan perceived them as mere sharpening stones for her development. True mastery is often gleaned in the crucible of life and death. If Mo Huohuo aspired to become powerful, she could not remain comfortably ensconced in ease. 7 individuals entered, prompting Mo Fan to extend his consciousness to investigate. Observing their attire, he noted that they were clad in armor, resembling hunters. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a square face, donned in dark armor, possessing the cultivation of the Xiangang realm. Beside him was a woman in a blue robe, who curiously scrutinized Mo Huohuo, her cultivation merely at the 3rd level of bone refinement. The others similarly exhibited low cultivation, all at the bone refinement stage. Is he concocting a pill? The blue-robed woman expressed her astonishment, her figure attractive and her countenance fair. Though shielded by her companions, she radiated an air of leadership. She attempted to approach, but was halted by the square-faced man. "Miss, we have lost contact with Elder Wang. It would be prudent not to stir trouble at this juncture." The others appeared equally vigilant, for outside loomed a tide of beasts, an environment in which no ordinary person could possibly concoct pills. Stepping back, the woman addressed the square-faced man. "Elder, we merely seek refuge from the beast tide and mean no offense. We shall depart as soon as the danger has passed." The middle-aged man with the square face bowed slightly to Mo Huohuo, but upon seeing her remain absorbed in her alchemical task, he signaled for the others to stand a distance away. Clearly, this Xiangang realm guardian wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, the woman remained intrigued. What sort of pill is he concocting? Is it not the greatest taboo to be disturbed during the process? How does he dare to refine pills amidst a beast tide? Her curiosity deepened. Within her family, she had come to understand the profession of alchemists. An alchemist must concentrate wholly, channeling their consciousness to control the fire's intensity and refine the spiritual materials. Should they be interrupted, even a slight disturbance could lead to a failed batch, causing the alchemist's mind to waver, or worse, resulting in a backlash that could severely injure their consciousness. Mo Fan observed that the individual before him had no intention of striking, so he chose to disregard him. It was not that he lacked the means to eliminate his adversary. Rather, his priority lay in the alchemical concoction at hand. However, the group had lingered in the corner for only a brief moment when another figure entered the cave. This newcomer was in a state of disarray, his garments tattered by the onslaught of beasts, and his body bore several claw marks, bloodied and raw. It was none other than the burly man with the back knife, who had previously pursued Mo Huahua. He was convinced that Mo Huahua possessed a life-saving high-tier artifact, emboldening him to plunge headlong into the beast's tide. Following the faintest trace of the blood-red grass, he arrived at his destination, where he indeed spotted Mo Huahua in the corner, engaged in alchemy, and scathed. "Ah, young lad, you truly possess a priceless treasure," he thought, realizing that the numerous ambushes he had attempted had all been evaded. "It seems that the life-preserving artifact upon you is extraordinary." A look of delight spread across the burly man's face as he felt vindicated in his assessment. Mo Huahua must certainly have several protective artifacts. He was exhilarated, for he relished the thought of dispatching a young master from a prominent clan during an expedition. The spoils from such a kill would far exceed those of impoverished rogue cultivators. Yet, as the burly man surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man with a square face in the corner. Xiangang realm? His heart sank, and he became cautious once more. However, noting the distinct attire of the others in contrast to Mo Huahua's, he discerned that they were not allies. Moreover, the square-faced man seemed to be leading his group into a corner, evidently wishing to avoid any conflict. Determined not to return empty-handed after exerting such effort, the burly man resolved to approach Mo Huahua. In the distance, the woman in the blue robe sensed his intent and aimed to intervene, only to be halted by the square-faced man. "Miss, now is not the time to meddle," he admonished, prompting her to retreat. The burly man felt a surge of elation at this development. These individuals truly appeared to be, as he had surmised, unwilling to invite trouble. He charged toward Mo Huahua, driven by the promise of alchemical treasures or artifacts. If he could slay this youth, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Yet, just as he was about to reach Mo Huahua, he suddenly collapsed, as though struck by an unseen force, lifeless upon the ground. A gasp rippled through the gathered crowd. Chapter 68. Possession? What manner of technique is this? The young woman in the blue robe marveled quietly. How could a mere Qi blood realm cultivator swiftly annihilate a Xiangang realm expert? It was utterly unfathomable. She cast an inquiring glance at the square-faced man beside her. "Uncle Liu, what technique has this elder employed?" The square-faced man's expression darkened, his demeanor grave. "I have heard from certain master alchemists that such a technique is known as soul assassination. It annihilates the opponent's soul through an extraordinary level of spiritual awareness. Only a high-tier alchemist with terrifying mental acuity could wield such power." As he spoke, the weight of dread settled heavily upon all who stood behind him. The alchemist, whether in the Central Plains or the other four domains, is regarded as one of the most esteemed professions. An alchemist capable of concocting fourth-grade elixirs commands such respect that even the head of the Murong family would bow in deference upon encountering them. Yet, the high-ranking alchemists likely possess formidable cultivation as well. Why, then, does the youth before them only exhibit the realm of blood and qi? The middle-aged man with a square face dared not ponder further. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man was someone they could not afford to offend. The ability to effortlessly slay a Xiangang realm bandit with a single breath meant he could just as easily quell them in the same manner. The man gestured to his companions to refrain from any unnecessary movements, lest the elder before them take offense and act against them. At that moment, Mo Fan's elixir was on the verge of completion. The temperature within the cave surged dramatically, causing the cauldron to tremble in response. Despite the square-faced man's earlier warnings, the onlookers could not help but steal glances in Mo Fan's direction, captivated by the scene before them. After all, opportunities to witness an alchemist at work are quite rare. As the cauldron opened, a single elixir floated gracefully out, descending into a jade vial that had been prepared in advance. Subsequently, Mo Fan's gaze shifted toward the individuals in the distance. The square-faced man was the first to set an example, propelled by a strong instinct for survival. He knelt down. "Congratulations, esteemed elder, on the successful creation of a divine elixir. We are merely the guards of the Murong family, seeking refuge from the beast's tide. We implore you to forgive our unintentional trespass." He then produced a jade token from his waist and presented it. This item was a profound-grade artifact, capable of withstanding 4 attacks from the dragon-elephant realm after a month of nurturing. As a gesture of contrition, he beseeched the elder to overlook their transgressions. Mo Fan's expression remained icy as he summoned the jade token with his spiritual sense. Although he had no use for such a trinket, it might prove beneficial to Mo Huahua. He relaxed his spiritual essence and withdrew from Mo Huahua's body, even with his formidable spiritual strength. Seizing control of Mo Huahua's essence would pose no issue. However, prolonged replacement could inflict damage to Mo Huahua's sea of consciousness. If he wished to pursue a long-term path in alchemy, the integrity of his sea of consciousness was paramount. Mo Fan would not allow Mo Huahua to encounter any real harm, for it was only through the latter's inheritance of destiny that he could glimpse the vistas beyond the gates of heaven. Mo Huahua's pupils constricted as he returned to his own body. Moments ago, he had observed as a mere spectator, witnessing Mo Fan's process of refining the elixir and vanquishing the bandit. His understanding of Mo Fan's might deepened once more. At this moment, he sat with a jade vial containing the elixir in his left hand and the artifact token from the square-faced man in his right. The black robe draped over him concealed half of his face, rendering his features indistinct. Seeing Mo Huahua accept the token, the square-faced man finally exhaled in relief. It seemed their lives were, for the moment, secure. However, just as the middle-aged man relaxed his vigilance, a woman in green beside him stepped forward. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? Are you perhaps from Mo Family City?" The inquiry posed by the woman clad in blue instantly caused the man with the square face to feel a heavy weight in his heart once again. He was unfamiliar with the temperament of the elder before him, and in such circumstances, a hasty question could easily provoke disdain. The middle-aged man with the square face was acutely aware of the status of himself and his companions. In the eyes of someone as formidable as this elder, they were no different from mere insects. Unfortunately, his young mistress did not grasp this reality. Noticing that Mo Huahua remained silent, the woman in blue continued, "We are for the Morong family. The turmoil among the demon tribes in the western region of Zhongzhou is growing increasingly rampant. I seek to request your protection in escorting us to the Mo family for aid. Upon our return, the Morong family will certainly provide you with a reward that meets your satisfaction." Her gaze was piercing, while the man with the square face remained ever ready to rescue his mistress. He had already hinted at their identity as members of the Morong family, yet it was apparent that the elder remained unmoved and was unlikely to acquiesce. Mo Huahua cast a glance in the direction of the woman in blue, but refrained from speaking. He intended to maintain the imposing aura of Mo Fan to intimidate those around him. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, until the sounds of the beasts outside the cave ceased. Finally, in a hoarse voice, Mo Huahua declared, "The beast tide has subsided. It is time for you to depart." At these words, the man with the square face rose and bowed in acknowledgement to Mo Huahua, then hurriedly led the woman in blue and the others out of the cave. Mo Huahua, at long last, exhaled a sigh of relief. Without the spiritual support of Mo Fan, it would have been impossible for him to contend with those individuals. After a moment of feigned probing, and finding no trace of the group, he felt reassured and retrieved the bone-refining pill crafted by Mo Fan, preparing to break through to the bone-tempering realm. Outside, on the mountain path, Murong Qing inquired with a puzzled expression, "Uncle Liu, that elder may not be a villain. Why do you not allow me to persuade him? He could potentially become a great asset for our Murong family." The man known as Uncle Liu, with his square face, grew serious and replied, "Miss, do not underestimate that individual. Though his cultivation is merely at the blood-chi realm, he possesses the ability to concoct at least second-grade pills. Moreover, he wields means to attack with his soul. Do you not grasp the implications of this?" Upon hearing this, Murong Qing suddenly appeared to comprehend something, her expression darkening. "Uncle Liu, are you suggesting?" The man with the square face nodded. "That elder is most likely a vessel seized by a powerful being. We have witnessed his prowess. Had it not been for his restraint, we might not have survived. The guards of the Murong family behind them, hearing this, began to feel a creeping dread. Mu Rongqing's expression grew increasingly somber. Recent events had already instilled a sense of crisis within her. First, the plea for assistance sent to the Mo family had gone unanswered, and then the powerful expert escorting them had been lost amidst the beast tide. Coupled with the earlier incident, her heart swelled with unease. Meanwhile, within the cave, Mo suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of blood-chi energy. Under the meticulous guidance of Mo Fan and the effects of the bone-tempering pill, Mo undoubtedly ascended to the realm of bone tempering. Chapter 69. Dark Energy? In the void, the system notification echoed in Mo Fan's ears. Mo Huahua's Destiny Compatibility 3, host lifespan 1 month. Mo Huahua retrieved the black sword from her bag, instantly feeling its weight diminish considerably. The joy in her heart was palpable. If she were to encounter Nangonyo again, she would undoubtedly prevail. However, Mo Huahua did not allow herself to become complacent. She was growing, and so was Nangonyo. She could not afford to relax. The beast tide outside the cave had subsided. Mo Huahua grasped her sword and prepared to depart, not forgetting to search the body of the fallen bandit for any spoils. Collecting a substantial number of spirit crystals. Having exited the cave and ventured a short distance, Mo Huahua encountered 2 familiar figures, one stout and one slender. The very bandits who had previously attempted to ambush her alongside the fallen bandit. Yet now, Mo Huahua had attained the bone-tempering realm. Coupled with the black sword and the agile techniques imparted by Mo Fan, she felt no fear towards these 2 adversaries. "You made it easy for us to find you," the slender one snarled, drawing a dagger from his waist with a fierce expression. The stout one also assumed a combat stance, ready to subdue Mo Huahua. The surrounding forest was still disheveled from the recent beast tide. Mo Huahua tightened her grip on the black sword, poised for action. In an instant, the slender figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Mo Huahua. He aimed to strike at her face, convinced that this blow would surely sever her head. Yet the next moment, the black sword blocked his attack. A powerful force reverberated through his arm, causing him immediate pain. Seizing the opportunity from the parry, Mo Huahua swiftly retaliated, delivering a kick to the slender one's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. By the time he rose from the ground, his eyes were filled with astonishment. "You, when did you advance to the bone-tempering realm?" The slender one was perplexed. Just not long ago, she had been a mere target in the chi and blood realm. How could she have progressed to bone-tempering in such a short span? Moreover, judging by the force of her recent strike, she seemed to possess the strength of someone in the 3rd or 4th level of bone tempering. Even he could not withstand her blow. At his words, the stout one, who had been poised to charge forward, hesitated, seemingly waiting for the slender one's command to continue the assault. Yet Mo Huahua was not one to squander this opportunity. Her figure vanished in an instant. The 2 were taken aback. Where had she gone? What kind of movement technique was this? Just as the stout one began to speak, the slender one shouted, "Beware above." Unbeknownst to them, Mo Huahua had appeared above the stout one, wielding the black sword, with a powerful downward strike reminiscent of the legendary Huashan technique. She aimed for the stout one's neck. With a sickening thud, the head rolled away, blood gushing forth. Beneath the rain of crimson, Mo Huahua, clad in black robes, turned to face the slender one, resembling a deity of death. The slender one was left with nothing but sheer terror etched across his face. Struggling to rise, he had barely managed to get up when his calf was pinned to the ground by a sword thrust from Mo Huahua. The agonizing pain elicited a scream from the frail figure. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he trembled and turned his head back. You cannot kill me. My elder brother is a realm of Xinjiang. If you slay me, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." The frail one wailed in despair. But he was met with the sight of Mo Huahua drawing a black broadsword from a cloth bag. Instantly, the frail one's pupils constricted in shock. This is impossible. That is my brother's sword." Alarm surged within him. His elder brother was never without his blade. The mere fact that the opponent possessed his brother's black sword indicated one harrowing possibility. His elder brother, a formidable figure in the Xinjiang realm. had been slain by the very youth before him. A suffocating sense of hopelessness enveloped the frail one. In the face of his pleas for mercy, Mo Hua exhibited no trace of compassion. The black sword fell, and the frail one's head rolled away. After collecting the resources from the two, Mo Hua continued his journey towards Xianwang Mountain. Within the Mo residence, ever since Zhang Yin'er and the elder members of the Mo family were beheaded, Mo Wu had been kept under soft confinement by Mo Qi. Lying on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, Mo Wu suddenly opened his eyes wide. The overwhelming terror jolted him upright. Upon realizing that he was in his own chamber and that the preceding ordeal had merely been a nightmare, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, he was haunted once more by the haunting image of his mother's decapitation, a vision that repeatedly awakened him from slumber. Mo Wu's mind drifted back to the resolute decision made by Mo Qi, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, as if sensing his turmoil, a swirl of black mist emerged from a crack in the ground. Startled, Mo Wu quickly rose and retreated, eyes filled with vigilance. The black mist coalesced into a mass, and a raspy voice emanated from within. Cackling, "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you." The malevolent scene sent chills down Mo Wu's spine. Just as he intended to suppress the black mist, he heard it continue. "Do you not wish to know why Mo Qi murdered your mother? Do you yearn to uncover the secrets of the elder Mo fan? Do you desire the strength to exact vengeance upon the Mo family? Come, child, I can aid you." The words of the black mist seemed to possess an enchanting power, stirring the curiosity that lay dormant within Mo Wu. For a month, he had pondered alone, already aware that Mo Qi's slaying of Zhang Yin'er stemmed from familial strife. Yet, he could not condone Mo Qi's ruthless actions. Mo Wu hesitated, halting his movements as he regarded the black mist with uncertainty. "Do you possess the means to help me avenge my mother?" Upon hearing Mo Wu's inquiry, the black mist slowly approached him. Cackling, "Of course I can, as long as you heed my guidance. I will not only grant you the opportunity to avenge your mother, but also enable you to attain the imperial realm, perhaps even venture into that so-called heavenly gate." At these words, Mo Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Years spent in the high-pressure environment of the Mo family had instilled within him an insatiable thirst for power. However, simultaneously, Mo Wu found himself intrigued by the enigmatic dark mist and its revelations regarding the secrets of the Mo family's elder. After all, Mo Fan was a legendary figure within the Mo clan. Any member of the Mo family would be captivated by such news. "Pray, enlighten me about the secrets of the Mo family elder, and how do you intend to assist me?" The dark mist laughed with a sinister glee. "Hiv hiv hiv. Although I am unaware of how Mo Fan has managed to live for so long, I do know that what he seeks is akin to my own desire, the heavenly gate." Mo Wu's expression shifted slightly with confusion. To one of his cultivation level, the term was utterly foreign. In a world where the path to ascension was severed, opening the heavenly gate necessitated the gathering of the world's fortune, harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao to ascend to the upper realms. Mo Fan's guardianship over the Mo family stemmed from the presence of the destined child within the clan. The dark mist's words left Mo Wu in a haze, unable to grasp the connection between this destined child and himself. "Could it be that I am the destined child?" he inquired. The dark mist drew closer still. "No, you are not. Decades ago, the destiny belonged to the Yi family. It was Mo Fan who vanquished the Yi family's destined child, thereby transferring the fate to your Mo clan. Only when the destined child seeks to break through to the ascendant realm will the heavenly gate have a chance to manifest. Although you're not the destined child of the Mo family, I possess a method to allow you to seize his fortune." Chapter 70. Mo Wu, the demonic entity. In the plunder of fortune, Mo Wu remained perplexed. "You need not concern yourself with the intricate details. Simply heed my words, and I shall ensure your ascension to the rank of emperor." Within the grand hall of the Mo family, Mo Qi was perusing the documents in hand as usual. Suddenly, an individual approached to report. "Head of the family, Mo Wu requests an audience." Mo Qi's expression remained unchanged as he continued to focus on the scrolls, a grave demeanor enveloping him. Allow him to enter. Moments later, Mo Wu, clad in a cerulean outfit, stepped into the hall. He approached Mo Qi and knelt before him. His voice earnest, "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Everything you have done is for the benefit of the Mo family. The downfall of the Zhang family is entirely of their own making, and it bears no relation to you." Mo Wu's words brought Mo Qi's actions to a halt. Lifting his gaze, Mo Qi regarded Mo Wu with a hint of intrigue. "Father, over the past month, I have reflected deeply and have come to understand your intentions." Mo Wu continued sincerely. "I wish to venture forth and guard our family stronghold. I hope for your consent." Mo Qi scrutinized Mo Wu for an extended period, yet could discern no flaw in his demeanor. Finally, he spoke. "If you are truly repentant, then I grant you permission. Go to the stronghold and learn from the elders how to operate effectively." Upon hearing this, Mo Wu bowed in gratitude, but as he exited the grand hall, a flicker of malice glimmered in his eyes. In truth, Mo Qi harbored a lingering sense of guilt towards Mo Wu. Perhaps he felt this way towards many individuals. The disparity in strength and status led him to constantly ponder how he could have done better. Had he been stronger, perhaps the outcomes for everyone would have been different. This guilt fueled his determination, driving him to persevere relentlessly. Upon arriving at the Mo family stronghold, Mo Wu was met with deference from all. Despite being the child of Zhang Yan'er, his prowess and talent distinguished him among the younger generation, making him a likely successor to the Mo family. Thus, even within the stronghold, none dared to offend him, and he was often greeted with flattery. After several days, Mo Wu finally awaited the arrival of the team spoken of by the dark entity. He had taken leave from his superior and ventured alone to a path outside the stronghold. The dark aura once again emanated from his being. Hey, do you not seek power? Soon, when you eliminate the intruders, you shall acquire the most formidable strength in this world. Mo Wu's expression was cold as he gazed silently at the distant mountains and forests. At last, several figures emerged from the thickets. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in armor. They too noticed Mo Wu standing in the distance, and the middle-aged man instantly became alert. However, given the proximity to the stronghold, experience told him that normal individuals would not choose this place to ambush a convoy. He led his companions forward, only to find Mo Wu directly blocking their path. "I am Mo Wu of the Mo family. Are you the esteemed elders of the Murong family?" Mo Wu stood tall, exuding an air of righteousness. "My father has heard that the Murong family seeks assistance and has specifically sent me to receive you." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with a square face felt his weariness ease slightly. However, Murong Qing, standing nearby, bypassed him and approached directly. "You must be Mo Wu, the son of Mo Qi?" A glimmer of excitement lit up Murong Qing's eyes. Initially, she had been dispatched by her father to propose a marriage alliance, seeking military support from the Mo family. If all went according to plan, she would soon be wed to the Mo family. To prepare, she had researched the Mo family, discovering that among Mo Qi's numerous offspring, Mo Wu was the most likely heir. Naturally, she aimed to establish a favorable relationship. "I am Murong Qing of the Murong family. A pleasure to meet you. It seems we have finally found the right person," Murong Qing exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she approached Mo Wu. The proximity elicited a faint smile from him. "Indeed, Miss Murong, I too have finally found the right person." Suddenly, with a swift motion, the dark energy in Mo Wu's hand transformed into a lethal blade, plunging directly into Murong Qing's abdomen. The disbelief on her exquisitely crafted face was evident as blood, seemingly siphoned by the dark energy, drained her of vitality, leaving her pallid in mere moments. In the distance, the square-faced man and his entourage were struck with shock, rushing toward Mo Wu in a desperate attempt to save their lady. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying power erupted from Mo Qi's presence. The square-faced man was taken aback. This aura had surpassed the Xin Gang realm. As he felt the surge of power within him, Mo Wu's pupils constricted sharply. Blood from Murong Qing stained his face, and a twisted, ghastly smile appeared. Is this the pinnacle of power? Truly intoxicating. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. Mo Wu's expression grew colder as he cast his gaze toward the distant onlookers. Murong Qing's lifeless body slid to the ground. All present stared in stunned disbelief at the increasingly deranged Mo Wu. "You are not of the Mo family. Why have you attacked the Murong family?" the square-faced man demanded, his voice laced with fury. However, Mo Wu remained unfazed, offering no reply. Dark energy coalesced into a sharp black blade upon his right arm. With a flash, he charged toward the square-faced man, who was instantly alarmed. Drawing his weapon in an attempt to defend himself, he found that the black blade seemed to possess a will of its own, evading his strike as if slipping into the void. The dark blade plunged into the man's neck, and he fell lifelessly, his body quickly withering like a desiccated husk. In stark contrast, Mo Wu's complexion bloomed with vitality after absorbing the man's essence, his demeanor growing increasingly voracious as he turned his gaze toward the remaining onlookers. A tremor of instinctive fear coursed through them, urging escape, but Mo Wu's figure materialized before several, cutting off their retreat. Moments later, only a multitude of lifeless corpses remained scattered across the ground. Mo Wu approached the sole, relatively intact body, Murong Qing's. His gaze turned icy as he severed her head and promptly stored away. The dark aura enveloping him gradually receded, and Mo Wu returned to his original, upright demeanor. With malevolent intentions concealed within his eyes, he turned and departed from the scene. These lifeless bodies would ultimately be devoured by the lurking beasts, leaving no trace behind. Within the Mo family estate, several young members of the clan eagerly approached upon Mo Wu's return, their faces adorned with sycophantic expressions. "The young master has returned. Do you have any commands for us?" Mo Wu cast a sweeping glance and retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. In a cold tone, he declared, "My father has given orders. Deliver this item promptly to the Murong family in the west." Upon hearing this, the Mo family disciples, their expressions grave, accepted the wooden box without a hint of skepticism regarding Mo Wu's words and hastened away. Chapter 71. Sowing Discord as the son of Mo Qi. Mo Wu stands as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Mo family, naturally possessing his own token. A servant from the Mo family, bearing this token, made his way unimpeded to the patriarch of the Murong family, Murong Xian. Dressed in a dark brocade robe, Murong Xian appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with streaks of gray in his hair. Despite showing signs of weariness and age, his eyes still sparkled with vitality. Within the grand hall, the elders of the Murong family had gathered, given the formidable power of the Mo family. A potential alliance through marriage could indeed extricate the Murong family from their current dire predicament. The Murong family resided on the edge of the western defensive line. Should this line falter and the demon race invade, the Murong family would be the first to suffer a bloodbath. However, the smaller families behind the Murong family not only refrained from offering assistance to bolster the defensive line, but also seized the opportunity to raid several of the Murong family's mineral resources while they were preoccupied with repelling the demon race, resulting in significant losses for the Murong family. The Mo family disciple who delivered the message was treated as an esteemed guest by Murong Xian. Though he possessed only the strength of the Xian gang realm, he commanded the respect of the gathered elders. Mo Long, an ordinary disciple from the Mo family, had modest cultivation and only recently entered the Xian gang realm in his 30s. Given the gravity of receiving a direct order from the future heir of the Mo family, he dared not be careless. He diligently escorted the package, ensuring it arrived intact. Mo Long presented the wooden box to the patriarch, Murong Xian. The box was sealed with a spell that prevented its contents from being scrutinized with spiritual senses. Mo Long had no desire to pry. He simply wished to fulfill his task and perhaps elevate his standing with Mo Wu. If Mo Wu were to ascend as the head of the Mo family, he would certainly have the opportunity to soar to new heights alongside him. Both Mo Long and Murong Xian were pleased. The delivery from the Mo family indicated a willingness to collaborate with the Murong family. However, upon seeing the wooden box, Murong Xian felt a twinge of curiosity. What could possibly be inside? Could it be a token signifying the collaboration between the Mo and Murong families? As he contemplated this, A smile crept upon his face, mirrored by the surrounding elders. Huh, what splendid news. Our Murong family is fortunate to collaborate with the Mo family. This truly alleviates our pressing concerns. Indeed, with the Mo family's assistance, let us see if those duplicitous individuals dare to act against us again. Excitement filled the air, heralding the imminent rise of the Murong family, potentially positioning them as the second greatest clan in the Central Plains, akin to the Zhang family. Yet, just as Murong Xian, filled with anticipation and curiosity, opened the wooden box, a pungent stench of blood suddenly permeated the room. Upon sensing the foul odor, everyone froze in shock. The once jubilant smiles turned to stone, as if a fishbone had lodged in their throats, silencing any further words. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically from fervent enthusiasm to a chilling dread. With but a single breath, the temperature in the surroundings seemed to plummet by several degrees. Mo Long remained ensconced in his reveries of forging a future alliance with Mo Wu, oblivious to the darkening expression of Murong Xian, who was opening a wooden box from a distance. "What is it, Master of the Murong clan? Since the item has been delivered, I should take my leave to report back." Mo Long expressed his intent to depart, for the swifter he completed his task, the more likely he would be remembered by Mo Wu. However, as his words hung in the air, Murong Xian suddenly unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his peak status as a revered elder, instantly pinning Mo Long to the ground. A surge of alarm coursed through Mo Long's heart. "Master Murong, what is the meaning of this? I am of the Mo clan." The terrifying force nearly shattered his internal organs, and he coughed up blood, gazing incredulously at Murong Xian. The middle-aged man in the dark brocade robe was seething with rage. "The Mo clan? What the Mo clan? I believed our Murong family had never wronged yours. Yet, my daughter lies innocent and slain by your hand." An explosive wave of spiritual energy swept throughout the grand hall, and even the elders of the Murong family felt the tempestuous wrath emanating from Murong Xian. Upon hearing this, Mo Long's pupils dilated in shock. "You killed a daughter of the Murong family?" It was only then that he realized the contents of the wooden box. To his horror, it contained a ghastly white human head. "How could this be? This is impossible. Master Murong, there must be some misunderstanding." Mo Long's frantic cries echoed, but in the midst of his desperate pleas, an even more terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon him, extinguishing his life in an instant. Mo Long died with his eyes wide open. The members of the Murong family were taken aback. Even Murong Xian himself wore a look of astonishment. He had not intended to execute Mo Long, who had struck him down. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the hall, where a shadow clad in black slowly approached. The aura emanating from this figure instilled a sense of dread, even in the peak revered elder Murong Xian. It was a formidable being of the sage realm. In an instant, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation and refrained from making any further movements. Although Murong Xian was momentarily consumed by his overwhelming fury, the fear of a sage-level powerhouse compelled him to speak cautiously. "May I inquire the identity of this esteemed elder? What brings you to the Murong family?" The figure in black, standing beside Mo Long's lifeless form, spoke with indignation. "Master Murong, to speak candidly, my Yi family seeks an alliance with your esteemed Murong family." As the black-clad figure's words resonated through the hall, the elders of the Murong family began to deliberate in silence. The Yi family, a name that had vanished for nearly a century, had not been seen since the turmoil instigated by the demon clans. A heaviness settled in Murong Xian's heart, and caution took hold of him. After all, his daughter's head had just been delivered by the Mo clan, and now this figure appeared. It was hard not to suspect a connection. Was this gruesome head also the work of your Yi family? Murong Xian inquired, pointing at the box containing his daughter's head, as he addressed the figure in black. Upon hearing this, the figure cloaked in black waved his hand, revealing a stone of remembrance. Once infused with spiritual energy, the scene of Mo Wu's ambush on the Murong family's entourage emerged in vivid clarity. "I recognize this individual. He is Mo Wu, the most renowned prodigy of the Mo family. He is the heir apparent," exclaimed an elder from the Murong clan, igniting a fierce anger among the crowd. The cloaked figure spoke again, his tone softened. Murong family head, I present this stone of remembrance to you. You may employ means to verify its authenticity, but I must caution you. The ambitions of the Mo family are far from ordinary. The suspicions within Murong Xian were stirred, and the figure continued in the past. My Yi family was stationed at Nanhai, and we witnessed it all with our own eyes. It was the Mo family that colluded with the demon race, releasing their emperor from the endless sea. This is what led to the calamity that befell the central continent. Chapter 72. The mysterious flower fruit. The words of the man in black instantly startled everyone, stirring memories of the various rumors from the time of the demon chaos. They recalled the peculiar phenomena where the demon clan refrained from attacking the Mo family. A thought began to rise in their minds. Could it be that the Mo family had truly conspired with the demons? Was this upheaval orchestrated by the Mo family? Murong Xian's expression grew grave. He was indifferent to the truth behind the demon chaos. His sole concern was the safety of the Murong clan. If his daughter had indeed been slain by Mo Wu of the Mo family, then any possibility of cooperation between the Murong and Mo families would be utterly extinguished. With this thought, Murong Xian turned his gaze towards the figure in black. Thus, you have come here for what purpose? The man in black stepped forward. To discuss collaboration. The Mo family can offer support to the Murong clan, and my Yi family can do the same. However, the precondition is that you must join forces with my Yi family to expose the Mo family's vile nature. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Xian acquiesced. The Murong family was at a critical juncture of survival and had no other options. He glanced at the wooden box in his hands, within which lay the head of his beloved daughter, and a flicker of barely contained fury ignited in his eyes. In a small town near the Mo family's territory, Mo Hua was leaning over the counter in a pharmacy, meticulously selecting medicinal herbs, still clad in his black robe. After searching in vain around him, he turned his attention to an elderly man at the front desk. The old man, with graying temples, was leisurely smoking a pipe. "Shopkeeper, do you have a mysterious flower fruit?" Upon hearing this, the old man turned to look, his voice flat. "We have none. Only some ordinary low-tier spiritual herbs. If you seek the mysterious flower fruit, you might need to look further inside the borders." Emohua's heart sank. According to the information from the burning pill formula, to tame the divine fire, he required the assistance of medicinal pills. At the very least, he needed a fire-swallowing pill, which crucially contained the mysterious flower fruit as its core ingredient. After wandering through numerous small towns without success, Missouri Hua eventually selected some materials for crafting ordinary pills, paid, and exited the pharmacy. "Must I really venture into the borders?" he murmured to himself while standing by the roadside. Entering the borders necessitated identity verification. Currently, Mo Hua had no certainty whether he was being pursued by the Mo or Zhang families, and he dared not recklessly enter. However, as he walked along, contemplating how to obtain the mysterious flower fruit, a diminutive figure suddenly dashed towards him. Mo Hua instinctively grasped the hilt of his black sword, his gaze sharp as he focused ahead. A ragged girl rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Young hero, save me. They want to take me to lure the demons. You must help me." The girl, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded with Mo Hua. Despite her face being largely covered in dirt, her features hinted at a striking beauty. Her eyes shimmered with tears, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Yet, Mo Hua did not lower his guard. In the distance, a group of sturdy men clad in beast-skin bracers approached, likely a hunting party venturing into the mountains to slay demons. At this moment, a fierce-faced man approached Mo Hua with evident anger. "You boy, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." The leader, a burly figure, drew closer, pointing accusatorily at Mo Hua while the tattered girl seized the opportunity to flee swiftly. Though Mo Hua initially wished to remain uninvolved, a sudden realization struck him. He glanced down to find the cloth bag at his waist had vanished. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he rose to pursue the girl. However, he was seized by the collar by the man in front of him. "Boy, are you in cahoots with that girl?" The man's words had yet to fully escape his lips when Mo Hua's dark sword had already slashed through the air. In an instant, The man's arm was severed, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony. This scene caused the other burly men behind him to tense up. How dare this boy strike? There were 7 of them, all at the bone-forging realm, while Mo Hua stood alone. They all brandished their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Yet, Mo Hua displayed no intention of lingering. He turned and chased after the girl. However, she was remarkably swift, weaving through the alleys of the small town until she had completely vanished from sight. Mo Hua hesitated at the intricately winding alleyway. Just then, a prompt from Mo Fan echoed in his mind, to the right. Without a moment's delay, Mo Hua darted down the right alleyway. Moments later, beneath a concealed eave, Liu Ruyan shook out many bags of various sizes from her tattered clothing. A hint of delight appeared on her somewhat disheveled face. This time I've struck gold. An actual spatial artifact. That foolish heir from the great clan must be the one. She picked up one of the bags, scrutinizing it. Mo Hua's bag had been sealed with Mo Fan's consciousness restriction, making it difficult for an ordinary person to open. However, even a single spatial artifact would suffice for Liu Ruyan to reap a substantial profit. Just as Liu Ruyan reveled in her good fortune, preparing to sort through her spoils, a black sword silently descended upon her neck. Her smile froze in an instant. Hand over the bag, came Mo Hua's hoarse voice from beneath his black cloak. Liu Ruyan immediately tossed all the bags she held behind her, then turned to flee. Yet, she barely managed to run 4 meters before the black sword was thrust directly before her. Terrified, Liu Ruyan collapsed to the ground. Please, noble hero, spare me. Great immortal, grant me mercy. I was forced into this. Look at my thin arms and legs. I haven't eaten in a month. Have compassion and let me go this once. Liu Ruyan, being only at the Bloodchi realm, understood she had no hope of escaping the pursuit of the figure in black. In desperation, she knelt and begged for mercy, adopting a pitiful demeanor in hopes of eliciting sympathy. Mo Hua retrieved his bag, inspected it thoroughly, and confirmed nothing was missing. He approached and withdrew his black sword, his gaze coldly fixed upon Liu Ruyan. The girl appeared quite young, measuring only half Mo Hua's height. The sight of her, so pitiful, indeed evokes a sense of compassion. Under the guidance of Mo Fan, Mo Hua understands the necessity of eliminating threats thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Yet, when confronted with this girl, a flicker of hesitation crept into his mind. Give me one reason not to kill you, Mo Hua declared. Liu Ruyan immediately felt her body tense, a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead as her already fragile mind raced. I possess the Xianhua fruit you seek. Instantly, Mo Hua's gaze turned icy, and the flicker of compassion within him vanished entirely. How do you know I'm looking for the Xianhua fruit? Liu Ruyan could sense the ominous black sword looming ever closer to her neck. Swallowing hard, she stammered. I overheard it in the apothecary. You have a spatial artifact and are searching for the Xianhua fruit, right? Chapter 73. Inn or apothecary. The murderous intent in Mo Hua's eyes diminished slightly. He had indeed divulged his search for the Xianhua fruit within the apothecary. Could it be that the old man selling the medicine leaked this information? A shiver ran through Mo Hua's heart. It seemed he would have to exercise greater caution in the future. His gaze then fell once more upon Liu Ruyan. The old man had also mentioned that the Xianhua fruit was exceedingly rare. How could a mere thief like her possibly know its whereabouts? Mo Hua tightened his grip, blood threatening to spill. Liu Ruyan burst into tears. Immortal, I truly know where the Xianhua fruit is. If you don't believe me, look at this. Liu Ruyan produced a jade token from her bosom, its lustrous surface engraved with a character for Liu. What is this? Mo Hua wondered. Liu Ruyan, with tear-filled eyes, explained to him, this is the ancestral token of the Liu family. With it, one can enter the Liu family's ancestral hall. The Liu family was an imperial clan decades ago. This token is akin to a key to the imperial treasury. If we can locate the Liu family treasury, it is certain to contain the Xianhua fruit you seek. Mo Hua squinted, his gaze fixed upon the jade token, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. He had heard of the Liu family before. It was a clan exterminated by the ancestor of the Mo family Mo Fan decades ago. As he pondered, Mo Fan in the void scrutinized Liu Linger and the jade token, sensing a faint trace of the former Liu family's essence. This girl may be kept alive for now. Allow her to lead you to the treasury. The imperial treasure house should contain numerous useful items. Upon hearing Mo Fan's instruction, Mo Huahua lowered his black sword. You know I can kill you at any moment. Should I discover you are deceiving me, you know the consequences. Liu Linger, just having escaped the brink of death, curled up in fear. Mo Huahua showed her no mercy, seizing her by the nape of the neck and lifting her up. Lead the way. Liu Linger, finally roused from her daze, walked stiffly ahead. They turned out of the alley and onto a street paved with blue stones. Vendors lined both sides of the road, huddled behind their stalls, occasionally casting furtive glances at Mo Fan. Liu Linger walked in front, her cultivation merely at the Bloodchi realm, and Mo Huahua was not concerned about her escaping. Liu Linger was well aware of this, hence she deliberately slowed her pace, seeking an opportunity to flee. She understood that if she truly guided Mo Huahua, she would likely meet her own demise upon reaching the treasury. Thus, the two meander along. Suddenly, Liu Linger halted. I can't go on. I'm too tired. I need to eat. I can't walk anymore. Mo Huahua's eyes grew cold. The black blade instantly poised against Liu Linger's throat. Can't walk? Then die, he said coolly. Yet this time, Liu Linger defied her usual demeanor, unafraid of Mo Huahua's threats. Go ahead. Kill me. Who would take you to seek treasure? Liu Linger exclaimed loudly, her voice almost a shout at the end. Instantly, she captured the attention of many around her. The vendors and passing hunting teams cast curious or unfriendly glances in her direction. Mo Huahua seized the nape of Liu Linger to prevent her from making a run for it. If you shout again, I assure you, even if I do not seek the Xianhua fruit, I will sever your head. Liu Linger trembled at his words, yet she still retorted softly. But one must eat well before embarking on a search. I am still in the Bloodchi realm, and I am at a stage where I need to grow. She wore a pitiful expression. Mo Huahua was uncertain if her demeanor was a fade or if she genuinely felt wronged. However, the Xianhua fruit was essential for him to tame the divine fire, and he needed to acquire it. He released Liu Linger. Fine, once you are fed, we shall depart. Once outside, should you dare to run, you will undoubtedly become prey for those beastly creatures. Though simple, the inn staff were all at the pinnacle of the Bloodchi realm, for those who operated here were not of benevolent nature. The entrance of Mo Huahua and Liu Linger immediately attracted the attention of many patrons within. After they were seated, a servant approached to inquire, "What would you like to eat? We have freshly hunted beast meat. Consuming it will surely invigorate your blood and energy." Before Mo Huahua could respond, Liu Linger enthusiastically shouted, "Bring a portion for everyone. Money is no object." The servant's face brightened with delight. "Certainly, sir, please hold on." He hurried away. Shortly after, he returned with a wine jug and cups. This time, Mo Huahua keenly sensed the eyes of those around them subtly fixating on them. His cultivation of the burning pill technique allowed him to perceive that something had been added to the wine. The servant, with a beaming smile, poured the wine. "Gentlemen, do taste this exquisite brew from our collection. Such fine wine is rare beyond the Great Pass." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Liu Linger's eyes as she gazed at the cup before Mo Huahua, anticipation evident in her expression, a smile even gracing her face. Meanwhile, many diners in the inn discreetly observed the unfolding scene. The wine was poisoned. Should Mo Huahua drink it, he would collapse within mere moments. Everyone anticipated that once he fell, they could seize some advantage from his demise. However, just as the servant stood up, a flash of black from Mo Fan's side struck swiftly. With a single, resounding thud, the servant's head rolled away, blood gushing forth. The action was executed with such speed that Liu Linger, who had been reveling in her triumph, was left frozen in shock as the servant's head fell. Suddenly, a figure from the back of the inn rushed to Mo Huahua's side, clad in fine clothing and with a rotund belly, seemingly the innkeeper, who gazed in horror at the lifeless body of his servant lying nearby. yet he still wore a smile upon his face. From the back hall emerged 2 or 3 more individuals, encircling Mo Huahua. However, the overwhelming number of people did not elicit the slightest change in Mo Huahua's demeanor. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the black robe. "Innkeeper, this wine has been sullied." The innkeeper found himself at a loss, unable to gauge the situation. The ability to effortlessly slay someone at the peak of vitality indicated that the opponent's strength was at least at the pinnacle of bone tempering. After a moment of silence, the innkeeper discreetly gestured to the 2 attendants beside him. In an instant, they removed the fallen body. The innkeeper, with a beaming smile, approached Mo Huahua and took away the wine from the table. "I sincerely apologize. Allow me to replace it with a clean one." The innkeeper hastily departed. Chapter 74. Trust. The attendants cleared away the corpses and replenished Mo Huahua's supply of wine. The patrons dining nearby dared not cast another glance in their direction. The attendants served the food, and tears welled up in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She gazed at Mo Huahua with a pitiful look. Seeing him unmoved, she resignedly began to eat. With tears streaming down her face, she stuffed food in her mouth, sobbing, "Even if I die, I will die a glutton." Mo Huahua remained silent beside her. Moments later, Liu Ruyan, clutching her round belly, found she could eat no more. Yet, the thought that this might be her last meal made her tears flow uncontrollably again. Just as she was about to rise to eat more, Mo Huahua abruptly pulled her outside the establishment. They continued onward, one after the other, toward the outskirts of the small town. Liu Ruyan is gradually subsided. Beyond the town lay the territory of the demon clan, and deep within it lay the ruins of the Liu family. They were certain to encounter numerous dangers along the way. "It's over. It's over. We are doomed." Liu Ruyan silently prayed that some beast might emerge to annihilate Mo Huahua. However, Mo Huahua suddenly came to a halt, thanks to Mo Fan's reminder. He realized they had been followed since exiting the city. Liu Ruyan's earlier cries had likely attracted the attention of those in the town. Without hesitation, Mo Huahua lifted Liu Ruyan and dashed swiftly into the depths of the forest. Not far behind, a man of the Xian gang realm froze in shock. How did this kid sense us? Could he possess some kind of detection artifact? He wondered. "Chase. We must not let him escape." Several figures in the forest quickly pursued them. Mo Huahua sheathed his black sword and, while carrying Liu Ruyan, increased his speed considerably. With his agile movements, he dashed even faster, leaving those behind in awe. "Isn't this kid just in the bone-forging realm? How can he run so fast? He must possess quite a few treasures." The pursuers quickly caught up, relying on their Xian gang strength. At this moment, Liu Ruyan also noticed the crowd behind them and felt a flicker of hope. If they could capture that detestable man in black, perhaps she would have a chance to escape. Thus, Liu Ruyan began to struggle. Seeing this, Mo Huahua understood that if he continued to carry Liu Ruyan, they would surely be caught. Just then, he spotted several figures of demon beasts in the distance. He halted abruptly, and the band of thieves behind him did the same. Eyeing him warily, without warning, he threw Liu Ruyan away, exclaiming, "If you wish to take her, feel free." With that, Mo Huahua changed direction and fled once more. Liu Ruyan felt a surge of joy, believing she was finally saved. The group of Xian gang thieves surrounded her. Just as they debated whether to pursue Mo Huahua, massive figures charged toward them from afar. It was a trio of third-tier demon beasts, the Shadow Wolves. These ferocious beasts favor appearing in hordes. "Flee!" shouted a bandit of the Xian gang realm. Instantly, several individuals felt as though they were confronted by a formidable enemy. Liu Ruyan, too, was rendered pale with fear. In a desperate bid, she clung to one of the bandits, hoping he would lead her to safety. However, it was evident that no one was willing to sacrifice their life for a treasure that seemed ethereal. The bandit unceremoniously tossed Liu Ruyan aside and fled for his life. Shadows of several spectral wolves emerged before Liu Ruyan, paralyzing her with fright. Just as these wolves were about to pounce on her, Mo Huahua's figure appeared like a wraith. Swiftly intervening, he propelled the movement technique bestowed upon him by Mo Fan to its utmost limit, augmented by a portion of Mo Fan's power. His speed surpassed that of the average Xiangang cultivator. After rescuing Liu Ruyan, Mo Hua darted into the forest, scattering the prepared concealment powder around her as they fled. This spiritual medicine had been procured from a pharmacy in another town. While it offered no enhancement to cultivators, the concealment powder could effectively mask their presence, preventing sudden attacks from the beasts on treasure-seeking teams. Seizing the opportune moment, Mo Hua and Liu Ruyan concealed themselves in a cave, narrowly escaping the jaws of the spectral wolves. Liu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, her back drenched in sweat. Mo Hua spoke coldly. From this moment forth, you may leave at any time, but consider whether you can truly survive within this territory of the demon race. In truth, Mo Hua had already obtained the ancestral jade token of the Liu family from Liu Ruyan. However, that was indeed the territory of the Liu family, which had been annihilated decades prior. Yet, Mo Hua could not ascertain whether outsiders could access the Liu family's treasure vault. Hence, he needed to bring along Liu Ruyan, the last remaining bloodline of the Liu family. Liu Ruyan shivered at Mo Hua's words. She understood that her own strength was merely at the blood-chi realm. Had it not been for Mo Hua's timely intervention, she would likely have perished at the hands of the beasts. Nodding timidly, she lowered her head and remained silent. Mo Hua consumed several pills to adjust his state. Once the wolf pack had passed, he carried Liu Ruyan out of the cave. It was at this moment that Liu Ruyan finally inquired about Mo Hua's name. My name is Liu Ruyan. Since we are to collaborate henceforth, you must also reveal your name, she insisted. It's agreed. I will help you find the Liu family's treasure vault, and you must not kill me. We shall split the treasures equally. Wiping away her tears, she looked at Mo Hua with unwavering determination. It is settled. You must not deceive me. After a moment of silence, Mo Hua replied, Zhang Yin, merely a first-tier rogue cultivator. With that, he hoisted Liu Ruyan once more and set off towards the ruins of the Liu family. This time, Liu Ruyan believed Mo Hua's words and obediently climbed onto his back. The Mo family stronghold was not far from the Liu family's ruins. Yet the ruins lay within the heart of the demon territory, where numerous dangers awaited along the way. Fortunately, Mo Hua is accompanied by the versatile radar, Mo Fan. Even when confronted with ordinary fourth-tier monsters, Mo Hua can effortlessly evade them. After several days, Mo Hua and Liu Ruyan finally arrived at the site of the former Liu family estate. However, the once vibrant scene had vanished entirely, leaving only dozens of high-tier monsters lingering in the area. The third-tier Qingbi Yuan was readily identifiable to Mo Hua. He concealed himself in the shadows, observing and counting the number of these Qingbi Yuan. Beside him, Liu Ruyan appeared somewhat anxious. These are all third-tier Qingbi Yuan. If we do not deal with them, we may never reach the ancestral hall of the Liu family. Mo Hua was acutely aware of the predicament. Yet they had come this far and could not afford to retreat now. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Hua produced the Liu family's jade tablet and handed it directly to Liu Ruyan. Given the current circumstances, someone must divert these monsters to gain entry. But, can I truly trust you? Chapter 75. The treasure vault. Though they spoke of mutual trust, Liu Ruyan found herself with no alternative. This location lay within the territory of the demon clan, and without Mo Hua's assistance, she would be utterly unable to escape. The two reached an accord, with Mo Hua tasked with diverting the demon beasts, while Liu Ruyan sought the entrance to the ancestral shrine. Should she succeed in locating it, the treasure vault would be unlocked, undoubtedly provoking an extraordinary phenomenon. Instead of immediately confronting the demon beasts, Mo Hua opted to survey the surroundings first. He mentally rehearsed the entire process, devising a comprehensive strategy. He crafted several rudimentary traps in the nearby forest, close to the Liu family ruins. Although these traps were simplistic and might barely restrain a third-tier Qingbi Yuan, they only needed to delay the beasts for a moment to afford Mo Hua a chance to escape. Liu Ruyan clutched the jade tablet tightly in her hand. Her purpose for entering the demon territory was to uncover the Liu family's legacy. As a descendant of the Liu family survivors, She had been instilled since childhood with the ambition to revive her clan and restore its former glory. Now, with the Liu family's treasure vault within her grasp, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Once Mo Huahua had completed his preparations, he reunited with Liu Linger. Their eyes met, and then he soared forth, appearing before the Liu family ruins, instantly attracting the attention of several Qingbi Yuan. As Mo Huahua drew nearer, more and more the beast became aware of his presence. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, he suddenly dashed in a specific direction, with all the Qingbi Yuan in hot pursuit. Just as the demon beasts at the Liu family ruins were fully captivated by Mo Huahua's presence, Liu Linger swiftly dashed out, entering the remnants of the Liu family estate. She beheld the ruins, scattered remnants of a once thriving household. Yet, the traces of its former splendor remained discernible. Liu Linger did not linger on sentiment, but quickly sought the location of the ancestral shrine. As she had never been here before, it would take her some time to locate it. Meanwhile, Mo Huahua had successfully lured the group of Qingbi Yuan to the forest where he had set his traps. Upon entering, the speed of the monkeys only increased. Fortunately, the number of traps Mo Huahua had previously arranged was sufficient. While they might not completely ensnare the Qingbi Yuan, they would buy him precious moments to create distance. However, the traps were finite. As time progressed, the direction of the Liu family ruins remained eerily silent. Mo Huahua's heart sank. Could it be that Liu Linger had already fled with the jade tablet? Or perhaps she was incapable of finding the ancestral shrine. The dozens of Qingbi Yuan behind him were drawing ever closer. Mo Huahua had no time to ponder further. As the last trap was triggered, a Qingbi Yuan nearly brushed against the hem of his garment, only to be struck down by a nearby giant tree. At last, Mo Huahua had created some distance. Yet, almost immediately, a new group of Qingbi Yuan emerged to pursue him. With no traps left to impede their advance, the situation grew dire. Should they close the gap once more, Mo Huahua would surely meet his demise. Mo Huahua furrowed his brow tightly, realizing that he must hasten his pace with all his might. If he could reach the territory of another demon clan, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, the monkeys trailing behind him also quickened their speed at that moment. Before long, they had caught up once again. Just as the foremost Qingbi monkey leapt from the trees to overtake Mo Huahua, an unexpected surge of heat erupted from his hands. Blood-red flames burst forth, instantly igniting the fur of the lunging monkey. The creature stumbled in pain and plummeted from the sky, landing directly on the other Qingbi monkeys pursuing behind it. The flames swiftly spread, consuming the weak-furred beasts. Though these Qingbi monkeys were far superior to Mo Huahua in strength and speed, they harbored a profound fear of fire. Caught in the inferno of the blood-red flames, the monkeys descended into chaos. At a distance, a magnificent rainbow light erupted from the Liu family ruins. Mo Huahua's spirits lifted at the sight, and he immediately changed direction, racing towards the source of the light. The Qingbi monkeys, preoccupied with extinguishing their own burning fur, hesitated to pursue him at once, allowing him to escape successfully. Upon reaching the site of the rainbow light, Liu Linger waited outside the teleportation array, refraining from entering immediately. She adhered to her agreement with Mo Huahua, but a significant part of her reluctance stemmed from her own weakness. If there were any dangers within the ancestral hall, she lacked the strength to protect herself. Without Mo Huahua, she dared not venture inside alone. At long last, Mo Huahua arrived, and together they stepped into the teleportation array of the Liu family ancestral hall. In an instant, the brilliant rainbow light dissipated, and Mo Huahua and Liu Linger were transported into a new realm. This place resembled a cavern, with the two standing upon a platform. Peering over the edge revealed an abyss of endless darkness. In the distance, a slender stone bridge led to a towering stone door. Mo Huahua maintained his vigilance, carefully surveying the surroundings, yet yielded no findings. The space felt like a stagnant pool, silent for millennia. Liu Linger expressed her delight, gazing at Mo Huahua, eager to celebrate their escape from peril. However, upon witnessing his expression of indifference, her own countenance fell, and she could only follow closely behind him. The bridge was narrow, barely accommodating 3 people side by side. Lu Ling cautiously glanced down and was immediately seized by terror, prompting her to hasten her steps to keep pace with Mo Hua. Upon reaching the opposite side of the bridge, they encountered a grand, ancient door embedded within the stone wall. The door was intricately carved with various avian and beastly figures, with several azure dragons coiling around it. Though the stone door had lost its luster, the carvings still hinted at its former magnificence. Mo Hua placed his hand upon the door, the surroundings cloaked in silence. He exerted force to push it open, but to no avail. In the void, Mo Fan offered a reminder. Let that girl come. Mo suddenly understood that this place was the Liu family's treasure vault, which should only be accessible to members of the Liu clan. He then took a step back, directing his gaze towards Lu Linger, who was cowering behind him. The latter, filled with trepidation, took a few steps back. Wait, didn't you say you would spare me? Lu Linger thought that Mo Hua intended to betray her. However, Mo Hua reached out and pulled Lu Linger in front of him. This is the Liu family's vault. You shall open the door. Lu Linger trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. I cannot do it either. She attempted to turn and flee, but Mo Hua blocked her path. Under duress, Lu Linger had no choice but to place her hand upon the stone door. Instantly, the platform beneath her feet began to tremble, and the carvings on the stone door, which had been sealed for millennia, radiated brilliance. As the stone door slowly opened, the sight before Lu Linger rendered her utterly speechless. Behind the stone door lay a mountain of spirit stones. Moreover, neatly arranged beside the spirit stones were weapons and magical artifacts, the lowest tier being of the Xian rank. Each of these items could be revered as a clan treasure by smaller families. Ha ha ha! Mother was indeed truthful. My Liu family was once a prominent house. Lu Linger exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the treasures ahead. Meanwhile, Mo Hua remained vigilant. Just as the two entered the vault, a sudden, ancient voice echoed forth. Ha ha ha! The heavens truly do not abandon me. Upon hearing this, Mo Hua's expression tightened. Within the necklace's space, Mo Fan also sensed something amiss. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Lu Linger, startled by the voice, stumbled back behind Mo Hua, peering around cautiously. In the distance within the vault, an ancient figure began to materialize. Mo Hua frowned. Yet another soul? Once the ancient figure coalesced, it approached Mo Hua with a kind demeanor. After a moment of scrutiny, the amiable expression faltered, replaced by a furrowed brow. No, you are not a descendant of the Liu family. How did you enter? The elder roared, instantly emanating an oppressive force that bore down upon Mo Hua. Mo Hua struggled to withstand the pressure, but Lu Linger faltered, collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing Lu Linger's plight, the ancient figure finally withdrew its oppressive force. Mo Hua was still curious about the identity of this soul. However, in the void, Mo Fan had already recognized him. This individual was Liu Quan, the ancestor of the Liu family, whom he had slain decades ago. On that fateful day, after annihilating the Liu family, Liu Quan had severed the head of his own clan leader, hoping to persuade Mo Fan to spare him. Ultimately, he had not escaped Mo Fan's wrath. Assuming that Liu Quan had perished 30 years prior, Mo Fan was astonished to discover that a remnant of his soul still lingered within the Liu family vault. He discreetly warned Mo Hua to exercise caution. Mo Hua immediately became more cautious, discreetly taking a step back. However, the ethereal presence of Liu Quan paid little heed to this slight movement, instead casting a disdainful glance at Lu Linger beside him. Is this the current bloodline of the Liu family? A mere girl? Lu Linger hastily rose and knelt before Liu Quan. I am a junior Lu Linger, honored ancestor. Our Liu family is on the brink of extinction. I beseech you to intervene and lead us to restore our former glory. The terror on Lu Linger's face transformed into exhilaration. This was their ancestral figure, an existence at the Emperor realm. She believed that with Liu Quan's guidance, she would surely be able to rapidly enhance her strength and revive the past splendor of the Liu family. Yet, Liu Quan merely shot her a cold glance, seemingly tinged with disappointment. His gaze shifted back to Mo Huahua, and after a lengthy pause, he turned to walk deeper into the treasure vault. "You may enter," he commanded. Mo Huahua hesitated, feeling cautious about entering the vault. However, Lu Linger showed no such reservations and dashed in after Lu Quan. Mo Huahua, filled with trepidation, feared that if this ancestor recognized him as a member of the Mo family, he would not be spared. Yet, to withdraw now might arouse suspicion, potentially leading to immediate suppression by this remnant soul of an emperor. Just as Mo Huahua stood in uncertainty, he heard Mo Fan's voice in his mind, advising him, "Go in, do not be anxious. There are indeed Xianhua fruits within." Taking a deep breath, Mo Huahua stepped into the vault. However, shortly after his entrance, the massive door behind him slammed shut. A chill ran down Mo Huahua's spine, his hairs standing on end. The path behind him had been irrevocably sealed, and he felt as though he had embarked on a road of no return. Yet, he had no choice but to press forward. Following Lu Quan, the two traversed the vast expanse of the treasure vault, a veritable repository of the Lu family's treasures amassed over millennia. Lu Quan spoke as they walked. "I have long been aware of the Lu family's demise. Now, I exist merely as a remnant soul within this ancestral vault. When my physical body perished, I received word to await the arrival of my descendants here, to assist them in reviving the Lu family. As for the one who caused my death, you must remember this well, descendants of the Lu family." They arrived at a stone door where Lu Quan halted. He raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to open the door, revealing a realm akin to a paradise, a self-contained world filled with rare herbs and extraordinary flora. Even Mo Huahua couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Lu family. Each of these spiritual herbs had been a rare find decades ago, let alone in this era ravaged by the demon clan. Lu Quan stepped into the garden of herbs, coming to a stop. His gaze sharpened as he swept over Mo Huahua, finally resting on Lu Linger. "Descendant, remember this. The one who killed me goes by the name of Mo Fan. He is the sworn enemy of the Lu family. Should you achieve greatness in your cultivation, you must lead the Lu family to obliterate the Mo family." Lu Quan's words were unmistakably laced with wrath, instilling a sense of dread in Lu Linger. Meanwhile, Mo Huahua felt a sinking sensation in his heart, prompting him to exercise greater caution. Lu Linger lowered her head in acquiescence, with Mo Huahua following suit. Suddenly, Lu Quan raised his hand, sending a storage ring floating toward Lu Linger. "Consider this a token of our first meeting. There exists a spiritual spring nearby. Cleanse yourself there first. Soon, another opportunity shall be bestowed upon you." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's face lit up with joy as she eagerly accepted the storage ring, hastily bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for the bestowed opportunity. I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations." With that, she joyfully departed. Left in the arena were only Lu Quan and Mo Huahua, who found himself increasingly anxious. However, Lu Quan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, which family do you hail from? Perhaps I have some connection with your ancestors." Mo Huahua bowed deeply, refraining from any semblance of arrogance. "I am Zhang Yin, merely a lowly first-tier Lu's cultivator. My family was annihilated during the turmoil of the demon clan, and we are insignificant, unable to rival the Lu family." Mo Huahua could only respond respectfully, wary of overstepping his bounds. Lu Quan squinted his eyes. "Oh, is that so? The Zhang family? I wonder if it is the same one I am acquainted with. Yet, you possess considerable talent. Have you ever considered becoming a son-in-law of the Lu family?" Lu Quan regarded Mo Huahua with a kindly smile. The latter feigned an expression of excitement. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." At this, Lu Quan laughed heartily, evidently delighted. Yet, Mo Huahua maintained a vigilant demeanor within. "You indeed possess some resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. However, it matters little. Soon, when you wed Linger, the Lu family shall surely rise again." Chapter 77. The Demise of Lu Quan's Soul. Marriage? A sense of foreboding enveloped Mo Huahua, leaving him bewildered about the intentions of the other party. With his current feeble strength, he could only adapt to the circumstances. Lu Quan guided Mo Huahua to the center of the medicinal garden. This area served as a primordial platform, surrounded by an array of rare spiritual herbs. Mo Huahua could perceive that the spiritual energy within this space was exceptionally dense. If he could cultivate here, his efforts would yield remarkable results. Liu Quan's lingering soul floated above the stone platform. With a grand gesture, dozens of medicinal ingredients soared forth from the garden, gently descending upon the stone surface. These spiritual herbs are prepared for the descendants of the Liu family. But since you have decided to join us, I shall gift them to you, Liu Quan declared amiably, oblivious to the fact that Mo Hua had already identified the herbs. He realized that most of them were elixirs for stabilizing the soul. A normal cultivator would have no need for such items. In that moment, Mo Hua grasped Liu Quan's true intentions. He sought to seize his body. Only a cultivator whose soul had been usurped and whose strength had waned would require such a plethora of soul-nurturing herbs. Liu Quan intended to take over him. Understanding this, Mo Hua felt a surge of anxiety. His own power was merely at the bone-forging realm. Even with the cultivation of the burning pill formula, his soul's strength was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. It was utterly insufficient to contend with the soul of an emperor. As the thought of escape flickered in his mind, Liu Quan unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, instantly sealing the stone platform with a protective barrier, claiming, "I shall provide you and Linger with a grand opportunity shortly. We cannot allow any interruptions. This shield is a precaution." With that, the lingering soul drifted beside Mo Hua, commencing the refinement of his soul. Mo Huahua's body tensed, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape. It dawned upon him that he was ensnared in a dire predicament. The very barrier before him was impenetrable with his bone-forging strength alone. In the midst of his frantic thoughts, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Do not worry. You will be safe." Upon hearing this, Mo Huahua's heart finally eased. Before long, Lu Linger appeared in the distance. She stepped barefoot from the spiritual spring, droplets cascading down her porcelain-like skin, glimmering with a pearl-like radiance. Her long hair, still not entirely dry, bore droplets of lingering spiritual dew that dripped with each step. Clad only in a layer of gossamer, a semi-transparent fabric adorned with star patterns hinted at her delicate waist and collarbone. This attire was retrieved from her storage ring. Suddenly, she tilted her head and flicked her hair, sending water splashing. Approaching Mo Huahua, her youthful, yet expressive face was reflected in his eyes. Her amber-like eyes sparkled with clarity, and when she blinked, a thin veil of mist seemed to rise. She was utterly charming. Yet, standing before Mo Huahua, she appeared somewhat shy, casting her gaze aside. A faint blush blooming upon her cheeks, reminiscent of early spring. The spiritual spring where Lu Linger had bathed was not far from this location. Just moments ago, the conversation between Liu Quan and Mo Huahua was overheard by Lu Linger. Instead of feeling disgust, a flicker of secret joy stirred within her. After spending several days together, walking from the small town to the ruins of the Liu family, Lu Linger found her feelings towards Mo Huahua shifting from disdain to a budding fondness. When two individuals of opposite genders share prolonged time together, it is inevitable that some deeper emotions may blossom. At least, this was Lu Linger's perspective. With the presence of the Liu family ancestor ensuring her safety, she felt compelled to dedicate herself to Mo Huahua in order to continue the Liu family lineage. Seeing Lu Linger's bashful expression, Liu Quan, awakening in the distance, remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad." Raising his hand, several vines suddenly erupted from the nearby medicinal garden, binding Lu Linger's arms and hoisting her into the air. Her face instantly turned pale with terror. "Ancestor, what is the meaning of this?" Liu Quan revealed a sinister smile. Abandoning all pretense, "Do not be anxious. Once I seize this boy's body, I shall entrust you with the sacred duty of bearing the descendants of the Liu family." With that, Liu Quan's remnant soul unleashed its power. A chain of spiritual energy instantly ensnared Mo Huahua, who, being merely at the bone-forging realm, found himself utterly unable to resist. Liu Quan's remnant soul drifted before Mo Huahua, expressing a tone of lament, "Boy, Did you truly believe I would allow an outsider into my Liu family treasury? Ha ha ha. Once I possess you, I shall reclaim my form and revive the Liu family. Liu Quan was filled with excitement as he plunged into Mo Huahua's sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, Mo Huahua sat cross-legged, steadfast in his resolve. Yet, Liu Quan's remnant soul was extraordinarily powerful, swiftly grasping Mo Huahua's spirit. Ha ha ha! Boy, prepare to die, Liu Quan declared, but as his gaze fell upon Mo Huahua, he was suddenly taken aback. Mo Huahua remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic or fear, as if he stood unperturbed by Liu Quan's remnant soul. Boy, your composure is commendable. However, your physical body shall soon belong to me. Liu Quan began to exert his power, attempting to seize Mo Huahua's corporeal form. Yet, just as Liu Quan believed victory was at hand, an unexpected twist occurred. A far more immense and terrifying soul manifested within Mo Huahua's sea of consciousness. If Mo Huahua's soul was but an insignificant insect in Liu Quan's eyes, then to this more formidable soul, Liu Quan was merely a pest at its feet. Liu Quan halted, fear etched across his face as he gazed upward at the horrifying soul's ethereal figure, his expression one of disbelief. That visage, those suffocating eyes, he recognized them all too well. The final image transmitted to him as his original body perished was precisely that face, instilling despair. How can this be? This is Mo Fan's remnant soul? How could you possess Mo Fan's remnant soul? Liu Quan, as if suddenly enlightened, sought to escape from Mo Huahua's sea of consciousness. Yet, there was scarcely time for action before Mo Fan's piercing gaze shattered Liu Quan's soul into nothingness. Liu Quan's remnant spirit dissipated entirely, leaving not a trace behind. In the outside world, Mo Huahua slowly opened his eyes, reclaiming control of his body. With Liu Quan's demise, the entire Liu family treasury was now at Mo Huahua's disposal. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. As long as he practiced within the confines of the Liu family treasury, he would undoubtedly have the potential to break through to the Xiangang realm in less than 6 months. Meanwhile, Liu Linger remained ensnared by the emerging vines. Her body bound in an eerie pose, her legs spread apart like an enticing delicacy, quietly awaiting her master's command. Upon witnessing Mo Huahua's awakening, Liu Linger's countenance grew even more bashful. Yet, she felt no remorse. As long as she could restore the Liu family to its former glory, her sacrifice would be worthwhile. However, the mere thought of engaging in such acts with an ancient ancestor of over 10,000 years filled her with a natural sense of revulsion. Just as Liu Linger was lost in her myriad of fantasies, Mo Huahua in the distance had already drawn forth his black blade. Chapter 78. The pinnacle of bone forging Liu Linger, upon witnessing Mo Huahua draw the black blade, instinctively retreated behind him as they made their way to the ruins of the Liu clan. This sword was no stranger to her. It was an artifact that the wielder rarely parted with, save for the gravest of dangers. Yet, her ancestor remained unaware of its existence. A sudden realization struck her. You have slain ancestor Liu Quan. Mo Huahua remained silent, steadily advancing with the sword in hand. Shock coursed through Liu Linger, mingling with a flicker of clandestine delight. Do not fret. I bear you no ill will. You acted solely for your survival. However, just as she was about to elaborate further, Mo Huahua raised the black blade and pierced her chest with a swift thrust. Fear, panic, helplessness, and disbelief swirled in Liu Linger's eyes. Blood dripped from the black blade onto the stone platform beneath her, and her meticulously adorned face grew increasingly pale. She reached out, yearning to touch Mo Huahua, but ultimately withdrew her hand. Her expression was a perplexing amalgamation of tears and smiles, tinged with a hint of regret. In the end, only a single phrase escaped her lips. Zhang Yan, you deceived me. With that, life slipped from her grasp. Even in death, she could not comprehend why, despite her ancestors' intent to eliminate Mo Huahua, she herself bore no offense against him. She longed to know if Mo Huahua harbored even a sliver of affection for her, throughout their journey. Yet, these questions would remain unanswered. Mo Huahua proceeded to tend to Lu Linger's lifeless form. Initially, he had intended to spare her life. However, her unwavering loyalty to the Lu clan, even to the point of sacrifice, made him realize that leaving her alive would pose a future threat. The enmity between the Mo and Lu families was deeply rooted. Now that he held the power, he resolved to act decisively. No loose ends. For if the Lu clan were to prosper, he too would find himself in peril. Regaining his composure, Mo Hua entered a meditative state to recover his energy before embarking on a quest for the Xianhua fruit within the medicinal garden. This garden was undoubtedly the Lu clan's treasure trove, yielding not only all the herbs required to concoct the swallowing fire pill, but also numerous elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation speed. Beyond the garden, Mo Hua scoured the surroundings, ultimately discovering a piece of spatial jade atop a high platform. In the void, Mo Fan offered a timely reminder. This is the positioning stone of this space. Possessing it allows you to access the Lu clan's treasury at will. A valuable find indeed. Elated, Mo Huahua secured the positioning stone close to his heart. Within the treasure vault, he also uncovered a high-grade Xian-class cauldron, significantly boosting his chances of successful pill creation. Returning to the medicinal garden, he prepared to ignite the flames for alchemy. Of course, he could only refine basic first-grade pills, and, at most, some uncomplicated second-grade ones, which served merely as aids for cultivation. The true fourth-grade swallowing fire pill would still rely on Mo Fan's expertise for its creation. In the present day, Mo Huahua has reached the level of bone refinement, barely capable of concocting fourth-grade elixirs. Mo Fan not only crafted the fire-devouring pill for him, but also prepared a multitude of restorative and cultivation-enhancing potions for unforeseen circumstances. After 3 days, the elixirs were completed. Mo Hua began to meditate cross-legged in this medicinal garden, where his training progressed with astonishing rapidity, yielding remarkable results. Moreover, the augmentation provided by the elixirs was invaluable. Within a mere 6 months, his cultivation ascended from the first level of bone refinement to the pinnacle of the same realm, standing just a step away from the Xiangang stage. However, Mo Fan was not in haste to facilitate Mo Hua's breakthrough. Instead, he intended to journey to Xianhuang Mountain to subdue the divine fire. Should Mo Hua's strength increase too swiftly, it could jeopardize his foundational stability, making future endeavors increasingly arduous. Additionally, the subjugation of the divine fire would demand considerable time, and Mo Hua needed to prepare for his long-awaited rendezvous with the Huangyan sect, a pact made 2 years prior. Thus, Mo Hua emerged from his meditative state, clutching a positioning stone that granted him dominion over the entire treasury. Upon reaching the entrance of the vault, the stone radiated light, causing the stone door to creak open. Beyond lay an abyss of darkness. Stepping outside, Mo Hua focused his will, channeling spiritual energy into the positioning stone. The surrounding space began to shift, and a brilliant light enveloped him. In an instant, Mo Hua found himself at the ruins of the Liu family estate, the positioning stone transforming into a jade tablet inscribed with the character Liu. It had become a key to access the Liu family's treasury. As Mo Hua rose, he was immediately encircled by a throng of azure-armed apes. Yet this time, he chose not to flee. With a mere gesture, a dark blade manifested in his hand. Mo Hua's demeanor was one of indifference, devoid of fear. With his current prowess, he was more than capable of contending with the entire group of azure apes. A low hum emanated from the dark blade as blood-red flames erupted forth. The temperature surrounding Mo Hua surged dramatically, causing even the apes encircling him to instinctively take a step back. Nevertheless, some of the azure-armed apes, undeterred, roared defiantly and leapt towards him. With a swift motion, Mo Hua swung the dark blade. The spiritual energy coalesced into a crimson fire dragon. His form morphed into a shadow, colliding with the azure ape. In an instant, the creature was sent hurtling away. The burning pill technique was not merely an ordinary cultivation method. As practitioners deepened their understanding, their mastery over fire would also grow. Thanks to the enhancement from various elixirs, Mo's physical strength and spiritual essence now rivaled that of an ordinary Xian Gang expert. The azure ape, struck by the force, crashed into a distant giant tree, its flames igniting the surrounding forest. The fire spread rapidly, causing chaos among the azure-armed apes, who scattered in all directions in panic. Mo gazed coldly at the burgeoning inferno in the distance before turning to walk in another direction. The dark sword returned to his back, concealed beneath his black robe. Mo's expression was one of indifference, his eyes reflecting only unwavering determination. After an indeterminate period of arduous travel, the small town finally re-emerged in the distance. However, upon entering, the first words he heard caused him to halt in his tracks. The ancient waves of surprise in his gaze suddenly narrowed. The Mo family had yet to make a move. It appeared that the rumors from the Morong family were indeed true. It was the Mo family that had initially released that group of demonic beings. They were now colluding with the demons, passively watching as the human defenses in the west crumbled. No wonder support was still needed from the Yi family. In the Morong family's expedition against the demons, there were as many as 10 formidable beings from the Yi family at the transcendent realm, along with powerful elders lending their aid. The situation on the demon side had begun to stabilize. Soon, we shall cleanse ourselves of those humiliations. Chapter 79. Xianhuang Mountain. Mo stood frozen in place, scarcely believing his ears. The individual continued to recount. It is said that the Mo family recently struck against the Zhang family. In a single night, the entire Zhang clan was utterly obliterated. Such a maneuver, I dare say. Aside from the Yi family, no one else could possibly contend with the Mo family. A heavy weight settled in Mo's heart, his expression turning somber. He was well aware of the intricate relationship between the Mo and Zhang families. Consequently, he understood the immense cost that would be required for the Mo family to eliminate the Zhang family. This realization birthed a flicker of doubt within him. Had his own actions provoked the Zhang family, compelling his father to take such drastic measures? Although Mo, who was not favored within the Zhang family, he was undeniably their grandson. If his own actions in slaying Mo, who had sparked the Zhang family's rebellion, Mo felt a pang of guilt. Just as he found himself mired in uncertainty, the counsel of Mo Fan echoed in his mind. Do not allow these trivial matters to cloud your judgment. Your foremost priority is to journey to Xianhuang Mountain and subdue the divine fire. With renewed resolve, Mo steadied his mind. Mo Fan was indeed correct. His immediate task was to bolster his own strength. Only with formidable power could he hope to assess family matters. If he could not even fulfill the agreement made 2 years prior, what face would he have to return to his family? His gaze sharpened with determination as he pressed onward towards Xianhuang Mountain. Upon exiting the protective boundaries of the Mo family's fortress, he ventured into the territory of the demon race. Mo donned a black robe he had discovered in the Liu family's treasury, an artifact of the Xian rank. Once adorned, it not only concealed his cultivation, rendering him undetectable, but also deceived the beasts of the wild. The Liu family's treasury was replete with treasures, a testament to their millennia of heritage, and Mo had not taken everything at once. Time passed as he ascended a steep slope. Through the gaps in the treetops, he glimpsed a distant panorama of towering peaks. These undulating mountains resembled a verdant wave, appearing as if a jade-green dragon lay tranquil among them. A delicate veil of mist draped softly over the landscape, rendering the forest eerily silent, as if in a perpetual slumber. As Mo entered the woodland, his movements were light. Even with the black sword strapped to his back, he navigated the trees with agility. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he immediately sensed something amiss. It was too quiet, unnervingly so. A chill gripped his heart. In a typical demon-infested mountain range, even if the beasts concealed themselves in the shadows, 1 or 2 lower-tier creatures would still be active. It was improbable that he would detect no signs of life whatsoever. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, stirring a few fallen leaves. All he could hear was his own breath alongside the soft whispers of the leaves. The surrounding forest felt as though it was shrouded by an ominous dread, devoid of even a single beast. This was illogical. After days of honing his skills, Mo had gleaned a few strategies for safely exploring the demon territories. Faced with such an unsettling scene, he would typically choose to flee at the first opportunity. The disappearance of these lower-tier demonic beasts can only occur within the territories of high-tier demonic beasts, specifically those ranked above the 4th tier. The 4th-tier demonic beasts correspond to the pinnacle of the godly law realm among human cultivators. Given Mo's current strength, encountering one would surely spell his doom. Fully aware of the perils of this place, Mo nonetheless pressed on. He could already glimpse the base of Xianwang Mountain. Should he abandon his quest now, he would be unable to subdue the divine fire within the mountain, and, as a consequence, his Dan burning technique would never ascend to a higher level, stalling his cultivation progress as well. Recalling his father's disdainful gaze and Nangong Ya's contemptuous expression, Mo's resolve only grew stronger. He ventured deeper into the forest, proceeding with utmost caution, carefully surveying his surroundings with each step. Although he understood that if real danger lurked, Mo Fan would alert him. He also knew that Mo Fan would not intervene for attacks that did not threaten his life. Finally, as Mo leaped onto a tree, Mo Fan's voice broke the silence with a warning, "Don't move." In an instant, Mo's hair stood on end. He froze, barely able to breathe. The surrounding area remained eerily quiet, which was precisely what troubled him the most. He was not afraid of powerful demonic beasts. Rather, he feared the presence of something that could follow him undetected, possessing the strength to easily slay him. As seconds ticked by, fine beads of sweat formed on Mo's forehead, and he dared not relax his guard. Suddenly, Mo Fan's warning echoed once more. "Run." Mo's pupils dilated, and in the next moment, he shot forth like a cannonball. By the time he landed, the tree he had just occupied was instantly claimed by a dark shadow, which reduced it to mere dust scattered in the air. Without a backward glance, Mo channeled all his spiritual energy and fled at full speed. He had not seen the shadow clearly, but he knew its power was beyond his capacity to confront. As he dashed towards Xianwang Mountain, the dark figure seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing. In no time, it closed the gap between them. Finally, Mo discerned that it was a creature resembling neither wolf nor tiger, adorned with dark scales, sharp claws, and crackling arcs of lightning surrounding its body. From its speed and strength, it was evident that this was a 4th-tier demonic beast. Even if Mo exerted all his might, he would still be unable to escape the pursuit of this formidable foe. He continuously cast fiery attacks behind him in a desperate attempt to fend off the beast, but to no avail. Ultimately, the demonic beast seized its opportunity, launching itself at Mo. In this critical moment, a barrier of spiritual energy suddenly materialized in front of the beast, sending the 4th-tier creature flying. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo realized that his master had intervened. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he heard the voice of Mo Fan urging him to continue running. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo obeyed, racing towards Xianwang Mountain without looking back. Behind him, the 4th-tier beast momentarily stood still, seemingly unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. However, upon noticing its coveted prey was on the verge of escape, it resumed its relentless pursuit. The two figures surged forward, their speeds intensifying until they became mere shadows. Yet, just as Mo ascended Xianwang Mountain on the brink of exhaustion, the 4th-tier beast suddenly halted. It emitted a low, furious growl, its eyes fixated intently on the distant Mo. It appeared enraged, yet it did not advance another step. Mo also recognized that the beast had ceased its pursuit, finally seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, gasping for air. If the standoff continued any longer, he would undoubtedly be overtaken by the beast. But why had it suddenly stopped? Chapter 80. The 7th Order White Serpent. Mo was perplexed as to why the 4th Order beast had halted its advance. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, gazing intently at the Xianwang Mountain ahead. This place was so foreboding that even 4th Order beasts dared not tread here. Undoubtedly, some exceedingly terrifying entity lurked within. Yet, Mo Huahua's courage did not waver as he pressed onward into the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, verdant greenery thrived, but the higher he ascended, the more he sensed something amiss. The surrounding flora grew increasingly sparse, and the temperature rose correspondingly. In the void, Mo Fan's system offered a notification. Detected heavenly fire, devouring flame, capable of consuming all things in the world, feeding on the vitality of existence to nourish itself. The devouring flame is a predetermined entity of the destined child, should the destined child be aided in gathering. The host shall receive even greater rewards. In the emptiness, Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. The devouring flame, as a manifestation of celestial fire, possessed the extraordinary ability to consume all things and rejuvenate itself. The system's assertion of offering even more formidable rewards piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Mo Huahua cautiously continued his exploration upward, eventually discovering a cavern halfway up the mountain. Standing at the entrance, he could feel the oppressive heat emanating from within. Even his body, having reached the bone-forging realm, struggled against the intensity. Frowning, he realized that the divine fire must indeed lie within. He had not erred in his pursuit. Muttering to himself, determination ignited in his eyes. If he could subdue the divine fire, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In that moment, he envisioned returning to the Huangyan sect to reclaim all that he had lost. Braving the scorching waves, Mo Huahua ventured into the cave. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his brow, his back soaked through. The cavern felt akin to an oven, intent on extracting every drop of moisture from his body. As he wielded his spiritual energy to fend off the searing heat, he simultaneously summoned the blood flame to illuminate his path. This dual effort was a considerable drain on both his stamina and willpower. At last, the narrow passage widened slightly, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. Yet, this development caused Mo Huahua to furrow his brow. Could it be that he had strayed from the correct path? Just as such thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of blue light appeared in the distance, at the end of the passage. Approaching, he immediately sensed a significant reduction in the ambient heat. Further ahead, he turned out of the passage and beheld a spacious stone chamber, roughly 100 feet in size, surrounded by colossal bones. At the center lay a pool of spring water, its milky white clarity emanating a refreshing aura. Mo Huahua frowned slightly, and Mo Fan materialized to provide an explanation. This was the byproduct of the celestial fire, a stalactite formed over millennia within the mountain, rich in spiritual energy and greatly beneficial for cultivation. The object of his search resided within this stalactite. Excitement surged through Mo Huahua as he approached the pool's edge, peering into the murky depths. Though the liquid was opaque, he could faintly discern something glowing within its depths. Just as he became entranced by the sight, suddenly, from the depths of the pool, a pair of pale blue vertical pupils emerged. Mo Huahua was taken aback and instinctively recoiled. The water churned violently, and a colossal python surged forth. Its immense body was cloaked in pristine white scales, and its pale blue eyes shimmered with an eerie glow. The scales of the white python gleamed with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of mother of pearl, each scale the size of a shield, with edges as sharp as blades. Its head alone was the size of several fully grown adults, and its disdainful, yet mocking gaze fell upon Mo Huahua. An invisible pressure enveloped him. The presence of this beast evoking the same reverence he felt in the presence of the esteemed elders of his clan. Taking a hesitant step back, Mo Huahua stammered, "This must be a 7th-tier beast, right?" For the first time, he displayed a hint of panic. Previously, whether facing tiger demons, bandits of the Shuangguang realm, or the blue-armed apes, the disparity in their realms had only been 1 or 2 levels. Mo Huahua had confidence in his ability to contend with them. Yet now, he was confronted with a 7th-tier beast, equivalent to the pinnacle of human cultivation. This was a true powerhouse capable of dominating its domain. The white serpent did not immediately attack Mo Huahua, but regarded him with a look of contempt. Its mere presence infused a sense of despair in any ordinary practitioner of the Shuangguang realm. Mo Huahua tightened his grip on the black sword. The figure of Mo Fan appeared beside him, casting a pleading glance his way. Faced with such an overwhelming adversary, he believed he could not survive and could only hope for Mo Fan's assistance. Mo Fan noticed his desperate gaze but did not act. Instead, he coldly stated, "Kill it, or you will die." These chilling words caused Mo Huahua's pupils to contract. He looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Was he truly expected to slay a seventh-tier monstrosity? But he was merely at the bone-forging realm. Mo Huahua's resolve wavered momentarily, yet it quickly solidified. Even if the opponent was a seventh-tier beast, he could not afford to lose. He glanced at Mo Fan again, only to find his expression calm, as if he were prepared for this moment. Recalling Mo Fan's teachings, Mo Huahua took a deep breath. His gaze sharpened, and he soon discerned a clue. When a demon cultivates to the sixth tier, it can transcend and transform. If this beast were truly a seventh-tier demon, why had it not assumed a humanoid form? The aura it exuded was indeed terrifying, yet it had not attacked him for so long. Could there be some limitation? Mo Huahua noticed that surrounding the pool of milk were numerous colossal bones. Judging by their size, they could not have belonged to humans, nor were they the remains of mere third or fourth-tier beasts. They were so massive that they must have belonged to at least a sixth-tier creature. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Mo Huahua. Perhaps this beast was gravely wounded. This could explain why it had yet to strike at him. However, he dared not be complacent, for if his assumption proved false and he angered this seventh-tier demon, his demise would be swift. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Huahua drew the black sword, readying himself for battle. Just then, the immense white serpent spoke in human tongue. "You dare to draw your sword against me? Do you wish for death?" In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended, pinning Mo Huahua to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Fan secretly mitigated some of this force, preventing Mo Huahua from being utterly crushed by the oppressive weight. Mo Huahua, pressed to the earth, struggled to support himself with the black blade embedded in the ground. The of the white serpent narrowed slightly, revealing an air of surprise. The serpent raised its head, speaking once more in a tone of disdain that brooked no argument. "You have done well to withstand my pressure, young one. I now offer you a chance to live. It is up to you to seize it." Chapter 81. The Slaying of the Seventh-Order Beast in response to the White Serpent's inquiry. Mo Huahua became increasingly convinced of his own thoughts. This White Serpent, refraining from attacking him, was undoubtedly wary of something. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Mo Fan moments ago. To kill it, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Mo Huahua charged towards the White Serpent, sword in hand. The immense pressure upon him rendered its movements exceedingly sluggish, yet the White Serpent made no other moves. Just as Mo Huahua leaped towards the serpent's head, his pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, a block of profound ice coalesced before the White Serpent, sending Mo Huahua hurtling away. His body resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing against the cavern wall. Though gravely injured upon impact, his expression bore no trace of despair. On the contrary, a smile crept upon his lips. This was because, just as he had leapt toward the White Serpent, he had caught sight of a golden streak within the pool. Upon the White Serpent's body there lay a wound, and judging by the condition of the injury, it was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, a seventh-order great demon like the White Serpent could not possibly fail to recover. Mo Huahua perceived a glimmer of victory. The White Serpent, still wearing a scornful expression, declared, "Human, should you make another move, I shall not grant you another chance." Gripping his black sword tightly, Mo Huahua's gaze sharpened. He extracted a pill, biting it to shatter its form. Instantly, the potent medicinal force enveloped his body, mending much of his injuries. Once more, he raised his sword and charged at the White Serpent. Another shard of profound ice was propelled towards Mo Huahua. However, this time he was well prepared, deftly evading the icy projectile. Instead of rushing towards the serpent's head, he leaped directly into the spring. His palm glided over the black blade, and in that moment, the fiery essence of his blood ignited within the spirit milk of the mountain stones. Mo Huahua's objective was clear, as he swam towards the golden glimmering wound. Yet, the white serpent was no fool. Realizing that Mo Huahua had seen through its ruse, it sought to directly subdue him. Beneath the spring, the colossal spirit python swiftly coiled, attempting to ensnare Mo Huahua. As the white serpent's body wrapped around him, a terrifying force surged forth. Mo Huahua found himself tightly entangled, buried within the serpent's form. A profound sense of despair and suffocation enveloped him. He sensed his bones nearing the brink of shattering, yet he stubbornly clutched the black sword. His formidable willpower compelled him to force his hand into the gaps between the serpent's scales. This area was perilously close to the golden wound, causing the white serpent to wince in pain. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Mo Huahua ignited his body. Beneath his skin, crimson flickered, emanating a terrifying mist. His entire being was scorched by the fiery essence of his blood, leaving no part intact. However, fortunately, this self-destructive maneuver was not without effect. The white serpent was also seared by the wave of heat. Although it was a seventh-order great demon, it had been grievously wounded decades prior in a struggle against several other great demons over the coveted sky-devouring flame, leaving it barely clinging to life. Mo Huahua's methods caused the white serpent to furrow its brow, astonished that such a ruthless character existed among the human race. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, the black sword in Mo Huahua's hand blazed with fiery brilliance as he thrust it toward the serpent's wound. The intense pain instantly made the white serpent writhe in agony. It released Mo Huahua, attempting to flee back into the depths of the spring. Yet, Mo Huahua gripped the serpent's scales with one hand while plunging the black sword deeper into its body with the other. The white serpent thrashed violently, dragging Mo Huahua deeper into the water. Mo Huahua had no time to ponder the depth of the lake as the flames within seared his skin, and the external water pressure began to strip away his flesh. The agony he endured was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, Mo Huahua persevered. Gritting his teeth, his gaze turned crimson. He let out a roar from deep within his chest, reminiscent of the night he had been beaten down by Mo Hu and his companions. A primal ferocity surged within his heart. After an indeterminate period, Mo Huahua's body, alongside the white serpent, broke the surface of the water. The serpent was utterly lifeless, and much of Mo Huahua's flesh had been charred away. Fortunately, he had managed to consume a third-grade healing pill just in time, barely clinging to life. As he crawled out of the lake, Mo Huahua discovered that he was no longer in the original cavern. The white serpent had carried him to another location. He took a moment to recuperate and regain some strength, just as he thought everything had come to an end. The distant form of the white serpent suddenly ignited in flames. Montag Huo's pupilles widened in shock. He saw black flames erupting from the serpent's scales, and the surrounding temperature soared instantaneously. It appeared as though something within the serpent was relentlessly devouring it. Before long, the serpent completely disintegrated, replaced by a long serpent formed of black flames. A sense of dread washed over Mo Huahua. He understood that this was the very thing he had been seeking, swallowing heaven flame. It had been suppressed within the belly of the white serpent, which explained the beast's prior weakness. Panic flickered in Mo Huahua's eyes. He lacked the strength to continue the battle. Engaging with this transformed serpent of swallowing heaven flame would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, just as despair enveloped him, Mo Fan's soul appeared beside him. This time, Mo Fan displayed an uncommon hint of admiration. "Very well, leave the next part to me." With those words, Mo Fan entered Mo Huahua's body. Instantly, Mo Huahua felt a lightness wash over him, and he rose to his feet. The black blade in his hand also radiated a brilliant glow, as a corner of its silken surface was lifted to reveal an ancient and profound rune. Mo Fan, wielding the black sword, stood before the serpent demon transformed by the swallowing heaven flame. In a calm voice, he stated, "With this strike, how much you can comprehend depends on your own fate." In a void, Mo Huahua became intensely focused upon hearing these words. He watched as Mo Fan's gaze sharpened suddenly, The black blade in his hand sliced through the air with incredible speed. In that moment, it felt as though time and space themselves had been cleaved apart. The black serpent, a manifestation of the devouring flame, which had been roaring fiercely at Mo Fan just a moment prior, was instantaneously obliterated by the brilliance of his sword light. Once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. Mo Hua regained control over his body. On the distant surface of the lake, only a flicker of black flames remained, trembling as if in trepidation. Mo Hua had yet to recover from the terror of Mo Fan's formidable strike. In the wake of this encounter, he felt as though he had grasped a fleeting insight. Though he could not articulate it, he could only retain this sensation in his heart, pondering it for future contemplation. Mo Hua sat in meditation, aided by the elixirs crafted by Mo Fan within the Liu family's treasury. His injuries swiftly mended. A month later, having fully regained his strength, Mo Hua clutched the devouring fire pill tightly, embarking on the endeavor to tame the devouring flame. Chapter 82. The Celestial Devouring Flame, Refining All Things. As Mo Hua approached the Celestial Devouring Flame, he was immediately enveloped by a sensation of searing heat. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy and vitality within him began to be gradually absorbed by the flame. However, it appeared that Mo Fan's previous strike had sufficiently intimidated the flame, for it did not resist with excessive fervor. Mo Hua consumed a medicinal pill, and a burning sensation surged through his skin. In an instant, he grasped the swirling black flame in his hand and commenced its refinement. Time swiftly passed, and a year had elapsed. Only 3 months remained until the 2-year pact Mo Hua had made with Nangongya. A radiant beam ascended into the heavens from the Xianhuang mountain. As Mo Hua opened his eyes, a sphere of black flame igniting around him. At last, he had successfully subdued the celestial devouring flame. His cultivation level surged directly to the 3rd tier of the Xiangang realm. Simultaneously, in the void, Mo Fan received a system notification. The host has assisted the destined child, Mo Hua, in collecting the celestial devouring flame, increasing his destiny compatibility by 10%. Current destiny compatibility, 16. The host gains an additional year of lifespan. The host's bloodline receives enhancement, awakening the blood flame talent, transforming blood into flame, devouring all things. In the void, Mo Fan raised his hand, and a flicker of black flame appeared within his palm. Like Mo Hua, he too had acquired the power of this black flame, augmented by his bloodline. As long as his bloodline persisted, even in the unfortunate event of his demise, he could awaken this power again. In the outside world, after retracting the flames, Mo Hua suddenly knelt down. Rest assured, Master, I shall avenge the humiliation of the past and prove to my father that I will surely restore your physical form. Your kindness, Master, shall never be forgotten in this lifetime. He spoke passionately. Despite all he had endured with Mo Fan, he remained unaware of his master's name, fearing to provoke Mo Fan by inquiring. At that moment, Mo Fan revealed himself. He did not speak, but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Hua rose, donned a fresh black robe, took up his black sword, and departed from that place. The entire lake of stone milk spirit liquid had been consumed by Mo Hua over the year, all in pursuit of subduing the celestial devouring flame. Now, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Xiangang realm practitioner. Even without the celestial devouring flame, he could contend against peak Xiangang powerhouses. Emerging from Xianhuang Mountain, Mo Hua had not walked far before detecting the aura of a beast. It resembled neither wolf nor tiger, its body covered in scales. This was unmistakably the same beast that had pursued Mo Fan upon his entry into Xianhuang Mountain. It had refrained from continuing the chase out of fear of the white snake within the mountain. Now, having undergone 2 years of refinement, the creature had grown even more formidable. Yet to Mo Hua in his current state, it posed no threat whatsoever. The beast lunged at Mo Hua, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he raised his hand, and a surge of black flame instantly surged forth, engulfing the beast. Under the flame's relentless assault, the creature plummeted from the air, emitting anguished cries, until it was ultimately reduced to ashes by the unyielding, celestial devouring flame. After Mo Huahua vanquished the beast, he felt a surge of power within him, a sign of his cultivation's incremental growth. A wave of joy washed over him. The heaven-swallowing flame not only possessed the ability to incinerate all things, but also had the remarkable capacity to channel the refined energy back to its wielder. Thus, he realized that by continuously hunting magical beasts, he could harness the power of the heaven-swallowing flame to grow ever stronger. With determination, Mo Huahua continued his journey towards the Western Front, driven by a promise made 2 years prior. However, he had not ventured far when a series of unusual noises halted his progress. Since entering the Xiangang realm, his senses had greatly sharpened. Even sounds from a kilometer away were within his perception. He swiftly ascended to the treetops, concealing himself in the shadows as he moved towards the source of the disturbance. After all, every beast he defeated would elevate his cultivation. If 2 beasts were entangled in battle, he could seize the opportunity to claim the spoils. Upon reaching the scene, he was met with the disheartening sight of scattered human corpses alongside a few fallen magical creatures. Curiosity piqued. Mo Hua noted that this was indeed the territory of the demon race, far removed from the Western defenses. Why then were there signs of humanity? Without hesitation, he unleashed the dark flames, swiftly refining the remains before him, which further augmented his cultivation. Following the trail of bodies, he pressed on and soon glimpsed several beleaguered human figures, being relentlessly pursued by a pack of demonic wolves. These individuals, clad in armor, appear to be soldiers, 3 men and 1 woman, fleeing from dozens of third-tier wolf demons. Mo Huahua remained hidden, vigilant in his surroundings, and discerned no ambush lurking nearby before deciding to follow. Exhausted, the 4 humans were at their wits' end. One soldier was suddenly tackled by a wolf demon, torn to shreds in an instant. The remaining 2 soldiers valiantly shielded the woman, attempting to fend off their pursuers, but their efforts proved futile. Soon, the last 2 soldiers fell victim to the ravenous beasts. As the woman braced for the inevitable assault, Mo Huahua finally intervened. In an instant, dark flames surged forth, and the anguished howls of the wolf demons filled the air. The woman, initially engulfed in despair and resigned to her fate, opened her eyes to find a figure clad in black robes standing protectively before her. Moments later, the wolf demons were reduced to ashes. Mo Huahua lowered his hood, revealing a face altered by a mystical artifact from the Liu family treasury, intended to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After all, if he bore his original visage, he would likely be apprehended by the Mo or Zhang families the moment he set foot in human territory. Now, with a gaunt visage, roughened skin, and a prominent scar marring his face, he presented the appearance of a wanderer from the fringes of society. As the flames returned to his grasp, he cast a fleeting glance at the woman in silver armor, preparing to depart. She quickly rose, the clinking of her armor echoing in the air, and bowed in gratitude, following closely in his wake. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. I am Morong Shui of the Morong family. May I inquire about your name?" However, Mo Huahua paid her no heed and continued to stride forward. His intervention had merely been motivated by the wolf demons. Rescuing her was but a trivial act. His sole desire at this moment was to hasten to the Nangong family for an appointment, wishing to avoid any further complications. Observing Montagu's indifference, Morong Shui felt no anger. Instead, she followed closely behind once more. "Might I request that you escort me a short distance? Upon reaching the human settlement, I assure you, a generous reward awaits." Yet, Mo Huahua remained unresponsive. An elder, such as yourself, daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon territory, must possess extraordinary prowess. I wonder if you might be interested in joining my Morong family's demon hunting team? Chapter 83. The Morong family, Li Huahua, continued to ignore Morong Shui, walking ahead, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something. Given his current status, entering the human city might pose a challenge without proof of his identity. He could easily be suspected by the guards stationed at the city gates. Perhaps bringing Morong Shui along could serve as a useful guise. Montague pauset momentarily. then turned to Murong Shui behind him, stating, "If you wish to leave, then keep up." Murong Shui's expression brightened, and she hurried to catch up, her face alight with excitement. "If you can escort me out, I assure you that I will not let you down. Whatever I can do for the Murong family, I will fulfill your request." Mo Hua maintained a calm demeanor, as if the prospect of receiving any reward from the Murong family was inconsequential to him. "I will take you back, and you'll let me enter the city. That is the agreement." At these words, Murong Shui, who had just been filled with joy, displayed a look of concern. "You do not possess an identity token for entry into the city?" Mo Hua frowned. "Are you not of the Murong family? Is this such a difficult matter for you?" Murong Shui was momentarily speechless. The border of the demon territory was indeed chaotic, with many outlaws hiding here to evade their enemies. To facilitate identification, identity tokens were used to recognize the status of cultivators, preventing demons from infiltrating the human realm. Naturally, Murong Shui had the means to procure an identity token for Mo Hua, yet doubt crept into her mind. Even though the demon forces were retreating, this area was nearing the heart of their territory, where humans should not be present. A sense of dread filled her heart, leading her to question Mo Hua's true identity. However, with her life in his hands, she ultimately acquiesced to his demands. "Very well, you guide me out, and I will take you into the city." Murong Shui responded brightly, yet a flicker of fear in her eyes did not escape Mo Hua's keen observation. "You need not doubt me. Since the demon invasion began decades ago, I have been hiding in the mountains to cultivate. I am not a fiend." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui felt a sense of relief. The fact that he had sensed her suspicion, yet refrained from harm, lent him a degree of credibility. Suddenly, her expression turned anxious as she asked, "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Mo Hua cast a cold glance at her. "Zhang Yin, my family has been exterminated. I'm a first-tier rogue cultivator." With those few terse words, he fell silent. Murong Shui silently followed closely behind. Before long, the two emerged from the forest into a rugged plain. Shadows of flying swords occasionally darted across the sky, seemingly searching for something. Mo Hua had not led Murong Shui far when several figures descended from the air. "Excellent, miss. You are unharmed." One figure appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in a blue robe with streaks of gray at his temples. Behind him were several armored disciples of the Murong family, who observed Mo Hua with wary expressions. Murong Shui, seeing this, spoke up to clarify. "The esteemed elder is named Zhang Yin. My fortunate escape from the clutches of the demonic beasts is entirely due to this venerable figure. Uncle Liu, have you ascertained the reasons behind our squad's sudden assault by a multitude of these creatures?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Liu by Murong Shui, respectfully bowed towards Mo Hua. "Thank you, young friend." He then addressed Murong Shui, saying, "Miss, this matter may be linked to the Mo family." Upon hearing this, Mo Hua's pupils dilated, a flicker of doubt arising within him. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, revealing nothing. Murong Shui, on the other hand, displayed a countenance full of wrath. "One audacious Mo family. They were the ones who sent my sister's head, and now they dare to strike at me. Truly despicable." The middle-aged man, his expression grave, cautioned, "Miss, it seems that the Mo family, having learned of our Murong family's alliance with the Yi family to expose their misdeeds, harbors resentment and may pose a threat to your safety. It would be prudent for you to return to the city for the time being." His concern was palpable. Murong Shui nodded, for under ordinary circumstances, she would never acquiesce to retreating to the city. Known for her willfulness, she had sought to take her sister Murong Qing's place and contribute to the fight against the demon race. However, this recent defeat had resulted in the deaths of dozens of her loyal guards, weighing heavily on her heart. Meanwhile, Mo Hua pondered the implications of their previous conversation. Did the Mo family truly murder Murong Shui's sister and deliver her severed head? This seemed uncharacteristic of his father. Although Mo Qi was cold and ruthless, he would not easily make enemies for the Mo family, nor would he engage in such a provocative act as delivering a head. Moreover, recalling the rumors he had heard in other towns regarding the Mo family's collusion with the demon race, he sensed there might be more to this story than met the eye. The group swiftly ascended towards the nearest city aboard the middle-aged man's flying sword. Such aerial feats were typically achievable only by those of the divine law realm. Mo Huahua felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Once within the confines of the Murong family's city, he needed to extricate himself quickly, lest he draw suspicion from these individuals. If he were to encounter a formidable figure from the Murong family, his Xian gang realm abilities, even bolstered by the swallowing heaven flame, would struggle to ensure his safety. Along the way, the middle-aged man suddenly inquired of Mo Huahua, "Might I ask, young friend, what clan do you hail from? To venture alone into the depths of the demon territory is no trivial feat. I am Liu Feng. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" At this, Mo Huahua felt a weight in his heart. Liu Feng's inquiry was clearly an attempt to probe his background. After all, that was the heart of demon territory, a place where even ordinary cultivators rarely ventured. Mo Huahua's appearance was too incongruous, raising Liu Feng's suspicions. Observing Liu Feng's demeanor, Mo Huahua secretly gathered his strength, preparing for any sudden attack. Yet on the surface, he replied, "Zhang Yin, a solitary cultivator who has spent much time in the mountains in meditation. My rescue of Miss Murong was merely coincidental." Mo Huahua understood that this statement was rather insubstantial and unlikely to convince Liu Feng. With the intention of fleeing already taking root in his heart, Murong Shui suddenly spoke up beside him. "Uncle Liu, since Senior Zhang has saved me, he is undoubtedly my benefactor. Regardless of any past transgressions he may have committed, the Murong family shall not repay kindness with enmity." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Mo Huahua also let out a quiet sigh of relief. At the gates of the Murong family's stronghold, countless cultivators descended to verify their identity tokens. Yet, Liu Feng's flying sword went unexamined, soaring directly towards the Murong estate. The sword descended in the courtyard, where several figures gathered. Among them stood an elderly man with a mane of white hair, clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns. He was none other than the head of the Murong family, Murong Xian. Rising to his feet, he was accompanied by a number of esteemed elders from the Murong family. "Shuer, is it true that the Mo family intends to assassinate you?" Chapter 84. The conflict. Murong Xian stepped forward, his face etched with concern. After all, Murong Shui was his only remaining daughter. Should the Mo family's malevolence befall her again, he would be compelled to confront them himself. Finally, after embracing Murong Shui, he noticed Mo Huahua standing aside, and his expression darkened. "Are you a member of the Mo family?" The question sent a wave of anxiety through Mo Huahua. An overwhelming aura of dread radiated from Murong Xian, revealing the might of a peak-level elder. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, not daring to utter a word. Mo Huahua was taken aback. Had the head of the Murong family seen through his identity? The opponent was indeed formidable. Escaping would be a daunting task. Just as he was at a loss, Murong Shui stepped forward. "Father, it was this senior who saved me. Without him, I fear I would never have returned to see you." Upon hearing this, Murong Xian reined in his oppressive aura and scrutinized Mo Huahua, eventually breaking into a smile. "It appears I have misunderstood. Since this young friend is Shui's benefactor, he is a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Someone, escort our esteemed guest to rest." Among the crowd, two elders of the dragon elephant realm quickly approached Mo Huahua, guiding him away. With so many powerful figures present, a reckless escape was utterly impossible for Mo Huahua. He feigned compliance and followed the two elders to the guest quarters. Once Mo Huahua had departed, Murong Xian cast a cold, penetrating gaze towards Liu Feng. The latter bowed slightly, saying, "Head of the family, we have discovered the reason behind the young Miss S. ambush. It was orchestrated by several spies from the Mo family within our ranks. Although they took their own lives after the attack, we managed to retrieve evidence implicating the Mo family from them." Liu Feng spoke with a grave demeanor. Beside him, Murong Shui was incensed. "The Mo family has gone too far. They conspire with the demon race to harm us. Father, let us declare war on them. Their treacherous actions will surely provoke more than just our Murong family." At these words, many elders of the Murong family nodded in agreement. Murong Xian, however, wore a dark expression and remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Contact the Yi family. We have urgent matters to discuss. Mo Huahua found himself in the guest room of the Murong family. Outside, two disciples of the Murong family, at the level of divine law, stood guard. They claimed to be there to attend to Mo Huahua's needs, yet in reality, it was a form of house arrest. Mo Huahua was uncertain if Murong Xian had truly discerned his identity. During his time in the Mo family, he had never encountered Murong Xian. Even if the latter had seen through his true form, he should not have known he was Mo Huahua. Furthermore, he had concealed his appearance with a profound-level artifact. Moreover, there was the matter of the attempted assassination. Why would his father send people to eliminate members of the Murong family? Such a small clan should not pose a threat to the Mo family. Unable to comprehend, Mo Huahua decided to set aside his thoughts and began to meditate. He cannot linger too long within the Murong household, for the time to fulfill his promise to Nangongya draws near. He must hasten to the Huangyan sect. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Huahua has been confined within his chamber, although members of the Murong family bring him meals with courteous demeanor. There remains no intention of allowing him to venture outside. In the courtyard of the Murong estate, Murong Xian sits in a pavilion, engaged in a game of chess with Murong Shui. Suddenly, a figure appears behind Murong Xian, whispering a few words before vanishing into thin air. The expression on Murong Xian's face grows increasingly grave. Murong Shui seems to sense her father's unease. Father, although the Mo family is powerful, there are numerous families dissatisfied with them after all these years. Moreover, there is the Yi family. Even if the Murong family were to engage in battle with them, defeat is not a certainty. Murong Shui believes her father is troubled by the prospect of confronting the Mo family. However, Murong Xian sighs, his countenance becoming even more complex. My dear Shuer, you perceive the matter too simplistically. This issue transcends the grievances between the Murong and Mo families. He shakes his head. Even a foolish Mo family would not engage in such self-deprecating actions. If they truly intended to strike against the Murong family, their ancient lineage and profound heritage would render us no match for them. At these words, Murong Shui's expression stiffens, her delicate fingers dropping a chess piece in shock. Father, are you suggesting that the Mo family is not the one plotting against us? But what of my sister's corpse and that shadow stone? Murong Shui is taken aback. Having always believed that the Mo family had colluded with the demon clan to annihilate the Murong family. Now, she learns from her father that the Mo family has no intention of attacking them. She finds herself momentarily bewildered. Then who could be behind the assault on us? The demon clan? Could it be that they seek to incite discord among the human factions? Murong Xian lets out a soft sigh and continues. In light of the present situation, delving into this matter is futile. In a few days, you shall travel to the Huangyan sect in the northern region to devote yourself to cultivation, as you may one day inherit the Murong family legacy. Murong Xian places down his chess piece. This game has never been one that a single piece could control. All he can do now is to ensure his own survival. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui refrains from her usual outbursts and bows her head in silence. The trials of battle over the years have matured her significantly. She understands that her father's actions are all part of a greater plan. Murong Xian rises, standing at the edge of the pavilion, gazing up at the heavens. That Zhang Yan, though his identity remains obscure, there is no news of him within the Mo family stronghold or in the other 4 domains. Yet, since he has saved you, he is unlikely to go to great lengths to harm you. You shall journey with him to the northern region. At a critical moment, he may be able to safeguard you. With this, Murong Shui nods and bows, taking her leave. Murong Xian's gaze is aged and murky. He understands that the events of these years have been orchestrated by unseen hands. They seek to strike against the Mo family, but require a catalyst, the Murong family. Caught in a vendetta against the Mo family while also contending with the demon clan is a fitting choice. The strength of those behind this plot far exceeds what the Murong family can withstand. Within the entire Murong clan, the number of individuals still available remains a mystery even to Murong Xian himself. He had refrained from expressing his stance previously. perhaps out of fear of inciting the ire of others, which led to the attack on Murong Shui. Murong Xian's suggestion for Murong Shui to seek refuge in the Huangyan sect was merely a means of self-preservation. The downfall of the Mo family was a consequence of prevailing circumstances, and since the Murong clan had been chosen as a pivotal player in this unfolding drama, retreat had become an impossibility. Murong Xian closed his eyes, silently praying that the Murong clan could discover a glimmer of hope amidst the impending calamity. In the guest quarters of the Murong residence, Mo Huohua had devoted himself to cultivation for several days and finally awaited the arrival of Murong Shui. "Elder, is your stay here to your satisfaction?" Mo Huohua inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. Chapter 85, The Ambush. "The sword that slays the divine, has your father finally consented to release me?" he remarked, his tone not quite betraying dissatisfaction. However, Mo Huohua's demeanor was perpetually aloof, radiating an air of distant indifference. Murong Shui offered a conciliatory smile, bowing slightly in apology. "If the esteemed elder wishes to depart, I shall not hinder your exit. However, I do have a request to make." Mo Huohua narrowed his eyes, anticipating that the Murong family would not easily allow him to leave. Yet, given that he was on their territory, he felt no outlet for his discontent. "Very well," Mo Huohua replied without hesitation, having already resolved that regardless of what demands were placed upon him, he would abscond once he left the Murong household. Even if they pursued him, he could merely don a different guise. However, Murong Shui's next statement prompted Mo Huohua to reconsider his intentions. "I would like to request your protection on my journey to the northern domain as Huangyan sect. Since the esteemed elder is willing to escort me, we shall set forth in 3 days. Rest assured, the Murong family will not treat you poorly." Seeing Mo Huohua acquiesce so readily, Murong Shui beamed with delight. Mo Huohua hesitated for a brief moment, suddenly recalling a crucial detail. Should he venture to the Huangyan sect, the journey would be long and fraught with potential interception. If he could leverage the Murong family's reputation, it would indeed alleviate numerous complications. Thus, Mo Huohua altered his decision. 3 days later, Mo Huohua embarked on the Murong family's flying vessel bound for the northern domain. Accompanying him were several dozen guards from the Murong family. Despite repeated insistence from the family elders, Murong Xian was adamant about dispatching only these few guardians, none of whom surpassed the realm of divine laws. Mo Huohua sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, feeling distinctly out of place among the Murong guards. The distance from the central continent to the northern domain was considerable. Even aboard a flying vessel, the journey would take a month and a half. During this time, Mo Huohua intensified his cultivation, solidifying his foundational skills. At last, they arrived in the northern domain. Murong Shui emerged from the cabin, standing on the deck and gazing at the distant, faint outlines of the mountains, a glimmer of joy illuminating her features. "Once we pass through the North Mountain Pass, we will truly enter the northern domain." There were numerous routes from the central continent to the northern domain. Yet the North Mountain Pass was the sole passage that all vessels bound for the northern domain must traverse. Consequently, this area frequently witnessed the passage of flying ships and sword-wielding cultivators. At the bow, Mo Huohua opened his eyes. Over the past half-month, he had gleaned insights into the Murong family's predicament from the guard's scattered remarks. Currently, the Murong family head, Murong Xian, was but a hollow figure. As for the previous attempt on Murong Shui's life, it was highly plausible that it was orchestrated by individuals from the Murong family as well. This was likely why Murong Xian had entrusted a loyal contingent of guards to ensure Murong Shui's safety. Despite having traversed more than half the journey, a thread of unease lingered in Mo Huohua's heart. Should those with murderous intent towards Murong Shui still be resolute, her journey could prove exceedingly perilous. Just as Mo Huohua had surmised, barely 7 days after exiting the North Mountain Pass, several sword-wielding cultivators launched an assault against them. Mo Huohua immediately recognized the attire of the individual before him and couldn't help but frown. Were they from the Mo family? He shook his head. It seemed unlikely. The other party could wield a sword, indicating that their strength had at least reached the divine law realm. Several figures obstructed the flying vessel, compelling it to come to a halt. Among the guards of the Murong family, someone shouted, "Who are you?" This is the flying vessel of the Murong family from Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, the cultivators exchanged glances and responded with disdain. "We are disciples of the Mo family. You, Murong family, have offended someone you should not have. Today, you shall all perish here." With that declaration, the group of sword-wielding cultivators charged towards them. Although the Murong family's guards were numerous, most of them were merely at the same level as Mo Huahua in the mystic prowess realm. Only 7 were at the divine law realm, barely holding their ground. Among the 6 cultivators, 2 had achieved the dragon elephant realm, easily capable of facing 10 opponents at once. Mo Huahua did not rush into the fray. Instead, he calculated how to escape. He was not foolish enough to stake his life for a woman. However, there was always someone who, lacking foresight, set their sights on the oddly dressed Mo Huahua at the back of the crowd. In an instant, the individual dashed towards him. With no choice left, Mo Huahua drew his black sword. With a swift motion, blood-red energy manifested. The crimson blood fire instantly spread across the black sword like a serpent. Then, an overwhelming heat erupted from within Mo Huahua, enveloping the black sword in another layer of black flame. The 2 flames coexisted upon the sword, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The divine law cultivator from the Mo family showed no fear, swinging their blade toward Mo Huahua. However, Mo Huahua only needed to strike once. In an instant, a fire dragon surged forth, and the black flames filled the sky. When the clash of metal resounded, the spirit sword in the hands of the Mo family disciple shattered into pieces, and Mo Huahua's black sword cleaved through, severing the opponent's head. This scene left all present gasping in shock. Even the dragon elephant realm expert, who had been engaged in battle with several divine law guards, involuntarily withdrew from the fray. The remaining Murong family guards finally had a moment to catch their breath, staring at Mo Huahua in astonishment. Could it be that he had also reached the dragon elephant realm? I told you that the family head would not send a useless individual with us to the northern domain. This young man is indeed formidable. Surrounded by the crowd, Murong Shue's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she recalled her father's words. At a critical moment, this person may save your life. Everyone was shocked. Yet Mo Huahua was acutely aware of his true strength, which was merely at the 3rd level of the mystic prowess realm. However, with the dual enhancement of blood fire and sky-swallowing flame, dealing with an ordinary peak mystic prowess opponent was trivial. The reason he could behead a divine law expert with a single strike was primarily due to the sword technique he comprehended while slaying the black serpent under Mo Fan's guidance. He had spent 2 years mastering it. At last, having merely scratched the surface, he elevated his combat prowess to a whole new level. This marked his inaugural application of this technique in actual combat, and to his astonishment, its potency proved formidable. Meanwhile, in the distance, 2 formidable experts of the dragon elephant realm took notice of the peculiar flames emanating from Mo Huahua's black sword. What manner of flame is that? Even I feel a twinge of trepidation. This young man is extraordinary. Everyone, proceed with caution. The black sword he wields harbors its own mysteries. It could very well be an artifact of profound significance. Mo Huahua's presence instantly instilled a sense of apprehension among the previously confident disciples of the Mo family. However, it was merely apprehension. Within that brief span of time, the 4 formidable experts of the Murong family had already suffered severe injuries at the hands of the 2 dragon elephant realm disciples of the Mo family. Chapter 86. Arrival in the northern region. Currently, the Murong family's guards consisted of merely 3 individuals at the Divine Method realm and a dozen at the Profound Vigor realm. Despite the assistance of Mo Huahua, the situation remained precarious. In the distance, a practitioner of the Dragon Elephant realm fixed his gaze firmly on Mo Huahua. Another practitioner of the same realm, along with several other disciples of the Mo family, once again launched an assault on the disciples of the Murong family. The assailant charged towards Mo Huahua, his weapon transforming into a stream of spiritual light aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, the individual raised his hand, casting a sword pellet into the air, which instantly morphed into countless flying swords. Each of these swords bore the formidable power of at least the divine method realm. A sense of foreboding engulfed Mo Huohua as he gripped the black blade tightly. With a sweeping motion, the dragon elephant realm cultivator commanded the rain of swords to descend upon Mo Huohua. Although he reacted swiftly, managing to parry most of the barrage with his black sword, he nonetheless sustained several wounds. The sharpness of those swords was extraordinary. Even a mere graze could leave a bloody mark upon Mo Huohua's skin. Yet he grit his teeth, summoning the fiery essence of his blood to cauterize the wounds, staunching the flow of blood. The dragon elephant realm expert, witnessing this, called out with a tone of admonition, "Friend, it is no small feat to master such techniques. You are clearly not of the Murong family. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon ship. I shall not hinder your departure." It appeared that the adversary intended to allow Mo Huohua to flee. However, Mo Huohua was acutely aware that those before him were not true members of the Mo family. Their intention in leaving a survivor was solely to disseminate the news of Murong Shue's assassination. Nevertheless, the thought of escape crossed Mo Huohua's mind, for he was merely at the profound vigor realm, a significant gap separating him from the dragon elephant realm. Engaging in combat would likely lead to his defeat. Yet, just as he found himself momentarily indecisive, two small swords, one black and one white, suddenly shot towards him from a distance. Strangely, their targets were not Mo Huohua himself, but rather the two dragon elephant realm cultivators masquerading as disciples of the Mo family. With a swift strike, the heads of the two dragon elephant realm practitioners were pierced by the flying swords. Mo Huohua felt a weight in his heart. To slay a dragon elephant with a single sword indicated that the wielders of those swords were at least of the venerable realm, the remaining disciples of the Mo family. Witnessing the demise of the two dragon elephant experts, were instantly thrown into disarray. They sought to flee, but were likewise struck down by the flying swords. In the blink of an eye, two dragon elephant realm practitioners and four at the divine method realm were utterly vanquished. The guards of the Murong family exhibited expressions of joy, and Murong Shue finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, several figures clad in white robes approached on flying swords. At the forefront was an elderly man in a white robe, with sunken eyes, a hooked nose, a gaunt visage, and graying temples. Yet, within his eyes resided an indescribable vitality, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Following him were several young disciples adorned in white robes bearing sword patterns. Mo narrowed his eyes. Although he had never seen these individuals before, he recognized their identities at a glance. The attire they wore bore a striking resemblance to that of Qin Kong, who had previously come to annul the engagement with the Mo family. They were none other than the garments of the Huangyan sect. The elder, possessing an ethereal grace, led his disciples to alight upon the ship. Towards Murong Shue, who spoke in a voice tinged with age, he said, "You must be Murong Shue. I am an old acquaintance of your father, Murong Xian. He has implored me to take you as my disciple. Henceforth, you shall be my apprentice. I am Yu Qiong, the grand elder of the 13 peaks of the Huangyan sect. Quickly pay your respects." Upon hearing this, the guards of the Murong family displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, the Huangyan sect is the most formidable sect in the northern region. The individual before them, claiming to be an elder of the Huangyan sect, certainly possessed strength at least at the level of a revered one. To be accepted as a disciple by such a figure was indeed a significant opportunity. The onlookers were filled with envy, and Murong Shue knelt before Yu Qiong, bowing deeply. Disciple Murong Shue pays her respects to master. Yu Qiong nodded. Yet several young members of the Huangyan sect behind him furrowed their brows in disdain. Most of them hailed from prestigious families and might tolerate Murong Shue, but they looked upon the other guards with contempt. Not long after Murong Shue rose, Yu Qiong narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the figure clad in black robes. Mo Huohua. Instantly, Mo Huohua felt a terrifying consciousness lock onto him. He hurriedly suppressed his aura and concealed the heaven-devouring flame within him. Mo Fan discreetly cast a layer of concealment magic, preventing Yu Qiong from detecting anything amiss. However, If the elder continued to monitor the flying vessel of the Morong family, he would undoubtedly have noticed the earlier display of the heaven-devouring flame. A sense of dread settled in Mo's heart. After all, the heaven-devouring flame was a celestial treasure sought after even by seventh-tier great demons. Should it be revealed, he would certainly be hunted down by this elder of the Huangyan sect. Feeling a wave of tension, Mo watched as Yu Qiong relaxed his brow. In the next moment, the elder's figure appeared before Mo in an instant, causing the latter to tense up. Your talent is commendable. Would you be willing to join my sect as a registered disciple? At these words, astonishment spread across the faces of the Murong family's guards, Murong Xian, and the disciples of the Huangyan sect. The guards were particularly taken aback. Could this youth truly have caught the attention of Elder Yu? Did he perhaps possess some extraordinary ability? The disciples of the Huangyan sect frowned as well. Their master rarely took on disciples, and even for registered ones he was selective, choosing only the most outstanding among the sect's various prodigies. Each of them either had powerful family backing or exceptional innate talent. This individual, dressed in black robes and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, was merely at the Xiangang realm. How could he possibly attract their master's interest? While everyone was engulfed in confusion, Murong Shui revealed a smile. If the other party were to agree, she could fully secure Mo as a trusted ally. Henceforth, whether within the Murong family or the Huangyan sect, her path would be smoother. Everyone assumed Mo would readily agree, bowing in gratitude to accept the apprenticeship. After all, he was addressing a powerful, revered one and an elder of the esteemed Huangyan sect, the most prestigious sect in the northern region. Becoming his disciple would undoubtedly illuminate his future. However, Mo's response defied all expectations. The younger generation, possessing inferior talents, harbors no intention of joining the Huangyan sect. I sincerely appreciate the elder's goodwill. Before the formidable presence of a revered master, Mo does not dare to act arrogantly. However, his words elicited a fleeting expression of displeasure on Yu Qiong's face. The crowd was taken aback. This yin actually declined Elder Yu's offer to accept him as a disciple. Does he truly comprehend the gravity of his actions? Murong Shui wore a look of perplexity, unable to fathom why Mo would refuse. Fortunately, Yu Qiong did not press the matter further. Instead, she turned to Murong Shui and said, "Very well, let us depart. Your arrival is most timely. In a few days, the Huangyan sect will hold its grand disciple recruitment ceremony." With a grand gesture, Yu Qiong summoned her flying sword, and the group departed with Murong Shui in tow. Chapter 87. The Mo family, Mo arrives to pay respects. In the aftermath of the demonic chaos that ravaged the northern region, many families from the Central Plains sought refuge there. These families faced exclusion from the established clans of the northern region, who adopted an air of superiority, dismissing the newcomers with disdain. The influx of foreign clans ignited numerous conflicts across the Central Plains. Even the once mighty clans of the Central Plains could not escape the turmoil. Only those with deep-rooted foundations managed to survive. The Huangyan sect, as the foremost power in the northern region, remained unshaken in its supremacy, both before and after the chaos. Various families eagerly sought to have their promising descendants join the sect, hoping to secure its protection. Thus, the annual apprenticeship ceremony was established, drawing numerous factions who encouraged their qualified youth to attend in the hopes of gaining the favor of the elders of Huangyan sect. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. At the heart of the northern region, amidst the grand and expansive mountain range, lay the Huangyan sect, typically vigilant. The sect was now fortified with guards stationed every few steps. Disciples were stationed at the gates, and each visitor was subjected to meticulous scrutiny. Mo donned a new outfit, one reminiscent of years past, when he was still a member of the Mo family. He felt no fear of being recognized. Rather, he was anxious that others might fail to identify him. As the throngs of people underwent inspection to enter Huangyan sect, both the elderly and the youth treated the guarding disciples with utmost respect. At last, Mo stood before the gatekeeper disciple. The disciple squinted, observing the plain, coarse fabric of Mo's attire, devoid of any ostentation. Frowning, he demanded in a stern voice, Who are you? Which faction do you represent? Do you possess an invitation? Mo Huahua lowered his head, his expression as calm as still water, and replied in a steady voice. Mo, family. Mo Huahua. Here to pay respects today? The gatekeeper disciple was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. They had received prior warnings from the sect's elders, instructing them to deny entry to any individual claiming to be a disciple of the Mo family. Suddenly, the disciple shouted, "You are the castaway of the Mo family." Mo Huahua. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Though there was initial confusion, the mention of the castaway of the Mo family triggered memories, and their pupils widened in shock. The crowd surged like boiling water, buzzing with astonishment. He is the castaway who had an engagement with Nangonya? To think he actually dared to come. Years ago, Mo Huahua had gone to the Mo family to annul his engagement with Nangonya, only to be publicly expelled by the Mo family. Rumors of his plight had circulated widely in the northern region and the Central Plains. Many believed that after being hunted, he would seek refuge in the wilderness, living out his days in obscurity. Yet here he stood, bold enough to return a Huanyan sect. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mo Huahua retrieved a spiritual sword from his storage ring. He did not draw the black sword, nor did he intend to wield the devouring flame here. Today, he sought to prove himself by defeating Nangonya with nothing but his own strength. However, upon learning that he was Mo Huahua, the gatekeeper disciple promptly reported to the sect. In an instant, countless disciples of the Huanyan sect rushed to the scene. Hundreds of disciples converged from all directions, with dozens descending directly from the sky. The spectacle before them sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, prompting them to flee until they reached a safe distance, where they cautiously observed Mo Huahua. Was he not mad? Charging into the Huanyan sect through the front gate alone? Was he courting death? His strength barely reached the Xiangang realm. Such audacity was either remarkable bravery or sheer folly. In the blink of an eye, the square before the gate of the Huanyan sect was left with only Mo Huahua's solitary figure. Yet, this presence did not waver in the face of overwhelming odds. Instead, he stood even more resolute and confident, as if he were not alone. Faced with hundreds of formidable Huanyan sect disciples, Mo Huahua exhibited not a trace of fear. This alone left some spectators in awe. This youth, merely at the Xiangang realm, dared to confront so many from the Huanyan sect? His audacity bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary Mo Fan, the ancestor of the Mo family. Among the crowd, someone sighed in admiration, only to be swiftly silenced by a chorus of jeers. Bah, there's not a single good person from the Mo family. If it were not for their collusion with the demon race, why would we have to abandon our homeland and journey so far to the northern region? Without the Mo family, there would be no demon invasion. Yes, we must unite against the Mo family. Mo Huahua paid no heed to the accolades or insults. His gaze was solely fixed on his adversaries. Soon, an elder clad in a dark black robe emerged from the throng of Huanyan sect disciples, gazing at Mo Huahua with an air of arrogance. "Kid, I did not expect you to truly come. However, today marks our Huanyan sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, and I cannot allow even the slightest disruption. If you know what's good for you, leave now, and I may spare your life." The elder in black spoke thus, seemingly reluctant to engage in conflict with Mo Huahua, primarily due to his previous status as a disciple of the Mo family. The Huanyan sect was the foremost in the northern region, while the Mo family held sway in the central continent. Although the Mo family had expelled Mo Huahua, he remained the flesh and blood of the family patriarch, Mo Qi. Should he be slain, the Mo family would have a pretext to stir trouble with the Huanyan sect. Moreover, within the Mo family dwelled an individual so formidable that even the demon emperor trembled in fear. Thus, the elder in black refrained from taking immediate action. Mo Huahua straightened his posture, his left hand resting behind him, while his right hand brandished a spiritual sword that gleamed like frost. "I have come today to fulfill a promise from years past. If you wish to avoid death, then step aside." His tone was laden with menace, provoking discontent among many disciples present. After all, They were disciples of the Huangyan sect, accustomed to reverence and a sense of superiority in their dealings with the outside world. The young man before me, merely at the Xiangang realm, dares to act so arrogantly in the presence of an elder of the celestial being realm. Youngster, my elder has already granted you a chance to escape. To be ungrateful is one thing, but do you truly wish to forfeit your life as well? A disciple of the Wild Flame sect, filled with fury. Yet, Mo Hua remained silent, his expression indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the presence of those around him. This demeanor ultimately provoked the wrath of the elder in black robes. Though he held a position of little renown within the Wild Flame sect, as a formidable celestial being, he could not allow a mere child of the Xiangang realm to disregard him. A sinister glint flashed across the elder's face. In the next moment, he struck fiercely. A torrent of violent spiritual energy, infused with the peak power of the celestial being realm, surged towards Mo Hua. However, just as this force was about to reach its target, it was abruptly halted. Chapter 88. Mo Fan. Who dares to stop me shall perish. The crowd was astounded. Behind Mo Hua, a pale blue ethereal figure slowly materialized. This marked the first occasion Mo Fan revealed his soul form before the assembly. In the distance, a cloaked elder's pupils abruptly constricted. Although he was unfamiliar with Mo Fan's visage, the spirit before him was evidently no ordinary soul, capable of withstanding his assault. Just as he contemplated leveraging the authority of the Huangyan sect to intimidate Mo Fan into retreat, a tremendous wave of spiritual consciousness surged towards the elder's sea of awareness. Instantly, the elder's vision darkened, and he collapsed, devoid of life. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Whether it was the disciples of Huangyan sect or the onlookers from afar, disbelief painted their faces. What just transpired? That was an elder of the celestial realm. He was annihilated by a mere glance from this soul. What level of cultivation does this essence possess to wield such formidable power? Mo Hua gazed at his master with astonishment, equally taken aback by the sheer terror of the strength displayed by the soul entity. Master, you? Mo Hua began to inquire about why Mo Fan had manifested his true form, but Mo Fan remained unresponsive, his demeanor perpetually frigid, timeless as frost. Today, I shall take him to the mountain. Who dares to obstruct me shall die. Mo Fan's voice was not loud, almost as if it were spoken casually. Yet the overwhelming aura emanating from him instilled fear in the hearts of the Huangyan sect disciples, rendering them speechless. Trepidation gripped the disciples of Huangyan sect. What now? Even an elder of the celestial realm has fallen. We are certainly no match for this soul. Just as anxiety surged among them, another voice resonated from afar. Such arrogance. Do you truly believe there is no one in Huangyan sect? Boom! In an instant, colossal pressure descended. Mo Hua felt an overwhelming sense of despair from the terrifying force. Yet, this oppressive aura was swiftly countered by Mo Fan's soul form. In the distance, a figure clad in white appeared, swiftly materializing before the disciples of Huangyan sect. Upon recognizing his features, the disciples erupted in cheers. Excellent. It is Elder Wang. We are saved. Elder Wang was a formidable being of the venerable realm. Surely he could subdue Mo Hua. The spectators from afar were equally astonished. Even an elder of the venerable realm has been stirred. It is worth noting that even in the present day, when the 100 clans have migrated north, a practitioner of the venerable realm can dominate a region. Within a family, the presence of a venerable realm expert ensures a firm foothold in the northern territories. Although in Huangyan sect, a venerable realm figure merely holds the title of elder, the respect they command is never taken lightly. The elder in white descended before the crowd, taking the place of the previously fallen cloaked elder, gazing imperiously at Mo Hua and Mo Fan. How dare a mere figure of the Xiangang realm and a fragment of a remnant soul bark at my esteemed Huangyan sect? Indeed, when the elder of the revered realm made his appearance, Mo Hua could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Though his master possessed formidable strength, he was ultimately just a remnant soul. Furthermore, Mo Hua had ventured to the Huangyan sect with no intention of returning alive. even if it meant sacrificing his life. He was determined to fulfill the vow made long ago and reclaim all that he had once lost. The onlookers anticipated that upon the Elder Wang's arrival, Mo Fan would at least exhibit some caution and refrain from further action. Yet, Mo Fan's expression remained utterly impassive. Gazing at the members of the Huang Yin sect with the disdain one would reserve for mere ants. Witnessing this, Elder Wang was consumed by fury. In both the Huang Yin sect and beyond, no one had ever dared to regard him with such contempt. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath with the words, "You seek death," a black blade suddenly erupted from Mo Huahua's bag, landing beside Mo Fan's spirit. Instantly, the black silk covering it parted, revealing 3 glowing runes upon the blade that exuded an aura of terror. Before anyone could react, Mo Fan willed the black blade to cleave towards Elder Wang. The overwhelming sword intent shattered the surrounding space. Elder Wang, having underestimated Mo Huahua, initially dismissed both him and Mo Fan. This arrogance led to his momentary shock upon witnessing the black sword's descent. By the time he collected himself and attempted to summon a defensive artifact, it was far too late. The sword's radiance sliced through the mountain gate of the Huang Yin sect, causing the very earth to tremble and nearly 100 disciples who were too close to perish. The esteemed Elder Wang himself was obliterated beneath the blade's terrifying might. In the aftermath of this cataclysmic upheaval, the square where Mo Huahua stood fell into an unsettling silence, a deathly stillness engulfing the area. All present gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape, as they beheld the remnant soul behind Mo Huahua. Shock, unparalleled astonishment. This a single strike that felled an esteemed elder. Who exactly was this individual? The notion surged through everyone's minds. Someone possessing such terrifying strength could not possibly be an inconsequential figure. If a mere remnant soul wielded such power, what must the original entity's strength be like? The remaining disciples of the Huang Yin sect were engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair and suffocation. A foe of such magnitude would surely render even their sect leader powerless. Mo Huahua stared in astonishment at the familiar yet enigmatic figure of his master beside him, his mind erupting with a cacophony of questions. Why had his master remained hidden until now? Despite his immense strength, who exactly was he? Was that black sword not a gift from my father? Why does the opponent wield it with such ease, even surpassing my own proficiency? What on earth is that black sword? And why would he assist me? Suddenly, a thought exploded in Mo Huahua's mind, causing his pupils to constrict, and a shiver ran down his spine. It seemed he had begun to comprehend certain truths. Mo Fan remained standing there, his expression devoid of emotion, cold, a chilling indifference that instilled a sense of despair. This would undoubtedly be etched into the hearts of the disciples of the Arid Flame sect, becoming a lifelong nightmare. Mo Fan did not speak, yet it was as if he echoed his earlier declaration. I will take him up the mountain. Who dares to stop me? Who will die? With sword in hand, Mo Huahua advanced towards the mountain, while the disciples of the Arid Flame sect recoiled as if confronted by venomous serpents. Chapter 89, The Appointment. Within the confines of the Huang Yin sect, the disciples and elders alike felt the tremor of the sword strike unleashed moments ago by Mo Fan, their expressions filled with alertness. The Grand Plaza of the Huang Yin sect was not solely populated by its own members. Today marked the sect's grand ceremony for accepting new disciples. Alongside the chosen prodigies of the sect, numerous noble families from the northern domain had gathered to witness the event. Should any folly arise today, the Huang Yin sect's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. On the elevated platform, the sect's leader, Jin Wanyin, furrowed his brow, prompting immediate action from those behind him to investigate the disturbance. Among the throng of Huang Yin disciples below, Nangongya felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Just as an elder of the Huang Yin sect was poised to probe the situation, a figure emerged slowly from the distant stone steps at the edge of the plaza. Clad in a green robe and wielding a long sword, Mo Huahua was swiftly encircled by the astonished disciples of Huang Yin sect. Behind him, Mo Fan's ethereal shadow lingered, emanating an air of dread that sent shivers through the crowd. Who? is this individual? Why does the spirit behind him instill such terror within me? Could he be here merely to witness the ceremony? Was that sword strike truly executed by this youth? This young man is no ordinary figure. To achieve the Xiangang realm at such a tender age, his family lineage must wield considerable influence. Whispers erupted among the gathered families of the northern domain, speculating on Mo Huahua's identity and purpose for being present. Amidst the commotion, Nangang Yu's gaze fell upon Mo Huahua, and her pupils constricted sharply, as if confronted with something utterly inconceivable. Shock painted her features, and even her body trembled slightly. She recognized Mo Huahua, the young man once betrothed to her. Yet, what bewildered her was the revelation of his strength, which had ascended to the Xiangang realm. It was only 2 years prior that she had sought to annul their engagement, and he had merely been at the Qi blood realm. In just 2 years, a leap across 3 realms. Is this still the same so-called waste of the Mo family? Amidst her astonishment, an elder of the Huanyan sect descended rapidly before Mo Huahua, his demeanor one of disdain as he retorted, "You there? Who are you? Do you dare disrupt the grand ceremony of the Huanyan sect? Do you seek death?" No sooner had his words left his lips than the black sword before Mo Fan radiated with blinding light, the soaring sword intent barreling towards the elder. The latter's face paled in shock as he hastily summoned his artifact to defend himself. Yet, Mo Fan's speed was such that even Jin Wanyan on the high platform could not react in time. In the next instant, the elder, a master of the Zun realm, was obliterated, his head vanishing within the sword light, his form shattered, life extinguished completely. A profound silence fell over the plaza once more. It was as if everyone had forgotten how to breathe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon that spirit in the square. A single blow had annihilated a Zun realm master, and all this on the very grounds of the Huanyan sect, beneath the watchful gaze of its leader. This was a blatant slap in the face for the Huanyan sect. Who exactly is this young man? Upon the elevated platform, a flicker of anger surged within Jin Wanyan's eyes. Yet, he understood that since Mo Fan could slay a venerable elder with a single stroke, his prowess should not be underestimated. My friend, to take the life of an elder from the Huanyan sect over a trivial disagreement is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Jin Wanyan proclaimed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that resonated with the terrifying might of a peak sage, instantly enveloping Mo Huahua, though Mo Fan shielded him. The pressure still sent a shiver down Mo Huahua's spine. The surrounding onlookers also felt the oppressive force, causing them to recoil in fear and remain silent. However, Mo Huahua fixed his resolute gaze upon the leader of the Huanyan sect, exuding no semblance of fear. Jin Wanyan harbored thoughts of crushing him right there. Yet, the plaza was teeming with clans from the northern domain, and if he sought to take a life, he needed to ascertain the identity of his opponent first. Who are you exactly? Is there a misunderstanding with my Huanyan sect? He inquired, directing his question at Mo Fan, who remained indifferent and offered no response. Instead, Mo Huahua shouted into the air, Mo family, Mo Huahua, here to fulfill the promise of yesteryear. At this declaration, the crowd regained their senses, only to be struck by astonishment once more. What? He is Mo Huahua? Was it not said that he had been expelled from the Mo family and perished on some mountain? The realization that he not only survived, but had returned to uphold an agreement astonished them. Confusion mingled with excitement in the hearts of the spectators. Now, a spectacle was at hand. 2 years had passed since the time when Nangang of the Nangang family had scorned Mo Huahua, severing their engagement to join the Huanyan sect. Today, he likely sought retribution in the span of 2 years. From being deemed a waste to boldly confronting the Huanyan sect alone, this young man, regardless of the outcome today, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. On the elevated platform, Jin Wanyan's brow furrowed once more, not out of shock at Mo Huahua's arrival, but rather due to a wary acknowledgement of his lineage. The Mo family, the true sovereign of Zhongzhou, although the Huanyan sect was renowned as the foremost power in the northern domain, there were still many obscure sects within it, possessing strength that could contend with the Huanyan sect. The Mo family, however, was a different matter altogether. Jin Wanyin had heard tales of the Mo family's exploits. Once an ordinary imperial clan, they had produced an unparalleled figure who suppressed the contemporary world. All families that bore animosity towards the Mo family had been annihilated, forcing even the most prominent clans in Zhongzhou to flee to the northern domain. A truly formidable lineage. The Mo family had always refrained from interfering in the disputes of the northern domain, and Jin Wanyin had no desire to provoke them. However, now that Mo fan had publicly slain an elder of the Huangyan sect amidst a large crowd, if he failed to take a stand, the Huangyan sect would likely become a laughingstock throughout the northern domain. As Jin Wanyin hesitated, contemplating how to respond, Nangongya stepped forward from the crowd. He could clearly discern the predicament faced by his master. In today's world, even as everyone spoke of the Mo family's collusion with the demon race, casting them as pariahs among the human race, no faction dared to genuinely confront the Mo family. The reason was singular: Mo fan. This emperor, possessing an unparalleled and terrifying power, is one to be avoided at all costs. Nangongya called out to Jin Wanyin above, "Master, this matter arises from my actions. It is entirely my fault. I am willing to fight, and I humbly request your permission." In making this statement, she provided Jin Wanyin with an opportunity to gracefully decline. Jin Wanyin feigned a look of difficulty, nodded, and addressed the crowd. "Since this is a personal matter of yours, it would be inappropriate for me, even as your master, to interfere. Given that you have made prior arrangements, today I shall bear witness on behalf of the northern domain." He added, "Go forth, and do not bring shame upon our Huayin sect." Upon hearing this, Nangongya clasped her fists and bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, those from the various clans of the northern domain, who were supposed to observe the ceremony in the square, wisely stepped aside to make way. Chapter 90. The battle. They had retreated far from the square, yet it was evident that Jin Wanyin did not wish to offend the Mo family. Nonetheless, they all tacitly agreed to focus their attention entirely on the duel between Nangongya and Mo Huahua. On the elevated platform, Jin Wanyin felt a slight sense of relief. Years ago, when he took in Nangongya, it was due to her remarkable talents. However, upon discovering her betrothal, he promptly dispatched an elder to annul the engagement. Yet, when he learned that the family from which the annulment was sought was the Mo family, he experienced a pang of regret. He understood the Mo family's tactics well, knowing that a significant portion of the current strife among the Bai family in the northern region was attributable to them. However, upon hearing that Mo Hua, the betrothed, had been expelled from the Mo family, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Little did he expect that today, the young man would return. This led Jin Wanyin to speculate whether this was some signal from the Mo family. He refrained from taking action against Mo Hua, knowing full well that he was the son of Mo Qi, the head of the Mo family. Should he truly slay him, it would likely provide the Mo family with an excuse to wage war against the northern region. Still, to preserve appearances, he allowed Nangongya to take the stage. Jin Wanyin held considerable confidence in Nangongya. At the age of 20, with a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the Xiangang realm, she was indeed a rare gem across the entire continent. She was only slightly inferior to the ancestral figure of the Mo family, Mo fan. Not to mention the comprehensive teachings she received from Jin Wanyin himself. She had mastered 2 high-level martial arts techniques of Xian tier and 1 earth tier spell. She could be deemed the most outstanding among the younger disciples of the Huangyan sect. Jin Wanyin was assured that once Nangongya triumphed over Mo Huahua, she would neither offend the Mo family nor compromise the reputation of the Huangyan sect. Below, the young prodigies of the Huangyan sect were also intently watching the duel between Nangongya and Mo Huahua. As the foremost disciple of the new generation, Nangongya naturally drew many gazes. Those who had entered this circle were all exceptionally gifted, hailing from illustrious lineages. They were geniuses who regarded Nangongya as a paragon among the elite, and thus, none doubted her victory. Everyone was convinced that Nangongya would prevail. How could a stray dog, having wandered for 2 years, possibly defeat a prodigious talent who had emerged from countless others? Even Nangongya herself shared this belief. However, when the competition commenced, Everyone was taken aback. On the arena, Nangongya maintained her haughty demeanor. It appeared that over the past 2 years, Mo Huahua had indeed grown significantly stronger. Yet, if he thought that merely reaching the Xiangang realm granted him the qualification to contend with her, he was sorely mistaken. Today, she would make him acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. As her words concluded, Mo Huahua remained expressionless, his face etched with determination. This stirred an inexplicable sense of apprehension within Nangongya. Over the span of 2 years, Mo Huahua had undergone profound changes. He was no longer the naive youth who would lose control over his emotions at a mere word. At this moment, Mo Huahua's heart was eerily calm. The doubts and mockery of the crowd would no longer affect him in any way. He no longer seeks the judgment of others, for he is acutely aware of his own strength. In the distance, Nangongya, perhaps provoked by Mo Huahua's composure, was the first to strike. With a slender spirit sword in hand, she lunged directly at Mo Huahua. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Nangongya wielded a profound-grade artifact, while Mo Huahua merely held an ordinary low-grade yellow spirit sword. Mo Huahua had no intention of employing a high-grade artifact, nor unleashing the devouring flame. Excessive exposure would only invite unnecessary animosity. He understood this principle well and was confident that even without those advantages, he could still defeat Nangongya. Silence enveloped the square as Nangongya's form darted forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Mo Huahua in an instant. The blade of her profound-grade spirit sword aimed directly at his forehead. Should it strike true, the match would conclude on the spot. Spectators anticipated that this reckless youth would be effortlessly subdued by Nangongya, a paragon of talent. However, reality dashed their expectations. Just as Nangongya displayed a glimmer of triumph, her sword was on the verge of making contact with Mo Huahua's brow. In a perplexing twist, he retreated at an astonishing speed. He sidestepped, evading her strike entirely. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had slowed. Nangongya gazed in disbelief at Mo Huahua's uncanny movements, his face betraying an unwavering calmness. A wave of dread washed over her. With a resounding thud, Mo Huahua's sword hilt crashed into Nangongya's abdomen, propelling her backward with tremendous force. She soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. A gust of wind swept through the square, leaving the spectators in a state of stunned silence. How could this be? All present were astonished. Mo Huahua not only evaded Nangongya's attack, but had also sent her flying with a single blow. How is this possible? Just moments ago, it seemed he was about to be struck by her sword. Why had he suddenly retreated? What kind of strange movement technique was this? His speed was astonishing. Wasn't he cast out of the Mo family? Where had he learned such a skill? By its effectiveness, it surely possessed the quality of a profound-grade technique. Questions swirled among the crowd. What kind of movement technique had Mo Huahua employed? How had this once disgraced scion acquired such an extraordinary skill? On the arena, Mo Huahua stood firm, refraining from pursuing Nangongya further. He would not recklessly attack until he had thoroughly gauged her hidden capabilities. Earlier, he had merely executed the technique taught by Mo Fan, and through years of practice, he had now mastered it completely. His speed rivaled that of many cultivators at the Divine Method realm. On the stage, Jean Wanyan's expression darkened the moment Nangongya was sent flying. Although she had not exerted her full strength, Mo Huahua's display of calmness and power was sufficient to demonstrate that he possessed strength not inferior to that of Nangongya. As Nangongya rose from the ground, she felt a twinge of shock within her heart, as Mo Fan chose not to pursue his advantage. Instead, standing still and regarding her with an expression that seemed to mock, a surge of anger welled up within Nangongya. How dare a mere waste from years past regard her with such disdain? What right did he possess? In the next moment, Nangongya tightened her grip around her spirit sword. Instantly, the heavens and earth were engulfed by a tremendous tempest. Within this turmoil surged a formidable surge of spiritual energy, gradually coalescing upon the spirit sword in Nangongya's hand. Behind her, the ethereal silhouette of a clear phoenix began to materialize. Witnessing this scene, The disciples of the Huangyan sect were instantly elated. Nangongya was preparing to unleash her signature technique. Chapter 91. Life and Death Struggle in the Realm of Profound Techniques. The Phoenix Crying Sword, held by Nangongya, amassed an awe-inspiring momentum. With a single stroke, she advanced towards Mo Hua once more. Her form resembling a resplendent phoenix enveloped in a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Upon a high platform, Jin Wanyin exhaled, convinced that this time, his opponent could not possibly withstand Nangongya's strike. After all, how much high-tier martial skill could a dog abandoned by its family possess? Even if he were to fortuitously acquire one or two techniques, achieving greatness was an insurmountable challenge. However, just as the spectators anticipated that Nangongya's attack would surely succeed, Mo Hua raised his spiritual sword, gathering energy in his hand without the slightest intention of evasion. This astonished the crowd. Could it be that he intended to take on Nangongya's assault head-on? He lost his mind. This was a profound tier martial technique. In an instant, the arena was swept by a fierce wind, tousling Mo Hua's robes. Yet he held his sword horizontally across his chest, closing his eyes to recall the moment when Mo Fan severed the black serpent. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of dominance surged around him. As Nangongya's attack approached, Mo Hua abruptly opened his eyes, which now radiated unwavering confidence, a conviction that nothing in the world could withstand him, nothing could escape his blade. With a swift motion, the spiritual sword transformed into a silvery thread, moving with astonishing speed. This slender silver strand collided with the proud phoenix of Nangongya, instantly shattering the vortex of spiritual energy that had coalesced around it. With a resounding crash, Nangongya was propelled backward once more, and even her high-grade, profound-tier sword appeared on the verge of collapse. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This was a prodigy. Someone in the crowd shouted in disbelief. The audience was left speechless, utterly stunned that Mo Hua had indeed withstood Nangongya's attack. A dog cast aside by his family for 2 years, lacking any foundational strength, dared to challenge the youngest genius of the Huangyan sect. On the high platform, Jin Wanyin's eyes reflected shock. While others might have failed to discern the nuances due to the blinding speed of Mo Hua's strike, he could see clearly. The sword strike that Mo Hua had just executed was neither an earthly nor a profound martial technique. It could hardly be deemed a technique at all. Rather, it was the simplest and most fundamental cut within the realm of swordsmanship. This revelation left Jin Wanyin astounded. The sheer power unleashed through such a basic cut was an indication that Mo Hua had evidently grasped the threshold of sword intent. This was the ultimate intent, something many saints and even emperors have sought but could not attain. How had this young man achieved it? Jin